I shouted sandstorm with top of my lungs. People heard and looked at me, but when saw I am looking at the sky, they followed my gaze. Color had drained out of their faces as they understood the sandstorm is coming. Sandstorm is really dangerous. Even the smallest one can threaten Lieutenant Grade Evolver if he caught the middle of it. Suddenly, all the people started to use their full power fighting the sand scorpion, as there is still time to left sandstorm to arrive, and people don't danger of scorpion lurking when they were facing sandstorm. I also started to fight after drinking the potion. It didn't take long to all scorpion to finished, as corporal grade evolvers had killed 2 corporal grade monsters. All 4 corporal grade evolvers had become free, and with them helping killing specialist grade monsters, the fight finished in a couple of minutes, and by the time fights finished, sandstorm had become visible and winds had become even stronger. The tent in your backpack would be better, I said to Ria when we find a suitable spot to activate the tent. You're right, she said the gray-colored box and pressed the button on top of it. We had founded 5 camps in Neil and Andrew stuff, while we use it had good defense capability, and it also has some basic necessity like bed and cupboard, and other, but the one Ria had strongest defense, but is very plain inside. The main reason for choosing this camp over its original that it is perfect in unfavorable weather condition as it has grip drill function. 4 drills inside the tent burrow into the earth for better grip and stability. We will able to survive inside it as long as sandstorm is not overly powerful. The only flaw it had that one have to use 4 corporal grade monster core to fully power it to its apex, but this is not a problem for, as we already had quite a few corporal level monster cores. Other people have also their tent, and started to enter their camp seeing the storm is very near. Would you mind if I and my brother took shelter in your tent? I heard from my behind. I looked back to see it is the cute girl in purple before with the older boy, who is also wearing a purple suit like her. It's same boy who was fighting 2 corporal level monster at once with mid-level corporal level power. Sure, I said after seeing Ria isn't opposed to the idea. The interior of the tent as expected is plain, with all gray without any extra component. The only saving grace is that the floor is quite soft and good sleep. We took off our backpacks and sat. As both brother-sisters sat, I couldn't help but notice that both of their backpacks are temporary, the ones I brought to keep extra monster parts when hunting in the Myesta first. They both noticed my gaze but didn't say, and I didn't inquire too not to be too intrusive. I got quite shocked earlier when I saw that all the equipment that girl and boy are wearing is night grade, similar to that of Jim and his girlfriend is wearing. She had tried very hard to cover it, but she revealed when she performed killing shot at the sand scorpion. She has manipulated it last moment, and I luckily noticed from the corner of my eyes when defending against sand scorpion's tail. And looking her and her brothers are the same branded with Thunder God's sigil, I can definitely assume that her brother equipment is both night grade. Look like night grade equipment aren't that rare as I imagined, just that they are only available to the organization's elite. And seeing their equipment, I can definitely say the boy hadn't completely used his power when fighting against scorpions, especially that cute girl brother. I can hear strong winds are colliding against the tent, as we sat awkwardly staring at each other silently. It is very awkward to stay silent in the camp, only listening to the strong wind as the storm approaches us. Like girl, the boy also had strawberry blonde hair and blue eyes, but he looked handsome instead of cute like his sister. I am Jill and this is my brother, William, that you for giving us shelter, said cute Jill, with her speaking the awkward atmosphere diffused between us. It's nothing, replied Ria with a smile. I don't mind me asking, why aren't stayed in your teammates? Ria asked. I am also really curious about this. Why aren't they stayed with the rest of their teammates? They aren't our teammates, we just met them at desert 3 days ago, she said. As for not staying in their camp, there is girl named Rita there who is really obnoxious that I got tired of it, and your tent is best to cope with the storm than theirs. Jill answered. Well, that explained a lot. I wouldn't want to be with obnoxious people who I just met a few days ago. I am just about to ask her another question when the wind collided against the tent. D-hub, D-hub. Strong wind collided against the tent that it started shaking. The storm is closing on us. Jill even summoned her minister and hugged it tightly after experiencing shaking. Soon more strong winds started colliding against our tent as it started shaking more forceful. It feels like the whole camp will be swept by the winds. The storm has arrived finally. D-hung, D-hung. The storm arrives as very strong winds started to collide with our tent. I felt very scared about hearing the noise and intense shaking. I feel like our tent would sweep in the storm and we all will be crushed inside it. Choo-choo. I don't when I called Ashlyn outside and hugged her fiercely that she started to complain. I am not the only one scared. All us are scared as Ria had called DD outside and is now hugging her, and the boy William also called his monster. He hasn't had called his monster when fighting against the sand scorpions earlier, and looking at the monster, I can understand why after seeing his monster. When William had summoned his monster, the air in the tent had cooled down for the moment. It is boa, specifically an ice-type boa. It is about a 2-meter-long snow-white body with the icicle design all over its body. The monster looked both dangerous and elegant at the same time. I only saw 4 monsters of big organization's elites, but each and every monster is unique with a very powerful ability. Jill's stag has extreme speed and it's still a baby. William's frost boa gives off the very dangerous feeling. Jim's girlfriend's lightning cat also give of the same feeling as Jim's girlfriend's cat. Only Jim's little snake seems mediocre, but I am sure that little snake defiantly has some special ability or Jim wouldn't have bonded with it. There is no point in comparing them to Ashlyn, but newly mutated DD also little pale compared to these 4 monsters. Hearing the wind, I am sure to have entered the storm as sounds are getting louder and louder, but our camp is still holding on albeit shakingly. So, Jill, when do enter this realm, do you know anything about the rescue team that is waiting by the Sind forest? I asked to lighten up the mood. As I asked a question, I noticed William had angrily glared at Jill and her expression turned little guilty. We had arrived at this realm 9 days ago, she said. I had asked William to take me to the Green Hills. We were just going to take a look and return. She said her face had become beet red and I can hear the guilt in her voice. So we didn't bring anything when we went to Green Hills except our weapons, but as we were walking toward the Green Hill, suddenly space layer stuck and we entered this realm, directly in the wasteland. I really feel pity for her. She may have forced her brother to come Green Hills with her without bringing any surviving gear and unluckily, they entered this realm before entering Green Hills and top of that they arrived at this scorching wasteland and not in any other part of this realm. I can't imagine how hard their days have been without any surviving gear. Thank God they're intelligent enough to bring their weapons or surviving in this wasteland would have become very difficult for them. The winds are becoming more stronger. The center of the storm will be upon us in 2 hours, said Rhea as she opened. Fuel box of the tent was only 2 corporal grade monster core is placed, while the other 2 places are empty. Rhea just about to add 2 more monster cores in empty spaces when she heard a voice behind her. Let me, you had been gracious enough to take us in your tent, we should at least contribute this much, said William as he placed 2 corporal level core on the 2 remaining empty places. We should finish eating before the center of the storm arrive on us, Rhea said. William and Jill became awkward hearing food. I can guess from their expression that they don't have any presents food on them, and their temporary backpacks probably have some monster parts that they were going to cook in the evening. Smiling, Rhea and I took out enough packet of preserved food that is enough for 4 humans and monster to eat. I had already some packaged monster meat in my backpack, and after killing Neil and Andrew, we also found 10s for packets in their tent. They have enough to fill the bellies of 10 people for 4 days. We have half our monster meat and packaged in space pouches, while half in our backspace so no could suspicious of us. We have to make do with this as we can't cook food in a tent. I joked as I distributed the meat packets to everyone. Everyone opened their packaged meat and started to eat. I got a little surprised seeing Ashlyn not throwing tantrums seeing food as she's silently eating it, but if one looked her carefully, they will find the look of distaste on her face as she ate it. She is eating this packet food because she knew if she didn't eat it, she will have to sleep hungry, and that is unacceptable to her. She is a glutton. She loves food as much as she loves her life, but she can only compromise in front of the circumstances. Soon everyone finished eating food and waited for the storm to pass. Jill had even started to watch a movie with the monster to forget about the storm outside. Seeing her do that, me, Rhea, and her brother started the movie on our holowatches to keep out mind out of storm outside. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr nonstop. A tear started to form on the camp surface, and one tear got big enough that sand and wind started to come inside the camp. Seeing this, our heart stopped. If this keeps going on, the storm will tear the tent apart, and our circumstances wouldn't be much better than the tent. Rhea quickly patched the tear with cloth and glue she got from God know where, but it's no use as more and more tears keep forming on the tent. Brother, I am sorry. Because of me, you have to die in this camp. Jill said and started crying. No one's going to die, the storm will pass soon, said William as he hugged his sister fiercely. The more and more tear kept forming on the tent, and sand and dust kept coming through these small holes. At one point even I believed the tent would collapse and all we would be swept into the storm and die. New tears kept forming as storm rage outside. The tent's condition became so worse that it comes near collapse. I quickly took out a new tent from my backpack and activated it. I don't want to be in an old tent when it's shredded to pieces. Get in, I said as we quickly entered the new tent and sat hugging our monsters. My prediction was right. After some time, we hear the tearing sound from outside, although our old tent is barely maintaining its stability, but we can hear a tearing sound now and then. As time passed on, I felt wind slowing down, and tearing of our old camp also stopped after that. We waited for another 2 before wind slowed down enough to be safe to go outside. Still, we waited half before deciding to go outside. We are alive. said William with a heavy sigh. We all nodded at that. We came out alive. Are alive, William shouted with emotion loudly. I can understand his sentiment. The sandstorm was really dangerous, and there was a high chance that we could have died we hadn't been able to hold on. We get out to camp one by one, only to notice we were buried in the sand as large amount camp entering inside through the tier of the old camp. It's going to be hell to get out of this, and I am thinking of different kind ways to get out when I heard Ria's voice. Dee dig the tunnel for us to get out. Ria asked Dee to open a tunnel to the up. How can I forget? Dee is an earth elemental monster. It is effortless for her to dig the tunnel. Dee started to dig the tunnel as we waited in our old camp for the safety. The tunnel could collapse and we all could get buried in it. It better be safe and waits in the camp till tunnel is fully dug. The tunnel is fully dug, let's get out of here, said Ria as we were waiting in the camp. Dee must have told her telepathically. There is not saving our original tent as it already was torn in many places, but out second tent is still fine without any scratches, so I can take it back with me. The tunnel dug by Dee is little narrow, so we had to walk on our four to get up. When we reached the surface, we greeted with clear starlit sky with the soft light of the moon. I again activated my camp, seeing it is barely midnight when the storm had arrived the sky had gone dark yet. We didn't do much. I quickly activated the camp and slept as all of us were really tired mentally. Before sleeping, I did ask Ashlyn to keep a watch. She seems fine mentally, not shaken a bit, just little grumpy about food and tight hug that I gave her when a storm is us. Choo. Good morning to you too, Ashlyn, I said as I have woken by Ashlyn chirp and beak on my face. When I look around, all three of them still sleep. The sky had brightened a little, but they're still dark, but it will fully brighten in half an hour. Choo. Ashlyn flew on top of the tent and started chirping at me about food. At night I promised her extra food in her plate if she kept a night watch. I did not forget Ashlyn, but first, let me freshen up, I said as I started to freaked up. I quietly removed the cooking material and utensil from Ria and my bag. We had already packed a large amount of corporal-grade monster meat in our backpacks and storages before entering the wasteland, thinking we would not find any monster to hunt here. We were wrong. We did find many monster in wasteland, but their meat could not compare to monsters we hunted in the valley. I took out all the ingredients and utensil and started to cook while reminding Ashlyn to keep an eye out for monsters. It feels good to cook outside with no one to disturb and cool morning breeze on the body. I always felt calm whenever I cook alone and quietly. As I am cooking, I heard the sound behind me, only to know it's Jill. I got quite surprised seeing her. I thought it will be Ria or William and she will be last to wake up, but I was wrong. Good morning, she greeted. Good morning. I greeted back. She came closer to me and watched me cook. You woke up early. I sated to make a conversation. What can say, I am an early riser, she said shyly. I can see her mouth is watering. 9 days without good food do that to people. Do you need any help? She asked, standing near me. No need, you should freshen up. Food will be ready in 15 minutes, I said. She nodded and left to freshen up while keep stealing glances at the food. In 15 minutes, both Ria and William woke up and food also ready by the time they have done freshen up. Choo. Ashlyn didn't forget to remind me to fill her plate extra when I am serving the food and started to eat with her little before I finished serving all of us. It feels good to eat delicious food after so much roasted meat, Jill said as she ate. Her brother also complimented while eating. We quickly finished eating. After eating, Jill and her brother offered to clean dishes and I didn't reject it. Their chances of surviving is slim, said Ria as we searched for the tent of the other team. We have already searched for them an hour around the place where they had set up a camp, but we did not see any sign of them. Ria had even asked Dee to search under the sand too if they buried inside, but the result was futile as she also did not find anything. Agreeing that we will not find a sign of them, we decide to resume our journey toward the Sind forest. We should be able to reach there at 2 days, 3 maximum, William said as he studied the map. We agree with his estimate. We will reach there either tomorrow evening or morning at day after tomorrow. As we journeyed toward Sind format, we came across many monsters, and one time we even encountered 2 peak-level sandworm monsters I thought were dead, but in that time William showed his true abilities and killed 2 peak corporal-level monster within half an hour. He used 3 different types of skills one after another as he killed both monsters single-handedly. I also fought with many monsters, and as a result, I was able to reach the 20th cycle of exercise, just 4 more cycles away from creating the 3rd seal. Not only my performance was good, but Jill also got quite a better fighting monster as whenever we occurred a lone specialist monster, William would let Jill to fight it so she could gain experience in fighting the monsters. Finally, Jill said as she saw the outline of the Sind forest from a tall sand dune. I'm also surprised. What surprised me forest but people, even from the distance I can see their silhouettes. There must be more than 2,000 must be gathered there. Many are patrolling around the camp. We have even spotted the patrol in the sky as some people riding their bird monsters. Seeing such large gathering of people from the distance, we all broke into a run toward the camp as fast as we could in our excitement. The patrol didn't stop as we were running toward the camp like crazy. As we come closer to them, I got the better look at it. My initial estimate of 2,000 people, but I was wrong. There are about 4,000 people here. Thousands of tents in neat information be seen, and around the camp is people parroting heavily. It is even rough fence and sentry lower of wood could be seen around the camp. Whoever is in charge had done a good job in maintaining a camp. One barely spot any mistake in the arrangement. There is a large gate at the entrance of the tower, and around it 2 big sentry tower. As we enter the gate of the camp, no one stopped us, but after walking a few steps inside we notice there are a few youths sitting on the roughly made wooden desk and asking information to those who are coming in from the camp gate. We also walk in front of the empty desk, which is administered by the girl as same as Rhea age and also in corporal grade. "Are you two from Thunder God's arena?" she asked smilingly to Jill and William, completely ignoring us. "Yes, we are." Jill and William answered in unison. "Please state your names, please," she said in a respectful tone. "William Harris and Jill Harris," William replied. Hearing their names, the girl looked at their holowatch for a while. "Great, your names are here," she said and shouted, "Tim." Loudly soon a boy of my age come running over. "Take them to Thunder God's arena's camp," she said to the boy. "Please," said the boy, motioning his hands. "Our friends," Jill said, motioning towards us. "I am sorry, they can't come with you. Your area restricted to organization's member only. If they are a member or any organization or government, they can go with you, and if they are not, they have to put their camp in common area. These are the rules of the camp," she said to Jill with a smile. In nearly 3 days of travel, we nearly forget that they are from a big organization, but now the girl brought us back to reality. In here or in the Union, those from the government or organizations get many privileges, from a discount in shopping to slashed cab rates. That is why many people train hard to get into the organization. "It's okay," I said with a smile. "I understand the difference between us and so Jill." After giving a final apologetic look, both of them followed Tim. "Your name and name of the affiliate organization if you are a member," she said in a stern voice. Her voice is completely different from that of before, sugary voice with a sweet smile. We stated our names. She noted it into her holowatch. Ting. A request with a file also came in my holowatch, and I accepted it and received the file. "I've sent you all the information you need to know the camp and exit, and there is also a document about your designation. You will understand it after reading it," she said, and given us the direction of the place where Free Adventurer had set up camp. As I read the file, I've come to know that nearly 75% of camp area occupied by adventurers, while the rest is received for the members of various organizations, and that area forbidden for those who are not members or organizations. We quickly reached the place where we setting a camp, and since there is no danger here, we decided to set up our own tent for privacy. I wanted to read further, but I've fallen asleep as laid my head in the pillow. In the past 2 weeks since I've entered this reel, I've never slept so relaxedly that I am today. Even in the cave that I found Rhea in, I haven't gotten so relaxed sleep that I got today because of subconsciously I know I am not safe, but here, amidst thousands of people, I know I am completely safe. Even if a monster horde attacked, the 4,000 people are enough to deal with. When I woke up, it's already evening and sky had darkened, but camp is completely bright in the light magic stones. After reading the whole document the girl had given, I got at camp. The outside is full of activities as people sat in groups and were talking. As I walked randomly, I've heard many conversations. Earlier, after waking up and firstly read the document, I was shocked reading its content and have to commend that to camp leaders. This is not the camp, but as a small town, there is a special area which is reserved market, where there are some restaurants and small shops but the payment method is a little different as credits don't work here. I have heard many conversations while walking toward the market. It turned out, the exit of the realm is at the center of the Sind forest. The document had mentioned that exist in the forest, but did not mention in the center of the forest. I've also heard that many elites of organization, those at the peak level of corporal grade, had gone out and entered from this door, and brought back many necessities from Westblood. Many normal peaks level corporal grade adventurers had entered the forest, but come back with grieves injuries, and some of them met their end in the process. The monsters in the forest are really ferocious compared to the other monster found in this realm. I soon reached the so-called market area, and got quite surprised by what I saw. There are various shops selling many services such as restaurant, potion shops, and of course peddlers who were trying to exchange things that they found in this realm. Looking at the market seems to like what I heard is true, that many elites of organizational exited the realm and brought back many things from Westblood such as potions, weapons, etc. In the documents given to us by the clerk, it is advised that one to have at least 100 mana potions and 20 healing potions. It is said that way to the exit is very dangerous, wrought with dangers, and it will take us nearly 9 days to reach it. It is advised to get a large number of potions. The only thing I am not surprised is rates. They are 3 times that are normal. They are making fortune here, that bastardo from organizations. They have brought thousands and thousands of potions bottle from Westblood, and now they are selling them at 3 times a normal rate. And that's not the worst thing. The worst thing is that there are no credits in this realm, and one had to barter with the thing he has. Most of the people have monsters' cores, and the things they had found in this realm. So those bastards making of nearly 3.5 to 4 times profit in each bottle of potion, and no one can say anything about it. This is also the reason many peak-level normal adventurers tried to get to the exit and bring back a large number of potions so they could make a buck, but obviously, why the forest is very dangerous and they hadn't been very successful. Choo-choo. Ashlyn comes out of me and sat on my shoulder. She had been sleeping till now and only had just woken up. I tried to wake her up, but she didn't respond, so I let her sleep. Standing on my shoulder, her eyes started to wander around. She must be feeling hungry as it is evening right now, her dinner time. I thought she would immediately ask for food seeing the makeshift restaurants, but she kept looking around as I wander in the market. I have only 5 mana potion bottles, 2 healing potion bottles, while 1 vitality potion bottle left. In my journey toward the camp, I had drunk tens of potions bottles that I had very few in my possessions. I am not hurried to buy them. I first decided to browse the whole market, checking prices on every stall before buying them. Choo-choo-choo. Suddenly Ashlyn started to chirp loudly and waved her wing frantically toward the west direction. She is saying that she smelled something very tasty toward the left direction. She wants to eat it. I first wanted to reject it, seeing I am spoiling her enough, but seeing she furtively waving her wing and saying she wants that. Seeing she is waving her wing furiously at the west, I decided to follow it. Whatever that thing Ashlyn sensed must be really tasty, seeing she is very excited about it, but when I saw that thing Ashlyn wanted, I left dumbstruck. It is herb, a very ugly herb. It looks shriveled like old person's skin, and it doesn't look like any herb I've seen or read. Are you sure that the thing you want? I asked her again. She again nodded furiously. How much it is? I asked a chubby boy who has the same level as William, mid-level corporal grade. He had more than hundreds of herbs in front of me, and his backpack seemed to have more. The look had got a haul in this realm. I'll give you 1,000 credits worth thing, I said in bargaining tone. No, 5,000 credits, take it or leave it. The herbs I found in the center of the forest are all expensive. I am selling this at 5,000 because I wasn't able to identify it, he said. He looked very adamant. I don't think he will change its price, and seeing saliva dripping from Ashlyn's mouth, if I don't buy this ugly-looking herb, then she will not let me rest in calm. I'll take it, I said with a sigh and handed him an initial level specialist grade monster core. I gave that palm-sized shriveled herb to Ashlyn. She started to eat in a frenzy. Her face and emotion seemed like she eating a delicacy, not the shriveled thing. Within a minute she finished it eating completely and again started looking around excitedly. I roamed with Ashlyn quite a while before selecting a restaurant for eating. The prices here are quite good, only double of that original, and boy, cooking food also looked quite experience. You're full right. I asked Ashlyn jokingly as we waited for our dinner to arrive. She had just eaten the herb half size of her. If it was any normal monster, they would have already full, but not Ashlyn. Choo-choo-choo-choo. She chirped at me annoying, saying she is still hungry and will eat a normal size meal. Where do you put all that? I said in exasperation, but this time she didn't reply to me as she arrogantly stood on the table waiting for the meal. It's good, I exclaimed as I took the first bite of the meal. It's at the same level as that I ate in the Westblood. Soon after eating, I went to the potion shop for buying potions. Of all the shops I've gone, this one is the cheapest one. I brought 100 mana potions, 30 healing potions, 10 anti-poison potions, and 50 vitality potions. The reason I brought so many vitality potions, because Rhea told that most part of seals of supreme combat exercise made of vitality. If I drank vitality potion during the creation of a seal, it will take very less mana from me, and seal would also form early. Choo-choo-choo. After buying a few miscellaneous things, I was walking toward the exit of the market when Ashlyn started to chirping again frantically. She waved her wings again and again, saying me to walk toward it. Signing, I decided to follow her directions. I just hope if this time she picks up a herb, it would be better than the previous ugly shriveled-looking herb that picked. Soon we come to Girl Peddler, who had put up some ores and herbs messily on the table and is watching a movie on Holowatch without care for the world. She's not keeping watch on her things, but no one would think of stealing from her. She is at a peak level of corporal grade, a top-level powerhouse in this space realm. Are you sure this is the thing you want? I asked with uncertainty. The thing she wants is normal-sized cherry. One would think what's wrong with the cherry. The cherry is poison green color. Whoever looked at it would definitely think it's poisonous. I asked her 3 times before making sure this is the thing she wants. I don't want her to poison by eating some poisonous thing. Seeing she is very sure about this cherry, I've decided to buy her for it. Excuse me, how much is it? I asked, motioning towards the cherry. She moved her gaze from her movie and looked toward cherry I am pointing. Why my luck is so bad. That fatty also doesn't want to negotiate, but at least he gave me a reason for the high price, but this girl didn't even spare time for that and went back to her movie. I put 2 specialist-grade monster cores on the table and carefully picked the poison green berry and walked away. Here, take it, I said, giving Ashlyn a cherry, but I already removed anti-poison potion from a pocket in case of any accidents. Chew, chew, chew. She shook her tiny little head and said, "It is for me." I got little startled hearing that as this little glutton barely left anything for me. "Do you want to kill me or something?" I said as she asked me ate the berry. She looked so angry at that I thought she would spit fire from her tiny beak. "I promised I will never make fun of you," I said, waving my hands up. She just snorted at my fake apology. "Chew, chew, chew." She chirped again and said that she smelled that this cherry will be good for me. "Okay, okay. I'll eat in the tent," I said as she piercingly looked at me. Her action clearly showed that she wanted me to eat this cherry. Seeing nothing much interesting in the market, I walked back to the tent with Ashlyn. I slowly walked back to the camp, enjoying the starry night while listening to the conversation or a group of people on the street. There are many interesting things that I've heard, such as one group friends making fun of their 2 red faces friends who they caught having sex in the tent. I opened the flap of my tent and went inside. Seeing there's not much to do, I took the cherry from my pocket that Ashlyn asked me to buy earlier. This cherry is poison green and looked really poisonous. If not for Ashlyn's confirmation, I wouldn't dream to it. "You are definitely sure about this cherry, right?" I asked Ashlyn one last time before eating it. "Chew," she affirmed in annoyance, seeing I am asking her time to time. Still, as a safety measure, I have anti-poison potion in my other hand. Taking a deep breath, I popped that poison green cherry in my mouth and bite it with closing my tightly, to prepare myself for the coming bitter taste. "It's quite sweet," I exclaimed. It tasted delicious. I thought it would be bitter, but it is quite sweet with little strangeness in it. The sweet juice if went down my throat as waited for its effect. I didn't lose me vigilance toward it after tasting it being delicious. It's good or it's bad. I am ready for both. Few minutes passed by when I felt slight heat around my body. It didn't feed, but instead, it felt very relaxing. My body started to sweat a little as laid on the bed, but soon sweat started to pour all over my body that I have to lose my cloth quickly. I checked my body. Sensing it's just relaxing heat and sweat, I let it be. As time passed, I started to sweat more in this process. I sensed the minute change that is happening in my body. I sense that my body is healing. Whatever internal and external injuries I had on me are starting to heal. Not only that, the extremely faint scars left behind by injury and wouldn't go away even after drinking potions are starting to fade at a visible rate. The only problem is sweat. I am sweating like crazy, and all the sweat is caking on my skin. It feels really comfortable and creepy, but it would stop. Time passes on when the sweat my skin also started to feel off. I got quite a scare seeing this, but I relaxed knowing that only old skin is peeling, and the new skin which replaced is radiant and baby soft. Miracle fruit. I shouted with a low voice, 2 miracle fruits in 10 days. I looked at Ashlyn with horror and excitement. Horror because if other people even got the wind of it that she can sense the miracle, both will not able to live in calm, especially me. Some people even kill me to get Ashlyn, even knowing it's nearly impossible to bond with the once-bound monster. And I'm excited because if Ashlyn keeps finding miracle fruit, there may chance of us becoming a high-level powerhouse. I am sweating for half an hour, but my sweating still hadn't stopped. There's even small puddle of sweat at the base of my bed. I hadn't moved since I ate the fruit, except for moving my hands to clear wet dead skin off my face. I first thought it was a healing-type miracle fruit, but sensing changes that keep going in my body, this fruit, much more than healing-type miracle fruit. I started to feel a little thirsty as time passed on, so much sweat coming from my body that feeling thirsty is normal. I quickly took the water bottle from my discarded pants storage, and in few seconds I finished the bottle whole. I quickly removed a few more bottles of water for an emergency. I don't know how much longer the sweating will last, but having few bottled water near me is necessary. My foresight was accurate as more time passed. I started to feel thirsty, have to drink a bottle of water. My tent has started to smell bad as time passed. It smells so bad that I am having a hard time holding back my vomit. The sweat mixed with dead skin is definitely a good formula for vomit-inducing smell. It is so bad that Ashlyn has refused to stay in or integrate inside me. She flew outside the tent after asking me to open tent's flap for her to go outside. I can sense that she had not gone far as she is currently flying around the tent. Seeing this sweating is not going to stop soon, I started to read the Book of Totems. I haven't had a chance to read this book ever since I entered this realm. First, when I started reading it, I didn't understand anything about what written here, but as time passed, I started to understand little by little after continuous research. The more I read, the more amazed I've become, and the most amazing part is the runes. It is runes that construct a refinement engine, and also the runes that design the totems. It is said in the book that runes are the manifestation of world's law, and the high-level weapons also need the rules to construct. Although the runes in the book I am reading is very low grade, not worth mentioning in front of those high-grade ones. It is still amazing to know about them. Time passed on between my reading book and drinking water, but sweating did not stop. Of the 13 water bottles I had, I already had drunk the 11, and if sweating didn't stop soon, I will have to go outside for the water. As I am busy reading, extreme weakness had descended on my body suddenly that I fell from my bed, directly into the disgusting puddle of sweat that formed on the floor. I tried to use my hand as leverage to get up, but I didn't seem to have the energy to lift a finger, much fewer fingers. Seeing this, I am about to shout for help when I felt my consciousness loosening, and I am going unconscious. When I woke up, I found myself covered gray hard substance. As I started to move the body, the gray hard substance fell from my body. Thud, I fell back on the floor when I started to get up. I am feeling foreign in my body, feel like my soul had entered some else's body. I am feeling completely unfamiliar with. I slowly walk around the camp, getting used to change that happens in my body, but something in the tent had completely forced me out. My tent smelled terrible, so terrible that even breathing is hard in it. If getting used to the unfamiliar change in my body, I would have bolted out at first moment after getting up. Without thinking much, I quickly put some clothes on my body and get out of a tent. It probably late midnight, as except for patrol, everybody seems to be sleeping. The patrol didn't stop seeing I am going toward the bath. Only going out camp at night is restricted. They have made a bath around underground, the small underground source of water. I am quite surprised to find they are big as well as clean, just their making is a little rough. Taking health dose of body wash, I scrub each and every part of the body, removing all the smell I had. I even burned away the clothes in wearing after bathing. Choo-choo. Ashlyn also comes out of the pond after taking a dip and shook off all the water from fur with an intense shake. Instead of cleaning the tent, I simply deactivated it, put it back in my storage. I will clean when I have time. I removed another tent from my storage and activated it. This tent may not better as my previous tent, at least it is not filled with filth and smell. I stood silently in the center of the tent, checking each and every part of my inside and outside of the body. The more I looked, the more shocked I become. I am so shocked that I hadn't come to myself for a while. My body hadn't just healed, it had experienced a complete rebirth. My talent had advanced, which is quite impossible after you inherited the talent from your first monster. The talent you inherited from your first monster is your talent. It only advances only when your monster's talent advanced, which is very hard, as every monster is born with a talent that near impossible to advance their whole life. Only with the aid of powerful bloodline strain did they able to make up for talent. Only miracle fruit can do the miracle of changing one's talent. My movement had become quite free and relaxed, and whenever I summon my ability, it comes faster than normal. I even used my skills and quite surprised to find that it took me 25 less time to activate it. The 25% may seem less, but it is very big. In battle, the life and death one can change due to microseconds difference. Not only that, I now have wait 3 fewer minutes to use the skill again. Seeing so many changes in the body, I decided to do those weird postures of Night Blade style. By the time I finished, my body has become sweaty again, but this time there is a big smile plastered in my place. The featured, which used to take me near 3 hours to complete, now complete in 2 hours, and I did not feel tired as I used to when I finished doing this weird postures. The strain I used to feel doing this postures are completely gone as my muscle become flexible. I am sure that I can definitely perform those combat moves in a battle that I hesitated to do before. My estimate is that my combat power had increased by 15 to 20, and that is super huge. My body had experienced a complete rebirth eating this miracle fruit, so I'll call this fruit Miracle Fruit of Rebirth. Mitchell didn't know that the name he had given the miracle fruit is its real name, and he only understood the less than half changes in the body, while another half he is clueless about. In the future, when he completely understood the other changes brought to his body by Miracle Fruit of Rebirth, that time he will be really shocked to the core. I had to bath one more time to get the sweat off that I shed from the practice of those weird poses of Night Blade style. It's already 7 a.m. 2 hours later, I have to go to the battle formation practice. The camp leaders had decided to divide the whole camp into 8 groups of about 500 people. The 8 teams will separately walk toward the exit of this realm. The document said that camp leaders had already scouted the way to the exit, and we just have to follow it with our leader. The Sind Forest is very dangerous compared to the rest of this realm, and there is something weird about it. Many peak-level corporal-grade evolvers had gone inside for the exit, but they all return with broken bones and bleeding wounds, and some of them weren't able to return alive. I and Ashlyn walked toward the market for the breakfast and also strolled to see if anything catch her eyes. I really hope we find another miracle fruit, although it will be quite impossible but worth a try. After roaming the market for a half an hour, nothing caught Ashlyn's eyes. Our luck is extremely good to find the 2 miracle fruit, but it is near impossible to find another one. Seeing nothing caught Ashlyn's eyes, I walked toward the restaurant which is selling the breakfast. We both ate breakfast like lunch and went back to our tent. There is still an hour before the time of the gathering. I can relax for a few minutes before going towards it. What I wish to do most is now do fight. I really want to see at what extent did my abilities advanced, but I can't do right now as is prohibited to go out of camp, especially to the specialist grade evolvers. Thinking it is time, I get out of the tent with Ashlyn. Rhea looked to be in her tent, but I did not disturb her. As I reached the training place, I found there are already some 200 to 300 people are there, and every new one coming by the minute. Rhea had also come. She's with girls same age as her, and the way they were talking, they seemed to be quite a good friend. She didn't notice me as I am the boundary of training ground hidden by the tree. I was right about her finding a friend in camp, and that is why she was never in her camp. Time passed on, and soon a group of 50-something people had entered training ground. Looking at their clothes, arrogance, and power, they seemed to a group of people from a various organization with 3 people at the lead. Of the 3 people, a tall, hot girl with black hair seems to the leader. Soon the 50-something group had dissolved in rest of the crowd, leaving only 3 people in the front. I am quite surprised to find Jill and her brother William also in that group. Please for the group according to your levels separately, from the initial level of specialist grade to peak level of corporal grade, and those are below specialist grade also form a group, she ordered in a sharp voice. All the people scrambled to form the group of the respective level, as I also walked towards where our sense group of the initial level of specialist grade evolvers are gathering. Mitchell, Jill shouted and ran toward me as I approached the group. As I am at the same level, so obviously we have to stand in the same group. Jill, I said as she comes closer to me. She stared without saying anything. Mitchell, you look little different than yesterday. Your skin looked so bright and glowing, she asked, looking me carefully. I've expected this question and prepared a plausible answer for it. Miracle fruit of rebirth had not only changed me internally, and it also changed me externally. All the minute scars, blemishes that I had on my body had completely vanished, leaving glowing, unblemished baby soft skin behind. Oh, it's all due to Radiance potion I drank accidentally last night. I said Radiance potion is quite a popular potion which makes skin glowing and radiant. Well, that explains all the glow on your skin, she said. Do you why they asked us to come here? I asked. I have a basic idea, but I still decided to ask her. As an insider, she may know something important. Oh, Sister Rachel will be teaching us simple battle formation and team coordination to better deal with monsters we will encounter on the way to exit. Soon the group is formed, and all of us waited for her next instructions. Hello, I Rachel, leader of this group. Today I am going to instruct you simple battle formation and team coordination, so all of could survive till we reach the exit, she said. I hope you practice diligently and wholehearted without created obstruction for others, she continued. The way toward the exit is right with dangers. The monster is more dangerous and ferocious than any monster you fought, believe me, because I've fought many of them in the way exit, she said with a serious voice. Seems like she one of the people who had gone to exit and come back. Soon she started to instruct us on the forming a group. One group contains 6 people of specialist grade. In group 3 are initial level, 2 are mid-level, and 1 is peak level specialist grade evolvers. Every 2 group of specialist grade revolvers are in command of initial level corporal level evolvers. Mid-level corporal grade and peak level corporal grade will roam the whole battlefield, killing the monsters that groups can't handle. The whole arrangement is quite free without much restriction. In a given range of your group, you can fight the monster separately, and if your teammates need your help, you can also help him. If any corporal monster comes by accident, it will be handled by your initial level corporal grade group leader, and if can't handle it or there are more monster than he can handle, then the mid-level and peak level corporal grade evolvers that roam the field will handle it. The last remaining are those below specialist grade. There are some 20-25 of them. Rachel Clear told them in direct words that they baggage and there is an only job is find a safe place when battling start and pick a monster carcass that will be used for either lunch or dinner. We kept practicing the formation. It's less practice and more like memorization as people can't learn battle formation in one day, no matter how much they try. So Rachel's only option is to teach us what to do when that happens. We practiced fighting solo in teams, helping our teammates when the monster is powerful, and how to save the life of the self and our teammate's life when the corporal level monster shows up and there is no. She taught many tricks and technique of teamwork and coordination that will really help in a battle against monsters. As we were practicing many tricks and technique, Rachel started to give us information about the forest that really shocked me. She said that this forest is infected with some kind of foreign energy that made monster inside this forest stronger and ferocious, that they will attack outsiders at the site, and we will encounter hordes of monsters after we enter the core of the forest. She said that 4 days will be light as one group had more than 500 people. Some of won't get chance to fight 4 days, but when we reach the core region, things will be completely different. We will get attacked at day and night without pause, but she did say that they have brought powerful protection artifact from the Westblood, which will able to protect us from the monster at night. She didn't mention many details about the artifact, but I can see the relieved expression from everyone's face. This practice going to run for a whole day, and it is now the only morning. Of all people, the most wretched are those at the private grade. Ria asks them to run in between our practice with heavy loads on their back. There is only a job is to find the safest place amidst battle and pick the best monster carcasses for lunch and dinner. It only 2 hours since the fight had started, but those private level evolvers had drenched with sweat from head to toe, but all of them doing what Rachel told them without complaint. They are the best of best private grade evolvers. Those who were weak had already perished in this harsh realm. Those at private grade are most wretched, and those who are at mid-level and peak-level corporal grade are most carefree. They are just running around in between practice field, training for rescue. Whenever mid-level and peak-level corporal monster will appear on the battlefield, it will be their responsibility to fight it. I feel quite bored doing repetitive action for thousands of times but have to do for survival. Although the practice is very boring, I found that it is becoming very helpful to me. After eating miracle fruit of rebirth, many changes had occurred in my body that I barely utilized without practice and experience. This repetitive practice helped me understand my body's new strength and flexibility. With the help of this training, I've become completely familiar with it, and my battle power, as well as control over my body, had also been increased. Soon the afternoon came, and we still kept practicing without stopping. Feeling little mercy on the private grade evolvers, Rachel ordered them to take rest for an hour, but they're no great for us as we continue to keep practicing. Practicing in the afternoon sun is very depressing. Camp in being the boundary of wasteland feels very hot in the afternoon. The flow of sweat could be seen on the body of all youths could be seen, and this time no one is for break, not because of respect for Rachel, but because of shame. Just at 10 minutes a boy asked for 10 minutes of rest, and all of us expected to see Rachel rebuke him, but instead doing that Rachel took out the tent from her storage, and activated and asked that boy, "Please your highness, take rest in your humble abode." Hearing this, the boy had to put his head down in shame, and no one asks for rest since then. As time passes on, the repetitive actions became quite exhaustive both physically and mentally. One thing I liked about Rachel that she treats everyone equal and did not show any favor for organization people. Everyone had to work hard as others without distinction and complain. "Everyone stop. You all have worked very hard today. You should feel proud," she said, standing on the boulder at the edge of the camp. "We will leave camp tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. Assemble here half an hour before if possible. You all free to go, and please remember to buy all the necessary things that written in the document provided by the camp. Those things will save your life," she said, and left with 2 friends. "I am really tired," said Jill as she sat on the small rock. Her monster also come out of her and started to lick her. I sighed in exasperation seeing this. Ashlyn never much an affection shower. She is always arrogant and aloof. I also sit beside Jill, resting my tired body. "Do you know any inside information about the forest?" I asked shamelessly. "No," she said, shaking her head. "I am a little disappointed in hearing that. I thought she would have some inside information. All I know what Sister Rachel told us today, but one of my brother's friend has come out of the portal as a part rescue team. He said that monster inside is very dangerous, especially those at the core region of the forest where exit portal is located. He said the more preparation you have, the better." She said it looked like I have to spend more to buy some potions and other things that I will need. "Do you know anything about protection artifact they brought from Westblood?" I asked. I didn't have much hope that she will answer, as these things tended to the secret of the organization. "Oh, that artifact. It's just grade 2 ward type artifact. Sister Rachel just overly mystifying it," she said, as it is common sword artifact. Seeing the question on my face, she decided to explain it further. "It's just normal grade 2 ward type artifact that we used when a large party of hundreds or more goes off for training. It is 12-part artifact which has 12 staff-like parts. When we place them around the camp, it will produce an energy force field that no monster than lieutenant grade broke inside it. The only bad thing about them that they used a lot of monster cores to run," she said. Now that I understood what she meant, but I still did not understand why she calling such great artifact a common artifact. Any member of the organization who has or B-level access can get from the organization for free and for normal people like you. If you have enough connection, you can buy it from the market or paying little extra from artifact store, she explained. She is not as naive as she looks. "If you need such artifact in the future, you give me a call, I'll buy it for you," she offered. Tring, tring, tring. I am woken up by my alarm. I stop the buzzing and get up. I feel quite refreshed as I woke up. Yesterday, after talking to Jill, I went market to eat and slept right after coming back. I didn't even read, which I do daily for 2 hours. I wanted to get long, comfortable sleep before I walk into the forest with rest. After dinner yesterday, I roamed a market for a while with Ashlyn to see if something could catch her eyes, but no such luck. There is still little dark outside as I quickly went for the bath before it became crowded, and I won't be able to find a spot for a bath. I want to feel refreshed and clean for last time before I enter the forest with the group. I don't think I will get a chance to take a proper bath for more than a week. Back into my camp, I took a pot in my hand and started to heat it. I had brought a meal package yesterday for today since yesterday midnight all the shop has been closed. It was a good idea. I didn't have to cook and get to eat the tasty food in the morning. I laid on the tent floor as there is still an hour before time to assemble on the training field. It feels quite nice to just lay on the bed, swimming in the river of thoughts and memories. It's been 2 weeks since I entered this realm. My parents had to be worried sick about me. I had promised to call them once a week very least, but now, it's been 2 weeks. I just hoped they hadn't gone to the Reglo city to search for me. That's the city I told my parents I was in. Soon, only half an hour remaining to 730, I got up and removed brush from my backpack. Ever since I entered this realm, I hardly brushed Ashlyn feathers. Choo-choo. Ashlyn comes out of me seeing a brush in my hand. I picked her in my hand and started to brush her feathers. Ashlyn is a little clean freak, opposite to other monsters who love to roll on the dirt and play in the mud. Ashlyn, on the other hand, she prefers her silver feathers sparkling. Whenever she saw water, she would always take a small dip, especially when she dirtied herself while eating. Chee! She let out a chirp of contentment as I moved the brush around her stomach. While brushing her, I fell into deep thoughts. The power of Ashlyn is very low. In Westblood, she was able to beat the monster's same level as her, but here she is having a problem beating the normal monster save level as her. To elite monsters, she barely able to do something. It is not that she has low training. Every day she flew away and practiced throwing swirling and concentrated balls of fire. The fault is that her species, which is one of the lowest grade monsters in the world. Gray Spark Sparrow, whom she mutated from, is a very weak monster. They are more like pets which don't have much power. Due to being mutated, she is probably double stronger than Gray Spark Sparrow of the same level. I've searched for high and low on the web and even asked Jim if there is some potion which can increase his battle power. He said there is some potion, but they are above his reach, even above the reach of anybody in the Republic. He said even if found such potion, they will only able to advance Ashlyn's power by only 10. He said that I should let Ashlyn eat the small amount monster's core daily, especially fire elemental, that may help in making Ashlyn's fire ability stronger. As I said, the main problem is Ashlyn's species, this one of secret knowledge that Jim shared with me. He said that almost all the monsters in the world are descended from some high-level monsters. There is always some dormant bloodline strain in their body, and some time that strain get activated. We called it the awakening of strain or bloodline. These monsters are known as descendant monsters, and 99.999 monster fall into this category, but there is 0.001 monster that doesn't fit into this category. They are known as undescended monsters. These undescended monster species have no higher level strain on their bodies as they are born with their current since the dawn of time. Most of these undescended monster species had gone extinct, but some of them survived, and Gray Spark Sparrow is one of them. The reason that Gray Spark Sparrow had survived the extinction are 2 reasons. First is their cowardly nature, and second is their reproductive ability. Because their terrifying reproductive ability, Gray Spark Sparrows are one of the most commonly found monsters in the world. Although not having a higher strain or weak ability doesn't make that they can't progress, there is always a way. Nature always leaves a way for all species advancement, and it's only up to us to find that. And I decided to find that way, not only for me and for Ashlyn as well. No matter how many new monsters I bond with the near future, no monster will replace the special feeling I had for her, no matter how powerful that monster is. Well, it's enough for today, I said as I put away the brush and Ashlyn flew away from my hand. Seeing only 10 minutes are left, I pack all the remaining things in my backpack and deactivate the tent before putting it back into my backpack. When packing my tent and about to leave, I spotted Rhea talking to 2 girls and 1 boy. She gave a nod and smile as our eyes met. Giving her a small smile, I walked towards the training field with Ashlyn on my shoulder. When I reached the training field, there were already 100-some people there and more are coming by the minute. I just sit on the small rock by the tree waiting for all people to appear. As time ticks by, more people started coming. By the time ticks, 730, nearly 400 people waited by the training ground. This time organization youth didn't come together, they come with alone in groups. Jill and her brother, Rachel with her 2 friends also arrived, and seeing me, Jill come to me while her brother talking smiling to Rachel's friend. When there are only 10 minutes to 8, almost all the people had arrived and there is barely anyone seen coming. Everyone had arrived, it is time to leave the camp, said Rachel while standing on the rock. I will still repeat what I said yesterday. The format is really dangerous. Don't go outside the visible range of your teammates. The monster, they are very dangerous. You will be dead before you can think," she said, and ordered the whole camp follow behind her. We quickly formed into rough teams as we practiced yesterday. We walked toward the back exit, which is connected to the Sind forest. We had to wait for a little as other groups were also leaving. Within an hour, this camp will become a ghost town, and those who wasn't able to reach camp in a given time will be left behind. But no worries, the camp leader left a chance for them. There are large boards placed around the camp, saying that if they can wait and survive for a month, they will be rescued. This realm's limit might be at the only corporal level, but it is still a gold mine in the eyes of the organization. They will never leave it alone. It's just that its stable entrance and exit is in the core region of Sind Forest, which are extremely unsuitable for normal members. Only elite peak corporal members could survive Sind Forest solo, but they will surely make arrangements such their normal member could also train in this realm. It will be another jewel in their hand for resources like ores, herbs, and training elite members. Because of these resources of training, free adventurers could never compare to even a normal member of the organization, much less elite ones. Everybody is chatting happily, but all of them stopped as woods of Sind Forest come into view. All us gripped our weapons tightly to fight off any attack that comes in our way, while Rachel said that 3 days will be lightest, and these will be minimum danger seeing our quantity, but still everyone's heart gripped seeing the forest. We silently entered the woods, but no monster attack came. As we walk inside, I even thought if any monster will attack or not. Growl, bang bang bang, monster growl come out woods and attacks, but before it could go near perforation, it got bombarded by tens of attack. Poor monster. Everyone's nerves were quite tight. Even if their neighbor to make a loud sound, they would have attack him unhesitatingly, much less the monster who attacks with a large growl. Without much care, that poor monster bombarded by tens of attacks, some even used skills. No matter how powerful the monster was, it was going to die after receiving so much attack at once. I got little startled sensing the monster at initial level of corporal grade, even at the boundary corporal grade monsters found in this forest. Many people nerves loosen after attacking the monster, and as we walk deeper, we attacked by monsters every few minutes, but it got dealt by those at the outer layer of the group. We being middle rarely get any change to fight the monster, but watching the fight, I am sure about the one thing though, that monster here is more powerful, dangerous, and crazy compared to the monster in other areas. I let out sigh relief seeing most of the monsters that attacked after the first monster is at specialist grade, only a few are corporal grade. Yesterday, when Rachel said this forest is infected with some kind energy that made monsters powerful and crazy, I thought this forest would be gloomy and lifeless, but it is the opposite. It feels bright and shiny, all tall trees oozed vibrant atmosphere. It looked like some paradise land, but if one is sensitive enough, he would notice that there is some kind of energy lingering around it. It does not affect humans and their bonded monsters, but those monsters who was not bonded started to lose their mind as they spend time inside it. As we went deeper, the monster attacks also increased as tens on monster attacking by the minute, but they were killed before they reached the arm distance of the group. 500 people facing 10 to 20 monster every minute. It's joke as they were easily killed without much pressure. It will probably tomorrow or day after that will I get a chance to fight the monster in the forest. Chew. Ashlyn chirping while playing with Jill's little stag. I got very surprised when I saw this first time. When I traveled to the camp with Jill and her brother, Ashlyn didn't get much friendly with Jill's stag, but since morning today, Ashlyn has been quite friendly with little stag of Jill. It's not friendly, but more like becoming its boss. She has put Jill's stag in her control by feeding it some unknown herbs she kept bringing from the forest. Jill's first objected Ashlyn feeding her precious monster unknown herbs, but seeing they are harmless, she did not say anything. Ashlyn did not listen to me and flew into the forest whenever she caught the smell of something delicious. Sometimes she ate them, sometimes she feeds it to the little stag, and sometimes she gives it to me. I many times asked telepathically if she found any miracle fruit in them, but she shook her head saying no. I share the fruits given to me by Ashlyn with Jill, as most of them are very tasty while I put herbs in my backpack. The first time she had given me herb, I was about to throw it thinking it useless, but Jill identified it and said it is quite precious. From that moment, whatever Ashlyn brings something, I put them in my backpack. She never used to bring things to me when we first entered this realm, as it was not enough for her to eat it, but ever since we entered this forest, she couldn't stop bringing something every hour. The only thing makes me relieved that she didn't go much far and always came back within 10 to 15 minutes. Really delicious, said William as he ate fruit bought by Ashlyn. After seeing his sister eating fruits from distance, his mouth also watered. Not only he, but another member of my team also asked for fruit as they saw both of us eating them. Ashlyn always bringing fruit or herb in her little claws whenever she sets out. Till now, she had brought more than 20 herbs and fruits to me. I have to say this forest is very enriched in flora and fauna. Both monsters and plants in the forest are in a different league than the rest of the realm. The evening is approaching and we will set a camp in an hour probably. The whole day has passed, but I never got a chance to fight. One time I just threw a fireball in frustration, as I saw the monster coming, but it was killed before my fireball could reach it. Do you think I will get a chance to fight monster tomorrow? Asked Jill to her brother. Don't get excited about the fighting monster. When the 5th day starts, you will have to fight enough monsters that you will not even have time to take a breath, much less eat the fruit, William replied sternly. The monster that is attacking us are normal monsters of the forest. When we reach middle and the core region of the forest, you will see the real powerful monsters that you wish that you wouldn't want to fight. It is best to relax your mind and body now. You will have fight really powerful monster in few days. William said softly as he patted the head of his sister lovingly. She just nodded silently. We are very lucky but also unlucky. While we didn't have to fight 8 and can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the forest, but it also has a downside when more monsters arrive and we have to fight. We need time to adjust to nature and power of monster of this forest. All right, enough for today. We will set a camp here. Rachel's voice rang out. Space is quite open, and many youths started cutting trees to make more space which could occupy 500 tents. Rachel and her 2 friends started to remove meter-long staffs from their storage and started placing around the camp. There are 12 such staffs which she placed in perfect circle fashioned around the camp. Some monster are keep attacking, but they are quickly killed by a team of corporal-level evolvers. Rachel has arranged such teams all direction of the camp to fight against such monsters. Inside, Rachel shouted, and all of them seemed to know what she meant as they quickly entered inside the boundary of 12 staffs. Rachel quickly did something on her holowatch as 12 staffs started to shine and connected each other with blue light. Soon that blue light shot upward from 12 staffs and formed into a blue dome that encompasses the camp. I watched the whole scene with mouth open. The whole camp is encompassed in a blue force field. It looked really beautiful. The clock dome. Jill said in soft voice, this must be the name of this artifact, quite weird name but also very suitable. Bang, bang. Many monsters tried to crash the force field by their bodies and power, but no avail except for small ripples. They didn't cause any damage to the blue force field. All the people watching it with their eyes and mouth open as this is the first time they had seen such artifact. Only those from organizations had normal looks as they had seen this scene many times before. You will able to hold off all night, right? I asked Jill who besides me. She is cleaning the floor where is going to place her tent. As long as there is no lieutenant level monster attack it, and it has sufficient monster cores to power up, it can hold off against all the monsters in this forest, she said as she activated her tent. I also activated my tent beside her. I didn't ask her about where to buy this kind of artifact. She had promised me yesterday that she will help me buy it if I ever want. I will ask when I have enough money and become powerful enough. It is good protection artifact, especially for my parents. Many small towns get destroyed by the horde as my hometown has. If my parents' house is protected by such artifact, it will relieve some of my worries about my parents' safety. For now, I don't think I much money to buy this artifact, as this artifact definitely near 5 million. When I will have that kind of money, I will definitely buy it for my parents. In the tent, I uploaded all the things that Ashlyn brought on the floor. There are both fruits and herbs piled on the floor, mostly herbs as most of the fruits were eaten by us. I quickly separated each on separate distance and scanned them with my holowatch to know how many herbs match the database that I have in my holowatch. The green light had spread from my holowatch as it begins to scan the herbs. Soon scan finished and data is shown on my watch. Of the 41 it is only able to identify 9 of it, but all 9 of them turned out to be quite rare herbs, and if sell them in Westblood, I would make quite a money. I would have praised Ashlyn if she were near me, but she is outside flying around the tent. After putting back all the herbs in my backpack, I just laid on the floor studying skill book as there are still near 2 till dinner is ready. Time passed by in 2 hours I freshening up I knock on the Jill's tent as she said to call her before going to dinner. Come in. Sound of Williams came from inside the tent. Hearing Mitchell invitation, I opened the flap and went inside the tent. Wow. I said as I entered their tent is just wow. From the outside it looks like a normal tent, but inside is completely different. It has a light color interior with beds, chairs, cupboard table, and they looked extremely beautiful. The rough bed which my smelly is not even worth mentioning in front of it. The tent size is still small, but it does not look crowded with all the things placed there. I have seen many tents on the net and shops, but they are nothing compared in front of this beautiful tent. We are ready, let's go, said Jill, suddenly, and 3 of us quickly get out of the tent. Your tent is really beautiful. I complimented, this one is nothing, you should see our real one, that is something to compliment, said Jill with a laugh. I should really take you to a real shop. After we get out this realm, I'll take to the real shopping center where you can see the real things, she said. I know to be a free adventurer, top of coming from a rural town, I don't know many things. All I know comes from the web and people I met. The dinner was nice. Ashlyn and I ate till our stomach is bloated. After talking a few minutes with Jill, I went back to my tent with Ashlyn, whom I'm holding in my hands because she can't due to the load of food she ate. 2 days passed in flash and were not much different from the first day, except for the intensity of monsters increasing. Especially yesterday late afternoon, when we were approaching the middle region of the forest, the monster that attacked us was really powerful, and I was about to fight it if not corporal-level evolver stepping in. Today is our 4th day in the forest, and I'm sure from today the real fights would start. I had just woken up and Ashlyn is still sleeping on my chest. Her cute, chubby form really looked peaceful when she sleeps, opposite to her arrogant self when she is awake. I softly picked her sleeping form and placed her on the floor beside me and quietly went to freshen up. By the time I've returned, she has woken up and waiting for me to open the flap of the tent so she could fly away outside. Like every day, I started to read for a while before time to eat and leave. In the past 3 days, Ashlyn had brought many fruit and herbs to me, but I notice that deeper we went, more precious the herbs she brought got. Although she had brought less than the first day because of increasing danger, its rarity made up for it. Nick knock, Mitchell, it's time. I heard Jill's knock and voice, it must be time to eat. Just a second, I shouted, checked my clothes and face into the mirror before getting out of a tent. We walked in the center of the camp for eating. Many people could be seen holding their plates and eating. Today we'll exiting, said Jill while we were eating, and dangerous. Her brother quipped in suddenly, which made Jill little annoyed. Didn't you go searching for your girlfriend? Where is she? She remarked. William's face fell a little hearing this. William had a crush on a girl and wanted to ask for a date, but till now he hadn't been successful, and it didn't help that girl he's trying to date is powerful than him. She's one of the Rachel friends and is the peak corporal grade evolver. Soon we finished eating and went back to camp. In 15 minutes, I packed my camp again and left for the center of camp with Jill and William, as it is time to leave. We found Rachel standing on the makeshift podium waiting for everyone to gather. For past 3 days we have been in the forest. Some of didn't get a chance to fight the monsters, but from it will be different, she said in a loud voice when everyone is gathered. Today we will be the entering middle region and the monsters' numbers will increase exponentially. I want you all to be careful, so all us will return home safe and sound, she said and left the podium. The protection team readied their weapon to fight as there are many monsters which are attacking force field as soon as the force field is down. The special teams made of corporal grade evolvers. Soon the artifact is deactivated by Rachel and Monster get in loud roar, but before they could do anything, they were killed by corporal level evolvers in few moments. We resumed our journey after finishing those monster. The journey uneventful as past 3 days, but as we travel deeper, the attacking monster increased, and the way they are increasing, I think I will get a chance to fight monsters in an hour or two. Ashlyn, I will be quite a busy fighting. If you brought something new, you can directly drop in my back, as I left enough space here, I said to Ashlyn while keeping my backpack enough open so she could drop off anything she wanted. Chew. She chirped understanding. She flew over my backpack and dropped the smaller in my paperback perfectly through her talons. Another half an hour passed as our group is slowly traveling while fighting when everybody stopped when they heard the loud noise of running footsteps. Howl. A large howl rang and out, and after that hundreds of smaller howl. A big wolf pack is coming. Soon hundreds on worlds come into our view. The biggest wolves were 7 to 8 meters long, while smaller one was 5 or 6 meters. Their body had a metallic gray, and every hair on their body feels like it made metal. More and more wolves come, and soon their quantity reached near 200. There was the biggest monster group we have ever encountered. The wolves stopped for a moment before they ran toward us with red eyes and loud howl. They are coming toward us. Use your full power from the start, William said to both of us as he ran towards the corporal level world. Without choice, there is no preserving our power now, especially for us specialist grade evolvers who can easily be killed. I started circulating 20th move of Supreme Combat exercise and ran toward initial level specialist grade monster wolf. This will be my first fight to test my power after eating the fruit of rebirth. I really want to see how powerful I've become. Howl. It growled at me and jumped to attack me. Without fearing, I also jumped with the help of my boots, and when its claw about half a meter away from me, a blast of fire shot of my waist side, changing my momentum. I first time uses this move when fighting against sand scoping, and after that, I practiced this method many times in Wasteland till I got hang of it. It's very dangerous but also effective because once you change your direction a little in midair and you will get the perfect opportunity, the monster won't able to do anything to, and as long as you're confident, then you can use this opportunity to make a decisive strike on the monster. Using the momentum of Fire Blast, I flipped in mid-air and transfer all that momentum into my sword while activating my skill. First tide, second tide. I activated the power of both tides simultaneously and transfer all the power in my hand towards the sword. The monster saw sword is coming toward its head from the corner of its every, but except for moving its neck, it not able to do anything as we both in midair. Allah! I screamed loudly as my sword moved toward its head, and it can't do anything except for moving its head will all the power it had. Grrr. As my sword touched its metallic skin on the head, it has little resistance, but when my sword made contact with its head, it started to produce resistance. I have to finish it quickly. If we touch the ground, it will be really hard to kill it. Allah! Screaming loudly, with all the strength I have in the sword thing I have killed before we fall into the ground, I kept pouring all the power I had. My sword started to pierce its skull. Punch, thud. My sword finally pierced through the skull into its brain, killing it in one blow, but I didn't have a chance to celebrate as I fell on the ground with a large thud. Thud, I and the monster's corpse fell on the ground with a large thud. I take a deep breath to reduce the pain in my head. This time I used refinement engine, skill, and supreme combat exercise together. There is hardly a loss to my head, and my body became a lot stronger and tenacious after eating supreme combat fruit, but still pain of using 3 is immense. I had reached the 22nd move of supreme combat exercise, 3 moves more and I can create the 3rd seal. It is a good method to increase the moves of supreme combat exercise, but it will not work for long. The pain of supreme combat exercise circulation now approaching the pain of head slitting, and I am sure that after the 3rd seal is created, the pain of supreme combat exercise will dawn on head splitting pain. This method will become useless by then, and I will have to return to the same old technique to advance the moves of supreme combat exercise. The fight may look like it had taken minutes, but it all happened under 5 seconds. I killed the monster in 5 seconds. I killed in 1 strike. This initial level monster wolf's combat power greater than any in mid-level specialist monster I've ever fought in this realm despite being at the initial level. This monster can easily kill mid-level scorpion in minutes and can fight with peak-level specialist scorpion in the equal ground. I killed it in 1 strike. I got up and about to remove my sword from its skull when I felt numerous gazes boring on my back. When I looked back, I saw countless people were looking at me. Even Jill, who is fighting against the wolf master, also looking at me with awestruck expression. Mitchell, that move was so cool, she said while fighting with the monster. I want to learn that moves you should teach me right, she asked as dodge the claw of wolf monster. It will be very hard for her, changing the direction of her body in midair. I only able to do it because of my fire ability, but I still nodded to her excited face. I quickly took out the monster core from the monster's body. I would have taken shiny metallic fur, but there is not much space in my backpack. I had already decided that I will only take those fur which has a very high value, as there is no point in filling your backpack with useless junk only to feel weighted. All people fought with all their strength because time is limited, and there is someone to take a charge if they failed to kill the monster. As the fight goes on, I just keep an eye on Jill, seeing there is nothing for me to do. Fighting with the monster wolf, I've come to understand the full abilities of my body, and currently, I can say that I am currently equal in physical strength with Jill. Jill had gotten quite an experience in fighting the monster, especially when we were crossing the desert. Her brother left no chance. Whenever a specialist grade monster appears, he would always let Jill fight it. The fight went on for half an hour before all the monster is killed and the group started walking again. How do you feel? I asked Jill. This was the first time she had finished the fight within half an hour, and she even asked her stag monster not to help as she wanted to kill the monster herself. Very good, I had first time killed the monster same level as me this quickly, she said. An hour passed. In this time another group of the monster attack having same quantities having wolf monsters, but we didn't have time to fight as took a dip on them. Chew. Ashlyn again brought something again. She didn't care we are fighting or not. As long as there is no flying monster in the sky, we'll fly around without a care. It is some type of green herb. She didn't put in my backpack this time, but given to Jill's little deer. Seeing this become excited and started to run around Ashlyn, but she without care flew away again. This scene had become very common. Only sometimes did Ashlyn play with stag monster while other times she treats as lucky. It saddened for a while for Ashlyn not playing with it, but then she started to take a bite of that herb and ate with pleasure. As we were traveling, some people were fighting some stray monsters when we hear vibration below our feet. Be careful, monsters coming from below, shouted Rachel loudly, and we all became extra careful as no monster is normal in this forest. Gah, 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 10's large monster come out the ground. One boy leg nearly eaten by the monster, but I is saved by the nearby corporal level evolver. Ewa, centipede monsters, shouted Jill loudly seeing the monsters coming out from underground. They really looked ugly as all if their bodies are vomit green. One would get a feeling of vomit just looking at them. I had to be careful of their poison. Normally centipede's poison is harmless, but it hurts like hell. Gah, gah, 2 initial specialist grade come out ground not far from and suddenly lunged toward us. Jill, concentrate. I shouted as I prepare to engage these monsters. One coming toward us are around 7 meters in length and have high speed due to their numerous legs. Clang, centipede and I clashed. I have too few steps back to excess force. No matter how much man tries, a man can never be strong as a monster physically. Clank, clang, clank. It defended against my sword with front feet, and I have to use my boots to barely catch up to its speed. Before using the skill, I fully want to strength and limits. The monster in the forest are powerful but mad. The one went inside, and mad are the monsters they will find eat a good thing as it better to fight against mad monster than somewhat intelligent. First strike, second strike. The power of the first strike won't able to do much. It is better to directly use the power of the second tide. Bearing the hammering pain in my head, speedily run toward the monster. Bang. I directly clashed against it with my shield while holding the sword in my which swinging toward its neck, and it can't stop it as its forelegs are against my shield, and it didn't have time to dodge. Catcha, girararar. My sword cut the few of the joints on its neck. It screamed with pain and attacked me with more madness. I was prepared for it still. I received many injured on my arms legs. Drinking potion, I again dodged the monster's attack. With the heavy injury, its speed decreases a little, but not much, but I am not worried as long as I use skill one more time. I can kill it. Bang, crack, puh. I failed to dodge and receive the attack near my chest, which fractured and made me vomit a mouthful of blood. Mad it may be, but it is still a powerful monster of this forest that I barely contending against. I had small and big injuries all over my body, and getting more. If not for me eating fruit of rebirth, I would be heavily injured by it by now. Time passes on and a couple of minutes remain till I can use my skill again. I am really jealous of Jill's speed type ability right now. With her speed, she is effortlessly dodging the attacks of Scorpion while injuring it with her skill, and she isn't even using her boots to augment her speed. If I had her speed, I would have easily killed this monster right now. Thud, thud, thud. I took a few steps back as I defended it blow using my shield. Thank God I have this knight grade shield, or defending against this monster attack would have been very difficult. First tide, second tide. I activated the skill and used the power of both tides consecutive. Bang, I rammed my shield against the monster to keep busy at main attacking forelegs and used my sword with hand to attack its neck. It is the same strategy I used earlier when attacking it. Catcha. Its whole body separated from its head, but kept moving for a while before stopping it completely. I quickly drank healing potion and mana potion as I need both of them, and removed the monster core out of its ears. Looking around, I found many people injured but still fighting with free corporal level evolvers, helping those who are in need. Jill also heavily injured the monster she is fighting, and should be able to kill it soon. This fight soon finished, and everyone drank their potions and started to move without resting. All who entered this realm had experienced the wind, and they can fight constantly for the day as long as they have enough potion. As the day passed, I fought against 4 more monsters, 3 on the same level as a centipede and 1 was a little stronger. In that fight, my left arm completely broke and I had to fight only with the right arm, and by the time I killed it, my body got seriously injured. If not for we had set up camp not long after, I won't be able to fight much. Still, with amazing healing power I got from fruit of rebirth and drinking potion, it still took a day to completely heal that heavy injury. Puchai the body of the iron stilled and it lost its moments. This iron rat is one of the most annoying monsters I ever fought. Despite its half-meter size, it's damn sneaky and attacks with its sharp metallic nails whenever it got the slightest chance. They're wound all over my body. It's good thing I brought a lot of potions, otherwise it would have been hell to pay. I quickly drank the potion and sat by the tree, looking at the fight. It should be over at 5 minutes. This is the only fight that Jill finished before me. Despite those iron rats having a higher speed than the rest, it is still paled compared to Jill. That and its low defense made easier for Jill to quickly finish the fight. 5 minutes later, the fight finished and we started to move. If one would look, he will find that our speed doubled than yesterday. The intensity of the monster attacks kept increasing. We had to move fast to maintain our initial goal of reaching the core region forest in 9 days, but it will very hard to follow that timeline. We kept moving fast without stopping. Every now few minutes some monsters attacks, but were they dealt by corporal grade evolvers. Change the course. Rachel's shout comes out from the front. The scouts must detect some kind of danger. We now and then change the direction as scouts warned us of the danger. This forest is a little weird. Here monster of species live in a big group. Even feline monster who prefer extremely small group or hunt solo are found in hundreds around some area. That is why we get attacked by a large group of monsters, but it is not everywhere. William had said that in the core region horde of many monsters will attack us at the same time. I shuddered whenever I thought about that. Today is the 5th day and we will reach the core region on the 7th day sometimes. Fighting a horde of powerful monster will be very dangerous. Some people may turn up dead. Some people here had experience of fighting the horde, as Westblood City yearly attacked by a monster horde. I also had some experience and I know how dangerous would be fighting them. Hours and hours of fighting without any rest. It will be extremely dangerous. As we were walking on the change route, we heard the heavy footsteps as if every step causing the small earthquake. Our group suddenly stopped and became battle-ready. Our scouts had quickly come running from that direction and their faces looked little pale. They softly talked with Rachel and her expression turned serious. She stayed silent for a while contemplating, but then expression became resolute for some reason. Dangerous monsters are coming and there is no reason in running, Rachel said loudly. We will fight the monsters here. Consider these monsters to a tiny glimpse of core region, she said and waited for loud footsteps to come closer. Gasp. I gasped seeing monsters coming out of. I've never seen such monster before. I've been warned by William though that there will be this kind of monsters though. That foreign energy is not only made monsters stronger in matter, it also mutated them. The more concentrate this foreign in their body, the more chances of mutation will occur in their bodies. The monsters are bears, humanoid bear. They look giants with their height of being between 6 meters to 8 meters. Not only that, their whole bodies are black with layer on black earth covering their whole body. Roar. They come to us with a loud roar. There seem to more than 200 of them and more are kept coming. Be careful, this fight will be really dangerous, I said Jill as I saw bears coming toward us with loud footsteps. They looked really scary and with ferocious faces and sharp claws. If that claw were to hit anyone's head, his head will directly be squashed like a watermelon. Fuck, I cursed loudly in humanoid black earth bears. I barely sense any initial level specialist grade monsters. There is very few initial level monster amongst them. I just hope I will get a chance to fight the initial level monster. Roar. A group of black earth bears came towards us. My face paled seeing all them mid-level and peak-level monster. Shit, I cursed when I mid-level black earth bears coming over us roaringly. Looks like we will have to handle it till help arrives, I said to Jill and she nodded in affirmation. The black earth bear let out loud roar and attacked toward us with its big claw. Whoosh, the claw's speed is swifter than expected. I dodged while Jill countered it. Clank. As she countered, the sparks let out in the point of contact, except for small scratch. Her sword wasn't able to do anything. I am quite surprised to see that. Her strength near equal to mine with me using the 24th move of Supreme Combat Exercise, but with that, her sword only able to create a scratch over its skin. Roar, it let out a roar and attacked Jill, which gave me chance to attack. Using full strength while circulating Supreme Combat Exercise, I attacked back of Black Earth Bear. Clank clank, I attacked it 2 times, but before I attacked it with my third, it attacks me with its claw, with so swift speed that it would hit me before I could dodge. Gritting my teeth, I move my shield before me to receive the attack. This is going to hurt bad. Bang, puh, as I received its attack on my shield, I directed vomited blood due to shock and had to take a few steps back. If not for Jill distracting it, it would have followed and attacked me again. Quickly stabilizing myself, I checked my injuries. My face turned quite serious sensing my injuries. My injuries neither heavy nor light, but it wouldn't take them long to turn serious. Stabilizing myself, I looked to see Jill fighting against the monster, her condition quite good. Having speed and nimbleness, she can easily fight against a monster who isn't major in extreme speed. Jill, keep it occupied. I am going to use my skill. I said loudly. She nodded while fighting and intensified her attack, making a monster roar in frustration. First tide, I shouted and attacked its shoulder. Clank, big clank heard and a spark flew, but that all except for minute crack, there is damage on it. Second tide, without wasting time and attack towards its back, with Jill occupying it, I can easily attack. Clank clank clank, I attack it back 3 times in fury, but I got extremely shocked by seeing the result. Except for few cracks, there is no damage at skin. Bang, puh. I hit by Bear's claw when I still shocked over Bear's defenses. It's good thing that I instinctively moved my shield front of me, otherwise my injuries would have been more serious. Fucking shit, I cursed myself as I wiped the blood off my lips. This time injuries are really serious. I quickly took out a healing potion and drank it in 1 gulp. It's good thing that partnered with Jill who has speed type ability. Otherwise, my condition would have been way worse. I take a look battlefield to see all that nearly all the people are fighting, except for few corporal level expert who is roaming the battlefield and helping those who are in critical condition. Rachel also watching the fight from the tall tree. I've never seen her fight in 5 days. I've been in the forest. She always finds a high ground in the battle and keeps watch on the battlefield without doing anything. Seeing the whole battlefield is busy and it will take tea. Seeing my injuries had started to heal, I started attacking the monster again, this time just a little more careful. Jill, I'll distract it a little, you try and your skill on it. I said from what I saw so far, she had 2 powerful skill which has greater power than my 9 raging strikes. The only problem is she is not well proficient in fighting. She had gained quite a fighting experience these days, but it is still not enough. If I had her skills, I may alone have able to kill this bear. Okay, I will try, she said, with Jill waiting for the right moment to strike. The the monsters all attack get concentrated on me. This black earth bear is abnormally swift, and that I am really having a hard time dredging its moves despite circulating 24th move. The pain I am feeling using 24th move really immense. It is comparable to when in use 3 of my techniques together. I really trying to break the wall of a 24th move to create the third, but it's really hard. The immense pain is at it is, but there's also this giant wall blocking my way. No matter how much I try, it wouldn't break down. I am not going to back down either. Future fights will be really dangerous, and this monster is just a glimpse of the core region. The monster inside the core region will be more dangerous than the one I am fighting right now. Piercing Spindle. I heard Jill shout as she swiftly attacks the monster. Her sword had turned into the blue spindle, which has a very sharp edge. Pierce. The spindle completely pierced the monster defense without any obstruction. I completely was blown away seeing the power of this skill. The black earth bear's defense just produced slight cracks when I used the full power of my skill, but an act of her skill directly pierced its skin without any obstruction, but the regrettable thing it missed the vital spot. Jill was going for its heart, but at last moment, the monster sensed the danger and moved a little. Jill had completely missed it and piercing the non-vital part below the heart. If the month or two of fighting experience, with her ability which gives her agility and speed and that terrifying skill, she would have directly able to kill it. Roar the monster roared loudly in pain. Although her attack is missed, it still created a very deep wound. I had already put some distance in Jill's attack the monster if she had missed the attack. At least I will be out of its immediate attack range for a while. It frenziedly attacked Jill, but she able to dodge its attack with her speed and agility. This monster's vitality is really strong. Despite a deep wound on its body, there no change in its attack, and as the time passed on, the wound on body started to heal. As the fight progressed on, its attacks become more ferocious. The only thing I concentrated on dodging its attack. Whenever my sword clashed with its claws, I felt immense shock travel through my arm. Despite being a knight grade sword, it can't fully block the shock. Many of my bones had been because of it. Not only that, I was many times thrown away monsters' claws. It's good thing I had my shield with me or me might be really dead right. Expect for keeping it busy whenever Jill attacked with her skill. I put all my concentration on obstruction of supreme combat exercise that will have given a slight chance to defeat it. If one looked at the monster body, one will find countless injuries on its body. Some have even had little blood flowing through them. They were all inflicted by Jill. Whenever she attacked, she left a wound on the monster. The injuries looked fatal, but all of them were non-vital. The only time Jill comes close to fatally injuring it when she attacks its neck, but she still missed short. Stars in Twilight. Jill again attacked with the skill. This skill did not have the piercing ability like her other skill, but it is still very powerful in its own capability. Her sword started to emit faint darkness, and stars could be seen twinkling on it as it inches closer to the monster. Clank. Monster stopped her skill head-on with its claws, and except for scars there are not even scratches on it. You drink potions, I will handle it for a while, I said as I saw Jill pale and bloody face. Despite her swift speed, she is not uninjured. She was hit by monster 2 times, and one time she had loudly crashed against the tree, breaking her numerous bones. Roar. It roaringly came toward me seeing Jill swiftly retreating. I circulate 24th move of super combat excessive for full power. Clank, 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 crack, crack. It attacked me such swift speed that it never before that I had to counter the claws with my swords. Bang, crack, I blasted backward as I defended against its attack with my shield. This attack was really powerful. It broke some bones of my hand. As I stabilizing myself, my face paled as I saw monsters swiftly coming over. I am fucked. I am in no condition to wave my shield to counter it. I saw the corner of my eyes. Jill is coming toward me swiftly, but it is too late. The monster is way too near me. Gritting my teeth, I again tried to break the wall, but I couldn't break that wall. Still, I kept trying. Where are those fucking corporal grade evolvers who supposed to rescue us? I ask in indignation. Left with no choice, I moved my sword and shield to counter it. First strike, second strike. I forcefully activated the skill without caring for consequences. I can feel that skill is sucking my vitality to use as fuel to power up the skill. I didn't have time to care about this issue as huge claws inches away from me. Bang! Both of monsters' huge claws struck my shield, and I can feel the immense force strike coursing in my body, breaking my bones, injuring my internal organs as flung away by the strike. Boom. Another change occurs in my body. As the immense force descended on me, it helps me break out of the 24th cycle of supreme combat exercise, thus starting the creation of the third seal. Bang, puh, I crashed against a tree and vomited a mouthful of blood due to shock. I thought the monster would kill me, but when looked up, I saw Jill is fighting the black earth bear. Fuck. I cursed myself as senses the seal of supreme combat exercise is sucking my vitality. Just seconds before I used my skill forcefully, and it sucked a lot of vitality, and now seal is also doing the same. If I didn't do something right now, then I am really going to end up in worst condition. I somehow moved my broken hand toward my right pocket to take out a fistful bottle of potions. All of them were vitality potion bottles. This is what Seal of Supreme Combat exercise needs most. I drank one bottle of potion after another without care as just as drank it. The Seal would suck it all. It's at the ninth bottle when Seal stopped sucking vitality and moved toward mana. Seeing that, I took out a few mana potion bottles from Pakta started to drink them. Jill could buy me a few minutes before I am good enough to fight. Soon cool sensation started to spread every part of my body, healing it, making it stronger. This sensation really feels very soothing. I just want to keep revealing it, but soon it's gone. I checked my body to see only half my injuries are healed. I first got startled seeing that, but I soon remember an important thing about it. Supreme Combat exercise main job is making the body's strength increase means making it faster and stronger, and its other benefits are just side perks. Healing energy is one of the side's perks. If I was still in private grade, this energy would be enough to bring me back from death, but at the specialist grade, it is not enough to fully heal my injuries. Still, I am very satisfied as most of my bones are healed and only minor fractures remain. With 3 seals, my body had become strong enough that I will be able to dodge most of the monster moves as long as I didn't make any mistakes, and most importantly, I can use the power of 3 tides right now. With it and Jill's help, we can definitely kill it. I quickly drank the healing potion to heal the rest of my injuries and got up to help Jill. Jill seemed to be perfectly controlling the monster, but her body also had various injuries. Although her injuries are not as serious as mine were, they are still serious. Jill, keep it busy, I am going to attack it with my skill, I said. Her face looked confused for the moment, but she nodded. She may be feeling confused because many times I attacked this monster before with my skill, except for a few scratches on its body, it wouldn't able do anything. First tide, second tide, third tide. I shouted loudly as I consecutively activated the power of all 3 strikes and ran toward the monster. There is no point of using power first and the second tide other than waste mana, as they are barely able to put some scratches on its defense. So it's best to power third tide directly. It will save me excessive mana and also will give me a little more time. Roar. It roared at me, seeing I am coming toward it with full momentum. It wanted to attack but stopped when Jill also activated her Stars and Twilight skill. Now is the best chance. I thought an attack at its hand directly. I want to try to cut it, having its strength half. Roar. It roared when it saw my sword coming towards its hand and wanted to stop it, but it is obstructed by Jill's sword. Slice. My sword slice on its arm, but soon my expression turned ugly as my sword obstructed by the bone. My sword able sliced past its tough defense layer and flesh after it, but as soon as it touched its bone, it stopped advancing. The expression on my face turned ugly seeing this. I thought if not truly able to cut its arm in 2, I would at least cut it half, leave it dangling. It will be near useless, but it is obstructed and did not cause much damage even after using the full power of 3 tides. Only if I use the power of the 4th tide forcefully will I able to cut the arm in 2, but that is my last option as I still have one more option. Roar. I swiped at other claw toward me, but I quickly dodged it with remaining skill power I had in my body. It angrily came toward me, but it was stopped by Jill, and after drinking the potion, I also went to fight with it. Jill doesn't use any skill for a while. I said. She looked at me questioning at first, but seeing I wasn't answering back, she just nodded and went back to fighting. It will take 10 minutes before I can use my skill again, and that is when I will execute to plan to kill the monster. Jill and I kept fighting the monster. It is less fighting, more like dodging its dangerous claws. We may speed and strength increased a little. I can dodge its attack more effective, despite that I received many of it claw scratches on my body. Time passed and soon 10 minutes passed. It is time I can use my skill again. Jill, can you pierce monster's skull if I stopped monster for attacking you for few seconds? I asked Jill while fighting the black earth bear. She didn't say anything for a while. If you can make sure the monster wouldn't attack me at any condition, just for 2 seconds, then sure I can kill it, she said with confidence. She may have less fighting experience than anyone else, but she has utter confidence in herself to what she promised. Okay, I will give 4 seconds. For 4 seconds I keep monster at bay and it will not attack you in any condition. She nodded and put some distance between monster and her. Piercing spindle, 1st tide, 2nd tide, 3rd tide, both us activated our skill at the same time. Just that I had to keep busy this monster and she had to kill it. Roar. It roars, seeing Jill moving toward it back and move to attack. Gets very agitated whenever Jill used that spindle skill of her. There are already 3 holes because of it in its body, mad that it is, but it still H to keep sense toward the danger. Bang bang, countered both of its claws with the full power of my skill. Still, I felt the immense force coursing through me and injuring my bones organs. I had to hold it back without giving it a chance to attack Jill at any condition or all efforts will be wasted. I had to give the time to Jill that I promised. I let go my shield and sword and gripped both of its claws with my bare hands. Roar. I gripped large claws with my tiny hand. A stream of falling slowly could be seen. The monster roared loudly as to get out my hand, but I wouldn't let go. I started to feed all mana and vitality that had its seals without reservation. My both palms are sliced bone deep, and blood is flowing through them. It looked like minutes had passed, but barely 3 seconds had passed, but every second felt like a year due to this immense pain. Putch, I finally heard that sharp sound of a sword piercing the skull, and its lifeless body fall into the ground with me. Mitchell, Mitchell, I heard someone calling me. I tried to open my but couldn't, then a familiar warm sensation had spread through my body. Mitchell, I heard my name calling again, and this time when I tried to open my eyes, they opened and I saw the face of Jill in front of me. Did I go unconscious for long? I asked, looking around. There seemed to be many people fighting the black earth bears. No, you were unconscious barely 5 minutes, she replied. I nodded and was about to get when a thought comes to mind that my palm was slit bone deep by monster claws. But when I look up, I saw the bandage on my wounds, especially on my palm, and my body seems to be healing. Michael, that was really dangerous. You could have been seriously hurt if there had been a little mistake. Jill said, a little guilt could be heard in her voice. I just smiled and slowly got up and drank a vitality potion to aid the healing potion. I am seriously injured, especially my palm. I don't think I will be able to handle a sword very well for an hour at least. I just hope that the next monster will attack at least an hour to attack. One of our teammate, he and another body also fighting mid-level black earth bear, and seeing they are having a very hard time, Jill had asked her monster to help them. If we had her monster against our fight against black earth bear, we would have a lot easier time in killing black earth bear. Aaron and our other teammates' condition looked little worse than me as they sat down by the tree and drank the potions. On the other hand, Bitsy Jill's monster seemed relatively unharmed. It just has few scratches over its body, but still, Jill fed it forcefully. While sitting beside the tree reading, I took a look at the whole battlefield, and as time passed, I noticed a peculiar thing. The mid and high-level corporal grade evolvers that roaming the battlefield are not much helping. They are only helping those who are seriously injured, otherwise they will not raise a hand. I found it quite weird at first, and felt quite angry at them about not helping despite having the chance and power to do that. It is all probably ordered by Rachel. One can act like this on his own mind, but not all of them. But when I thought carefully for a while about it, I understood the reason. She probably wants a specifically specialist grade to fight monsters with own power and evolve, and not rely on corporal grade. Because when we reach the core region, there will be no corporal level evolvers to rescue us from a strong monster, as they themselves will be busy saving their own life. The fight has lasted for more than half an hour, and nearly left all specialist grade evolvers injured. I thought Rachel will make us travel in that condition regardless, but she had ordered another half hour of rest. I heaved a sigh of relief hearing that. Another half of hour is enough time me to heal my injuries enough to fight off against the monsters. It is only early afternoon when we started to travel again, and 20 minutes later we came across another group of monsters. Thank the God they were not as powerful as black-yellow bears, and fight ended early. As the day passed by, I fought against more and more monster, and by the time evening rolled on, I had fought 9 monsters whole day, including black earth bears. Looking at the time, we should be making a camp, but we were still traveling. For the past 4 days, we always start preparing the camp at this time, as the sky started to darken, but Rachel is still leading us without stopping. Not only me, everyone had this question on their mind. Do you know why we aren't setting the camp? I asked Jill, but she just shook her head saying no. We walked for 15 more minutes before we came across the large clearing, and I was surprised by what I am seeing. There is large clearing, large enough that we could easily place 3 or 4 camps inside it, and that the surprising thing is there is already another group camp placed. Ever since we left the big camp, dividing into 8 groups, we had not seen each other. Sometimes did I hear some faint fighting sounds, but that's all. I've never seen people from another group for the past 4 days. As we enter the clearing, the small opening opened from their protection artifact, and the handsome boy looked a year older than me come out of it. I don't know why, but he feels familiar. Either I've seen him somewhere or some like him. As he comes out, the 10 or so monsters that were attacking the dome left at him. Seeing the monsters attacking him, he seemed unfazed and kept walking. When the monsters got really close to him, less than half a meter closed, he suddenly activated the spear and attacked the monster swiftly. His spear movements were clear and efficient, and at the same time elegant. I've never seen anyone so skillful as him using the weapon. The spear passed through monsters' bodies as it were butter knife, and they were butter. He killed all the monster in second. And many of these monsters were elite peak corporal grade monsters. Despite the same level as them, he slaughtered them as they were chickens. This Max is too much of a show-off, Jill muttered under her breath. Do you know him? I asked curiously. Yes, our parents are friends, she replied. I nodded and didn't ask more questions. Rachel, you are late, said Max as he came closer to Rachel. We had come across some small problems, Rachel replied with her serious expression. After greeting each other, they started to talk softly so no one can hear them. They talked for a few minutes before Rachel started to set up a protection artifact around the camp. Rachel had set up our camp beside Max's. If one looked from a distance, he would see two big blue domes side by side. I went inside and directly laid on the floor without freshening up first. Normally I freshen up first before resting, but today I am too tired to do that. When Rachel had activated protection artifact, she said that she will make an important announcement 2 hours later before dinner. It is probably related to the why Max camp here. I am really curious to know why another camp is here. It really feels good to just lay on the floor and rest. I got injured many times today, especially that time when I gripped claws of the monster with my bare hand. I am still quite injured and feeling pain all over the body. The pain is least of my problem. What I am worried about is my performance. Today's fight with Black Earth Bear taught me many things about my strength and weaknesses. If I rationalize my strength and weaknesses, then my first weakness would be my monster. Compared to other monsters, Ashlyn gave me next to nothing physical enhancements, and the fire ability that I gained from her is really weak. I did not regret choosing Ashlyn, even for a second. I will still choose Ashlyn if I am given a chance again. My second weakness is my fighting style. I did not know any fighting style. I just learned Nightblade style for barely a month. What I learned are the basic postures, and they are not even complete. Even Jill, who is quite inexperienced in fighting, she is quite proficient in the fighting style. I am one of the very few people here in the camp that don't know any fighting style. There is no mulling over the things that I can't control. What I can do is increase my strength fast as I can. There are two ways to quickly gain strength. One is to level up, while other is supreme combat exercise. It's not in my control to level up, and I don't think Ashlyn could find another miracle fruit to level up. The level up option is completely up to the fate. The second and last option is supreme combat exercise. I had already made the third seal, and I am circulating the third move to create the fourth seal. Theoretically, anyone can create as many as seal one want as long as one has enough mana and able to circulate move of supreme combat exercise. But it is very difficult. Mana is not a problem as I have hundreds of bottle of mana potions. The problem is, it's damn painful. I am nearly at my limit. The third movement of the fourth seal I am circulating feels very painful. It feels like someone grinding your bones, and you are living that experience, but supreme combat exercise is the only choice I have. As I don't think Ashlyn going to bring such miracle fruit that will increase my strength exponentially, I'll have to grit my teeth and endure the pain for strength or be serious trouble when we reach the core region. I opened my backpack while laying on the floor and took out fruit from it. There is still time before dinner, and I am feeling really hungry. Delicious, I said after taking bite of fruit. I don't know where Ashlyn bring these types of juicy fruits, but all of them sure tasty. This fruit I am eating is green in color and looked like a combination of peach and apple, but it's sour fruit with a slight amount of sweetness. After you take a bite of it, tantalizing sourness filled your mouth, and when you thought the sourness will deepen, that's when slight sweetness filled in your mouth, which makes it taste so delicious. Not only these fruits are delicious, they are also filled with mana and other perks like this one. It is sending slight soothing energy into my body. Its energy more mild than the potions. In a few seconds, the energy and soothing feeling disappeared, but it also took my fatigue with it. I feel quite good eating these fruits, although Ashlyn less and less each day, but they are enough. Knock knock. A knock sounded on my tent. Come in. I shouted and got up and sat by the flap of the tent. Soon the flap opened and William came in a tent. I am a little surprised seeing him. I thought it would be Jill. William, I said in the question. William and I consider passed by friends or just colleagues, unlike his sister who grown to be a good friend to mine. He looked at me hesitantly as if wanted to ask something but hesitating about it. I just about to ask him what does he want when he spoke. Mitchell, do you some of those fruits that your monster bring? He asked nervously. My expression turned askance as normally William's expression is a mixture of serious, and he only smiled when he talking to his sister or talking with her crush. Seeing my instinctive askance expression, he explained quickly, well, you know I finally got a date with Sienna, but this damn place doesn't have anything. I was wondering if you have any of those delicious fruits to left. He asked nervously. Oh, congratulations, I said and retrieved some fruits from my backpack. So this is why he is so nervous. I could totally understand. I still remember how nervous I was for the first date that I took hours to get ready, and even my mother had made fun of me, seeing me like this. Here, take them. I enlarged the bowl and put them inside it and gave them to William. I did not do anything for the next 1.5 hours, just laid on the ground and relaxed, enjoyed the silence of the camp. I only got up and freshened up when it was time to leave. Oh, come out of my mouth when I opened the flap of my tent and about to go out. I found Jill in front of me and her hand in the air which is about to knock on my tent. Ha ha ha. Jill started to laugh loudly, and seeing her laugh, I also laughed a little. Your brother hasn't come back from his date yet, I asked. If it were back home, one night wouldn't be enough for a date, but the place like this, which is enclosed in protection artifact, an hour is more than enough. I'm even surprised that the girl agreed for a date in a place like this. At least she would have waited till they had safely reached home. Seems like that girl is also interested in William to go on a date in a place like this. Nope, he said he will meet directly at dinner before he left, said Jill with a smile. Soon we arrived at the center of the camp, and like us, many people stood there waiting for Rachel. She had said that she has something important to announce. Soon all the people came, and it didn't take Rachel long to come. William also came in last, smiling and talking happily with a beautiful girl. His date must have gone really great to see him in this great mood. I call all you people here because I have an important announcement to make. Rachel's voice fell into my ears. This must be related to why there is another camp beside ours. Tomorrow we are going to take a shortcut to the core region, she said, taking shortcut. It is never a good thing to take a shortcut in dangerous, especially the place like this. Normally, it would take us 6 or 7 days to cross the middle region, but with us taking shortcut it will take us 2. Makes no mistakes, it will be very dangerous, but our losses will be less 7 days traveling to the middle region, and there will be another group will come with us for safety, she said. So that is the reason another camp is here. They must have made these plans back in the camp. I wonder how other camps are doing compared to us. The shortcut is through Marshland. I will send you the info we had gathered about monsters there, she said and tapped a few buttons on her HoloWatch, and soon after there is a notification on my HoloWatch to accept the data or not. I quickly accepted but did not open the file. I will open it after dinner. The dinner is started after Rachel's announcements. Both Ashlyn and I being hungry, we ate our heart's content. After eating, I left for my tent with Jill while William was still busy talking and smiling with his new girlfriend. I opened the file in my tent and started to read it. The document is long. It has a rough structure of marshland and list of monsters that we likely come across. The most important thing I've come to know from this document are monsters' battle power. They are divided from A to F, while F being weakest and A being strongest. Ashlyn's species did not fit even F category. Even after mutation, she can reach F grade. The monsters that I usually fight back home are mostly F or upper F grade, and rarely I come across the E grade monsters. In this realm, even weakest monster are upper E grade. Until now, I've fought D and C grade monster. The document said that the black earth bear we fought in the afternoon was upper C grade monster, nearly reaching lower B grade. It is written here that the monster we will encounter in the marsh will be the upper C grade, but when we will reach the core region, most of the monster we will encounter will be B and lower B grade, and we might encounter upper B grade monsters in core region of the forest. The difference may seem so small, but it is huge. If that black earth bear had been a true lower B grade monster, there would have more than 50 chance that I would have died by its claws. That's how powerful they are. I heaved a sigh of relief thinking when we travel in marshland, at least there will be 1,000 people around me. If we can't beat them with quality, then we will beat them with quantity. I started to read the description of the monster that was found in marshland. I little shuddered reading the description of the monsters. It is not very detailed, but one can easily surmise the strength of monsters, as long as one is not an idiot. Within half an hour, I fully finished reading the document and closed my eyes with a sigh. My strength is not enough. I may be able to survive the marshland, but it will be really difficult to survive in the core region. Any monster with B-grade battle power would be seriously able to injure me with its casual attack. I need to be stronger, strong enough to not casually killed by some random monster in the core region. I got up and started to stretch my body, although my body is still injured, but not enough to stop me doing any serious. After stretching, I started to perform those weird exercises of Night Blade style while circulating Supreme Combat exercise. Except in fight, this is also the best method to practice Supreme Combat exercise, at least for me, as I don't have those machine which could mute the pain. I gritted my teeth to endure the pain of exercise. This really painful. Every circulation of it is more painful than others. Scientists were never able to understand why practicing Supreme Combat exercise is extremely painful. If you make minutes change in circulation, the pain will instantly be gone, and there will no benefits you will receive. I read that many people tried to modify it to make it less painful, but no one able to do that till date. I kept practicing weird exercise for 4 hours, and in these 4 hours, I've tried hundreds of times but only able to reach the 4th circulation, and the pain of 4th moving me so hard that I nearly fainted. After 4 hours, I've become so tired mentally and physically that I directly fell asleep while performing the exercise. Be cautious and careful today. Keep yourself and your teammates safe, said Rachel as we were about to leave the camp. Max's group already waiting outside. Rachel quickly deactivated the protection artifact and us all get out. There is monster outside this time as they were all killed by Max's group. Soon 2 of our group merged with Rachel and Max's lead. As we travel toward the marsh, we come across many monsters, but in front of 1,000 people, they were quickly finished. If it was our group only, it would have taken us some time, but with two groups they were easily killed as nearly 10 people against one monster. I got quite lucky earlier as I was able to make a killing strike and took the monster core for myself, as rules state that the one who made finishing strike will get the monster core. I fought tens of monster by the time we reached the boundary of the marshland in the late morning, and with only a few injuries, which is surprising compared to the past 2 days. Fuck. I said as I looked at the marshland, it beautiful and dangerous at the same time. Still, calm water, but sometimes as a monster would come out of water and will kills its prey at one strike before dragging it underwater. Big groups of various monsters could be seen. It would be very dangerous if travel close to them. It's good thing that marsh is quite large, and there are many ways to choose as long as one doesn't mind getting dirty. I forcefully called back Ashlyn inside me as Marsh had very few trees to hide and many bird monsters which could eat her single bite. She is quite angry as forcefully called her inside me. I don't like force Ashlyn to do she doesn't, but when it comes to her safely, I don't care how angry she is. Max and Rachel talked for a while before choosing the way into the marsh. Many monsters attacked, but all were killed by force of 1,000 people. No group of the monster was able to last more than minutes. We were just walking while killing the monster when hundreds and hundreds of monsters jumped toward us from the lake suddenly. They're coming so fast and their noise so loud that we barely had a chance to react. Croak, croak, croak. Against these monster, our quantity won't work as they are many as us and have. Squirt, squirt, spewert. I dodged some water jet attacks that I could and defended some with the shield that I couldn't dodge. There are more than 1,000 this giant squirt frogs come out of the water and started to attack with water jets. That water jet attack is extremely fierce, more dangerous than the sword strike. If it hit, then it will directly pierce the body. When all the squirt frogs come out of it, I am shocked by their numbers. There are about 1,500 frogs. We have to kill them quickly. If other monster group attacked in the midst, we will be in serious danger. I quickly recall all the information that Rachel had given about these Squestal fast. They live in a large group. I can see that in front, the water jets and long tongue which is used to wrap the enemies with. It has great speed and mediocre defense. I heaved a sigh of relief thinking it has a mediocre defense. The monster I hate to fight most is the one with a high defense like Black Irath bears yesterday. They were a bitch to kill. I attacked the closest quest frog in front of me, which also at the initial level of specialist grade. Squirt, squirt. It attacked me water jets as it saw me coming, already expecting this. I quickly dodged it quickly and attacked toward it. Fuff. Just as I am about to attack it, it quickly jumped high and released its tongue in midair. I stopped my attack quickly and dodged its tongue. But the danger isn't over yet. Another Squirtle frog not far from me attacked me with water jet, leaving no choice I had to use my shield to defend while keeping eye out the previous Squestal from who has landed not far from me. Slice. As soon as it landed, it also attacks me water jet, which I had to deflect with my sword. The water jet is a very dangerous attack. As long as it hit you, it will leave with you serious injuries, but there is one good thing about the attack that you can easily defend against it with your shield and sword. First tide, second tide, I quickly activated the power of my skill ran toward Squirt Frog. The third tide, I shouted as I got closer to Square Frog. My speed increased suddenly as I am reaching near to it. I can see it flexing the muscle to jump while releasing the water jet. Slice. I directly sliced apart the water jet as I ran toward the monster, not wanting to give any moment to the monster as it is jumping. Spurt. I sword strike by monster skin as it jumped high. Its blood could be seen coming out of its wound. Despite using third strike, I was not able to injure it seriously. Croak. It still cried out mournfully as this wound isn't light either. It had underestimated me. It would have jumped way too early, but just teased me. It waited till I reached near it to attack. Well, it paid the price. It would have been nice if I have heavily injured it. Squirt. Fuck. I shouted as another monster attacked me with water jet from behind. This fucking sneaky monster. If not suddenly feeling extreme danger and dodging the water jet on time, I would have been definitely dead as that fucking monster aiming for the head. Seeing that monster had jumped far from me, I decided to attack the second Squirt Frog. The fight goes on for a while, no matter how many times. I tried to attack. As I got closer, it will always jump out before I could reach it. I can't attack one monster without a second one obstruction me. I have to careful of a sneak attack from another frog. Last time I used my skill, I wasn't able to even hit it. It jumped before I could reach it, and when it landed, all power of skill is fizzled out. I fought and fought without any gain against monsters, but I was hit 4 times by its water jets. It's good thing that I had armor on or I would have been serious trouble. First tide. Second tide, I activated my skill and ran towards the monster to attack it. This is the first time I went this close to the monster. If I able to heavily injure, killing it will be easy then. Squirt, squirt. Dodging the water jet attacks both of monster, I ran towards it furiously. Third tide. I activated the power of the third tide when I half close to them. I was able to reach it when the monster jumped suddenly. Damn. I said as my attack failed and about to give up when I saw something from the corner of my eyes. An idea comes to my mind, and I decided to try it before the power of the skill ran out. Oha! I screamed loudly and threw away my sword at the squirt frog, which is mid-air. Whoosh, my sword flew in the air like a spear toward the monster. I know the sword katana that I used most unsuitable for throwing as a curved sword, and I have very little experience in throwing weapons. I've only practiced throwing a weapon at school for a very short time. Putch, my sword pierced the monster's lower jaw and went up feeling no resistance from the monster defenses. It pierced its defenses as it is butter. The sword kept going and directly pierced its brain, erasing all the signs of life it has in its eyes. The monster was so startled seeing sword coming toward it that it didn't even move its tongue to protect itself by deflecting the sword. Ah, I only come to myself when water jet of other monster grazed my arm. I was so startled seeing my sword killing the monster that I hadn't come to myself for a while. I threw my sword on the whim as I saw on girl throwing short knives at frog which is in midair. I mostly thought it will be missed or get defended by its tongue like girl's knives. My only hope that my sword strike and injure it a little, so power of my strike didn't go waste but did not expect it to directly kill it. Thud, the monster's body fell on the ground as it completed its inertia and fell into the ground. Dodging the water jet's attacks, I took out the bloody sword out of the monster's body. Fuck, I curse it as another water jet by my waist. This fucking monster, I will definitely kill him now that I had only one to concentrate. Let's see how much time you last, I said as I light my sword with fire to burn the filthy monster blood on it. I call back the fire as it is next to no use in the combat as its power is too low, it not worth wasting mana on it. Croak croak. It croaked toward me as it attacks with several water jets, which dodged and ran toward it to attack. Swish, it dodged my strikes and jumped far as I cannot reach by the time it lands. And even jumping, it didn't forget attack as it kept attacking me with its water jets. If it were to land in my range, then it will be directly under my blade, waiting to be killed. There is a reason why this monster called rated upper C, despite its weak defense and predictable attacks, it is damn hard to catch. Speed trumps it all, they say. Its evasive jumps also type of speed. As long as you're fast enough, you can dodge any attack and kill anyone without him realizing as long as you're fast enough. That is why I'm so jealous of Jill's ability. With the speed, he can do much more. I would have looked for her, but I don't have a moment of time as Square Frog never stopped attacking me with its water jets. Its attacks had become even more consistent after I killed the other monster by fluke. I have played with this monster for 10 minutes before I could use my skill again and try to kill it. Without using skill, it is extremely hard to kill monsters in this forest. I don't think I will be able to kill the weakest monster in this forest. Croak. It croaked and sent its tongue toward me like a whip. Seeing it coming, I quickly dodged with the help of my boots. Like its water jet attacks, its tongue is also dangerous. It used its tongue to capture the prey, and sometimes as a defense against the attacks which it can't dodge. Once caught in the tongue, coming out of really tricky. I quickly drank the potion as it jumped in the air. This is only time I get a few moments of rest before it started its relentless attacks. Throwing the potion bottle, I ran toward the place where it's about to land, but again my speed greatly reduced its relentless attacks, and by the time I reached near it, it already jumped again. I feel so frustrated that I would never able to catch it this way. To kill it, I would either need a long-range skill or weapon. Throwing sword again won't work again as it keeping eye on me and its tongue already out to defend against it. It would have been another thing if I specialized in mid to long-range attack, but I am close combat fighter and the last time my sword killing it was a complete fluke. Still, I will buy a few throwing knives and take lessons about it. It's always good to have another trump card. As for the long-range skill, I have it, fire strikes, but didn't fulfill the condition to use it, and it will take a lot of time to fulfill that condition. Soon the 10 minutes over and I can use my skill again, but I did not use it right. I will use it at the right moment. If I use it right now, maximum I barely able to injure or it will just before I could even reach it, totally wasting my skill. I want to find a perfect moment and then strike it. I will wait for it even if it takes 20 minutes. Time passes on as I keep chasing as it kept attacking me and jumping when I about to reach it. As I usually coming toward it to attack, I noticed something coming behind the monster, seeing smile bloomed in my face. First tide, second tide, third tide. This is a perfect opportunity I was waiting for. If I had used my skill earlier, I wouldn't have able to do it right now, totally missing the opportunity. Croak, it creaked loudly and spew countless water jets at me and prepare to jump. Slice, slicing few water jets while dodging some, I ran closer to it. Dub. It jumped as I got close enough. Seeing it, I smiled. Bitsy now, I shouted. Jill's monster who had come to help me and wanted to attack but stopped it, shooting my head. We had fought together many times in Wasteland and she knew me quite good and can understand my body language perfectly. After I said attack, it attacked. It ran and then jumped swiftly. The Bitsy jump is higher than the Squirt Frog. Squirt Frog got alarmed seeing Bitsy directly above it in midair and now attacking it with its horn down. Croask, croaking loudly, it used its tongue to capture Bitsy but effortlessly leveraged the tongue and increased its speed of attack. Her speed instantly increased as she leveraged the monster tongue and attacked with her horn. Bam! Bitsy attacked monster head with full power in midair and due to force, the front fell down with a loud thud. Thud, croak. Bitsy's attack and fall from the sky did not seriously injure it, and it is about to get up when I directly appeared beside it and brought down my sword with the power of the third tide. It can't even open its mouth to let out its tongue or attack with a water jet as it just has great fall and was able to control its body, so my sword directly pierced its skull without feeling any resistance. Puchai, I pierced its skull before it could make any unexpected moves that save it life. After I removed the core from the Squirt Frog, I turned to Bitsy who is looking around excitedly. She must be looking for Ashlyn. In this few days, Ashlyn had given Bitsy so many fruits and herbs that she always looks to Ashlyn for treats. I smiled, seeing her excitedly looking for Ashlyn. She's not outside. Before we entered the marshland, I asked her to come inside me. The marshland is open, and if she flew with her meager strength, any birdie that flying above could eat her in a single bite. She's still very angry at me for keeping her inside forcefully. Thank Bitsy, I said as patted her head. She's now feeling for not finding Ashlyn. Here, I said as I took out fruit from my backpack and feed it to her. Fawn, she fawns happily and kissed my cheeks with tongue before running back toward Jill who is fighting a little far away. I look around the battlefield. I am quite surprised to find only about 30 of monster remains. The whole battlefield is spread in a circular fashion. Inside the rough circle, around 1,000 people had fought the monsters. As I watched the battlefield for some time, I noticed a quite interesting thing. A large group of peak-level evolvers had spread around the boundary of camp to kill any stray monster that comes into the battlefield. These people are really very strong. There is a hill of bodies beside them, and some even standing on the hill of bodies. In the whole battlefield, only 2 people are not fighting. They are Max and Rachel. Ever since we entered the forest, Rachel never took out our weapon and fought. Whatever monster come toward Rachel and Max, it was quickly killed by Max's spear. Max need one move, just one move to kill the monster same level as him. There is no strain on his face when he kills them. It feels like a casual blow from him. It probably is. He doesn't even use his full strength, much less use his skills. Looking at Max, my eyes filled with resolve to become stronger grew even firmer. I also want to become strong enough to kill the highest grade monster will be killed by a casual attack. Ha 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 ha, such an idiot. I suddenly started to laugh suddenly, and those who had seen what happened also started to laugh. Just now, one of the corporal level archers killed the monster bird which is prepared to attack, but it was shot and killed. The funny thing is, the monster body had fallen on a boy directly, and it's not like that boy was busy fighting. He was also like me, was watching the archer killing a bird monster. Although it's likely he is dead, but he sure has broken lots of bones, and I was right when people brought him out of the dead monster body. He looked so wretched that he is barely able to move his body. People had to feed him potion from their hands. In 20 minutes fight had finished, and when I saw Jill coming toward me, I got startled because her aura had completely changed. She had leveled up. She is now mid-level of specialist stage. What did you give to Bitsy? She said, but before I could say anything, she cut in. After eating it, she got the feeling of level, and after integrating, we leveled up. That fruit must have accidentally triggered Bitsy, and she leveled up as I am sure that fruit is not miracle fruit. Every night ask Ashlyn to double-check if there is any miracle fruit in the fruits she had brought. This fruit must have had something that triggered Bitsy breakthrough. If it had eaten by any other monster, the effect would not be the same. Ashlyn ate 10s of these fruits daily, but any fruit didn't give any enhancement except for the miracle fruit she ate at the first forest. It's just fruit that Ashlyn brought, I said and gave her a hug on being level up. Jill and I had become a very good friend in such short contact. I feel more comfortable with her than Rhea. She is exactly the opposite of Ellen, who is quite personally, opposite to her. Jill is quite expressive. I massage my head when I thought of Ellen. Except for my parents, Ellen is also one which I had to explain a lot of things. With her intelligence, she had probably guessed I had entered this realm. I can only pray when my parents called her. She will have a good presence of mind to give me parents good excuse on my absence. Times passes on, and by the late afternoon, I've fought against 8 monsters in 5 hours. As we went deeper into the marsh, the dangerous monster had become. The third monster that I fought nearly had taken a bite of my arm. It is a shout of my teammate did I able to save my arm from getting chewed up by monsters. Fighting every monster is a dangerous risk. Thank God till now, no one dead till now. But many get crippled every day while fighting. It's their luck that Rhea had regenerative potion and grade 1 cheap compared higher grade, but is still cost $500,000 which they will have to pay after getting out of this realm. I hate this mud no matter how much I cleaned up. It will still dirty my suits few minutes later, Jill said as removed mud off her suit. I smiled seeing her doing that. As long as mud did not touch my hands and feet, I will not clear. Although the suits are stain-free, the mud's still going to stick on your clothes every few minutes as you walk on the mud. D-HUD, D-HUD. Earth started to shake suddenly. We quickly activate our weapons ready for a fight. Soon the monsters started to come out one of another. Sawtooth earthworms, I shouted seeing Minster. This monster is one of the dangerous monsters in the marsh. Once caught in their sawtooth-like teeth, one will directly turn to paste. Tens of monsters started to come and attack. Shook, shook, shook. The earth shook like crazy and I near fall. Half of the people really did fell. We survived because we were far away. What the hell is happening? I question as it feels like fucking earthquakes. Bam, bam, bam. 3 loud booms rang out and their gigantic monsters come out of the earth. They are so big that the biggest monster I've ever fought against looked dwarf in front of them. What the hell are they? I shouted the top of my lungs. 3 gigantic sawtooth earthworm had suddenly appeared front us. I've never seen monsters so big. These 3 monsters are about 55 meter tall and looked really scary, especially their rotating saw-like teeth. They put fear in one's heart. And the weirdest thing is their aura matched their smaller 10-meter counterpart. The only difference between them is their giant size and stronger aura of peak specialist grade. Jill muttered something in shock that I wasn't able to hear. What? I asked. Gigantification, she said while still looking at the 3 giant monsters. Gigantification what? I asked back. I never heard this word before, although I can understand words' meaning but I don't know what is represented. It is a phenomenon which happened to the monster under certain condition. She said, look at these 3 monsters, their condition called gigantification, their reason it can happen. First is they are in this way. Second, they have eaten something which made them gigantic, but I didn't think these 2 conditions are responsible for that as there is the third condition, which is likely to the reason of 3 monsters' gigantification. She continued, the third reason is this realm. In this realm, no life form can cross the corporal stage, and many monsters stayed peak of corporal grade but could never level up. Very, very rarely a mutation occurs in the monster where its size started to increase, and so is its power with it, but it will still stay the same level, and its actual battle power will increase many folds, Jill explained. This also can happen. I exclaimed this seemed quite impossible if one thinks so but really can happen, seeing my belief in nature further reinforced. No matter how impossible thing is, nature always leave a way to make it possible. I noticed one thing that talking about these monsters, I didn't sense any shred of fear from her voice. Looking at these giant monster, even I've become very scared. I'm a little confused seeing that. She must have to a lot of confidence that someone from the camp could easily kill them. I wanted to ask her the reason for her confidence, but the question is private and may look intrusive, so I didn't ask. Rachel and Max started order everyone back down from the giant monster's range, as they were roaring loudly, and attack at any moment. There are about 500 normal sawtooth earthworms had come out of the earth, but they are not in my immediate range. I would have gone to help those who were sawtooth earthworms, but I am too interested in watching how they deal with these gigantic monsters. I am not the only one. There are hundreds of people like myself who are rooted in spot watching giant monster instead of helping. All corporal grade evolver to engage in combat, quickly finish as soon as possible. Those who failed to do so will be punished. Max's voice boomed across the whole battlefield. Many corporal levels who were going to watch giant monster fighting cursed loudly and went to fight at their quickest speed, especially those from Max's group. Looks like the punishment which is Max announced is some serious issue in the game. Seeing Max's group's corporal level are hastily gone to fight, our groups also left with cursing. 3 gigantic saw-tooth earthworm monster hadn't attacked yet, they were just growling at Max and Rachel in front of them. Both of them looked very heroic and awe-inspiring as they stood in front of the gigantic monster. Some even started to take photo and video, especially girls. As they were screaming Max's name, people never change. In this dangerous environment, they forgetting the danger and cheering for their idols who are going to fight big bad monsters. I'm also taking video from my HoloWatch, but from different reason I am doing for research purposes. I want to see how super elite or organizations fought. Roar. With loud roar 3 monsters attack at the same time. Max unhurriedly activated his spear, which is twice large the normal short spear that he used. I got surprised seeing Rachel's weapon. It is longbow, little bigger than the normal size bow, so she is an archer. Max swiftly ran toward the monster, while Rachel pulled the string of her bow, and fiery red arrow manifested. Max jumped as came close to the monster, his jump quite high. Roar monster roared while brought is the large mouth of rotating sawteeth in front of Max as if to eat him and turned him into a paste. But when monster about to take a bite, he dodged mid-air, his dodging extremely fast and gravity-defying. I can even see how he dodged such near attack so perfectly. Dodging its mouth, suddenly Max's spear turned faint green and he attacked. The attack was so amazing that it is best to attack I've ever seen in my life. It is both beautiful and lethal. Max's green spear had drawn a single bloodied line from it head to tail. It would look heavy and deep as a fountain of blood started to flood from it. Roarar, Sawtooth Earthworm had roared in pain as it wound long as its body. Show off. He clearly has the strength to directly kill it in one move, but he chose to show off as always, said Jill with a scoff. While on the other hand, Rachel is holding back two monsters with her bow, and both of these monster condition didn't look good as their whole bodies blotched with holes, and heavy blood could be seen coming out their holes. If this going on with the speed Rachel releasing arrows, both of the monsters will be dead in less than 5 minutes. Roar, three of the giant monster kept reading mournful cried as their bodies riddled with heavy injuries. Max is attacking monster is like, he is carving art on the monster skin. Everything about it looked beautiful, even the blood flowing out on the monster body in a certain fashion that it doesn't look filthy and disgusting. While two monsters that Rachel shooting at looked life if they'd been skewed with the nail gun. The monsters tried to fight back, but they were powerless like a bunch of chickens in front of Max and Rachel's strength. Roar roar, the monsters let of mournful cries as Rachel and Max kept showering them with their constant attacks. Rachel's archery no use to me, but Max's evasive movements I am more interested in. The way he makes moves in midair felt unreal. It's like he produces footing for himself in midair. I really want to see how he did that, but his movements are so fast that couldn't catch. The good thing I am recording it in my HoloWatch camera. I will able to see it later in slow motion. I hope I will find some clues about how he did it. They are taking way too long to kill these monsters. It's like they're giving the show. I completely expected this from Max, but at least Rachel could have finished these two monsters quickly, she said in annoyance. Unlike Jill, I am too happy for the fight to last long. I feel like I am learning every new thing when I am watching them fight. I am not the only one. So many people also thought so as they were watching in utter concentration. I am amazed by the strength of Rachel and Max. These super elites of the organization are really powerful. Every attack of them efficient and without wasted movement, and they are not even using their skills. It's just their common moves. I have seen the fights of peak corporal grade evolvers, but they were paled compared to this. It's not like both of them using too much power. 80% is their technique and rest 20% is their power. It is especially true for Max. His fighting technique made from his combat style and fighting experience. Such a technique could only be developed after honing through thousands of battles. Thud, thud, thud. 3 monsters fell on the ground consecutively. Seeing Rhea killed her minister, Max also killed the monster next second after piercing its monster. The fight looked like it had been going on for long, but when I looked at my HoloWatch to close the video shooting, it's barely 3 minutes, which surprised me little. The core of a giant monster is the size of an adult fist, compared to thumb-size core that normal corporal level monster has. I feel really jealous that core would definitely sell for whipping price, the high price it will get not for its usefulness, but for its rareness. I really want to have the strength to fight such monsters. These super elites of the organization are completely different from other members. They can kill normal corporal level like ants. There must be huge secret to their training. You guys must have many space realms for training, more dangerous than this. I ask. Training of their elites and super elites couldn't be done a place like a republic, where there is no challenge as long as you go deeper in the forest. To train such elite member, one needs specialized training facilities and controlled fighting environment where they could increase and decrease difficult on the training requirement. Yes, we have many realms of many difficulties. We use them both for resources and training. As I thought, they can't train and grow with only resources in the Republic. They will need special resources that are only found in special realms like this. Only at corporal stage, the real journey of Evolver starts, said Jill with the sigh. I look at her confusedly. If the corporal stage is the real start, then what a private stage and specialist stage are for? How? I asked confusedly. I'll tell you in the future, she said mysteriously. Seeing she is acting all mysterious, didn't force her. She will tell me when the time comes. As we traveled through the marshland, we come across many monsters. No matter how many monsters come into our way, we killed them without any mercy. Stop, Max's voice rang out. Hearing this voice, quickly readied our weapons. Stop, command of Max means that a large number of monster will attack us soon. He also used this command an earlier and large group of monster had attacked us not after. I waited with my bated breath as gripped my sword and readied my shield to fight against any monster that came. Fuck, I cursed out loud when I saw the first monster come out of Clearwater Lake not far from. Not I totally understand why Max is cursed heavily at the boy who is walking toward that Clearwater Lake to drink the water. He would have definitely died if he had gone near it. Even Rachel and Max weren't able to save him, no matter how powerful they are. Fuck, why is my luck is so bad? Cursed a girl loudly not far from me. Not only her, many people cursed seeing this monster. Yellow skin alligators, bipedal monsters like black earth bear. They can be called better version black earth bears, a true lower B grade monster. Its defense is comparable to black earth bears, and its speed faster than black earth bear, but most important thing about these monsters. The most dangerous thing about them is their head and claws, both of which they are really dangerous. It had a big head with V-shaped snout, which contains razor-sharp teeth, which could easily take a bite head of any person in yellow skin use his head in the fight as much as it uses the claws, which is really terrifying. It 15 inches long claws, which are comparable to knives. Once they landed on someone, they will pierce it without obstruction. First I thought only 100 some are coming, but as the time passed, their quantity hand reached whopping 1,000 and more are coming out of them. Seeing that Max, who happily talking with Rachel and her friends, stopped and activated the weapon. He waited for a few seconds, and seeing monsters still are coming, he directly went toward a group of monsters that were coming toward us. Not only Max, but Rachel also took out her longbow and started to pull the string of her bow. I got little startled seeing Rachel taking out her bow and started shooting. She had only taken out her bow once to fight against giant sawtooth earthworm monsters. Compared to her, Max had no such reservation in the whole day today. He had killed any monster that attacked him. Rachel started shooting arrows after arrows. Each arrow would strike on the head of the monster, killing it in a second. As Max reached inside a group of monster, every swing of his spear would kill a monster. They kept killing as more and more monsters started coming out of the lake. What kind power is this? I shouted, completely losing my mind. Just two people have killed hundreds of monsters within a few minutes, and it's not like they had killed smallest ones. They had especially targeted the largest ones. Is this madness? I said in my mind, both of them killing monsters same level as chicken, and they killing it hundreds in a few minutes. This is not their full power. They haven't broken seal on their powers yet, said Jill. I would have asked her what she means by seal, but I was too busy to watch the fight to concentrate on her words. Soon Rachel stopped shooting arrows and Max has returned to his original place near Rachel. They combined killed more than 500 monsters and only stopped when they saw monsters coming out of the lake, leaving 1,000-some monster to fight against us. It is really crazy to kill more than 500 monsters in 20 minutes. Such strength, I would do nearly anything for such strength. Thousands of monsters roared like crazy at Rachel and Max. They may have become mad due to the influence of foreign energy, but they still follow their instinct. After seeing so many their kin had been killed by the Rachel and Max, they just growl at but did not take a step to attack them. After growling at them for some time, thousands-some monster had turned to Iz with sadness and anger. They could not take revenge at Max and Rachel, but they sure can take that on Iz. The monster charged at us crazily, running with their humanoid legs and waving sharp long claws at us. I readied my sword and shield and prayed that the monster I fight would be at the initial level of specialist grade. Soon monster clashed with us some monster also ran toward us, flinging mud as they ran. I started circulating the 7th move of Supreme Combat Exercise. I was lucky enough to advance 2 more moves today. I hoped that I would be enough to fight against this monster. The group if the monster came closer, and I was relieved to seeing there are some initial level monster in them. Seeing the group is separating, I ran toward the lone initial level monster who is nearest to me. Clank, I countered my sword and I had to take a few steps back just to dissolve the force. Fuck, it's strong. I shouted. It was quite a surprise move as the monster wasn't looking at me. It still countered hastily and was able to use its full power but still able to push me back with a casual strike of it. Roar. Without giving me a choice, it attacked me with both of its knife-like claws. Its speed was so fast that I am barely able to muster my defense. Clank, clank, clank. My sword and shield clashed against its claws. Whoosh, fuck. I cursed just as its sword and shield were crashing against my sword. Its mouth with the razor-sharp mouth is also moving toward my head to take a bite. I can still hear the sound and feel the breath by ear as its mouth chopped down. It is a real feeling of death which I felt countless time in this realm. Due to it being 7 meters tall, I saw its mouth coming toward me and timely avoided its mouth while retreating using the recoil of the clash. This time I was prepared as it attacked me. I countered is an attack well. I thank whatever god I pray for giving me the initial level monster to fight. If it was a mid-level monster, there would have been many holes in my body, and I would not be far from death's door. Against this initial level, I barely defending myself, then there is no talking what mid or peak level would do to me. Yes, I shouted loud as I am retreating from the force of the attack. I broke past the 7th circulation and entered the 8th. I can't seem to find the opportunity to use my skill. Its defense is almost impenetrable. If I activated my skill right now, it will stop by its claws and I will not able to injure it, even a bit. I will keep looking for the opportunity and will only activate my skill when I am sure it will some use. Slice. Shit, I said as me shoulder sliced by a claw of monster. It's good thing that moved on time and its claw did not reach the bone, otherwise my whole shoulder would have been gone. Every time I clashed against yellow skin crocodile except for claws, I had to be careful of its mouth as well. It bites toward me head every time my weapon clashed with it, and I had to save my head from its mouth. Even slight mistake on my part and my head will be chomped by this yellow skin crocodile. Time passed on and injuries of my body kept increasing, but I never found any good chance to attack, and I am running out of patience as injuries on my body kept increasing. The only good thing happens at this time to forget the pain of injuries of my body. I circulated the exercise without care and able to reach the 10th cycle, but the pain of the 10th cycle is really killing me, and I just wanted to stop it, but if I stopped, I will get injured more often and likely end up dead, and because of that fear I kept circulating it. Running out of patience, I decided to use my skill and see if I could able injure it. If I didn't even try, then this monster will slowly win away from my strength and kill me at last. First tide, second tide, third tide. I simultaneous activated the power of 3 tides and attack. Clank, my sword and shield with full power third tide clash against it. Despite my speed and strength 3 times stronger, its claws clash against it, and except slight tremor from the body, there's no reaction from its body. I am surprised, but it expected this and already made plan. Dodging its bite by craning my neck, I prepared to withdraw my sword, my halfway in withdrawing when as if it senses what I am going to do, its claw suddenly clamped on my sword and wouldn't let go. My face turned pale seeing its claw latched on the sword, while other claw also launched my shield. Grrr, growling weirdly, it mouth again come down on me, seeing that my mind lost, of if stayed in this position one more minute, it will definitely have my head. I have to do something very quickly. I only have one choice, but I don't want to do that. I can easily manipulate the size of my shield and sword. By doing that, I will escape from its clutches, but I do that then I will be seriously in trouble. I have seen undisguised lodging and greed in the eyes of normal adventurers when they looked an elite member of organization wield knight grade artifact. Till now, I haven't manipulated the size of sword and shield openly. If I do that now, some people definitely noticed, and I will get in a lot of trouble once I get out. I might even get killed. I have many times seen friends killed the simple monster core, and I have freaking knight grade artifacts. 2 at that. I will not use that option as long I will see no option other than that. Oha! I screamed loudly in my mind and used all the skills power coursing through my body, even started circulating supreme combat exercise madly, without any care for pain. Kai. Chi my sword and shield come out it, and I swiftly put some distance, as seeing it still in shock and drank bottle of potion, while being pleasantly surprised, seeing I broke into the 11th circulation of supreme combat exercise. Roar, it roars with anger and came at me with a fierce expression. Seeing its craftiness last time, from this time, I mostly focused on dodging and only clashed with when there is no option, and even then I quickly take away my sword and shield before it tried to grab them again. I perfectly understand if I fell into a predicament as earlier, there is an 80% chance that my head end up in its teeth, and I don't want that happen. We continue to fight and injuries of my body keep increasing. It a good thing that I drank potion earlier, which giving me little relief about my injuries, but it is big. If these injuries kept piling on, then even healing potion won't able to save me if injuries exceed its limitations. One thing has me solace is mournful cries around me. It let me know that I am not the only one who is wretched state. There are many others like me who are wretched under the monster's constant attacks. Their scream and cries were even worse than me. I really want to crane my neck and looked at them, but I can't divert my attention even for a moment. Clank, clank, clank. I clash against it with high vigilance. It had many times to grab my sword and shield, but I quickly take them back out of its reach. I had been searching for the perfect chance to use the skill, but this damn monster is not giving me any openings to attack. That's the main problem of it. I had tried one other time, but it's no use. It was still able to counter my skill with its claws. I don't know what I am going to do other than just keep fighting like crazy. There is one option, but it is a very desperate one, and I don't want to use unless I see no other option, even smallest one. The option in my mind is that to use the power of 4th tide forcefully. Normally there are 2 conditions to use 4th tide or above. The first one must have 4 seals of supreme combat exercise, and other is to be at corporal level. The first the tides of 9 raging tides are considered half skills, and 4th to 9 tides are considered the skill. If I use skill forcefully, it would be very dangerous with unforeseen circumstances, unlike knight grade skill which had no distinction half skill and skill. There is a difference between knight grade skill and grade 1 skill, which is 9 raging tides. Knight grade skill, the lowest level they that may be, are more than 10 times powerful than normal grade 1 skill. One is like a thatched hut while other is a big brick house. There is a difference of foundation between them. Most of knight grade skills are the only corporal or above grade evolvers as per its condition. Even the skill that Ria got can only be used by corporal grade or above. I can say, I was quite lucky to get an elemental type knight grade skill, which brought down its restrictions on the user. I can use it as long as I have enough mana, and it is pure enough. I sigh internally when I thought that, because of the great limit, my mana purity had been increasing at a very slow rate. It will take month even in this realm, much less outside, to reach 90 purity. Jill had used 2 skills so far. One is probably grade 1, and other I am sure is night grade. That spindle skill definitely is night grade. Even against the hard defenses of Black Earth Bear, it did not feel any resistance. It pierced through it like it was butter. Jill's mana had reached that purity somehow. I have read that no method or medicine could purify mana after 65%, but I am sure various organizations have their means around it. Slice. Fuck. I curse it as my hand had nearly cut by its claws, but due to instinct, I quickly move it back and only grazed by it. There is no other way, I said, exasperation, as quickly cast a look over my body. My whole body became bloodied, and even my face was saved. The accumulation of these injuries became serious, and I can feel slight weakness started to creep inside my body. If I didn't do anything soon enough, I would have to suffer very serious consequences or even death. The sky had started to darken, but the fight is still going on in full force, and there seems to be no rescue. Making my mind, I decided to use that option. From what I see, there is no option but that. First tide, second tide, third tide, I shouted and attacked the monster. It swiftly moved his claws to intercept my sword as it going tower its chest, but as my sword and its claws at a short distance. Fourth tide, I shouted and forcefully activated the power of the fourth tide without care. The next moment I activated fourth tide forcefully, I felt like all the vitality inside my body sucked, and only skeleton will remain. It is 10 times dangerous than when I activated the third tide a few days ago, as it only had sucked very little vitality compared to this. After activating fourth tide, I felt the qualitative change in skill. Not only my power had increased again onefold, but my senses had also become abnormally sharp, that I can sense even smallest change around me. Not forgetting myself in feeling, I flicked my wrist and changed the course of my sword, but a monster could register anything, my sword swooshing its neck, and when it noticed, it had become too late. Its head had been already near me, as its mouth came down to bite my neck as usual, and it saves me a lot of trouble to take my sword toward its neck. Road Puchai, it roared cut of in middle as my sword pierced its head through its neck. I just watched the light vanished from its eyes, and both of its claws fell as the just about to reach me. Suddenly, I felt immense weakness inside me, as the power of skill stopped coursing through me, that even lifting a finger and forming a thought had become impossible. Thud, I fell on the ground on the monster, and fell unconscious before I could check my condition. When I opened my eyes, I saw myself a somewhat familiar environment. This looks like Jill and William's tent. I tried to move my hands and feet, but I found it little difficult. I slowly started to move a bit by bit, and only after some time did I able to fully control my body. I looked around my body. I saw all the series injuries are perfectly healed. Not even small scratch or broken bone remained unhealed. My complexion looks rosy, which did not suit me, whose vitality nearly drained by overexerting his skill. I look around to see Ashlyn not far away from, looking at me intently. I could really feel her anger. I check myself for all my things, and aside from my sword which is placed beside me, all my things on my body. I can tell that Jill did not check my body. Is there any change in the order of things in my storage pouch in my pocket? My shield bracelet also in my left hand, storage in my right pocket. The only thing is misplaced is my sword, which is inside the monster head last time I saw it before going unconscious. My heart skipped a beat before turning back to normal. When Jill removed the sword from the monster body, she must have definitely sensed it is low-level night-grade artifact. I feel relieved seeing it is Jill who had removed. If it was any normal adventure, then me being alive would have been a problem. Jill herself is using mid-level night-grade artifact, and she doesn't have one or two, but have a whole set of gear from head to toe. Looking at my condition, I look perfectly fine, more than fine I say, as all my injuries are healed, and all the vitality that had been sucked from my body seemed to replenished. This is not any simple healing potion and vitality potion could do in just a few hours. Looking at my holowatch, I can see that only about 5 hours had passed since I fell unconscious. I never heard any potion which could replenish vitality this fast. It is really amazing. I tried to talk with Ashlyn, but she looked away in anger whenever I tried to talk to her. I can understand why she is this angry. She is not only angry at me, but also her herself for being weak. Despite having the intelligence of 2 to 3 years old, she understands many things. Ever since we entered the Sind Forest, she never tried to fight any monster and always searched for many fruits and herb, hoping to find something that will increase her and me. I am sorry, Ashlyn. I will try not to do that again. I said I did not promise not so that again, as there will be moments in the future where I will have to take the desperate and life-threatening risk to get out of the dire situation, but I will use this type of moves as the last resort. I was just double-checking my body when I heard slight footsteps outside the tent, and next moment Jill and William came into the tent. "Mitchell, you woke up," said Jill in excitement as she came and hugged me. "You really overestimate yourself. That useless whatever skill you were using forcefully took your life essence." Jill admonished me angrily. I didn't say anything and just listened silently. She and I became quite a good friend in this few days. I would be really worried and sad if something happened to her. "If you needed help, you could have just asked Michael and me for help," she said. I wanted to say that I would have asked for her help if she was near me, but she was far too away. "William, keep an eye on him, and if he needs help, please help him," Jill said. "William is quite powerful. I have seen him killing many monsters that are a level above him, but it will very hard for him to keep a constant eye on me and came to my rescue, and there is Jill, which he always keeps an eye on." "Mitchell, wait, take this. I brought dinner for you and Ashlyn," she said as she handed me the box. Taking the box from her hand, I left her tent with Ashlyn. Quickly freshening up, I activated my tent and walk inside. Seeing Ashlyn is still not talking to me, I served 2 plates of dinner for me and Ashlyn, and we ate silently. After finishing the dinner, I just laid against the wall of the tent in deep thoughts. Today's battle was really dangerous. I nearly died in the claws of that monster. If this keeps going on, then getting killed wouldn't be a possibility, but a reality. It's been half an hour since we had set up a camp and had reached the end of the marsh as expected. Tall, lush green trees of the core region could be seen from the camp. I just have to walk half a mile to reach the thick woods of the core region. Tomorrow we will walk into the core region. Whenever I think of the core region, my heart started to beat fast. Today's monster were even more dangerous than yesterday. I fought another monster on the same level as yellow skin crocodile. 2 monsters I barely able to kill while killing the other 2. I got help from Bitsy and Jill. Jill's progress could be said earth-shattering in a few days. Aside from level up, she did not have any big change, but what she gained is an immense experience. She had gotten full control of her power, combined them with her speed ability and spindle skill, which could pierce everything. She had become a killing machine. Her speed of progress can make one eye pop. With constant fighting every day from dawn to dusk made her real experienced warrior. She did not look like rookie she once has been. Lower B-grade monsters like yellow skin crocodile will dead in hands within 10 to 15 minutes. From the past 2 days, she had killed monster more than 4 times than me. Many people advancing every day both in ability and level. I am seeing tens of people level up every day. It is probably due to a cocktail of pressure, resources, and environment. This realm is better to practice place than Westblood, so it is normal for many leveling up every day. I'd be surprised if this many people did not level up every day. I've also heard that many people have leveled up twice ever since they have come to this realm. But not all good things occurred in this realm. There are many deaths, aside from those deaths before the camp. There had been deaths since when we entered this realm, especially since we entered the marshland. William had said earlier that there has 14 deaths since we entered the marsh. They had tried to rescue, but they could not reach the time. My body is riddled with injuries. I had a drink healing potion earlier, but its healing speed is slow. I will be relatively healed in the morning to fight for the day. Growl. My stomach growled in hunger, but I did not have anything to eat except for packages meat and herbs. Some fruits I had with me. I gave some to the Jill yesterday to thank her for saving me, and those if which were left were eaten by Ashlyn and me. For 2 days, Ashlyn is not out, so she did not have any chance to bring something back. Aside from monster cores, the only gain I had today is an advancement in a supreme combat exercise. I've reached the 16th circulation of it, and if try hard enough, I may able to create 4th seal while in this realm. Although it a long way for being enough for the core region, but it's still something. Rachel asked us to the assembly center of the camp before dinner. She must have something to share with us that will help us in the core region. Time passed on and soon it's time to go dinner. I am getting ready to go outside when knocking sounded on my tent. "Wait a minute," I said, and quickly get out of camp after getting ready. "What took you so long?" Jill questioned as I got out of the tent. I just smiled and didn't reply to her question. I cannot say that I was half naked when she knocked. "William still with his girlfriend?" I asked. "Yes, he is with her again. That girl really hypnotized my brother," she said annoyedly. "She did?" I asked back. "There are many monsters with extremely weird abilities, and I have read about some minsters which have hypnotization ability." "No, she did not." "Even if she had hypnotized ability, and at sergeant stage, she would not able to hypnotize my brother," said Jill confidently. I got startled hearing that and wanted to ask why she had so much confidence in a brother that even sergeant stage evolver can't hypnotize him, but we had already reached the center of the camp, and this place is not good for asking such questions. Most of the people of the camp already had come and some coming. Rachel had already arrived and now talking with her friends. Soon all the people of the camp arrived and Rachel took center stage. "I will not mince my words. The things I will say may hurt a lot of people and a lot of you may disagree, but it is for your survival," she said. Suddenly the whole atmosphere turned heavy. Rachel always stoic and little serious whenever she speaks to the whole camp, but she was never this serious. This must be really important for her to talk like that. We will stay in Marsh 3 more days. Our camp's strength is not enough to venture into the core region, she said. Everybody shocked hearing this, especially adventurers. Everyone had to boost in their power ever since they entered this realm, more so this forest, but now she is telling everyone it is not enough. If we enter core region tomorrow, we will lose 15 people first and another 10 next day. The core region is extremely dangerous and different from other parts of this realm. She continued without giving us a chance to think. There you will find monsters both similar and somewhat different from what you have seen before. Most of the monsters' strength they're categorized in B grade, but you can also encounter monster with lower and upper B strength. She said stepped back to her place. I thought she would add some pleasant words, but she didn't, and she didn't need to. The bomb she has dropped is enough for people to lost in thought for a while. No one idiot enough object. Rachel's advised training 3 more days for training. 25% dying in the first 2 days in the core region. That's insane. Even if the number is exaggerated, it's still an insane number of death if only 10 die. No one said anything, and everyone started to dine discussing this in between their friends. Jill and I discussed. She had already known this from her, and not quite shocked like the rest of us. She seems quite happy with this new, and when asked she affirmed, saying, "At least I now have few days to train before fighting the real monsters." It startled me that she considered the monsters in the core region the real monster. She may have less experience in fighting the monster, but she is knowledgeable about many things. She must have someone at a very high level at her organization to know these things. She seems just like him, whose parents are upper echelons of his organization. I ate with Ashlyn till our stomach full before returning to our tent with Jill. In the camp, I did not do much except for going over the material Rachel had given 2 days about the marsh. Now that we are staying for 2 more days, it is imperative for me to reinforce my understanding of the monsters here. I read the document a few times before I completely memorized details of each and every monster written here. The information here is not detailed enough. It still has basic information about the monster, about their abilities, and a rough understanding of their strength and weakness. Although it didn't have information about half the monster we fight against in the marsh, but still, this information had saved me a lot of trouble. After an hour of study, I lay on the floor of the tent to sleep. I would have read more if not me being injured and needs rest to heal relatively by morning. Time passed by and soon 3 days passed, and one thing I have to about 3 days is hell. These 3 days have been complete hell. Max and Rachel had taken us toward the dangerous group of monster to fight. The only saving grace of these 3 days is that Rachel and Max also started a rescue. They would rescue people who were at death's door. Although death still happened, but not as much as first 2 days in the marsh. The 3 days had been hell, but I had a slight increase in my strength. In the first 2 days, my supreme combat exercise had reached 20-second circulation. I tried to circulate the 23rd, but the pain is so immense that I could not bear it. I also gained quite a bit of fighting experience, especially fighting bipedal monsters, which are most powerful of the bunch. This is the night of the 3rd day. Tomorrow we will enter the core region and fight against the monsters to go back to home. The atmosphere as we reached near the boundary of the core region. Everyone felt little heavy as they saw woods in front of us. This feeling nothing to do with the surrounding. It's all mental, as we all heard about how dangerous is the core region. Every step had to be taken carefully. The slightest mistake could cost one his life. With Max and Rachel lead, we entered the wood of core region. I took a step inside the woods with rest. Inside the woods some kind of feeling enveloped me. It is not uncomfortable, but also not comfortable. It had the same flavor as foreign energy of the forest. It's just that the feeling is little dense. I kept my sword activated like everyone else for any monster's sneak attack. Everyone on their nerves, they would swing their swords around for a slight moment. Many people injured people beside them this way. I am feeling a little weird. We have been walking inside for 5 minutes, but we had not come across a single monster. Not alive monsters. We had not even seen bones of the monsters, which are normally found in forests like this. Here are none. This makes this place even more fearful. Not I even Max had a serious expression, which rarely seen on his face. I feel relieved knowing that my choice is right for not letting out Ashlyn, seeing the Max's serious face. Although I promised her that I will let her out after I felt relieved enough, I had to promise that otherwise, she would have forcefully gone out without care for my permission. Before coming here, Rachel had supplied us with all the information she had on the core region of this forest, both about terrain and monsters, but she warned that she had less 5 monsters information, and nearly all the monster we will encounter will be unknown. It's good thing that she had given us an encyclopedia of rare monsters which found in places like this, and will be helpful fighting the monsters which are mentioned in the encyclopedia. Rustle. I heard slight rustle, but when I look back, there is just leaves rustling on the tree, but the weird thing is, there is no wind. That really scared me. said Jill with a self-depressing smile. She is not the only one. I also lost my shit hearing the leaves rustle. We silently tread the woods without much talking. Normally, we always talk to pass the time and release some pressure we are feeling, but this time I am having this weird intuition that I am surrounded in danger. Ah, ah, ah. I heard loud scream behind me suddenly, and before I could look back at the scream, another scream rose and then another. They were far too ahead of me to see clearly, but they seemed to be entangled in something. Durer, I heard something coming toward me swiftly from the back. Without thinking, I whipped my sword at my back in an unnatural angle. It's a good thing that my body had become very flexible due to the fruit of rebirth and those weird exercise of night blade style that I didn't feel any strain swinging my sword backward. Schluck, my sword hit something, and when I quickly moved back to what it is, I left dumbstruck. It is brack, a thick tree branch that coming out the tree, and that tree that branches come from is shrinking at a visible rate. As it shrinks, it started to release its aura of initial level of specialist stage. Fuck me, I said as the tree shrank to 12-meter size from its above 50-meter height. They have their branches like arms and roots as legs. 2 large pair of eyes and huge, scary mouth with sharp wooden teeth and tongue. What the fuck is this? I shouted again, seeing this tree monsters. Trees all around started to change in treeman form. I've never seen or heard about this tree man-like creatures. The plant-type monster I've seen are either in a snake form or in veil form. It again released its branches again, but this time instead of 1 like last time it has released 4. Schluck, I countered 2 with my sword and shield while dodging the other 2. Damn, I cursed again as the branches I dodged and counted turned on me as they are alive. Grrrrrr, the treeman made some weird grating noise that left my ears buzzing to no end. It had released 2 more branches. I already had a problem dealing with T4 branches that are attacking me like a snake, and it had released another 2. 6 branches of treemen flailing around me like poisonous snakes, not giving me any chance to attack. Jill, what the hell are these monsters? I shouted loudly while surviving from the snake-like branches of trees. When I got a quick look at Jill while I am dodging treeman monster branches, I was shocked. There are 14 to 15 branches of 2 freeman monster attacking her at the same time, but she not only dodging them but also attacking them at the same time. They are treants, she shouted from afar. Treant, I thought they were myths, only exist in legends. I seemed to read about it a few years ago. They are supposed to be tree monsters, a very peaceful type of monster. When I think carefully about it, they did match the description of the treant somewhat, except for their violent nature. I kept dodging and will attack if I got the chance, but it is very difficult. Its branches look quite tough, but they are quite flexible. No matter how much I try, they will always hit me. The only saving grace is that my body is quite flexible, which helped me quite a few of these branches. Suddenly it released its big league at me. Its tongue looks really frightening, as it is barbed with thousands of wooden needle. If it really hit me my condition wouldn't be better than a bloodied porcupine. First tide, second tide. I activated the power 2 tides as I saw Thorn full tongue coming toward me. Its speed is very swift, as within a second it arrived very near, but before it could wrap me within, I quickly dodged with the power of the second tide. One of the most important things I learned in 5 days of fighting in the marshland is always kept a trump card, and do not waste skill if it isn't going to harm your opponent. In the large fight, if your opponent is too powerful, just stall it. Your friend will help you as soon as he gets a chance. In the last 3 days in the marshland, I will stall the opponent as long as it is out of my league and wait for Jill or William to help me killing. There is no shame in asking for help from friends. It is a better choice than throwing yourself at death door because of your pride. Sluck. I attacked the tree branches with remaining power of the skill, but I am little disappointed seeing my sword hadn't pierced more than an inch. I expect nothing out of B-grade monster. With the power of the second tide I can pierce only an inch, and if I use the power of the third tide, I don't think I would cut this branches, much less pierce the main body of the monster. I can only regretfully admit that I don't have the strength to kill B-grade monster of the same level, much less level above me. The only thing I can do about this monster is stall till help arrived and then kill it. Fuck, I said as I spotted 3 new branches coming toward me. Fuck, why this only happens to me. I curses quickly tried to dodge the snake-like branches. The only good that this new treant is concentrating not only me but another member of my team also. This is why it is only attacking me 3 branches, not 6, but dodging 9 branches is really hard as I received attacks from it now then. If I am to be attacked by 2 treats at the same time, I would be finished in 5 hours. From the shots around I can feel that the quantity of treats is kept increasing, and if I didn't kill these 2 treats quickly then it wouldn't take much time for another one to pop up. I kept dodging and defending without pause. Not far away from me, Jill is now fighting against 3 treats. She had already killed the 1 treat, and the 2 she is fighting against are the new one. I just hope she finishes them quickly to help me, but that seems hard. She can't even send Bitsy to help me as it is helping her against the monsters. As I am fighting, I tried to keep an eye out now and then and noticed many things. One thing I'm surprised most is Rachel and Max taking an active part in the battle. In the marshland, they used to kill extra monsters we can't handle, while rest of the monsters were handled by us, but this time they're fighting with us. I can see Rachel's crimson arrows now, and then killing every monster they touch. Max is also running through the battlefield, killing any monster that came in his way. Because of them, we are feeling the less monster. If not for them, we would have buried in the monsters. One thing most surprises me that these treats' quantity and strength is enough to make Max and Rachel act. Max and Rachel continued to act, but there is no change in monster quantity, as more and more kept coming despite Rachel and Max's killing spree. My god, bang, I said in horror, but next moment I got hit by a branch of the tree which brought me back to myself as continued to dodge, but that horror still lingered in my mind. Just a few seconds ago, not far away from one boy was fighting against the monster, but suddenly that monster released its barbed tongue and enveloped him. Despite wearing armor, the wooden nail on its tongue pierced that boy's body, and before it could scream, Trent had called back its tongue and ate the boy whole. I am not new to death, as I've seen them many times. I've even seen my best friend eaten alive, but this boy's death most horrific death I've ever seen. The only consolation is that Rachel's arrow had killed the monster next moment after. It was eaten by a monster, but it was too late. I don't think that boy had any chance of being alive. As I kept diverting my mind now and then, I have the rough guess on the strength and weakness of the treat and daring idea come to my mind. I thought that monster weakness would be its eyes or part above its eyes, but I was very working. Attacking those parts of monster is useless, and it has terrifying regeneration which could heal any injury its body within seconds. Its part below its mouth, it's roughly 50 centimeters in area. One sure attack on this part can definitely kill the monster. It's very hard to reach near it due to its long branches, and if one luckily went near its body it can have its tongue and branches for its defense, but I think my idea will work. I haven't seen anyone try this method, and even if I failed, I am sure I can survive using my skill at last moment with minimal injuries. Without wasting any time, I jumped and started to run on the branch toward the treat. I did not use the skill as I want confident in banking myself on the branch without falling. The branch started to shake violently, and other 5 branches also attacked, but I hold on as kept of jumping other branches as I move forward. I felt little relieved when 3 other breaks of different monster didn't attack me after I ran toward the other treat. In a few seconds, I reached near it and jumped from its branches while activating the skill. First tide, second tide, third tide. I shouted as I activated the 3 most important moment. The monster now calling back it breaks, and it only had its tongue as its defense. The main reason I took risk of running on the branches that it wouldn't call back its branches and more concentrate on shaking me off it. Now, I only have about 1.5 seconds to launch my attack and kill this monster in the single move before the monster breaks return for its defense. Grrrr, it roared loudly with a weird grating voice and started shaking heavily to disrupt my fall as I am using its twigs as leverage. I have 1.5 seconds to attack before its branches return for its defense. Falling down, I balance my fall with twigs and branches. Fuck, I curse it internally. This fucking treat is smart. While falling, I was waiting for its tongue to attack me, but instead of attacking me, it spread over its weak spot as a defensive measure. Making my mind, next moment I quickly activated my shield and flexed my legs on the twigs to increase my speed. Ah! I screamed loudly and used my shield to directly collide against its barbed tongue with my full strength. Bang! My shield collided against its barbed tongue that guarding its weak spot. I used my full force against the tongue. I know that I will get only one chance to kill. If I missed it, then it would be really hard to kill it. The barbed tongue, which had fixed in bark, moved by few inches, but it is enough as I attack it with my sword. Grrrr. It roared loudly, seeing my sword coming toward it, and tried to attack me with its tongue, but it can't as I am forcefully holding back with my sword. I can only keep this for few moments, but it is enough. I lighten my sword with my fire ability. This monster has terrifying vitality, and it might just heal after getting injured. No matter how useless my ability might be, but it will still able to burn something when it went inside. Shlook, my sword felt an obstruction, but I started to burn all the mana I had in my body to power up the strike. Grrrr. Bong, my sword finally went in, but next moment monster wailed so loudly that my ears started to bleed, and its uncontrolled tongue hit me squarely on the chest and sent me flying. Bang, puh. I vomited a mouthful of blood as crashed against the giant tree. My bones have broken on multiple places, but the worst hit is my chest, which looked little mangle. When its tongue hit my chest, many thorns on it struck my chest. Although it looks serious, it's just flesh wound. Most of the power of the blow is diffused by armor. I quickly drank multiple bottles of potion and stuck despite many broken bones. When I looked up, I was a little shocked to see that monster isn't dead and still wailing like crazy with its grating voice. It had gone completely crazy as it branches flailing uncontrollably, so is its tongue. I have to finish it quickly before it heals and gains what little sanity it had previously. Seeing the other monster eyes are not on me, I nimbly ran toward the wailing monster with its flailing, uncontrolled branches. I got many times hit reaching near it and my injuries had become more serious but still. Pachak, another of its branch hit me, breaking another of my bone. I did not stop my sword, seeing monsters' uncontrolled branches attacking me. I still kept attacking through the hole I made during the previous attack. Although that hole on its trunk in half healed, it is enough for my sword to pass through it. Puh, puh. I vomited blood again as I hit by its trunk and branches. I got hit by them my times, but I still kept attacking it despite it. Grrr. Finally, it released barely audible roar and still. It's dead, I thought, and sat by it as tiredness took me. Every bone of my body had broken and I am bleeding at many places. With my weak hand, I plastered bandages all over my body as I sat weakly by a treat. I did it again. I said in my mind, I promised I will not overexert myself in the fight, but I did it despite that. I am seriously injured and potion effect is still slow. It will take me at least half an hour before I could fight again, but half an hour is too much. By that time, many more monster will come and I can feel the number of monsters rising by minutes. Many people fighting non-stop, everyone fighting 2 monsters at minimum. Jill is fighting against 3 and she had already killed 2. Looking at her, shook perfectly fine with barely any injury. When I had looked at her earlier, she had more injuries than this. She must have a drink that potion which she fed me when I got injured in Marshland. I have to ask her name off that potion and try to buy it if possible. As I am looking at the fight, I am also circulation supreme combat exercise at its maximum to heal quickly. I noticed that when one circulate the supreme complete exercise and drank potion, that potion is quickly get digested and it takes effect early. Bang, fuck. One treant had attacked me with its single branch, but it's quite fortunate I was quite vigilant. I saw coming and dodged it barely. Seeing its attack failed, it called back its branch. I took a sigh of relief seeing that, if it had attacked again, I don't think I would have able to dodge it, even if it is a single branch. I became more vigilant after that, and I hide in the shadow of a tree to guard against such attack. Although it's not perfect camouflaged, it is still better than nothing, and I just have to hide for half an hour before I am good to fight again. Minutes ticks by and it's been 5 minutes since I killed the treat, but in these 5 minutes, I noticed that more and more treats started to appear on the battlefield. Despite Rachel and Max trying their all, they cannot stop all these treats. Mitchie'll eat the treat's heart. I heard a shout from Jill. When I looked up, I saw Jill taking a bite of crystalline green thing while dodging the branches of 4 treats. Jill to say such a thing and ate it during the fight. Heard of this treat must very useful to Jill to do that. I moved my injured body sneakily toward the treat trunk and tried to remove its hair from inside. The bark of it is too string. If not for the hole I already made and enlarging it slowly, Elle wouldn't have able to remove it. After a few minutes of the work, I removed the heart of treat, but got very surprised when I didn't see the core inside it. Every specialist grade monster and above had a monster core attached to their heart. Even plant-type monsters had it. This is the first monster I've seen which didn't have the monster core inside its body. It is adult fist-size heart and looked completely crystalline. The baffling thing is that despite being cystine, it is soft and spongy like a cake. It did not have any blood dripping out of it like another monster heart, as its surface is perfectly smooth and soft. Hiding in beside the treat body, I quickly take a bite of it. I wanted to cook, but did not do it in fear of being sensed. As I took a bite of a refreshing taste to erupt in the mouth, I can tell exactly what taste it is, but it's very refreshing. Gulp. I gulped the bite, and that refreshing feeling started to spread in my body at an alarming rate. Soon I felt that cool, refreshing taste all over my body and then looked down. I am shocked, so shocked that barely able to stop myself from making a loud noise. My mangled chest is healing at a visible rate, and I can feel that my broken bones are also mending. I quickly take another 2 bite, and when I wanted to take third, I felt full suddenly. Keeping half-eaten heart in my hand, I started to observe changes in my body. As I kept observing, I got the largest shock. Not only it had been healing my injuries, it had to replenish my vitality and mana at the same rate as healing my wound. Minutes ticks by. In less than 5 minutes, all the injuries of my body healed, and I am brimming with energy that I just wanted to shout loudly. I got out from my hiding place to become startled. The quantity of monster had increased again, and before I could ready myself for a fight, I got attacked by 2 initial level treant. Swish! I dodged and swiftly countered them with my sword and shield. There are many monsters around me and people having a hard time defending against it. Seeing 12 branches coming toward me, I did not shy away from them but picked monster on my left and jumped on its branch. I am going to try my earlier plan again. This plan is foolproof as long as one does not fear life-threatening injuries. I ran on the branches like last time. This time my balance even little better as I jumped around the branches. Other monsters stopped attacking me, seeing me running towards its kin. First tide, second tide, third tide. I activated my skill and jumped down and keep adjusting my fall by stepping on its twigs. This one behaved differently than the last. It did not use its barbed tongue to defend its weak spot, but used it to attack me. The smile on my face bloomed seeing that, earlier when I killed the monster, I made that plan thinking in correspondence of receiving the attack from its tongue, but it didn't attack me but used its tongue to defend against my attack. Now that I'm seeing this treant attacking me with its tongue, I became very happy as I could follow through my original plan and may receive fewer injuries than usual. Seeing tongue about to reach me, I leveraged my foot on the small twig on Treant's body and used that twig as leverage to whirl my body. As I whirled using twig and its tongue missed me by hair breadth, using the power of whirled my sword directly pierced toward Treant's trunk. As my sword piercing toward its trunk of the treant, its tongue also came toward, but I had my shield ready for that. Schluck, bang, I pierced its trunk and its trunk attacked me the same time, but when my sword fully went inside, it went fully mad uncontrolled. I keep attacking its trunk after my skill had run out of power, and I am receiving many attacks from its uncontrolled branches when I notice that I still have enough vitality to use skill one more time. First tide, second tide, third tide. I activated my skill at full power again and started to attack it frenzy without care for the attacks I am receiving. It stalled after receiving my 6 full power strikes. I took out Treant Heart from my pocket and quickly took 2 bites and kept the small remaining part of it back in my pocket. Without delay, I started to remove Treant Heart from the Treant's body. This thing is very precious to me, especially in this forest. This thing can heal my injuries within minutes and supply me enough mana and vitality to use my skill 2 times in a row. An attack came from behind just as I put newly acquired Treant Heart in my pocket. Fuck, I curse it as a branch of Treant hit me hard, but I didn't sweat much and continued dodging. There are 3 threats attacking me right now on every angle. The only good thing about them is they are not very coordinated and obstruct each other attacks, giving me more chance to dodge. While dodging, I looked toward Jill and got quite surprised seeing she's using the same technique as me to kill monsters, but she's doing better than me due to ability related to speed and nimbleness. Many members on my team also saw my way of killing the monster, and most of them tried, but nearly all of them failed. It required balance, coordination, and perfect timing, all 3 of them, but not many people have 3 of them. Many people have their strength and weakness. I prefer swift attacks. Ria's attacks are stable and heavy with speed as her weakness. Jill, on the other hand, is nearly perfect. She's swift and nimble and has the strength to execute any attacks. The one thing she was lacking was experience, but that she is gaining immensely fighting day and night. Attention everyone. Eating Treant's Heart will heal all your injuries within a minute and also will replenish. I repeat, eating Treant's Heart. Mac's loud voice boomed across the battlefield. I did not surprise hearing this announcement. Instead, I'm a little baffled on why didn't they announced it earlier. Hearing this announcement, many people tried it. They started to experience its miraculous effects and their killing speed increased, but as time passed, monsters kept increasing. A realization suddenly struck me. This is no large group of a monster, but a horde of monsters. This is fucking Horde, I screamed in my mind. I've only experienced Horde once when I was on the train to Westblood. That was the first time I've ever fought the monsters, and also one most dangerous battle I've ever fought. Hordes are dangerous, especially when it made of powerful monsters like this. It is a good thing that we have Max and Rachel and other elites of the organization to kill the monsters in bulk, otherwise the pressure would have been too high to bear. As time passed on, more and more monster came. As I fought, even I am having a hard time fighting against them. Currently 4 treants are attacking me at some type, and to survive from them I am using skill every minute with the help of the Treant Heart. Only this method is saving me from the onslaught of monster and helping me kill them. Compared to me, Jill is doing quite well. No matter how many monsters surround her, she will always come out it and kill the monsters. The whole battlefield is filled cries of both monsters and people. Despite more monsters, it is much better right now than earlier when they don't know about the effects of Treant's Heart. Earlier they have to fight with caution, in fear of getting seriously injured, but now with Treant's Heart, even if they are at death's door, it could bring them back after they took a few bites out of it. Monsters are getting killed every minute, but new monsters are also replacing them without giving us a chance to take a break. I can Rachel's arrows and Max's shadow around the battlefield now and then. They are rescuing people and killing monsters, not only them, but many elites of organizations also could be seen doing that. I have also seen William many times, as he comes many times to help his sister despite her not needing it. I can see little annoyance in her eyes whenever William killed the monsters she is fighting. It's been 5 hours since we have been fighting the monster. In this time, monsters did not decrease but increased, and so is the difficulty killing them. I am surrounded by so many monsters that whenever I ran toward the monster to kill it, other will obstruct. I had to try for at least 8 or 9 times before succeeding in reaching near the monster and kill it. I am in a good mood right now. In this half an hour, I had killed 4 treats. That is my best speed. After I killed the monster, I would always take out its heart at the quickest speed. This thing is a treasure and will be very useful in my future fights. Not only I am collecting the treat's heart I killed, but I am also collecting the ones killed by Rachel and Max, but I've never taken from the kills of others. Although I've received many injuries doing that, nonetheless, it's worth it seeing the haul I've got. There are many around did that, but I am sure I've got the biggest haul, and whenever new minster killed around my area, I will one of the first to go there. As I am fighting the 3 treants, I felt a sudden change in the environment, and without much thinking, I jumped from my initial place. Whoosh, 6 thick tensile branches zapped past me like a laser. When I looked back, I saw numerous giant treant is coming toward us, and one that just attacks had its eyes train at me as its branches following me like a vicious snake. A look of fear appeared on my face as I looked at the group of treats that just appeared. Till now all of us were only fighting initial level monster, and rarely any mid-level treat venture in, but now there is a group of them, and one is especially targeting me. Many people in my group also felt strain seeing the monster, but danger to them is minimal compared to me, as most of them at mid and peak level of specialist grade. Bam! Another branch hit me sent and flying. I can handle those at the same level as me, but those above are really very hard. It's been only 5 minutes since this mid-level treant is attacking me, but it had already broken my numerous bones. Compared to its attacks, the attack of the initial level feels like a hard pat on the back. The only thing that keeping me fighting is the heart of treants which bites I've been taking whenever I got the chance. I'm experiencing hell. 1 minute my bones are broken, the minutes it's getting healed. Not only mid-level treant is attacking, but the other 3 initial levels also attacking me. The only relief that when their attack clash between each other, I got enough time to take a bite of treant's heart. This cycle kept going and going. Stalling is all I can do for now, as the technology of killing wouldn't work on this one. Its branches are way too fast. I am not sure I can balance on them, much less getting near it to kill it. While I was dodging and defending, Jill is in her full element, despite getting attacked by 3 mid-level treants and rest initial level treats. Her speed and nimbleness showed its full ability in dodging tens of branches and swiftly killing them. I didn't think there is any suitable ability than her in such a crowded fight where attacks can come anywhere and everywhere. I just hoped that she quickly come monsters around and came to for help. T-Chai, Hun, suddenly a red arrow coming out of nowhere and pierced the mid-level treant in front of me. It just stilled after pierced by the arrow and did not even touch or flail, just one arrow of Rachel and it just got killed. Not only the mid-level treant I am fighting, but all the mid-level treant that were fighting initial level evolver are also dead by an arrow. Initial and peak level evolvers like Jill and Aaron are still fighting mid-level treant. After taking a brief look, I started fighting again. I still have 3 initial level treant to kill. The time passed and another 3 hours passed. Many new treats come and I killed many of them. There were some mid-level also, but after stalling them for a while, they were pierced by Rachel's arrows. Currently I am feeling only 2 treats, and for past half, I felt like treats number are learning, and it wouldn't be long before all of them got killed. For the past hour, the numbers of monster kept decreasing, and now I only 1 monster remain in front of me. Schlutch, schlutch, schlutch. I kept attacking its trunk without caring for getting attacked from its flailing branches. Only after receiving another of my 4 strikes did it stilled and gone dead. This one was extremely tenacious. Normal treants will be dead after receiving 6 to 7 strike of mine with skill power, but for this one, I had to attack 11 times before it got dead. After removing treant's hearts and I ran toward dead treat which is killed by Rachel's arrows. First tide, second tide, I activated my skill and pierced the treant trunk and removed its heart. Next moment I ran toward another dead treant's body. I am not only one doing this, but many people are also doing this. These things are extremely precious, akin to a second life. The more one had, the more chances he will have of surviving. Whoosh. I dodged the branch of treant and quickly ran with the power of my skill. There are many people still fighting, and now and then a monster will attack you. I did not waste my time in fighting monsters, as I already killed my share, and they would also do not want my help. As time passed, more and more people started to search for treant heart, and finding unharvested treant bodies is becoming difficult. There are many people looking for the heart, but no one fighting, as everyone is only harvesting from a specialist grade monster that killed by Rachel and Max. As Corporal Grade monster that had been killed by them is out of limit, they had announced it earlier loudly. In Marshland, many people had fought for the core of the monster, and harvest any monster that they could find, and many fights erupt because of that. Many people even got seriously injured. Seeing this, Max and Rachel had announced rules if harvesting in our second day in Marshland. One can only harvest monster material if the monster killed by them, and or it is Rachel and Max which they left unclaimed. Those who break the rule will seriously be punished, and death is not out of option either, as one boy died, and many severely got injured because they didn't follow the rules. As this thought come to my mind, I looked up for that dreadful monster. Max uses is its monster to exact the punishment as corporal level evolver can see what their monster's seeing. Max's monster is 2 meters long sky blue white eagle monster. First time when it had an attack to exact the punishment, it had cut out a hand. The second time it was the only palm, but the third time that eagle's wind blade had cut off the head directly killing the boy. Not only that, those who receive punishment is not allowed to drink regeneration potion for 3 days. One girl died because of that in the fight as she had to fight with only one hand. No one questioned Max's about his cruel punishment, as those who broke the rule were adventurers. Outside, it won't matter much as organizations are fiercely protective of their members no matter how wrong they are, and Max is not at fault as he just trying out punishment. Choo-choo, Aslyn suddenly comes out of me suddenly, but I am not surprised. She wanted to come out earlier when I finished my fight, but I asked her to wait for a little till the whole monster are killed, but now that nearly all treants are killed, she came out without asking. She flew away from me searching for something to eat. She will not have to try much as this forest is filled with many wild fruits and herbs. People don't touch any unknown fruit in fear of being poisonous, but Aslyn has no such fears. I left Aslyn on her devices. This is most safe for now, and she will return after her stomach is full. I keep searching for the unharvested treats bodies, although there are not much as before there's still many as Rachel and Max killed thousands of treat. It's just that I have worked little hard to find it. Half an hour passed by, and Rachel had announced that we are going to set a camp in this place before dark. Looking at HoloWatch, we have roughly an hour to harvest Treant Heart before Rachel activate the protection artifact. I searched for more in haste and tried to call back Aslyn so she could help me in finding more unharvested treats. There is utter chaos here as all people tried to treat the heat. The only good thing is that there is no fight because of rules, or it would have been a pandemonium with many bodies laying around. Choo-choo. Aslyn came back and brought 2 things in 2 different claws. One brown fruit same size as her and other is look like some kind of her. Seeing her flying in front of me waiting, I quickly understood and opened my backpack a little so she could drop the things inside. Aslyn helped me find unharvested bodies of the treant monsters. I asked Aslyn. Choo-choo. She chirped an affirmation and went to find unharvested treant monster. Times passed by and half an hour has passed. In this half with Aslyn help, I found 3 unharvested treants. This is a very good result. Not only she's bringing the news of unharvested treant with it, she also brings a few herbs fruits every time she came with new. I have seen Jill and William also searching for cores. These 2 usually didn't even look at the monster core of monster they had killed, but now just they are searching for the treat's heart just like me. We kept searching for the treat when I suddenly experienced sudden excitation in Aslyn emotions. Choo-choo-choo. She suddenly came chirping and wanted me to follow her. I've only sensed this much excitation from her when she had found miracle fruit. Without wasting time, I broke into a run and follow after her. There a major chance that Aslyn had found another miracle fruit. I followed Aslyn hurriedly with an excited expression. If this turned out to be another miracle fruit that will aid me in increasing my strength, then my survival through this realm is guaranteed. With too many twists and turns through many kinds of trees, we passed by many teams until we reached the place where the miracle fruit of my dreams supposed to be. The places Aslyn leading me toward looked quite secluded as we come across less and fewer people. When I saw where Aslyn lead me to, I got surprised. Are you sure this is the amazing thing you smelled? I asked Aslyn as I looked at the thing which she had to lead me through. Choo-choo-choo, she affirmed excitedly and asked me to take out. What front of me is treant? A 5-meter treant. According to its size, it should be private stage treant. Normal specialist grade treants are between 10 to 15 meter tall, and this one is only 5 meter. I did not saw any live private stage treant, but I did come across dead ones. They are only 2 of them and looked similar to this one. Seeing from the hole pierced through its trunk, it looked like it killed by Rachel's arrow. I did not wait for a moment and pierced my sword towards its trunk to make a hole to take out the heart. Doug, hun, I got extremely surprised when I saw my sword had barely made a scratch on its trunk. Though I did not use my skill, I still used quite a bit stronger. Even if it was a specialist grade treant, I would have made mark deeper that barely a scratch that I am seeing. I put aside my sword and decide to carefully look at it. As I carefully observe it, I started to notice some peculiarities. It has a size of the private grade, but the defense is compared to peak specialist stage. Not only that I noticed very tiny crystalline veins all over its body, but these crystalline veins could not be seen as long as one doesn't look very carefully. Choo-choo. Aslyn chirped, saying me to quickly remove heart inside it. Nodding, I activated my skill to fullest. First tide, second tide, third tide. I activated the power of all 3 tides and my sword pierced toward its bark. D-hug, God, I said in amazement as my sword barely went inside the bark, much less penetrating. Corporal grade. This treat is definitely corporal stage monster, a mutated one at that. A mutated trinket that explains its small size and those very small crystalline veins all over its body. I again activated my skill and tried to pierce its skin, but no use. I sighed looking at my barely visible sword mark. There is only one option left, the fourth tide. I still remember the consequence I've experienced last time when I used the fourth move. If not for Jill saving me precious potion she had, but there is a difference in that time and this time. I removed the fist-sized treant heart from my pocket and looked at it with a pained expression, but I quickly made my mind and ate it whole in few bites. Normally, I only need to eat 1/3 of to heal myself fully to perfect condition from being seriously injured, but I don't want to take any risk this time. First tide, second tide, third tide, fourth tide, as I activated the power of the fourth tide. I felt the same sensation I felt last time. It felt like the fourth tide is sucking my life force, but this time the fourth did not suck my life force, but the energy released by Treant's heart. Seeing I fully powered fourth tide and I pierced the Treant park with fury, as it touches the surface of the bark, it felt little instruction, but it quicked overcome by the strength of the fourth tide. I did not stop after piercing the first time, but kept piercing it till the power of skill dry out from my body. Thud, I fell into the ground in weakness, and my whole body felt weak and muscles strained. My body is still not enough to bear the pressure of the fourth tide. After resting a few seconds, I felt comforting familiar sensation and felt weakness receding out of my body. In a few minutes, I feel good enough to stand. I stood up slowly and crouched down toward the trunk of the treant and removed the treant heart. It is a little bigger than a specialist-grade treant herd and still crystalline green, but when one looked at inside, one can see numerous red crystal floating inside it. Choo-choo, Ashlyn chirped excitedly, wanted to take a bite, but I quickly moved my hand. No, this is not right places, we will eat inside the tent, I said and quickly kept inside my storage. Choo-choo-choo, she angrily looked at me, but I didn't listen any of it. Shit. I cursed as I watched the time on my holowatch. There are less than 10 minutes remaining to the deadline given by Rachel. I weakly ran back toward the camp, with Ashlyn leading the way in the twilight. Where were you? Asked Jill when she saw me tiredly coming toward her. Did you come across monster? She asked another question when she saw my tired, sweaty state. Yeah, I was attacked by stray treant when I went outskirts and have used quite a lot of efforts to kill it, I said. Next time ask me to come when you go somewhere dangerous, she said as she watched people placing protection artifact around the camp. Soon the whole camp encompassed in a blue force field, and I started to pitch my tent after freshening up. I don't know how I endured these 3 grueling hours, but now the wait is finally over. After I set up a tent, I decided not to eat the mutated treant's heart right away and decided to wait till the dinner was over. There were mainly 2 reasons for this. First is that my body was feeling quite weak, for me using the power of the fourth tide forcefully, and the second reason is that I didn't know what effects it will have and how much time it will take. Choo-choo. Ashlyn chirped excitedly. Wait for a minute, Ashlyn, I said as I closed my tent carefully and removed all my clothes except for my innerwear. I removed the mutated treant heart from the storage beside me. It still looked the same as earlier. It is a little bigger than the adult fist with the crystalline green color. Specks of bright red crystals could be seen inside it. Here, take it, I said to Ashlyn. She hopped with her tiny legs and started to take small bites. I'm a little surprised seeing Ashlyn only ate the small corner worth of single normal bite and laid on her stomach after that. I thought she would at least eat half of it seeing how glutton she is, but she just ate a normal bite. I tried to sense her emotions, but she had closed off them. She had somehow to learn to close her emotion in the past few days. Even I can't close off my emotions from her, no matter how much I try. She looked to be a pain, but despite that, she is not making a single sound. Seeing she is not in danger, I put my mind in calm and looked at the mutated treant's heart in my hand. Making my mind, I took a bite of treant heart. As it entered my mouth, suddenly it melted and warm sensation filled me, but before I could enjoy it and take the second bite, a searing pain spread through me, especially my heart. I collapsed on the ground, externalizing such pain. It felt like I am burning in flames of hell. That melted treant heart is like matchstick that lightened fire to all mana I have. All the mana I have in my body started to burn at an amazing rate, and a few moments later, I felt like my body is burning with the real fire. There isn't a speck of mana in my heart that isn't burning. The mana inside Refinement Engine is no exception. Normally, Refinement Engine will shield mana inside it from all the danger. It is very hard to breach mana inside of the Refinement Engine. But now this Refinement Engine source of my biggest pain as central mana storage in my Refinement Engine is 95 full, and now all that mana is bubbling, giving me unimaginable pain. It's like I have a cauldron of bubbling lava I have in my heart. I now understand why that glutton Ashlyn didn't take a second bite. Experiencing this burning, I can't even lift my finger, much less my hand. It is taking all my willpower to not wail loudly in the pain. I am falling on the ground and I am chattering my teeth so hard that my gums are bleeding. I am feeling lucky that I didn't bite my tongue accidentally, otherwise I would cut it directly with my teeth. I don't know how much time had passed, but it felt like it had been hours it's been going on. I can't even open my eyes through this pain. I am at my limit that I just want this pain to go away. If this pain went in for a few more hours, it will surely mean with head. I can feel stickiness in my palm. I am sure my nails must have bitten in my skin, drawing out blood. In this immense burning pain, even forming rational thought become hard, much less think hard. I had a feeling that I am forgetting something and I should use this pain as an opportunity, but no matter what, I can't seem to remember what I am missing. Time passed by, but I don't know how much, but now I am holding my backpack very tightly to me. I don't know how it came to me, but now I am tightly holding it in my arms and legs to bear the pain and for closure. It is acting like a rock that I have been holding tightly in a raging river. If I lost grip on it, I will be swept in the river. Endure, endure, I kept saying in my mind to keep myself from making noise. I know once I started shouting, I don't think I will stop then. The whole camp will know about, and I will become a walking joke in this camp. I don't want that. In this past few days, many people had made a joke out of themselves for various reasons, and whenever people saw them, they will laugh loudly. As time passed on, my willpower also started to give up. My whimpering became louder and louder, and I was just about to give and shout loudly when a thought came into my mind. I got the feeling earlier that I am missing something earlier, but now I remembered it. Supreme Combat Exercise. I was forgetting about circulating Supreme Combat Exercise earlier. This is the best opportunity to circulate Supreme Combat Exercise, as the pain I am feeling right will surely dwarf the pain of Supreme Combat Exercise. As I started to circulate my mana, I stopped suddenly due to intense pain. My mana is burning, and as the mana circulates through the pain, it felt even more painful. It felt like I am circulating lava through my veins. Wherever my mana circulates, it brought back immense pain. Currently, I am feeling the most pain in my heart, and if I circulate Supreme Combat Exercise, I will be feeling this pain all over my body. Still gritting my teeth, I started to circulate mana in direction of Supreme Combat Exercise. Each circulation felt like lava coursing through my veins. Normally I can complete few circulations within the second, but now completing one whole circulation takes minutes and feel torturous. Except for the pain of my burning mana, I did not feel any other pain. I am not feeling even slight pain of Supreme Combat Exercise. I gritted my teeth as I kept circulating move after move of the exercise. Every move felt utterly torturous, but I still keep circulating move after move. I am doing this because I know this perfect chance to advance create the fourth seal. I have been stuck on the 22nd move of the exercise for the past few days and wasn't able to advance due to the immense pain I was feeling, but now I see the hope. This pain I am feeling is many times more intense than the pain I was feeling at the 22nd move. I am currently at the 7th move. Every move felt painful, but I still kept circulating it. Before I can think of creating the fourth seal, I have to reach 22nd circulation first, as this was the level I was previously at. Normally, I require less than 3 seconds to reach 22nd move, but now, I think each circulation of the move taking me minutes. Enduring the pain, I kept circulating more and more moves of Supreme Combat Exercise. I reached the 17th circulation and kept circulating forward. The only good thing about this circulation that pain is not increasing at every circulation, as the pain I am feeling is the pain of burning mana. The pain of Supreme Combat Exercise is dwarfed by it. Time passed by and I reached my previous 22nd circulation. Now the real test starts. I started to circulate 23rd move, and I am surprised to find that there is no change in rhythm if circulation. The sudden spike of pain I am expecting did not appear, except for the immense pain burning mana. Without stopping, I kept circulate the 24th move. In 21st move also, I didn't feel any spike of sudden pain. Now is the final moment. If I am breaking past this 24th move, I will be able to create the fourth seal and will gain enhancement in my strength. I circulated peak of the 24th move and crashed against the final wall, but there is no change. My momentum isn't strong enough. Enduring the pain, I increased the speed of circulation and crashed against the wall again, but this time also there is the only ripple but no change in the wall. I gritted my teeth, increased the momentum of the circulation. I didn't want it crack it slowly. I want to crash it in a single move, the pain of circulating move getting on my nerves. I did not crash against the wall but keep building momentum. I build and build till I no longer can bear it and crashed it against the wall. Boom! A loud boom rang through my body as wall broke in a single move. I can feel that the seal is forming in my time, but other than that I am not feeling anything. Suddenly a thought came to my mind about where would the energy come to form the seal, but soon I let of that thought. As time passed, I did not feel the sucking sensation off my body. Is it because I am too much in pain and can't sense anything, or it is gaining its energy from somewhere such as the mutated treant heart I ate earlier? Time passed by and I got the slight sensation of getting the fourth seal completed, but I did not get rush of call refreshing energy as I always got after the completion of the seal. No matter how much I try to sense, there is nothing except for the pain of my mana burning. That sensation also dwarfed by the immense pain I am feeling. I am hoping to get relief of a few seconds from this pain, but all my hope get dashed as I felt nothing but pain. The only proof of healing energy is my healed palms and gums. After I felt that seal is stabilized, I again started to circulate moves of Supreme Combat Exercise. This is the perfect chance to advance Supreme Combat Exercise, and it wouldn't be fair if I didn't use this opportunity well. I felt no spike of pain from Supreme Combat Exercise as I circulated the one-hit move of the fifth seal, seeing that I started to circulate Supreme Combat Exercise at my full speed. If this going on, I may be lucky enough to create the fifth seal of exercise, which will definitely give the edge in surviving this realm. I am circulating ninth move when I felt Ashlyn opened her mind, and next moment she entered inside me. As she entered inside me, I felt like the pain I am feeling is lessening. It's like she is sharing my pain. Choo-choo, she somehow understood my thoughts and chirped soothingly in my mind. I understand now that Ashlyn's pain gone. It would take much time to also because of that I increased the speed of exercise's circulation to the limit. I was right. A few minutes later, I felt my pain lessening as I am circulating 15th, and as mana burning pin lessened, I started to feel the pain of exercise. Still, I kept circulation, and only stopped at the 17th circulation when I felt too tired to go further. When my mana stabilized and all pain is gone, I opened my eyes slowly. There is no change in my tent except for my little sweaty body and me fully enveloping my backpack with arm and legs. I weakly let go of my backpack and started to examine my body. As I started to examine it, I found no change in it except for I am a little stronger due to the fourth seal. There is some blood stain on my mouth and palm which I quickly cleaned. Again fully checked my body again, but I still found it no different than earlier, and I am still at initial level of specialist grade. Choo-choo. Ashlyn came out of chirp. I sensed her meaning through our link. She's saying to me to check my mana. I am such an idiot. I would have first checked my mana. I felt all that fucking pain because of it. I cursed it in my mind as started to check my refinement engine for mana. Fuck, there's only 15 mana left in central storage and mana purity. I stopped my cursing midway when I saw my mana purity. Before eating Treat Heart central storage of my refinement engine about 95 full, and now there is barely 15, but that not the important thing. My mana purity was at 86.4 before I eat Treat's Heart, but now my man purity is fucking 90.8. So this is the use of this mutated Treat Heart to purify the mana. This is a fucking miracle. This purity means not only I have lethal attacks, but most importantly, I can use my Night Grade skill now. With the power of Night Grade skill, my survival is guaranteed as long as any corporal level monster didn't attack me. With this skill and fourth seal, my power had more than doubled. I was so excited that I just wanted to go out and try my skill, but I did not as it is forbidden. Any type of fighting in the camp is not allowed, even if it is self, duel, or group. I sigh with disappointment before cheering up. I just have to wait for the night as I will get plenty of chances the power of Night Grade skill. I got one more shock when I looked at my holowatch. I thought minimum 3 to 4 hours definitely would have passed, but when I looked at my holowatch, I saw there is barely 45 minutes had passed. I looked at the half-eaten mutated Treat Heart in the ground and sigh. I will not eat it again for some time. I don't want the experience that pain again for some time. Even if it were to purify my man further, I will not eat it. Choo-choo-choo. Ashlyn chirped in warning as I moved my hand toward the mutated Treat Heart on the floor. She thought I wanted to eat one more time and warned me against it, saying that there is no use eating again and if ate it, I will experience double the pain I've experienced before. I've shuddered to hear that. I didn't want to experience such pain again if possible. I am just picking it to pack, I said as I took out a delicate box from my storage. This delicate box is one of the miscellaneous things I got from Andrew and Neil. This delicate box is a preservation box. It is used to preserve important things inside. They must have found it by luck as it looks very delicate and beautifully designed. I wasn't able to identify its grade, but it's definitely not some grade 1 utility type artifact. I put the delicate box down and look at the mutated Treat Heart. With the help on the small knife, I started to cut it into pieces. The size if pierces is same as Ashlyn and I ate earlier. There are 9 small mouthfuls of pieces in front of me. I carefully put 7 pieces inside the delicate preservation box. The other 2 pieces are for Jill and William. They both had helped a lot and many times saved my life, and one time I heard Jill mutter that if her mana had been more purified, she would be able to use her best skill. I quickly freshened up and changed into new clothes before walking toward Jill and William's tent. Knock, knock. I knock on their tent and next second Jill's voice rang out from the tent, asking me to come in. Mitchell, did something happen? Do you need something? Jill asked, seeing me coming with a serious face. They both seemed to be playing some game on their holowatch as I came inside. I shook my head and removed 2 small pieces of mana heart, places it in front of them. Mitchell, why are you acting all serious and was with these pieces of Trent's heart? Jill asked after giving them casual glance, but William picked one piece and carefully looked at. What do they do? William asked in a deep tone as if he understood something. They are. I started to tell them how I found it and found it peculiar. I took a bite out of it and how extreme pain I felt and how the purity of my had increased. Both of their faces turned serious. Even lively Jill had a serious expression in her face. Is it miracle fruit? Jill asked, no one in particular. Number William shook his head before adding miracle fruit, as its name suggests, are fruit with miraculous abilities. This one probably is mystical medicine, Michael added. Mystical medicine, this is the first time I've heard this term. Jill seems to understand it, as the look of understanding dawned on her face, but seeing my clueless face she decided to explain to me. Mystical medicines are just like miracle fruits, just that they occur in different shape and sizes other than fruits. So that's how it is. They are just like miracle fruits other than not including any fruits. Are you really going to eat it? Haven't you heard when he said, it hurts like hell? Jill shouted as she saw her brother about to eat the part mutated Trent's heart. She had been really scared of listening to my experience. Relax, I already have my mana purity at 91, and I am sure this thing is nothing compared to what I had experienced in my training, he said with a confident smile and popped that piece of mutated Trent's heart in his mouth. I wanted to give him advice, but when he mentioned that word training with that confident smile, I decided against giving it. Let him experience the pain of hell. My advice was that he and his monsters completely open their mind to each other so they could share the pain. First second, there no change in his expression, but next second his expression took a wide turn, and second after that she started whimpering. His expression looked like he is in extreme pain, like burning alive in fire. Is this normal? Jill asked in a scared voice. Seeing her brother's expression and listening to his whimpers, even she got scared a little. He is fine. I collapsed and next second I ate it, I said, but just as I finished my sentence, William began to fall. It is a good thing that Jill had swift speed. If not for that, he would have definitely fallen on the floor. Stay away from his hands, I warned as Jill is carefully laying her brother on the bed. She heeded my advice and kept herself away from her brother's hands. I still remember how hard I gripped my hand that they started bleeding. William still looked quite better conditioned than me. He has at least looked quite stable. His whimpering grew louder as time passed, but other than that I see no sign of him losing control and screaming. More and more sweat started to ooze from his body and veins on his body became visible. He is in extreme pain, but he controlling it well, and the whimpering of his that had become louder now became under control and stable. I am completely shocked seeing this. To control pain at this extent is completely impossible for me. As time passed, I've become more and more shocked as his whimpering completely stopped, and so his occasionally squirming. When anyone saw him from afar, they will think he is just sleeping. Only after they take a closer look at him, they will know he's still in much pain, as his expressions clearly show how much pain he is feeling. I could not be this calm under that immense pain. Whatever training that he mentioned must be really painful and hard to him to be able to remain this calm. Time passed by as we kept watch on William. In the past 20 minutes, there no change in William's condition. As we were watching, a slight red smoke coming out of William's, and soon it started to come out his whole body, the thickest smoke coming from his hearing. Now it really looked like William is burning. It just feels the same when the log of wood is burned. Is this normal? She asked worriedly. I shook her. I don't know, my eyes were closed and forgot to record it, I answered. Hearing the answer, she didn't like any more question. The red smoke slowly stopped coming out of William after a few minutes. He should be able to wake up soon, I said, seeing it been little over 35 minutes since William had eaten the piece. We waited silently him to wake up. It's at 42nd minute his fingers begin to twitch, and soon after he opened his eyes. His eyes are red and he looks very tired. Brother, how are you feeling? She said as she quickly went close to him, helping him sit up. I am feeling fine. That was the most painful thing I've ever experienced, but it also brought me a lot of benefits, Jail. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence and closed his eyes suddenly. Jill and I confused about seeing this. She is just about to shake her brother when we sensed a spike in William's aura. He is leveling up, Jill shouted excitedly as she sensed her brother leveling up. About time. I said in my mind, from the first day I met William, he has always been at mid-level of corporal stage. Most of the people I know level up least once ever since they entered this realm. William is one of the few who hadn't seen the level up till now. You should sit comfortably, it will take some time, said Jill as she sat back on her bed. I was a little confused by this, but decided not to ask a question. I will know when the time to come. I sat on the chair that in the corner of the tent and opened the folder of Fire Strike skill and started to study it. My eyes become shiny as I started to read it. I had already understood its basic by heart, and I don't think I will have a problem activating this skill. This skill looks simple, but its execution is very complicated. One has to transfer mana through a complicated network of veins to activate it. If not for me to have familiarity with mana veins because of supreme combat exercise, if not for that, I would have taken several days to activate it properly. 15 minutes passed, but there is no change in William condition except for his aura is rising. Normally it would take 15 minutes for regular Evolver to level L up, but looking at the rising aura of William, it will take some time. Time passed as I passed the time studying the skill. After 15 minutes, William aura reached the peak corporal level. If he goes higher, he will directly enter the sergeant stage. It should be over soon, I said in my mind, but as I wait for him to complete his leveling up, I found that his aura stops rising and started converging. It is becoming denser every second. When I look at Jill, I found there is no surprise in eyes. I stopped reading and wholly concentrate my mind on converging aura. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, his aura getting denser and denser to the point approaching near to the aura of Rachel and Max. I only sense this dense corporal aura from Rachel and Max. Any other peak corporal stage can't reach near it, but now William's aura approaching that level. It keeps getting denser and denser, and only his aura will be at the same level that of Max, and Rachel his aura stopped converging. His aura just stopped short in approaching that of Max and Rachel's level. William slowly opens his eyes and then suddenly started laughing like a madman. Ha 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 ha, I did it, I finally reached it. Ha 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 ha, I did it, I finally succeeded. William laughs loudly and shouted. Is he went mad? I thought, looking how loudly and crazily he laughing, he really looks like he lost his mind. What happened to your brother? I asked Jill as William is still laughing loudly. He is too happy, she said sheepishly as waited for her brother to calm down. A few seconds later did his mad laughter died down as he wipes down tears that streaked on his face. I wanted to say it's okay, but I just smiled at his mention of the favor. Anything I will say will be demeaning. If you don't mind me asking, are you now as powerful as Max and Rachel? I asked. I know this is little personal, but I wanted to ask it ever since I sensed that dense corporal level aura. I am currently very close to their level and will be able to reach their level in a month or two, he said smilingly. I knew that already, but I was still shocked hearing this. What did it mean reaching the level of Max and Rachel? Their power is the highest one could reach their level. They could kill thousands of B-grade monsters of the same level as them without using any skill. They represent the peak power of their level and would be easily able to kill tens of sergeant-level evolves and probably fight equally against those at master stage. The only ones I can think that could surpass them are those I met from the central continent, or maybe they are also the same level as them. It doesn't look as painful as Michael, right, brother? Said Jill as she picked up a piece of heart. You are right. It is not as painful as Michael described if you follow certain tricks. You will definitely able to bear this pain, said Michael with a confident smile. I can tell he is lying through his teeth and about to bust his lie when he motioned me with his eye to stay quiet. I confident in my little sister. You can definitely endure the pain, and let me tell you, if you are able to endure this pain without shouting, then you will be 80 ready to take the test for Super Elite, he said to his sister. His voice is so smooth. If not for I experienced that pain, I would have surely thought he telling the truth. Snort. You don't have to sugarcoat it. I know you are lying, Jill said snortingly as she played with the piece of treat heart in her hand. Now tell me all the tricks and tips. I am going to eat it, she said both to me and William. I and William started to tell all our experience and gave her tips. 15 minutes later, she made all the preparation, and in reality, she looked quite funny. She wore gloves in her hands. Her legs and arms are hugging the big stuffed toy which she had taken out with a red face. She looked very funny in this get-up that her brother is laughing without pause, and me also barely able to control her laughter. Jill had shed a lot of her baby fat in these 10 days, but her cheeks are still looked quite chubby, and that made her look very cute while hugging her soft toy. Don't laugh, she said angrily as she saw us smile both of our faces. All right, we will not laugh. Now little sister, open your mouth, said William in a quite exaggerated fashion. Jill looked at him angrily, but she opened her mouth as mutated Treat's heart in William's hand. Remember to circulate supreme combat exercise. This a golden chance you will hardly have, said William, and put piece of Treat's heart in Jill's mouth swiftly without giving her the heads up. She looked at William angrily and wanted to say something, but she stopped as she opened her mouth to speak and bite her stuffed toy hard to endure the pain. I don't know if she able to endure or not, but I hope she does. I walked back to the corner chair and started to study the skill again, but I now and then cast a look at Jill. She's making whimpering noises and squirming with that stuffed toy, but it did not look she will make a noise. William had prepared a makeshift gag for her. If she started to scream, then he will gag her forcefully. As I am studying, one thing is kept bothering me. It's a question that I wanted to ask, but it is related to the secret of their organization. No matter how much I try, I can't seem to suppress it. Do you want to ask me something? William asked suddenly. How do you know? I asked. He caught me quite unprepared asking me this question. You have this struggle on your face, he states. I try to answer it if it's not any major secret, he said with a smile. Why is there so much difference between elites and super elites of your organizations? I asked. I can guess some basics, but I wanted to know details about it if possible. This is a top secret, but I'll let in on some details. He said mysteriously, there is a vast difference between elite and super elite. One can become an elite member if one work hard enough, but to become the supreme elite, one needs much more than that, he said. In the top 7 organizations in there won't be more than 10 super elites in each organization. It's not because of resources. There is no limit to resources in a top organization. The criteria to become to the super elite is huge, he stated. As you have seen, there is a vast difference between elite and super elite. To super elites, those who are not super elite are akin to ants, he said. All he said rang true in my mind. Within the same level, those who are not super elite are ants. I can't tell you exactly what made them stronger, but I can't tell you that super elites have something in them that others don't. What super elites have that others don't? I really want to know, but it's secret of their organization. I had already noticed that Rachel, Max, and William have some type of different feel to their mana. It's like it is laced with something that makes it more stronger and lethal. There is another type of people between elites and super elites. They are commonly known as mid-elites. These people are the one who pass the criteria of super elites while not able to pass the full training of super elites, but they still have a chance to become super elites. Maya is one of them, he said. And one more thing you should know, that all mid-elites and super elites are only using 50 of their power, as another half our power is sealed. He said lastly, just 50, this is fucking insane. I thought they have some power in reserve, but never thought that they are on using 50. I have a way to underestimate the power of these organizations. They are more powerful than I thought. One thing I concur from listening to William's training is that simple hard work is not enough. One will also need some unique resources that only organizations have. William didn't talk much after that, as kept all his concentration on his sister. Jill is whimpering loudly, and there is even red smoke coming off her. It looks like we'll be able to hold on. Time passed by, and every second Jill whimpering becomes louder and louder and louder. One time I felt that she will really scream out, but she held, and finally, after a few minutes, she finally opened her eyes and said, "Fuck, I do not want to experience this pain ever again." William and I both smiled hearing that. When I opened my eyes earlier after experiencing such pain, I just never wanted to experience it ever again. What purity did your mana reached? Asked William after his become clear-minded. 90.3. Jill said excitedly. I can understand her excitement. Michiel, do you have another piece of that mystic medicine? Michiel asked suddenly. I didn't say anything for a while, but after some thinking I nodded hesitantly. Snort. Your little girlfriend is already at peak of corporal stage. This mystical medicine will not have much effect on her, Jill said with a snort. You are right, although this medicine won't help her much in mana purity, it might help her broke that straw, said Michael. Hearing this, Jill became quite serious. Which straw is she on? Jill asked seriously. I am not understanding their language, but it looks quite serious. The last one, replied William, hearing that her expression turned more serious. She really told you that? Asked Jill again. William nodded with solemnness. They both were silent for some time before William turning to me. Michiel, I will not take advantage of you. I will pay a market price, he said. I felt a little relieved, although his sister is my good friend, and for that I had given them 2 for free, but I had the plan to sell after keeping some for my family. It would have really pained my heart to give another 1 free. How much? Come out of my mouth before I could control myself. I don't know the correct price, but the price you will get is above million. I will transfer it to your account after we get out of this realm. I got so startled that I nearly fell. I also thought I will get near million selling all 9 portion I have. I never thought I will get million for each portion. Do you want it now or tomorrow? I asked, as it's already been late night. Now would be fine, said William excitedly, which made Jill give a snort. You are really hopeless for that girl, said Jill annoyingly. William didn't mind and just smiled at his sister. Okay. I will bring it back from the tent in a minute, I said, and left them a tent. I've already thought selling some of the portions of mystical medicine and all the herbs I got in the forest to Jim. I will get an estimate from him for mystical medicine to see if his price same, William said, and will sell to one who offers the highest price. Thinking that I walk excitedly, dreaming about a shitload of money I am going to earn after I get out of this realm. On the way to my tent, I kept hearing a faint banging sound. I look around to see hundreds of monsters are banging against the blue force field. I looked at them with interest, as this is the first time bipedal monsters are attacking them. It is quite a normal 100-200 monsters attacking the force field. They attack every day night, and Rachel clears them every morning. They looked quite fearsome as they kept attacking insistently, but they never able to produce a more than ripple from the force field. I can't see what type of monster are they, as I could only see the indistinct figure of the bipedal monster. Only taking a few glances, I quickly walked to my tent. I had mystical medicine stored in my storage, but I don't want it to show in front of others. I took out the exquisite box from my storage and removed the piece of mystical medicine from it. Taking in my palm, I walked back to William Tents gave to him, just as he received it in his. he bolted toward his girlfriend's tent, much Jill annoyance. After some taking will Jill, I also left for my tent as it is already late and I have to wake up early tomorrow. What the fucking hell is this? I gasped, seeing the scene in front of me. Not only me, but hundreds of people are seeing this in exclamation and fear. It was their loud shouts and shouts that woke me from my heavy sleep. The sky hadn't brightened yet, but I could see rows and rows of monsters to a range of my eyes. There is no end to them. Currently, there are more than 1,000 minsters attacking them at the same time, and behind them also thousands and thousands of monsters. Every attack of them seemed forceful, producing the ripple, and now there are thousands of ripple every moment. It is not just our camp, but Max's camp that beside us also besieged by monsters. This is not a simple group of monsters, but a horde, and its strength and quantity look more powerful than the treant. The monsters looked fearsome as if came out of a nightmare. They are bipedal hog monster, about 13-meter average in height. The biggest hog monsters are about 17 million to 18 million tall. They have big pig head, and their sharp tusks could be seen as they elongated from their mouth. The funny thing about them is their slightly pink buffy bodies, which would have them quite cute to look, but instead, it had the opposite effect, making them look fearsome. How do you feel? I asked Jill as I saw come beside me. Yesterday, I definitely would have felt scared, but now I didn't think I have to feel scared of them, she said with confidence. I nodded. Her strength must have increased a lot, except for the new skill she can practice with her mana purity. There's also Supreme Combat Seal she must have created. All in all, with all her abilities increased, she will easily able to fight against this monster with her speed as a boon. She's not the only one whose abilities increased. I also have the confidence to deal with the monsters ahead of me. The main reason for my confidence is my Knight grade skill. I'm quite confident in dealing with monsters ahead of with the aid of my Knight grade skill, an extra seal I created yesterday. I watch for a while before going back to my tent, as there are still 2 hours before we leave the camp. I am not much worried about Minster Horde outside. Rachel will think of something to counter them, and now there is even William, who is very close to Max and Rachel in power. Even if this horse is overwhelming, it's still Mall Horde, which will have more or less 5,000 minsters. There are many grades of hordes, but this realm's monsters most can only organize grade 1 or grade 2 horde if the monster leader is powerful. Soon the time of lunch came. Normally this even early breakfast, but in this realm, we have to eat lunch at breakfast time. I deactivated my tent and put it back into the backpack before walking toward the center of them. The camp's atmosphere is little somber as monsters attacking in the full force. Everyone is eating silently. I took my plate and walked toward the Jill who was eating with her. We didn't talk and eat silently, and after finish eating, we waited silently for the instruction. William, who is taking with us, left after seeing time in his holowatch. He walked toward Rachel directly and started to talk with her softly. I look at Jill in askance, but she didn't say to me anything. After talking to Rachel, William walks toward the force field. A small space opened in the force field enough for him to pass. Rachel is long-range weapon user and quite effortlessly control the battlefield and save people, but Max is short-range weapon user, and it is hard for him to control the battlefield, she said. Seeing my brother has reached the level of super elite, Max requested him to his camp to manage the battlefield, as both of our camps will strategically open to fighting the monsters. She said, as I listening to Jill, I am also looking at William, who is going out from the small opening opened by Rachel. Monsters roared as they saw him coming out camp and are ready to attack at any moment. Williams reassuringly walks out of force field entrance. He did not even activate his weapon. Everyone has their eyes trained on him, trying to figure out why Rachel's sending him out of camp, and they become even more interested in seeing his relaxed pace. Tens of monsters pounced on him, seeing him coming out of camp. Seeing this, William is still quite relaxed. I am also very interested in seeing William's strength. Till now, William had always hidden his strength, and now he entered the boundary of the super elite. He became even more powerful. I really want to see what he will do against this many monsters attacking him. He didn't stop. Seeing Monster Hog's attack is only half-meter away from him. As the monsters got close, a faint blue mist had started to release from William's body. The monsters ignored faint blue mist and continued to attack, but as their attack about to reach, a change occurred. I saw Monster attacking William, but he less swearingly wanking without care for monsters. My heart skipped seeing monsters attack about to land on him, and unconsciously about shout when I saw monsters froze on the spot. All the monsters that come in contact with blue mist froze in the spot. As William kept walking toward the Williams camp, the monsters kept freezing. I thought that the monster will come out of freeze after a few seconds, but they suddenly started shattering into the pieces. This shocked me to the core. I've way too underestimates these super elites. Once one capability reached the super elite, their power would reach a completely different level. By the time William reached the max camp, William had killed hundreds of monster by freezing them with his mist. His show of power isn't least bit inferior to Rachel and Max, people were shocked the same way when they saw Rachel and Max's true power. After 5 minutes, both camp will open quarter of the force field for the monster to come in, Rachel said. After William left for Max camp, Rachel started to give orders. Please follow the direction given to you for the formation, and those who will create a ruckus will be punished, she announced. I don't why Rachel have to be serious all the time, she could just chill a little, said Jill softly. I wanted to ask her to keep quiet, but stopped myself, seeing now that she bother became a super elite. Even if Rachel heard, she won't be able to do anything, much less anyone else. Soon Rachel started to give us some. It's just simple tips to fight in the enclosed space safely and lethally. Rachel said that she is only going to open a quarter of the camp so the monster could come in. I was a little confused why they opening quarter of the force field, as this quite big entrance and thousands of monster could come in a minute, and it would be really hard to fight against them even if Rachel helped. If we opened only 10 of the force field, very few monsters could come in, we could easily finish, but as I thought that, the answer to that quickly come in my mind. If we only open 10 of the force field, it would be quite easy to kill the monster, but will take a lot of time, and even a day wouldn't be enough. Opening quarter if force field will bring a lot of monsters, but it also gives chance everybody to fight, and fight will finish quickly, and we could swiftly travel toward the exit if this realm. Be ready, the force field will open in 10 seconds, said Rachel from our back. Unlike other times, this time Rachel is staying behind. This is half-enclosed space, perfect for archer like her. In this half-enclosed space, she could easily kill any monster she wants from the hyperlink, and if monster got closer to her, she could easily escape through force field as she has control over it, but I didn't think her close combat abilities are so bad that she could not defend against them, and then there is her monster, which she did take out till now. Seconds started to tick by, and I also activated my weapons. I am really excited to fight as I want to test my abilities against this monster. These hog monsters look is attack and defense type monster than speed and agility, although they have less agility compared to other B-grade monster, but they still very fast compared to another monster of the same level. They come, Rachel shouted, and force field went down. Thousands of monsters stormed inside with their frightening grunts. Without waiting for anyone, Rachel started to shoot down arrow. Every arrow hers will kill the monster. Snort. The monsters snorted loudly and kept running toward us, and we also met them halfway. I quickly picked up an initial level specialist grade monster and ran toward it. Grunt. It grunted loudly and attacked me with a gain fist. Seeing powerful fists are coming toward me, I activated my boots and dodged. Its single fist is double size of me, and its arms are many large. It has both range and power if it has the speed to match with it. This monsters would definitely have able enter higher B grade. I ducked its fist and swing my sword up with my full power toward its arm. Chang, my sword had struck against its arm, but other than making a barely visible scratch, it didn't do anything to it. My attack didn't do anything to it, but it sure annoyed it. Grunt. It grunted loudly and launched a kick. Seeing the kick coming, I took a small dodge sideways, effectively avoiding its attack. Thank God I created another seal of Supreme Combat Exercise, which gave me small enhancement in my abilities, otherwise it would have been really dodging its enormous leg at such close range. Still, I had to circulate the 18th move of Supreme Combat Exercise to dodge it. Barely a minute passed since the fight started, but I already reached the 18th move of Supreme Combat Exercise. Because of heart-wrenching pain I experienced yesterday, I now became more tolerant to pain, and I am confident I will create the 5th seal in 1 or 2 days. I keep fighting it for a few minutes, knowing its strength and weakness if this monsters. Fighting it, one thing I've come to know, that it has the hardest defense of all the monsters I've fought. One had to have a very good skill or very good physical or material ability to injure it. I hadn't used my skill set. My plan is that to first know all the strength and weakness of the monster before using all my strength. Currently, because of Rachel, the monster horde is in control, and no series of injuries or death occurred, but it will change soon. I want to completely know the monster before killing it, as I have killed tens of these monster, and that time I won't have to think about its weakness. First tide, second tide, third tide. I shouted and activated the power of all 3 tides at the same time. Now that I completely know all of its strength and weakness, I'm pretty sure my attack land on the perfect spot. Dodging its giant fists, I ducked and ran forward before taking staring jump towards its heart. Grunt. It grunted and wanted to strike its big head against my body, but before it could do that, my sword had already reached its heart. Patch. I was shocked that my sword has barely entered an inch inside. It failed to penetrate even inch of its skin. Without wasting time, I backflip in midair using the monster's body and my sword as leverage. As I landed, I saw the monster coming toward in stark anger in his eyes. Without flustering, seeing monster very close to me, I activated my skill again. First tide, second tide, I shouted, and with the power of skill coursing through my veins, I dodge its close charge. With me creating the 4th seal, I can use my skill 2 consecutive without any side effects. As the power of skill still coursing through my veins, I quickly removed the potion bottles from my pocket and drank it. I will need a lot of mana for what I am going to do next. I kept fighting with the monster hog till mana in my central reserve had reached 100%. First tide, second tide. I activate the 2 tides and put some distance between Minster as this skill is long range and needs some time to activate. Fire strike. I shouted and started to circulate mana with my ability according to skill's directions. I started to hot all over my body as mana circulated through specific circulation. This Night Grade skill can only use fire ability user as it strikes down concentrated bolts of fire. Soon extremely concentrated silver fire spread into my sword from my palm. It became more concentrated in my sword, become not longer than 2 inches. As silver fire bolt reaches the end of my sword, its speed suddenly increased, and it released from my sword like a bullet toward the incoming monsters, which only a meter away from me. The silver bolt of concentrated fire shot toward the incoming monster hog. The silver bolt of the fire looked very shiny as it pierces the air as it aims toward the monster's head. The bolt is traveling through the air very fast, but to me, it looked very slow due to the excitement. I am little surprised, though, seeing a lone bolt of fire shooting through my sword. After reading the skill's description, I thought my sword, at least would release 5 to 6 bolts if concentrated fire, but it had released just 1. From what it read, the number of fire bolts depends upon mana and quality of the fire ability. I have enough mana to produce 4 to 5 bolts, but my fire quality is lowest. Probably this is the reason my sword had only released a single bolt of concentrated mana fire. The monster looked alarmed as firebolt reached near its nose in a moment, but it couldn't do anything about it. Puchai. Firebolt passed through the monster head through its nose while the monster is wide eyes as it loses the momentum. Thud. Its giant body fell directly in front of me, but I was able to react a bit due to the weakness in feeling. Without wasting time, I quickly took out a piece of Treant heart from my pocket and popped in my mouth. Only when its mana refreshing sensation had spread in my body did I feel good enough to move my body as mana started to enter my refinement engine. The fire strike skill that I had just used took nearly 90% of my mana, making me extremely tired in second. This skill is extremely lethal, but it also takes way too much of mana. It is not suitable for the initial level specialist grade evolver like me to use in crowded fights like this. If not for I have Treant's heart as insurance, I would have used this skill as last resort. It takes minutes to digest normal mana potions, but it only takes a few seconds by Treant's heart. Seeing no monsters are near me, I looked at Monster Hog that I had just killed. Except for the small hole in his nose L, there are no injuries on its body. Looked like my mana bolt earlier had melted its whole damn brain. I would have removed the core from its body, but I don't think I have the ability to do that, and there are lots of monsters here. As I was observing a body, I felt monsters coming toward me. Without looking, I started circulating Fire Strike without even looking at the monster. This time being familiar, I didn't get the surprised feeling hot sensation and wholly concentrated on taking an aim at monster's head, which is coming toward me with Fury's expression. Like concentrated silver fire traveled to my sword from my palm and converted into the firebolt, which shot toward the monster like a bullet. Puchai. The firebolt had pierced the monster's head. This time my aim is little better as it pierced from space above the nose. Thud. The monster body fell with a thud not far away from me. I first eat the piece of Treant heart before walking toward the monster. I am in awe of the power of this skill. Just one move. I just need the one move to kill a B-grade monster. The skill power is so great that it doesn't feel any obstruction passing through the monster head, and there is even little energy remains to come out of its head. This is the real difference between Night Grade skill and Grade 1 skill. Their power is like a heaven and earth. Looking at the power of Fire Strike, its power is greater than the Piercing Spindle skill that will have, which I sure am Night Grade skill. Seeing no monster coming towards me, I looked toward Jill, whom earlier fighting not far away from me. When Elle looked at her, I found that she is also looking toward me with a shocked expression. Not just her, many people that I become familiar with me are looking at the same way as Jill. I just have them smile and looked away from them, but I didn't fail to notice 5 monsters' body around Jill. But no one surprised seeing that his last few days her killing score is better than our group's peak specialist grade revolver. I again started to fight to see the monster coming toward me. As time passed by, monster numbers kept increasing, but they are still manageable as we are in closed space, and there is so much space for the monitor to enter. Whatever monsters came toward me, I kept killing them with the Fire Strike. This skill power is so amazing that I wouldn't want to use anything but this. After I killed my 5th monster, I stopped eating Treant heart for recovery and went back to drinking mana potions. I have limited number Treant's heart. If keep squandering them at this speed, they will not going to last till I exit this realm. I did it because not only I will waste the Treant hearts this way, I will also lose on supreme combat exercise. As using Treant heart, I will feel less strain of battle and circulation of my supreme combat exercise slows down. Combat is the only thing I depend on to advance in a supreme combat exercise. I have received many injuries because not eating treat heart for combat, but I also reached 20-second move of exercise in very less time. It is becoming harder, though, to advance more in exercise, although pain is a lot less compared to the one I felt after eating mystic medicine, but it is still pain nonetheless. But I am still confident in creating the 5th seal of exercise today or tomorrow. I keep fighting on killing monsters with my terrifying kill, enjoying the rush of power when I felt death-like intuition. Intuitively, I activated my shield and move it toward where I felt danger. Bang. Something heavy collided against my shield, breaking nearly all bones of my body. I felt so immense force that I've never felt before, and my body flew like a broken kite. Bam! Next moment, I collided against force field. The rest of my body parts that were left safe got injured due to the collision, taking me to the death's door. If I didn't do something within second, I will surely die without knowing which monster sneaked attacked me. I am at the death door. Every bone of my body had broken, and blood could be seen from flowing from every part of my body. The attack came so suddenly that I barely had a chance to defend against. By the time that I knew the monster is attacking, I barely had time to defend properly or use the skill. I am very seriously injured, and if I didn't do anything in the next few seconds, either monster will kill me or the excessive bleeding. I even lost my sword when I collided against the force field. I hope it will be here somewhere. I don't want to lose my knight grade sword. I am barely able to shake my limbs due to serious injuries, much less move them to take out treat heart from the storage of my right pocket, but there is still hope. More than a week ago, I saw a girl sucking her sleeve when she got very injured by the minister. That piqued my interest, and I kept watching her while fighting the monster. It turned that girls have sewed special place at the end of sleep to keep potion bottles for an emergency. I got interested, and I also copied her and made space for potion bottles under my sleeves, and morning today I changed potion bottle with pieces of the treat heart. I crane my neck downward despite feeling the immense pain and move my right sleeve. It is very hard and painful, but I kept going, and soon my sleep reached my mouth. I opened my mouth and loosely bit it with my teeth. Soon the small piece treat heart melted in my mouth and started to heal my injuries speedily by before I could smile again. I felt an impending danger again, and next moment I again hit by a monster. Bang! I wasn't able to see monster clearly as my eyes were little murky due to blood. This time my body fell on the open space, and I can feel sound of intense fighting around me. I lay on the ground in an unnatural position potion as my wounds are still healing due to a piece of treat heart earlier. This is reason probably am not dead, despite bones of my waist are crushed. Laying in the ground, I tried to move my limbs. This time my injuries are really heavy. I could die in a few minutes if my injuries did not stabilize. The piece of treat heart I ate earlier will not able to heal me. It would be a blessing if it is able to stabilize injuries and made my limbs capable enough to move a little. I know monster could attack me any moment and end me despite that I did not give up and keep trying to move my hands. As the second passed, the monster's attack I have been expecting did not come, and my twitching hands started to move a little. I kept moving my right hand little by little till it reached near my right pocket. I kept moving it, and soon it reaches my right pocket. My hand went inside my storage, and I removed the biggest piece that I kept it for emergencies. It is from Peak Specialist Grade Treat, and it will be more than enough to heal all my injuries and charge my mana to 100%. My hands slowly come toward my mouth as I kept worrying about the monster attack that could hit me any time. As the piece of treat heart coming toward my mouth, I am trying to see the scene around me, but I barely able to some blurry figures. My eyes had become murky due to blood, and I can see clearly as I am dying to see which monster bastard sneaked attacked me. Soon the treat heard hear my mouth. I opened my mouth fully despite feeling pain from my broken jaw. The big piece of treat heart entered my mouth, and next moment, there burst of refreshment that started to spread from my mouth, healing injuries of my whole body. As the seconds passed, more and more of my injuries started to heal, and I got relatively good control over my hands that I can clear the blood off them. As my eyes gained clearly, I get the full view of the fights that are going around me. I thank my luck that I was not crushed by the foot of monsters, as the closest fight is just 2 meters away from. I would be miserable if I were too crushed by 12 million tall monster. Anther minutes passed, and I get relative control my body, and I can barely stand up. When stood up, I saw the shocking scene, not much away from me. There is Bitsy is fighting against an about 14 meters tall monster, and that monster is the peak of specialist stage. The monster looked very angry as tiny Bitsy sunning around its body, attacking whenever she wished. Rachel saved my life again, I said looking toward Bitsy. I am sure this is the monster that sneaks attack me. My body is stronger than normal specialist grade evolvers due to 4 seals, and mid-stage specialist stage monster is not powerful enough to make me reach the death's door at the single attack. Moreover, that attack is passed through my shield. I activated my second sword, my waist, as lost my sword after I collided against the force field. I was about to start circulating fire strike to attack the monsters when a red arrow came out of nowhere, pierced the monster's skull. Thud, a giant monster fell on the ground with a loud thud, and soon Bitsy came toward me running. First, she looked around for Ashlyn, but when she didn't find her, she turned to me and started to kiss my cheeks and shamelessly asked for a treat. Ha ha ha, here you go, I said as took out the treat and gave it to her. I gave her one of fruit that Ashlyn brought yesterday. Bitsy quickly left after eating the fruit and walked toward the direction where I collided the force field to find my sword. The sword is really important to me. It is only offensive knight grade artifact. I have in my previous grade 1 sword nothing compare to it. I didn't have to search very hard and I found it nearly force field. After I activated my sword, I again started killing monsters, but this time I had not lost in the power of the skill. I kept myself vigilant every moment of my fight so mistake earlier did not happen. If I had seen that attack second earlier, I would have been better conditioned to find against it. The more and more monster kept coming and we keep killing. He is an inside force field is completely filled with monsters that you could not take a step without stepping on the monster corpse. Time passed as kept fighting and soon at 3 hours since Rachel opened the force field. A sudden change occurred in the fight as monsters orcs suddenly became crazy and started to run like a headless chicken. Instructive fear could be seen on their faces. Seeing something wrong, Rachel quickly closed the force field and seeing her, Max also did the same. The remaining monster inside the force field quickly killed by Rachel and us. Soon we formed to know the reason for their fear and monster, as a monster outside force field started to fall one by one. Large yellow clouds loomed over them. Extreme horror appeared on everyone's faces when we saw what that yellow cloud is made. Even Rachel is no exception. Daffodil bees, Rachel said in horror. Slight fear could be heard from her voice. Not only she but many other elites around her also have that look. I don't particularly know this species bee monster, but knowing it is bee monsters already enough for me. Flying type monsters are dangerous, especially those who traveled in a large group are very dangerous, and bee monster is one the most dangerous one. Those yellow clouds have about 10,000 monsters, and they are constantly killing monsters hogs around our camps. A few minutes later, thousands of monster hog bodies lying dead around the camp, while clouds of daffodils bees are attacking both camps with the thousands of darts. One thing I don't understand though, why the reaction of horror appeared on Rachel and her friends' faces. Are these daffodils bees are very dangerous? I asked Jill, who is beside me watching bee monsters' relentless attack on our force field. They are more than dangerous. They are like a scourge. Once they decided on something, they can annihilate hordes of the monster within the second. These monsters are common in high mana concentration realms like this, as this is best places they would find materials to make their honey. She said, material for honey. I asked what material they need to make honey, that precious flowers. You will soon see what material they need, but one thing you must remember, never cross these daffodil bees. They are extremely relentless in their hunt, she warned. The bees kept attacking for a few minutes before they stopped suddenly and started to land on the monster's hogs. Every daffodil bee landed on the monster, and suddenly a crystalline protrusion came out of their mouths and struck the chest of the monster hogs. Thousands of bees is doing that to everybody of the monster's hog. What are they doing? I asked Jill, seeing the weird crystalline protrusion coming out of their mouth. Keep watching. Jill replied. I kept watching, but I saw no change for a few seconds. But then bodies of monster hogs started to twitch as they were waking out of their sleep. Their bodies started to twitch faster and faster, but no matter how much they try, they can't seem to move their limbs. Grunt, 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 grunt. Mournful grunting of monster hogs started all of a sudden. Their mournful grunt shook my heart. To grunt like that, they must be in extreme pain. I thought earlier when daffodil bees released their darts, I thought they were poisonous and they were killing those monster hogs, but I was so wrong. Those darts were not poisonous but potent tranquilizer that made monster hogs unconscious. I looked at the monster hogs that were grunting in extreme pain as crystalline protrusion of daffodil's bees are attached to their hearts. There seems to be no change in their body because of protrusion. I wanted to ask Jill what the daffodil's bees are doing, but I know she will not give me the right answer. Everyone from the whole camp looking at scene front us with wide eyes. No one moved from their spot, and no one dared to make any sound, not even Rachel. Ashlyn also comes out me and nested on my shoulder. It's good thing that she didn't chirp, as always when she came out, otherwise I would have to face angry eyes or even beating of the hole. Ashlyn, without disturbing me, quietly watching the unchanging scene that is happening in front of us. Few more minutes passed, and there is no change when speculates started to appear on the monster hog bodies. First, barely anyone noticed it, but as time passes, everyone started to notice. The bodies of monster hogs started to turn sickly yellow, and their grunts more hoarse. Soon all the monsters' hogs' bodies turned sickly yellow, and their hoarse grunts becoming barely audible. It feels like these fucking bees sucking the life out of these poor monsters. I whispered, softly looking at the scene happening in front of me. You're very right about this, said Jill, hearing my whisper. Seeing little confusion in my eyes, she decided to explain. That protrusion that coming out of Daffodil Bee's mouth not only sucking its mana, it's also sucking its vitality, life essence, and last but not least its core. I am utterly shocked hearing this. I also suspected, seeing monster's yellowed form, that it must be sucking its mana and vitality, but I've never expected it's also sucking life. These daffodil bees are utterly cruel, I said in my heart. Every life form has a life force, and it presents in every life form as long as they are alive, but if they are dead, then life force will vanish from their body. Taking out life force from any life form is an extremely painful and cruel process. The pain I felt yesterday is nothing compared to the pain monster hogs were now feeling. Taking life force out one's body like taking one's souls out, it is an extremely inhuman process. That is why it is banned everywhere in the continent for being inhuman. Those who were caught doing that were punished severely, but still many people harvest life force as it is being one most important material in potion making. Do you know why daffodil bees are known as natural alchemists? Jill asked. I shook my head, saying no. This is the first time I've heard of daffodil bees, much less them being a natural alchemist. The honey of the daffodil bee made from the essence of extremely precious flowers and herbs, but it also contains life force, vitality, and purified monster cores. Every single drop honey made by daffodil bee precious and could sell for tens of millions of credits. Single a drop of honey made by corporal level daffodil bee could create greed in the heart if Lieutenant Stage Powerhouse, said Jill. I was so shocked that I am barely able to form a word in my mouth. A drop of honey could evoke greed in Lieutenant Stage Powerhouse. It must have immense uses. I was about to ask for its uses when another change started to occur in front of us. Small cracks started to form on the bodies of monster hogs, but the bees still did not take out their protrusions. The cracks grew bigger and bigger as time passed. It's been some time. The mournful grunts of monster hogs are stopped, but their bodies are still twitching, showing they are still alive, as daffodil's bees still aren't finished sucking the monster dry. You know, we have to arrange large force containing only our elites and super elites to hunt for daffodil bees' honey and have to fight tooth and nail to gain victory over this bees, said Jill. I can understand why they need only the elite and super elite against these bees. A single dart from the bees could make one unconscious. Although armor could block the darts, there are many areas on the body which couldn't be protected. To fight against tens of thousands of monsters will surely need top and experienced force. The cracks on the monster hog become more and more obvious. From the distance, they look like giant clay figurines that experienced age and now has cracked over it. It will be over soon. I thought oversigh, as monster hogs are barely twitching right now. Time passed by and soon daffodil bees started to fly up, leaving dry and husky corpses monster hogs on their wake. Some of the corpses even collapsed, leaving behind fine dust. This is the horror of these bees. I would prefer to die by straight blade than this horrible way. As bees flew up the air, they merged with the rest of the yellow cloud and started to attack both camps again like earlier. Take a quick rest, we will have to fight soon. Rachel's loud voice rang out in everyone's eyes. Unceremoniously, Jill and I sat on the dead monster hog's back. I took some fruits for us to eat as we watched thousands of bees try to attack our camp. We currently don't have the ability to fight near 10,000 bees. The only this we can do hold up in our camp till they. It looked for hours have passed, but when I looked at my holowatch, I got quite surprised to find it been less than half an hour. How much time do you think it will take these bees to clear up? I asked Jill, as she only seems to most of my answers. I don't know, she said while shaking her head. I'm a little disappointed in hearing that, but decided not to dwell on it. Bitsy and Ashlyn playing beside us, more like Bitsy following Ashlyn to play, and seeing her enthusiasm, Ashlyn also responded as they played chasing game. We sat in silence as the time passed by. Thousands of daffodil bees kept attacking for the past half an hour, but they stopped suddenly. Everyone stopped chatting and looked up, hoping the monsters would leave. The big cloud of yellow separated into two groups, one big and one small. There were around 10,000 monster bees in the large yellow cloud. Now that it got separated, the big cloud has around 7,000 while the smaller one has 3,000. I watched the cloud's bees concentrate lately, and just as big cloud turned to leaves, I became very happy. As the big cloud is leaving, the smaller cloud resumed its attack on both camps. Everybody gets into formation, Rachel said 10 minutes after the large cloud of bees left. I'm going to open the quarter of the force field for daffodil bees to come in like monsters earlier. She said we stood standing on the bodies of monsters hogs. They may be a fewer number than monsters earlier, but they are more dangerous. Those who have long-range abilities and skill do not hesitate to use them all, she ordered. I am going to open force field in 10 seconds. Be careful of its tranquilizing darts, she said. I started the countdown in my head. The monsters are really few compared to earlier, and if we give it all, the fight should be finished in half an hour. I already activated all my artifact and fully vigilant to guard against any tranquilizing attack hitting my open spot. I jipped my sword and ready to use my skill as a monster enter. Dimp, the quarter of the force field opened of both camps. The small yellow cloud quickly divided into two to attack toward the camp. Buzz. The buzzing sound out of their wind traveled in ears as a large group of bees came inside. Fire strike, I shouted, seeing the bee monster coming toward me. Only when a silver bolt of fire shot through my sword did I detect the level of the bee monster that coming toward. But I did not see my shot flying through the air as all my concentration on eating a piece of treant heart. Thud, sound I heard when I popped the piece of the treant heart in my mouth. I'm not surprised seeing mid-level bee getting killed by my skill. I am sure that I can even kill peak specialist stage monster bee without a problem. I was about to start preparing a second fire strike when I saw two extremely sharp darts coming toward me. Without thinking, I moved my shield in front of my face. Ding ding, two darts collided against my shield, that fully I was able to react on time. Using shield in front of my face, I again started activating the fire strike. As long as I protect my face, I would be fine, even if that tranquilizer darts collided against my armor. I will feel acute pain, but the blow will be blocked. I kept using fire strike one after another while defending against the darts released by a bee. That god, these monster did not have much freedom in this enclosed space, otherwise it would have been hell. Many monsters are getting killed every minute, but so is many people getting tranquilized. Two members of my team also fell unconscious after tranquilizing dart hit them. My speed is good as I am killing the monster by a few minutes, but Rachel is best as rained down her red arrows, killing tens of monster every minute. The enclosed space turned out to be the bane of Daffodil B, where close combat specialist can also kill them after making the high jump. The fight rage on, as people kept using their full power without reservation, but this enclosed dome still becomes a playing field for mid-range attacker, who expertly kept killing the monster. By the time fight is finished, our camp is filled with so many monster bodies that we aren't able to see the open ground. Quickly clean the battlefield, said Rachel after the last of Daffodil Bee killed by her. I started to collect cores and poison gland of Daffodil Bees. If not for poison gland is smaller than fist size, I wouldn't have picked that up. It did not take much time to collect all the material from Daffodil Bees, but it is not the same for bodies of monster hogs. No matter how much I tried, I can't seem to penetrated the heart of the monster hogs. I even used the power of the three tides, but it was no use. In the last, I had to request Jill's help to remove the monster cores. These cores B-grade monster will be very precious in the market. They are more expensive than normal corporal grade monster cores. Less than an hour, we finished cleaning the battlefield and started to walk. Rachel had said we have to walk for about 50 miles inside the core region to reach the exit, and it will take 6 to 7 days. One day had already passed, and today is the second day. I miss home very much, especially my parents. I have never been away from home for this much time. After exiting this realm, I am going to book the earliest ticket to home. Time passed by and 2 more days had been passed. These 2 days had really grueling. As we enter inside, the monsters are getting stronger and fighting them becoming difficult. There had been near 21 deaths since we entered in the core region 3 days. It is our luck that we have 3 super elites with us, who quickly kill a large number of monsters and rescue people on time, otherwise deaths would have been many times higher. The only regret I have, I wasn't able to create the 5th seal of Supreme Combat Exercise. I am currently struck at 24th move if the exercise and can't seem to break the last wall. The pain I felt the 24th move is really great, though it is still not compared to the one I felt after I ate the mystical medicine, but still, the pain is still unbearable, that's stopping me from breaking the last layer to create the 5th seal. As the pressure of fight had increased, many people also level up, and their combat technique becomes sharper by these constant fighting. Even I, one of few in the camp that doesn't know any combat style aside from one I learned in the school, is getting better. My movements became crisp and agile. Every move my sword will either use to attack or defend, and there barely will be any waste movement on my part. Rachel said if we keep going at this pace, we can reach the exit in 3 days minimum. Today is a special day as we are going to meet 2 more groups in the evening, and 2 days later, the remaining 4 groups will also meet. With the original 8 groups, we are going walk toward the exit of this realm. It is mid-afternoon, and we had just finished fighting a small horde of monster. Thousands of bodies of monsters are littered around the ground, and many people busy collecting their trophies. Earlier when we were fighting, a minster sneaked on Jill when she was fighting Bunch Monster. Seeing that I attacked that monster with fire strike and killed it in 1 shot. "You don't have to thank me for this little help. You had saved my life many times," I said. She just smiled and didn't say anything as we keep taking out monster cores from monsters' bodies. Chew. Ashlyn comes flying with the large urban paws which she dropped the front of Bitsy, and she flew away quickly before I pest her further. Fawn. Bitsy fawned in sadness seeing Ashlyn running away before happily eating the herb that Ashlyn left. I had to let Ashlyn out every day after the fight if I tried to stop her. She forcefully comes out of me. She every day drops some fruits and herbs in my backpack after she comes out. To keep my backpack light for combat and make space for new things, I threw away lots of stuff. The spice bottle I had, the kitchen utensils, some useless stuff I got around Andrew and nail stuff. I even threw away most of the monster parts that like fur or teeth that I thought is valuable and non-rare herbs and ores that I had picked up. Now most of my backpack and storage contain a monster core, monster parts, and herbs that Ashlyn kept bringing. I hope that the unknown herbs that Ashlyn keep bringing will sell at an expensive price outside. If not, then all the stuff I threw away to make space for it will be for naught. All right, let's get moving. Max's loud voice resounded in our ear as he ordered us to walk. Fortunately, I finished removing cores from the monsters that otherwise I would be like some people who hadn't finished removing cores of the monster. I rarely left behind any monster cores. If have any problem removing it, I asked for Jill to help. We are walking fast in the forest in the loose formation. If one will look for afar, he will see we are walking slow, but he keep looking. He will notice that we are walking at an extremely fast pace, that our speed is compared to mid-pace running. A few days ago it was quite hard for me to follow such pace, but now it feels like normal walking to me. HNH, Max stopped suddenly and all people readied their weapon to fight. Their eyes started scanning for monsters that arrived. We were quite familiar with this pattern. The scouts will notify Max ahead of monsters' attack. He would suddenly stop on his track, and this would be his sign that monsters are coming, but what came out of his mouth had surprised us all. "Increase your pace, the other groups need reinforcement," said Max loudly. As he said, our pace changed suddenly from fast walking to running. Normally, we walk fast-paced to make minimum noise and not attract monster by the sound of our footsteps, but this no longer matters now as other groups need help, and this wasn't the time for care about the sound of our footsteps. We started running at full speed without caring for the monster that comes in the way. Max deployed all the corporal stage evolvers around the formation, while 3 sides of formation are taken command by 3 super elites. Whichever monster come in our way, it would be cut down within a second. Our speed of running very fast. I am probably running at my fastest speed which my body allowed with using any skill or artifact. Many monsters attacked us in a group of hundreds, but they were cut down within a second as we ran to rescue in our full speed. No matter which obstruction is coming in a way, we pierced through it but did not decrease our speed. All 3 super had been using their powers, but it is still Rachel has the most kills. Rachel's speed of releasing arrows faster than normal. Not only she, Max and William also releasing flora of attacks whichever monsters that came in way. I also keep my skill ready to attack any monster who breached the formation, but no monster had, as they had all got killed before they could reach the formation. In 20 minutes we reached near enough to hear the faint sound of fighting, and by that time more than those fun's minsters were cut down. Hearing the faint fighting sound, we increased our speed again, cutting down any monster that comes in our way. I looked disappointedly at the monster bodies that we were leaving behind, so much monster cores. If one were just to sell monster cores of all the monster we had killed in the past half hour, he earns tens of millions. We kept running top of our speed, and as we drew near, the sound of fighting grew louder and louder. By the time we had reached the fighting scene, I was left quite dumbstruck seeing the fighting scene, but also could understand why the other group would need reinforcement. "Let's attack," said Max as we reached near the battlefield without giving us much time to observe the fight. With Max, we all ran toward the battlefield like mad while observing the fight. There seemed to more than 4,000 monsters fighting near 1,000 people, and people seem to be in very bad shape. All the body parts that were not in protection of armor are clawed red, their clothes are torn, and people look very miserable monsters. Nothing less expected from monster species which are famous for mischief, and some even have a streak of cruelty in them. They are monkey species. These ones look extremely cruel, and are little different than other monkey monsters I've come across in Westblood. They are exceptionally fast. Although most of the monkey monster are famous for their speed and agility, these ones are exceptionally fast. Their speed would be little than Bitsy, which is the fastest monster I've ever come across. These monkeys are the same size as all the monkey monsters I've seen. The higher level ones are just a little bigger, and all of them are light green in color. The weirdest thing about these monkey monster is that their claws, they did not have claws like a normal monster. Their claws look like they have made of wind blades. They are about 5 inches long. One look at their claws would put fear in men's hearts, that's how sharp. As we running toward the battlefield, I saw Jill remove the mask from her storage and put on her head, which quickly activated and turned into the sleek helmet that covered her head and neck, completely covering her body except for her palms, which are holding her sword and shield. Not only she but many people started donning the masks. I can understand why they are doing that. These monkeys are exceptionally cruel and like to attack the head, and they had shaved many patches on people's head they are fighting. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah, ah. Azure monkeys quickly notice a large group of people running toward them. Without fearing, they ran toward in large quantity without feeling swath of fear. They are running toward us with their high-pitched voice and claws made of wind blades. Soon there was the only 10-meter distance between us, and I can clearly see the streak of mischief, cruelty, and madness in their eyes. Fire strike, I shouted as released the bolt of silver fire toward the azure monkey coming toward me and bit against my sleeve without looking at the firebolt that I just shot. I just improvised the little trick keeping potion in sleeves. Now I had sewed enough space around both of my sleeves, so I put more potion or pieces of treant heart into them. Oh ah. As weaknesses started to reside, I looked thee as a monkey with extreme anger in its eyes coming toward me unstably but swiftly. I missed. This is the first time my fire strike skill had missed. Normally the bolt of fire is too fast for any monster to dodge. The monster is pouncing toward me with very fast speed. If I did not do anything in the second, then I am definitely going to be seriously injured by those wind blade claws. I did not move and let it come closer to. I can see the cruel smile on its face as it saw me not moving. As it comes close enough to me that it can't move mid-air, I move my sword and smiling arc formed on my lips as shouted gotcha in my mind. Fist tied, second tied, third tied. I activated 3 tides power together. My sword, which was moving at normal speed, suddenly tuned swift. An alarmed expression appeared on the azure monkey face. Seeing there no chance of dodging my sword, madness appeared in its eyes as it stretched its claws fully toward my head, but alas, when its claws few inches away from me, my sword its neck. Pacha, see. It felt small obstruction at the monster neck, but I supplied the skill more mana that it is able to cut the neck of azure monkeys before it could do any mischief or do my attack. Thud, 2 parts of azure monkey fell on the ground with a thud. That was close. I said as I took a few breaths. If I had no idea of using 3 raging tides as an attack, I definitely would have gotten injured. Even if I had used my shield, it would have been difficult as it would have changed its course mid-air, as these azure monkeys have an elemental affinity, a wind affinity at that. This makes their speed swifter, and they can do many things mid-air with their wind affinity and inherent agility that monkey monster has. In the past 2 days, I've been using 3 ranging tide skill for quick movements, rather than attack, as most of the monster I've come across have higher defense, and 3 rain strike do nothing, but annoy them when used. My main attack method is my Night grade skill Fire Strike, as it can kill any specialist stage monster, no matter how high its defense is. I had killed 3 peak specialist grade monsters in the past 2 days, and they all killed by my silver firebolt. One thing shocked me though about these azure monkeys: they seem to hold a shred of intelligence compared to another monster in this forest. That intelligence is fillies with the madness, but that is still intelligence. It has to be careful of that any craftiness they perform. As I am taking deep breaths, I saw an initial level azure monkey coming. Without wasting time, I activated my skill, Fire Strike. Thud, I killed another azure monkey and drank the potion. It's been an hour since we entered the fight, but there is not much change in it. It's been more than an hour since we are fighting, and we killed nearly 3/4 of monsters. There are only thousands of monsters remaining. 1/4 of the people are not even fighting, as they don't have any monsters fight. I had already switched to potions from treant heart after I killed the first azure monkey. I have very few treant's hearts, and I have to save them for future fights. This is one reason, but the main reason is that my skill 9 raging strikes are useful. I used it against initial and mid-level specialist grade azure monkeys, but is useless against peak-level azure monkeys. That lesson I've learned in a hard way. A long scar on my face is proof of that. Although I ate treant heart to heal that injury, but extremely faint outline could be seen on my face. That's not the only injury I received in past hours. A faint outline of scars could be seen on face, and scars could be seen on the face and my neck. These azure monkeys are very crafty, and one has to be careful in dealing with them. Whoosh, dodging the claw from a sudden attack, I swung my swords towards it but went past my attack range, but next moment it attacked me again. One more thing special about this monkey is that they are relentless in their attack. I kept fighting it while dodging its attacks, waiting for the good opportunity strike. Ooh ah ah, it shouted in high-pitched voice attack again. I also swung my sword toward it. Fuck, I used loudly as it dodged my attack and left a line across my hairline. It's good thing that I dodged on time, or its wind claws would have made serious wound across my head. Ooh ah. Teased me an attack. With mischief cruelty it comes toward me. I did not do anything different, which made it even more confident as it comes toward. Fire Strike. I launched the attack when an azure monkey is only 2 meters away. It may look great distance, and one would think that it can easily be dodged, but it is difficult. The speed of silver fire bolt extremely fast, as it took only microsecond to hit skull of the azure monkey. Thud. It fell on the ground with a small hole in its head. This attack may look hurried, but it was very planned. These monkeys are very smart and alert. Normal method attacking them won't affect them as they could effectively dodge with their speed and agility. The best way to kill these monsters, live some of their attacks, make them overconfident, and then strike. You will surely get the kill at the single strike. Seeing I am now free and my teammates don't need much help, I decided to sit on a tree stump. I'm still vigilant of a remaining monster, but more of my attention on the reflection on the fight I just had. As time passed by, more and more monster getting killed, and I also helped my teammate, killing one azure monkey when craftily, seriously injured my teammate. Soon there are less than monster remain, and they are also getting killed by second. I'm just reflecting my fighting strategy when faint high-pitched noise as thousands of monsters making it. Ooh ah ooh ah. Loud high-pitched shout of descended upon us, and then suddenly thousands of azure monkeys came out of the dense tree. There must 6,000 to 7,000 of them at least. Sword in my hand shook seeing this quantity, but I quickly controlled my raging emotions and tightly gripped my sword. There is no option of running, and as these monsters definitely follow and hunt, the option is to fight wholeheartedly and be victories in the end. I just have to fight a few more monsters than normal. I consoled myself seeing a horde of green emerging from the forests. It looked like a layer of green that is moving without stopping. Seeing the numbers of the monster can definitely put fear in anyone's heart. I just wanted to bolt out of here, but I controlled myself and watched green layer that coming toward us. It will take near minute to monster horde to reach us. Cowards, I said as I saw 3 people are running back to the forest. Are they idiots? I cursed seeing them running. Only big groups or powerhouse like super elite can survive in the camp alone. These fuckshits who running won't able to survive a day after running. Gasp. Before I could curse them again, 3 pure white arrows penetrated their heads and it blasted like a watermelon. It looked like a small firework had blasted in their head. When I followed the trajectory of the pure white arrow, I got surprised. I saw Rachel holding pure white bow which looked like the made bone of some monster. The bow is beautiful. It had carved with some design which I can't see from the far. This is not the artifact. I said in my mind after got over the beauty of the bow. The artifact we used can be identified as they had a similar design, but this bow is completely different. Wait a minute, could it be that? My mind shook as guessed the possibility, but more I think about, more sure I've become. I've seen such artifact many times when I see the past matches of League of Heroes, especially top 50 matches where about everyone have such artifact. Totem artifact. Somebody shouted loudly, that's right, this is totem artifact. These artifacts said to be in a completely different league to the artifact we used. Ooh ah. Before I could admire that totem artifact, even more, the horde of azure molig upon us. About 2,000 people will be fighting against about 8,000 monsters. Although we 1,000 people fought a horde of above 5,000 many times, and they were B-grade monsters at that, but there was little difference. The monsters we fought before mostly strength and defense-oriented, not speed-oriented monster that is coming toward us. A speed-oriented monster most hard to deal with, and these azure monkey has both speeds and agility, and don't forget that wind claws of its, that can tear through any flesh like butter. Earlier I saw an azure monkey had pierced through the temple of girl and then mangled her face. I shook my head to get that scene out of my mind and concentrate on a horde of azure monkey that just about to clash with us. I had to make a painful decision after seeing the horde of azure monkey coming. I had to sacrifice my grade 1 boot so that I could wear a grade 1 mask. My speed will be sacrificed, but at least my head will be safe. I can protect my head when I'm fighting against 2 or maybe 3 azure monkey, but against 5 or 6, it will really hard. The best option would be to sacrifice the speed for protection, and that's what I did. All the super elites are casting their wide-range attacks, killing tens of monsters each every second. The glittering skills of different colors could be seen crashing down the horde of monkeys. This would be really a scene to enjoy, if not for the mind-buzzing high-pitched screams of thousands of azure monkeys that are giving me a headache from afar. I gripped my sword hard and readied my shield as I circulated 24th move Supreme Combat Exercise. I hoped this battle would give me a chance to create the 5th seal. Oh ooh ah ah, the sea of the monster came. As they reached 15 meters from me, 6 azure monkeys separated from the large group and came toward me. 2 of them are initial level while the other 4 at mid-level. All 6 of them pounced toward me in unison. Fire strike. I activated my skill and released the silver bolt of fire, and without looking, I bit my sleeve to eat the piece of Treant heart. I used my Night Grade skill because this is the only chance I am going to get used this skill. After all the 6 azure monkeys started to attack me at the same time, I don't think I will be able to use the skill. As I use this skill, an extreme weakness come to me right after, and I have to either eat the heart of Treant and mana potion, but I won't get chance to drink the potion, as once these monsters sensed weakness their attack become more furious and relentless. To kill these monkeys, mostly I would have to depend on the 9 raging strike, and only after monster number thinned out to 1 or 2 will I be able to use the fire strike. Hoon. I got quite surprised seeing the body of Azure Monkey fell on the ground. I thought my attack mostly dodged or hit another part, but luckily it directly hit it in its head, killing it in one shot, but I have no time to enjoy the kill as rest of the 5 monsters directly front of me and there is extreme anger in their eyes. Fist tied, clank, clank, bam, tunk, tunk. All 5 monsters attacked me at the same time. To increase my speed, I circulated the first tide of 9 raging tides as I can't activated my series, but it is not enough. The Azure Monkeys clashed again my sword, shield, but toe mid-level 1 are specially targeted my head in a frenzy. It is good this all my body is protected by my armor and mask, but I still receive injuries due to piercing shock that traveled in my body. The force of their sharp claws had traveled inside my body, and it felt like tens of sharp knives piercing my body, especially the attack of 2 mid-level Azure Monkeys who are targeting my head. Whoosh, I swung my sword but the Azure Monkey easily dodged and attacked me again. First tide, second tide, third tide. I activated power 3 tides and swung my 2 monkeys who are coming toward me. Size. They dodged despite me using the power of 3 tides together, except for little hair on the tail of a monkey. My attack won't able do much. At least cutting little pain on monkey's tail could be considered revenge seeing how they messed my hair. I have to take 4 minutes rest before I could use the power of the whole 3 moves again. If I created the 5th seal, then I would barely have to wait for 2 minutes before I can use 3 tides again. Tunk, tunk, tunk. I don't know how, but these Azure Monkeys come to know that more they hit my helmet, more pain and annoyance I would feel. They keep attacking my head every chance they got, not leaving my head alone even for a second. I am feeling a headache, veins on head bulged to the limit, and felt like they would pop any second. As time passed by, the fight had become more intense. I've been receiving an attack in my body every second without pause. I've many times tried to break the wall of supreme combat exercise to create the 5th seal but failed. Every time I tried to breach the wall, I get failed due to low momentum. I tried to increase my momentum but get unsuccessful because I can seem to bear the pain. For the past 25 minutes, I've used my skill 4 times, but all of them missed except for giving small injury and cutting some hair. All seemed fine. Ooh, ooh, ah. My head is really buzzing with pain as I heard their high-pitched screams beside my ears. A godsend opportunity, I said in my mind when I saw 3 monkeys are attacking at the same time from the front. First tide, second tide, third tide. I activated power 3 tides simultaneously when the monster was only a half meter away from. When my sword swung toward them, the power of the skill, there was little surprise in their cruel eyes, but no sense of fear as they could easily dodge any attack in midair. Left consider Dodson left while the right monster in the right, but when the middle monster about to dodge, it found itself in prediction. It can dodge left or dodge right as it will collide with another monster, as its speed is greater due to mid-level while other 2 at initial, and it cants backward as it bounced toward the front. By the time the decision had shown in its eyes, it became too late as my sword already breath away from it. Catch, my sword rained down on it vertically and split its skull in 2. Ha, I started to laugh madly seeing I killed another mid-level Azure Monkey. I keep laughing madly, and in my madness, I did not even care about the frenzied attack I am receiving from the Azure Monkeys. My mind shook and I again started laughing madly. Just now in my madness, I broke the wall of the 25th move and creation of the 5th seal started in my temple. I didn't stop laughing even after the 5th seal started forming in my temple. I don't know what got into me that I kept laughing. Maybe it's the frustration of being trapped in this realm or maybe something else, but I can't seem to stop. My people had cast their eye on me while fighting, but I didn't care nor would I stop laughing. Seeing me laughing, the Azure Monkeys had attacked me with even more frenzy and kept feeling stabbing pain inside my body. I just kept my hands safe as they were the only open part of my body. I must be laughing for a few minutes and only stopped when I felt Seal started to suck mana inside my refinement engine. I upped my sleeve while shielding my hands from the Azure Monkey's attacks. I got control over my emotions as a refreshing feeling spread over my body while some of being sucked my newly formed Seal. I started to defend against the attacks of monsters as Seal being created in my temple. It will completely be formed in 2 to 3 minutes, and when it completed, it will give a very significant boost to my ability and power of 9 Raging Tides will increase as well. 9 Raging Tides is Body the typing skill, which multiplies the strength of my body by 1 at every tide. The 5th seal not only lessens the time interval of uses of the 9 Raging Tides, but also its power. I kept defending against the attack of monsters as the seal is forming, and soon formation of the seal is completed. I felt cool sensation traveling in my body, enriching every cell of my body with strength while also providing the little healing effect. As the cool energy spends on my body, I can feel increased strength of my body. I am stronger and faster than before. With this newfound power, I started to fight the monster in new abandon, but this time these 4 Azure Monkeys quite caution of my attacks. Two of their kin has been already killed by me, and now they had sensed an obvious hike in my power. They had become even more cautious, but I am not worried. This fifth seal had given me my much enhancement in strength with it. I am confident in myself killing these monsters. I did not use 9 raging tides as I fought. I want to take them by surprise with its increased power. As the fight raged on, I got complete control over my body. Earlier, when the fifth seal is formed, my strength increased a little, and I felt little loose control over my body with a sudden increase in strength. But prolonged fight helped me get familiar with my new strength, and my attacks and defense against monster also perfected. As I fought, I kept searching for the right moment, and it came. I came after 15 minutes after the seal is formed. I have been noticing for more than 5 minutes that one initial level monster liked to spend extra time on my head as it hopped around it to hit. I will go to the chance to attack. Seeing the chance, I suddenly crouch down and swing my sword in a circular arc, very near the surface. First tide, second tide, third tide. I activated the power of the tides mid-swing, and its power increased 3 times suddenly. Ooh, ah, Pachek. My sword cut the initial level Azure Monkey in 2 without feeling any obstruction. That Azure Monkey that I killed had just landed on the surface and about to hop again. I used that chance of less than half a second to cut it in 2. Now only 3 monsters are remaining. I can now use my Fire Strike skill, but first I have a drink a mana potion. Defending against monsters' attacks, I took out a bottle mana potion from my pocket, as under my sleeves are only pieces of the treant heart. With only 3 monster and my increased strength, I don't think it will take me more than half an hour to kill all these monsters, and that all I have is the sky started to turn dark. As the fight goes on, the fighting becomes an instant as long as there is a change in an opponent's movement. My sword will also move according to its intimately. Observing this monster, I started to wish I also had wind power like them. With the help of the wind, I would have also able to do near impossible moves as this monster. Chew, Ashlyn chirped snort as she sensed my thoughts. I was just joking. I said to Ashlyn, which she again replied with a snort like a chirp. Fire strike. Suddenly chance presented, and I activated my skill instinctively. Biting my sleeve, I looked at the silver bolt of fire traveled through the air. Seeing the attack coming toward it, it dodged and silver bolt only grazed its cheek. First tide, second tide, third tide. I activated the power of 3 tides as the power of mana heart is still dissolving in my body. Puchai, my sword directly pierced the Azure Monkey that had startled by an attack that I had launched before, and its concentration on its kin that just evaded my firebolt. After that Azure Monkey evaded my firebolt, I felt a little sad, and I would have to wait for a while to get next chance, but next moment chance presented itself. It was another Azure Monkey who was looking at its kin who just dodged my firebolt. Despite being low on mana, I achieved the power of 3 tides and attacked the monsters. That idiot monster only sensed my sword after it touched its neck. With only 2 monsters remaining, one initial level and another mid-level, a lot of pressure on my mind released. Now I can easily kill these 2 monsters as they will barely able distract me while attacking. Pachak, I killed another monster after 5 minutes. Now only 1 monster had remained. Only 1 monster remains an initial level at that. Seeing only 1 remaining of its kind, it did not run away but attacked with madness. All the intelligence it had in its eyes had disappeared and replaced with madness and cruelty. Well, this makes things even easier. I said loudly as I waited for a potion that I have a drink to be digested completely. Fire strike. I bought it for a few minutes and seeing the chance, I killed it 1 shot. The monster was meter away when I fired a shot, and it did not have a chance to dodge at such close distance. I look around to see the fight is still going on at full force, but the majority of monsters had been killed. Jill is collecting monster cores and helping anyone when need. Giving her a light smile, I also started collecting monster cores. After I collected monster cores of the monster I had just killed, I moved toward the monsters that were killed by super elites. Chew, Ashlyn suddenly came out of me and flew away without saying anything. I did not even try to stop her. She is not going to listen to no matter how time I told her that it's dangerous outside. Super elites only collect corporal level cores while leaving the specialist ones for us. I am collecting cores as fast as I can as others also started to finish their fights and started collecting the cores. Even corporal level adventurers are no exception as they also collect a monster core of specialist grade without care for their dignity. Choo-choo, Ashlyn had brought back herb and fruit in her 2 claw respectively and dropped them in my backpack. Without much talking she left again. I can't understand why she dropping of herbs. Fruits I understand as I and I both ate them, but she did not even touch herbs she brought back. I once tried to feed it 2 bitsy, but she threw away as she tasted it. 99% of the herbs she brought back are unknown, if not some that identifiable or expensive. I would have thrown them away and used that emptied space in my storage and backpack for something else. While collecting monsters' cores, I've also kept the eye on the battle that is still going in. About 1,000 monsters are left, and they also getting killed every second. Earlier I didn't get a chance to look carefully at another totem artifact, but now I can see them. Max has normal length spear, which looked like it made of rusted iron, and it looked very ugly if not its shiny blade edge. I would have thought it is a cold weapon from the old era. William's sword quite beautiful. It looked like it made of onyx rock. The other two super elites also had totem weapon. One tall boy had battle axe which looked like it made of wood. The second super elite of that had totem artifact that we use today. If not it for knowing she is super elite, I would have thought she is using little peculiar dual blades. I didn't know totem weapons are being so common these days. Before today, totem weapons were things of legend for me, which can only be wielded by powerhouses or important people. The information about totem artifacts is not low-level evolver like me can access, but my luck was good that I found a book about totemic ruins from the past era. It is common knowledge that first totem can be made in lieutenant grade, and it can be anything, but today's age most people prefer to make their totems in the form of weapons, as they are most suitable for a man than other things. What is not know that evolver can make 7 totems whole at a different stage of power. To make totem needs a lot of things. That depends on what type of totem you're making. Totem is very important in fights. The higher the grade totem is, the better enhancement it will give to the user. There is a huge difference between totem and totem artifact. What totem artifact is that after totem bearer dead, that totem will materialize beside user body after taking all the energy from user's body. The level of totem artifact depends upon what stage powerhouse died and some other things. It said in the book that, no matter how many totem one has, even if one has all 7 totems after user death, only one totem artifact will materialize out of dead user's body, and materialization of that totem artifact is totally random. It is written in the book that the grade of the totem artifact cannot be chance, and there will be little regression in totem power after it became totem artifact. So all the totem artifacts were basically totems that materialized after original user's death. Totem artifact is very rare, and it is the lowest of lows, would sell above 100 million credits. The enhancement is given by totem artifacts can be comparable, even high-level knight grade artifact pale, in comparing normal totem, which is same level user much less those at a level above or higher. It is said that even normal totem artifact can double one's power, and I can see why they say that. In less than 2 hours, 2,000 people had killed 8,000 people, and most number of hunts made by the super elites with use of their totem artifacts. If they had used their normal knight grade artifact, fight would have taken an hour more. The fight had nearly finished, and because of that, thousands of people are now harvesting monsters' cores. Seeing all the monster cores around me has been harvested, I walked toward little deeper woods search for the core. These azure monkeys were also B-grade monsters, and because of their obvious weakness in defense they had been killed quickly, but still, they had killed the highest number of people in battle till now. It is said that around 30 people had died in the battle. It's shocking number considering most of them can be rescued by super elites. More people have been dead, but they quickly healed by a piece of the treant heart. I also shared a piece of the treant heart to girl from the other camp earlier, seeing she is seriously injured. This shows the power of the azure monkeys despite they being easily killed. If not for super elites handling the situations, at least half of the people would have died. I keep finding unharvested bodies of monster now and then, but I am not the only one here. The camps will be activated in 10 minutes. An unknown voice suddenly boomed across our ears. It must super elite from the other camp who shouted announcement. Ashlyn had been gone for nearly 15 minutes. Usually, she did not take more than 5 minutes to return. She had closed off her emotion. I can't know her state, but I am able to sense her location. It is a few miles away. Hearing the announcement, I started to ask Ashlyn to come back, but there is no answer. Few minutes passed and I keep asking Ashlyn to come back. If she didn't come 5 minutes, I will ask William for help. Suddenly, I sensed her coming toward me and her emotions also opened up. I can sense a hurry in her emotion and felt like some danger is approaching from behind her. The withing minute I saw fast silver outline through the wood, and next moment Ashlyn arrived in front of me. Did you roll in flour, Ashley? I had when the heavy smell of flour assaulted my nose, and there is some kind glittery powder across her body, but when I looked what in her beak I am shocked. Where did you get this? I asked Ashlyn in heavily shaking voice. Not only my voice is shaking, but my body is shaking as well, seeing the thing inside her beak. In her little beak is small thumb-size honeycomb, and golden brown drops of honey could be seen inside. I looked at the golden brown honey in absolute horror. There is only one type of bees I've seen in this forest so far, and that are daffodil bees, and what I am thinking is right then, we in fucking danger. She has a thumb-sized piece of honeycomb in her beak, seeing if I understood everything. We are super fucked. I shouted in fear and shock as I saw that piece of honeycomb. Choo-choo, Ashlyn chirped telepathically saying me to take the honeycomb. Her chirp made me come to myself from the shock, and I quickly removed the delicate safe box from my storage. Place it here, I said as I opened the box. Nodding her little head, she flew near the box and placed the small piece of honeycomb inside, but not before drinking some honey from it. As I closed the box, she suddenly went inside me and I started to run without looking back. It's only been a few seconds since Ashlyn came back. Those monster bees would not be much behind. I stopped suddenly at the end of the woods and started to walk normally. I don't want anyone to know that I have a few drops honey of daffodil bess. If known then, I would be in grave danger that even William would not be able to protect me. I heaved a sigh of relief after seeing noticed anything strange about me. Buzz buzz. A buzzing sound came suddenly, and a group of about 200 daffodil bees comes of wood all of a sudden. Daffodil bee, bang bang bang. Before he could fully say the sentence, all 5 super elites launched their long-range attacks at bees without stopping. Within a minute, all 200 some monsters bees are dead. All people assemble to your respected camps immediately, Max shouted. I sighed in relief seeing no one suspected anything and thought daffodil bee attack was normal. I mixed into people, talked with Jill as I normally do. Some people who were going for the cores of monster bees stopped on their tracks and went back to the place where people of their respective camp were griping. Without wasting any second, people of 4 camps started to arrange the protection artifact while we helped cleaning the space. Within 3 minutes, the field is clean and 4 big light blue domes came into place. This time camps are a little different though. They had arranged 4 camps side by side, but this time there is a small pipeway made force field had connected to 4 camps. With this pipeway, others can travel to different camps. They can do this. Why didn't they did it before? I asked, sitting under night sky besides our tents. There was never a need to do that before as danger was manageable, but now we are only 3 days away from the exit and monsters ahead are very dangerous. They will need a plan and make a strategy for 2 days before our 4 camps will meet the other 4 camps in 2 days, she said. After she said, I understood the reasoning behind why they did that. Connecting 4 camps had many uses. After we cross this area tomorrow, the monster will become more dangerous. Many species of monster will attack together, and we will probably come across many gigantified monsters, Jill said as she stood up and walked towards her tent while leaving me in shock. Species of many monsters attacking together, many gigantified monsters. Her words really shocked me. Probably this is the reason that 4 camps got together. We only come across gigantified monsters only one time. They were 2 sawtooth earthworms. Their height was above 50 meters and was very dangerous. If not for Rachel and Max killing them quickly, it might have caused unforeseeable casualties. Outside, the monster had started coming and attacking. There were already near 1,000 monsters are attacking the camps while more are coming. I'm a little surprised though. I thought there will be a large group if daffodil's bees would come, but except for 2 small groups, none came. The first groups were killed by super elites in minutes, while another attacked the shield for 15 minutes and left. Taking a long sigh, I went inside the tents. There is still time for dinner. Ashlyn has been behaving erratically ever since she had eaten that 2 drops of honey. Her emotions are in a jumble as if she is drunk. I tried to call her out of me, but she wouldn't listen. She's still very much entranced in her drunkenness, that no matter how much I tried to call her out, but she wouldn't listen. I didn't worry much seeing her drunkenness. Jill told that honey had an intoxicating side effect. She will become sober in an hour. I removed delicate case out my storage and opened it. Aside from 7 small pieces of the mutated treant heart, now there is even small piece of a honeycomb could be seen there. It is perfectly packed in a small transparent bubble, so not a drop of honey could be wasted. Earlier I was too scared to look at honeycomb, but not carefully looked at it. It thumb-size honeycomb piece and Holden brown honey could be seen inside it. If I guessed right, there should be 12 to 16 drops of blood inside it. I turned very happy seeing that, as it the biggest fortune I've ever held. There is a huge demand for it, but very low production. Even organizations have to organize a big force to acquire the honey from daffodil bees. Its value is no less than some mystical medicine. Even the pieces of mystical medicine I have had are fewer values that drop of honey. The pieces of the mutated treant heart I had could be used to sergeant stage at most, but this honey made by corporal-level daffodil bees could be used by a powerhouse of all 12 stages. Although it will very little use to the later powerhouse, it's still useful to them. One basic uses of this honey are that it increases the efficacy of any potion. Grade 1 potion's efficacy would increase by 4 times, Grade 2 potion's efficacy will increase 3 times, Grade 3 potion efficacy would increase 2 times, and Grade 4 potion's efficacy would be increased by 1 time respectively. Although many other factors also include in it, but still this a miraculous use. Another it's used is that it can provide life force. This is the main reason why it is so expensive. Taking life force from others is forbidden, and if found out then there is an extreme punishment for it. The things that could provide the life force are insanely expensive. If people were to know I had a few drops of daffodil bees' honey, then I would be in grave danger. With a piece of honeycomb here, the small case capacity is nearly full. I can add most 2-thumb-size things here. Before closing, I trace its runes with my hand. Whoever had the craft these runes must be an expert. The runes look so beautiful that I just want to keep looking at it. Other than touching, I didn't do anything to those runes. One thing I come to know after reading the book about totemic runes, that things that involve runes aren't that simple. I closed the box and kept it back inside my storage, thinking to research them if I got the chance. Why the fuck is they making such noise? I shouted as I woke up by the loud noise from outside. I get really angry when someone woke me from sleep, especially before my time of waking up, as there is still 1 hour till the dawn. I got up and started wearing clothes. I want to see why they are making such loud noise so early. It's probably due to monsters. Some weird monster or a large number of monsters must have gathered outside the camp, but when I went out of my tent and saw what are they shouting about, a gasp also comes out of my mouth involuntarily. In the beautiful brightness of moonlight, I saw the horrible scene in front of me that I had seen only once a few days ago, but I still dreamed about it. There are no monster outside, or to be accurate, there is no alive monsters outside. Dried husky bodies of monsters could be seen lying on the ground. There is no open space as every single inch of surface filled with bodies. There must be about 10,000 bodies must be there, but that's not the shocking thing. The shocking thing is that there are 2 giant bodies of 2 different monsters. One looked like centipede monster, while other is some kind of insect-type monster, which species I can't seem to identify. Both of their height is above 50 meters and had turned yellow as everything had been sucked out of them. Even powerful gigantified monster is able to save them from terrifying daffodil bees. My hand unconsciously went to my right pocket as I looked at the husky dried bodies of poor monsters. Ashlyn. I sigh in her name as I looked at the dried bodies. It's all because of her. If she hadn't stolen the piece of honeycomb from the daffodil bees, these poor monster hadn't had died this horrible way. Although I'm quite angry about the dangerous risk Ashlyn took yesterday by stealing a piece of honeycomb from the daffodil bees, but now I am quite happy with the result. If she hadn't stolen from the daffodil bees, the bees wouldn't have come to attack and killed these monsters, saving us a lot of time and efforts to killing them. The only thing I am sad about that the monster cores that I would have gotten fighting these monsters. Today we will 1 hour early. Please make your preparation according to it. Rachel's voice boomed across the hole. Those who were sleeping would have definitely woken up hearing her loud announcement. Hearing her announcement, everybody started to make preparation as there are less than 2 hours time. I am quite surprised about one thing though. There were 8 people below specialist grade before we left the main camp for Sind Forest. Until today, all 8 of them are alive. 2 had leveled up to the specialist stage, while 6 is still at private grade. I've noticed many times that when the battle, these 8 people would always hide around the Rachel, and first to do the harvesting monster cores when battling about to be over. They are also the ones who are responsible for collecting the monster's core for dinner and helping in making dinner. Freshening up, I went back to my tent and wait for dinner to be ready. Ashlyn is still sleeping comfortably, without a sign of waking up. Last night, I thought she would wake up in 2 or maybe 3 hours out of her drunkenness, but it took her 4 hours to get out of the intoxicating effect of the honey. After waking up, she had started to demand food unceremoniously. I really wanted to hit her chubby little face in anger, but gave up after thinking she had stolen such precious honey, and gave her the food I specially brought for her. Time passed by. Soon the dinner is ready. I finished dinner and packed my tent in a backpack to leave the crunch crunch sound of breaking of bones could be heard from our every step we took. We had just got out of camp and walking on the husky bodies of monster that had been sucked by the daffodil bees. We would have taken a detour a little, but the whole area around our camps are filled with dried husky bodies of monster that will turn into powder or break apart by every step of ours. It feels very weird walking on this kind of dead bodies, as we could clearly see the heart-wrenching expression on each and every monster we passed by. It must be really painful to feel your life force sucked apart while you are still alive and experiencing it, Jill asked in a soft voice as I looked monster bodies. I nodded without saying anything. One can't imagine how much pain they have felt. It must be akin to being your soul tearing from your body. No living being should ever have their life force sucked while they were conscious. Soon we passed the dead bodies of monsters and approached the central part of the core of the Sind Forest. I felt anticipation, fear, and excitement as I approached the wood. Just 3 days. I have to survive 3 days in this woods, and on the 4th day, I would in Westblood sleeping in my tiny apartment, but it will not be easy. In these 3 days, I will fight the strongest monsters I've fought before, and if it survived, I will return home with the fortune. Coming back to myself, I took a step into the woods with rest. Walking a few steps inside, I could clearly feel the change in the density of foreign energy and quite surprised by it. I am not surprised by the density of this foreign energy, but surprised how many times dense it is. It is out my expectation. It's no wonder Rachel warned us that monster we will face in 3 days would be stronger and crazy than monsters we face till now. I gripped my sword tightly and readied myself for any type of danger to come. Hutch, I slumped on the ground with the monster. This has been a bitter battle. I have never imagined that monsters in Central are this dangerous. We had already lost more than 70 people since yesterday, and many still are fighting the bitter fight. My whole body is riddled with injuries. There's no part that is left unharmed. Drinking the healing potion, I sat comfortably on the ground to let potion take its effect. The fight is still going on, and I am still vigilant of a monster attack. All the monster horde we had encountered in the Central have bipedal monsters, and they are very dangerous, but also very helpful in giving precious fighting experience. This experience will be helpful when fighting against humans, although these monsters are dumb and their brain filled with madness, but there is no question about their strength. After 5 minutes, I felt good enough to remove the cores from the monsters' bodies. Normally in this realm, we encountered monsters of same species attacking us in large numbers, and monsters of other species won't mix with each other, but in this area everything is different. Here we are receiving attacks from 2 or more racial groups at least, and fight we just fought had 3 different types of monsters species, with being more than 10,000 in numbers. I can remove the cores from the 2 monster species with the help of my skill, but the third one is difficult. I have to ask Jill for help to do that. She can easily help me now. Yesterday she had leveled up once again, advancing to the peak level of specialist stage. Her power rose quite a bit, and she had helped me many times during the fight yesterday and today. Today and tomorrow will be my last 2 days in this realm, and if I am able to survive it, I am going home rich. With money will I have after selling the materials I got from this realm, I will able to afford the systematic training of Evolver. I can clearly see the elites of the organization are at a much better level than me despite being the same level. Jill, who was quite inexperienced before coming to this realm, now had become skilled Evolver. I can feel that she could able to beat me if 2 of us fight, it not just because of the ability and skill she possessed, but due to the systematic training she received from the organization since childhood. No amount of experience can fill that gap. Systematic training not only contained combat style, but it is also contained training under various equipment such as gravity chambers. If I had systematic training of the year, I would have had a lot easier time dealing with the monsters. I can see the little tricks and small movement that Jill and others performed during the fight really helped them a lot. They some kind of flexibility in a fight that I can't identify and copy. Soon everybody fished harvesting their loot and started moving forward with Super Elite taking the lead. From the experience past few days, I know that any big horde won't attack us for at least 1 to 2 hours. That is enough for my wounds to heal. There are many lone monsters or small group of monster attacked us, but all were cut down by us. The scouts are running ahead to search for the safe route as we want to avoid the monsters if possible. Our pace is very quick as we had to reach our destination as soon as possible. Times passed by, and it had been little more than 2 hours since I thought we would at least not encounter monster horde at least for an hour, but my thoughts were too optimistic as Jerry, who is leading the group, stopped suddenly. Monster is coming. We only when the monster horde is coming, and fight is unavoidable. We don't have wait that long. We heard the slight tremor of the earth that means a large number of monster is coming toward us. A few minutes later, we saw the monster first. I was a little relieved thinking only one monster species is attacking us, but soon after another type of monster come out and started attack without waiting. Moo, Growwool. Seeing the abilities of 2 monster species, quite peculiar expression appeared on my face. Ones are scarlet color bear, which is breathing fire from their mouth, while others are bull monsters, which are throwing water jets from their mouth. Elemental monsters are less compared to the normal monsters in this realm, and that minster who can perform mid-range to long-range attack are simply rare, and now I am seeing 2 at the same place. Feeling of little bewilderment, confusion, and iron appear in is obvious. I even wanted to laugh a little on my luck, as fighting these monsters will be very tricky. Both monsters quite large in height, 12 meters being shortest, while 18 meters are being tallest. The monster had started to, while we specialist grade is gripping our sword and waiting for the monster to come to use. With 4 camps merging together, the loose formation had changed little. Now all corporal stage revolvers are at the front, and all corporal stage monster will be handled by them, while all the specialist monsters will come to use. They will not touch any specialist grade monster, and if any dangerous monster got where it not supposed to be, it will be killed by super elites. The corporal grade will act like the first layer of defense which will filter specialist grade monster for us, and while if any corporal level monster got in, it will quickly be killed by Rachel or any other super elites. I activated all my weapons and started circulating moves of exercise, seeing the monster coming toward us from distance. This fight will be very tricky. Both monster species are able to perform both close range and long range attacks. Moo growl, with a deafening sound, the specialist grade monsters came toward us. Soon a group of specialist monsters is separated and started to attack the evolvers. Three monsters ran toward me with furious expression in their faces. Of the three monsters, one scarlet fire bear while other two water bulls. Whoosh whoosh, all three of them launched a long-range attack. Suddenly everything turned slow, and I can see water jet and fire attack forming in their mouth with very slow speed. While everything around me had started to run slow motion, including my body, but my thoughts process is unaffected. This happens to some time from childhood when I am on adrenaline, though it did not happen always when I am in adrenaline. It happens most of the time. Some people experience this very less and some people experience it, but it is not useful as others would think. It does not affect that much as I am seeing in everything in S. I can't change much as my body's reaction is too slow to do much anything except for the seeing trajectory of the attack. I can't act on much as my strength is too low to act according to it. If I had 8 seals in my body right now, I would able to react fast and kill these monsters fast. I laugh at myself thinking that, if I had the power of seals, I would have directly run and killed them directly before they could launch an attack. Seeing 3 incoming attack of water and fire, I duck down and use my shield above my head to defend myself from a change in attacks. Boom, all 3 attacks had missed me. Although this monster has lethal long-range attacks, they need few moments to ready that attack, and you are easily able to guess the trajectory of those attacks from their mouths. And it's not like they're crafty and smart like Azure monkeys. There is another thing which helps me dodge the attack of these monsters, which are their big size. Due to their 14-15 meter size, there is a lot of space to dodge their many attacks, especially a range one. Growl, Scarlet Fire Bear came toward me growling as its claws started to burn with scarlet fire. I am quite surprised seeing that, but I quickly reacted. First Tide. I activated the power of the First Tide to dodge the incoming Fire Claw attack from Scarlet Fire Bear and Water Jet attacks from the 2 Water Bulls. Bang. Fuck. I cursed as grazed by fiery claws of Scarlet Fire Bear while I was dodging water jets. The injury I received could not be said light, but it is not serious either, but I can't mull over the injury as another attack is coming. This has been a reality ever since we entered the central region. Most of the monster I faced are B grade. Mad and idiot they may be, but they are extremely strong. If 2 or more B grade monster of the same level attack you, it became very hard to attack and defend. Despite having night grade skill, I don't get a chance to use and there is barely any chance available to attack them. My strategy to kill these monsters is first to observe them carefully and note their strength and weakness, like how many types of attack they perform, the interval between their attacks, coordination between them, etc. After observing everything I will attack. This is the best method I can think of. Many people around fighting with the edge of life-death like me. A simple mistake on your part and you will lose life to the monster. My former teammate had lost his life like that. He was literally crushed by the monster. I clearly remember his pace like a body on the ground. He simply crushed by a monster big paw. I saw much death since I've entered this realm that I become numb to it, and I don't like this feeling. One has to have empathy left in themselves no matter how many death one had seen. The monster I am fighting had formed simple coordination me, that only 2 monster attack at the same time, and last one attack right after when either 2 monster finishes attacking. And the most hateful thing about 3 of these monsters, that these monster the long-range attack had no resting time. They can launch next attack right after the previous attack without waiting for anything. I was hoping that there are a few seconds of interval time between each attack launch, but there is simply none. I have seen only 1 second of rest when they are charging them skills, but that can't consider an interval time. Boom. I dodged another tow water jet's attack and can feel droplets of water hitting my back after water jet's attacks had crashed a few inches beside me. The only thing I relieve about since entering this central area that my night grade skill does work without a problem as long as it is not peak level specialist grade monsters. I'm very thankful that I've got this night grade skill, otherwise it would have been really difficult for me to kill the monsters here. Growl, Scarlet Fire growled again as I launched at Fiery Claw again. This monster has a serious anger issue. Another monster had lost their mind in madness, but this one definitely lost in anger. Even if it was no foreign energy that affects them, it would have still behaved same way it behaves right now, and I am very happy seeing that. At starting when we starting fighting, the monster was madly attacking me, but they were careful not to obstruct each other attack. I still remember what Rachel said about these monsters before we had entered the Sind Forest, that these monster may be mad but not an idiot. If you consider them idiots, then you would surely lose your life. It is true, I fought many monsters since entering this forest, but I rarely able to use one monster against others. It is very hard to use these monster to obstruct attack of anther monsters, but there are always exceptions, and this Scarlet Fire Bear is an exception. As it is barely able to launch an attack on me, It started to get angry, and in its anger, it started to interfere little with attacks water bulls which are attacking from behind. I just have to keep stroking its anger, till it gets completely lost in, and that time, I will attack this monster in one-shot kill. Thud. A wild arrow flew above me and struck the monster not far away from. My luck is not that good. That monster I am fighting will be killed by Rachel. It only happens 2 times ever since we entered this forest. Taking sigh internally, I kept fighting, trying anger this scarlet fire bear, and it started working as it started to obstruct the attacks of its partners little by little. I just have to it few more minutes and I will get the perfect chance to attack it. Shake, shake. The ground started to shake loudly, and an expression of fear appeared on my face. Why did they appear quickly? I question internally as I make my mind to attack no matter the risk. Gigantified monsters are coming, and from the shaking, it looked like this time they're more than 5. Gigantified monsters are not a problem as they handled by super elites. The problem is with them. They brought another layer monster. The number of monsters I am fighting will immediately double after they came. There is another problem that super elite busy would be dealing with them for a few minutes, and there would hardly in rescue. This is precious when most of the casualty occurs, and shows that without a super elite, our whole group of near 4,000 people could simply wipe single horde. Growl whoosh, the scarlet fire bear growled and attacked me with its fiery claws, but this time instead of dodging backward or to the side, I ran toward it directly. The monster has a little surprise-like in its eyes, but it didn't affect its attack. As claws about to reach me, I duck and rolled toward its legs while eating 2 pieces of the treat heart from my sleeve and activating mask on my head while deactivating my boots. I did not escape unharmed from that claws, as my whole back had been seared by fire. If anyone to look at my back, they will find burned marks all over it. Fire strike. I shouted both for confidence and managed the pain of my back as I attack water bulls that are attacking the water jet straight at me. Fire strike, I shouted both for confidence and managed the pain of my back as I attack water bulls that are attacking the water jet straight at me. Puchai. Before water jet could come out of its mouth, my sliver firebolt squarely struck him on its head, killing it one shot. Boom, thud. Its partner death clearly surprised other bull as it lost focus, and its water jet missed me by an inch. That clearly surprised me, because I already had my shield ready and 2 pieces of treat hearts dissolving in my body to heal any injury I received. Fire strike. I attack it again as I'm not going to miss the God-given the opportunity as seeing next water jet forming in my mouth. Bang! But before I could see if my attack struck or not, a big sledgehammer-type fiery attack hit squarely on my body, and I flew away like a broken kite. I'm not surprised receiving this attack, and kind of expected it as this was the main reason. I ate 2 pieces of treat heart. I always knew that after I launched my fire strike, I would receive an attack from behind by Scarlet Firebear. That is why I activated my mask and ate 2 pieces of the treat heart so that the mask could protect my head and 2 pieces of treat's heart could heal any injury I receive. On the other hand, me laughing second fire strike is purely by seeing the chance. I already had enough mana as 2 pieces inside me recharged my mana within the second, and that other water bull also missed its attack due to being a shock. It was the perfect chance. The only sad thing is that as I finished launching my attack, I was hit by the fiery claw of Scarlet Fire Bear, which flown my body like a broken kite. It may look it had taken a minute at least, but it's all happened in 4 seconds, as now my body is still shooting through the air. I'm surprised seeing my body hadn't clashed against any monster or tree before falling a little away from a fight. I would take few seconds to Scarlet Fire Bear to chase after me. I hope it would be enough to heal my injuries relatively. Currently, every part of my body had been broken by Scarlet Fire Bear attacks, but it is rapidly healing due to the refreshing energy of the treat's heart. As the second passed, my body started to gain the movement, as I am able to move my body little by little. Seeing that I started activating my artifact one by one, despite the crushing attack of the monster, I didn't lose any of my artifacts. This time I was well prepared and had an iron grip on my artifacts, especially my sword. Gruel, Muo, my heart skipped in fear hearing the loud noise of the monsters. The giant monster had arrived, and they had probably brought a new layer of a monster with them. The giant monsters I am not scared about, as they will be killed super elite within minutes, but what scared me most, that new group of monster they brought with them. I hope no new monster would attack until I am relatively healed. The earlier attack can also be some sort of blessing, as it flung me away at a distance. To reach me, that Scarlet Firebear has crossed thick battleground. I hope it got dead in a way or at least injured heavily, but I know that is likely unlikely as no one has time attack extra monster which isn't attacking them. They would too happy seeing it going far away from them. I am little away from the main battle, but not that far away as I could clearly see that the battle is happening in front of me. I just hope that any minster gaze didn't fall on me, and it leaves its fight to attack me. As I am able to move my limbs, I crawl towards the shrubs that are not far away from me. If hiding in the shrubs could buy me precious time for healing, I am ready to do that. I laid in the shrub while still keeping the eye on the battle that is happening in front of me. It's been 20 seconds since giant monsters had arrived, and I could see a clear increase in monsters, but I could also hear loud screams of gigantic monsters as they were taking the beating from the super elite. Seconds passed by as I tracked battle as well as my healing progress with bated breath, and soon I am healed enough that could move my limbs freely with feeling slight pain. I stood in a coaching position in herbs while keeping my sword ready. I am now relatively healed that I attack. As soon as I am healed enough, I will join the battle again. Growl. Few seconds passed when I heard the growl, and not soon after two scarlet fire bear comes into my view. It came, and it even brought a friend with it. Sniff sniff, I started to sniff around to follow my scent. Every monster in this forest had a relatively good nose, and if they are keen on finding you, they can definitely do it no matter how hard you hide. Fire strike. I attack after gulping piece of treant heart. Before the other scarlet fire bear is dead before it could tell what hit it as its body fell with the thud. Growl. My old growled loudly. It ran toward me. Anger filled its eyes. Whatever madness that had in it is replaced by the anger. I smiled seeing it coming toward it. I could have killed this as easily as other one, but I kept it alive to make it even angrier. The angrier it is, the more mistake it will make, and I would be able to easily kill it. I don't think it will take me more than 2 minutes to kill it with my night grade skill, and I was right. Thud. With the thud, its body fell on the ground. I killed it within a minute as it made simple mistake pouncing on me, making itself an easy flying target. Drinking the potion and resting for while I walked toward the main battlefield to help, as the battle is still going on in the full swing. Slice Putch. When I look back weakly, the monster behind me is decapitated. My plan was to dodge as soon as I launched the strike, but now that Jill had killed it, I have no such worries. I rested for a minute to let potions digest before again started attacking monsters again. In the midst of attacking, my gaze fell on Rhea, who had slight red smoke covering her body. Her speed is so fast that I am barely able to catch her with my eyes. This is the speed type night grade skill she is using. With the help of it, her speed got faster and her attack more lethal due to speed copying it. Sometimes when I see her using that skill, I wonder why hadn't I chose that skill, but quickly reason cut in saying fire strike ability is best for me. Both of us choose the perfect skill we needed. She needed speed while I need lethal attack power, and as I level up and able to conjure more bolts of fire, that is when my skill will become truly dangerous. While fighting, I soon found the perfect place. It is the 50-meter body of gigantic scarlet fire. I can easily hide beside it, and faint vibes that are still releasing from it can easily mask the fluctuation of my attack and help me hide. I will use this trick tomorrow if get the chance. It's been nearly 2 hours since I've been fighting. After finishing my fight within 45 minutes, I started to help another kill these monsters. It is very hard for specialist grade evolvers to kill these monsters without night skill. There are still many monsters are still alive, and those who finish their individual fights are helping in killing monsters. While fighting, I found the perfect place me to attack and take rest after that. It is near the body of gigantified scarlet. As time passed, more and more people finished their fight and started to help, with the continued effort of everyone monsters getting killed every second, and their number least to the point that battle is nearly finished. This one also, I said to Jill as she is helping me remove the monster cores. This is harvesting time. After Jill had removed the cores of the monsters she killed, I asked her to help me. The defense of both of the species is immense, and power of the third tide barely make a scratch, even power fourth tide only able to penetrate half an inch into its skin. It's the best choice to ask Jill for the help as she finished harvesting her killed monsters. Jill, I will need some potions from you. I nearly finished using all mine. I really spend more than 200 bottles of mana and healing potion together. Do you want it now or later? She asked as she moved her hand toward the monster heart. Her hand felt little obstruction, but it quickly passed through the heart, and she removed the core from inside without dirtying her hands. This is her another body type night grade skill, which gives her hand immense strength. This skill of her is quite special. It shows now fluctuating of energy, no obvious visual phenomenon. The only sign of her one can spot is that her hands turn slightly white, but that thing most people overlooked, as there is only a slight change. Give me later, I said, as I have enough for today, but it would be really difficult for them to be for tomorrow. Not only I am nearly out of options, but I am also nearly out of treant hearts. I have only 29 small pieces of treant heart left with me. Of that, 4 to 5 would be finished by the end of the day, and I don't think 20-something pieces of the treant heart would be enough for tomorrow night. Treant heart is one of the things that kept the casualties low among it. Hundreds of more people would have died because of it. Not only our camp had encountered treants, but the other camp also encountered as well. This realm is enough precious with treants and daffodil bees, not considering the precious herb. This could be considered gold mine to the organizations in Westblood, but the only problem is those from the central continent. When I asked William and Jill if they knew anything about the central continent, they both were oddly quiet. They must have known something, but definitely couldn't tell me about it. Although they didn't tell me anything I know or continent could not compare it. I could tell it from their powerhouses, which could easily kill corporal-grade monsters at private grade, and that's not all. They all were able to cast knight-grade skill at the private grade. It is very, very hard to do that, and I didn't think organizations in the Republic could train anyone who could kill corporal-level monster at private stage without breaking the sweat. Even in the organization on In Blood, the super elite is born at corporal level after exceptionally hard training and some secret method. And from what William had said, each top organization had less than 10 super elites, and they are various stages. I don't know if William stated the correct number or not of super elite, but I don't think there would be more than 20 super elites in top organizations. After collecting monster cores, we started to move again with our fast pace. After 1.5 hours of peaceful journey, we came across another horde. We fought with a horde and killed each and every monster that attacks us. By the time we finished collecting the monster cores, it started to dark, but we didn't set the camp, continued our journey for 45 minutes till it became fully dark, but we had reached our destination, as I could see 4 domes of blue force field in front of me. As we walked near the blue domes, I found that they had a clear lot more area than we would need to pitch the 8 camps. It looks like they had made a large field preparation for big battle, I joke in my mind. As we walked near the camp, the small opening formed on the blue force field, and 4 people came out of 5 camps. William and other elite of the camp went to meet them as they started talking something in between them. Many small groups of monster attacked us while they were talking, but it was handled by corporal-level elite. After 15 minutes of talking, the 4 super elites went back to their camp, and soon after the 4 force fields closed down. The people inside their camps are as surprised as us. What are they doing? I asked Jill, as she would likely have an idea what are they doing. You will see in a few hours, she said with a mischievous smile. The 4 super elites of another camp with another holding the staffs of artifacts. Super elites from our camp also took out staffs of artifact from the storage and placed them around the boundary of the whole clearing. When I counted the whole staffs they are placed around the clearing, I became shocked, seeing they are placing 240 staff. Everyone enter inside the boundary of the staffs. A loud voice boomed. We like headless chicken followed as he said. What happens next was the amazing and memorable scene I've ever seen in my life. All 240 staffs of the artifacts drilled into the ground, and suddenly they all lit up with blinding blue light. The blue light from them traveled up slowly, and soon light from all 240 lines of lights met in the sky and started to form a blue dome. Gasp! I gasped seeing this. The giant dome had encompassed the whole clearing. If a fight broke out, we can easily fight more than 15,000, I thought, and that when it ticks in my mind. I thought it as a joke, but it might be true. Maybe this is reason erected this gigantic dome. Is this where we are going to fight tomorrow? I asked Jill to clear my doubt. Likely, she answered. I am a little confused hearing that. We were supposed to fighting our way towards the exit, not stay in position and attack the monsters that surround our camp. I don't know anything. Jill said when I look at her with questioning expression. Looks like we will only know after William came back, but now he is a center where all the super elites had gathered and discussed something. Seeing it will take some time to come from his meeting, we pitched the side of our tent by side. There is no distinction between camps right now. It's like the original camp at the boundary of the Sind Forest. I'm just resting in my tent when heard the loud voice of Max. Attention, everyone, please organize in the center of the camp. I repeat, everyone. Max's voice boomed the minutes. I got up and walked out of my tent with Ashlyn when I knocked at Jill's tent, and with her, I walked toward the center of camp where Max is standing on the giant tree stump, waiting for everyone. Within a few minutes, 4,000 people gathered around the giant tree stump that Max is standing on. As you know, we are only a few miles away exit of the realm, he said while taking a break for suspense. What you don't know that seeing our big moment in the forest, they had formed a large horde, he said. Most of the people are not shocked as they know once monsters notice big movement in their territory, they will form a horde to defend against it. People are more interested in knowing the number of monsters they are going to face. Everyone looked at Max expectantly with bated breath, wanting to know the exact number of monsters. By the morning, 25,000 monsters will surround the camp, and they all will be B grade, and there will be a minute number B upper grade monsters also. He said. Sue, Olive sucked the sharp breath hearing this. Ever since we entered the center area, in the past 2 days we had mostly faced 6,000 monsters. 2,000 people against 6,000 monsters, and we fought quite bitterly against it, but now he is telling us that there will 25,000 monsters will be greeting us in the morning. The whole is becoming chaotic suddenly, as everyone discussing among themselves, as this very, very bad news. Not only we will face 25,000 monsters of B grade, but Max also said there will be a minute amount of B upper grade monster. I know what terror that could bring us. There is the relative difference between the strength B and B upper grade monsters, and that's not all. Many people out of potions or very few left to them. It became very noisy after all the people started shouting their concerns to the max. Quite, all of your concern will be answered, shouted Max. Everybody suddenly became quiet. There is two good news that I will share with you that will erase all of your concerns. First, the good news is that after we defeat this horde, we will not face many challenges reaching the exit, Max said. Hearing that made a lot of people calm, but there is still a question about how we are going to beat the monsters first. All super elites excluding me had already left an exit for the exit just now to bring the things we will need to fight the monsters, he said. First, people extremely shocked hearing nearly all the super elites left, but were quite relieved hearing they had gone to bring important things. They will also bring some reinforcement, and not only they will bring the potions, but they will also bring the skills from the fortune you had received in this realm. I think everyone is now capable of buying the skills. We will start our attack day after tomorrow at dawn. Tomorrow will be to you to rest and learn the skill. He said that and jumped off the stadium, leaving people murmuring the single word, skill. Skill, that word kept ringing in everyone's mind. They did not come out of themselves even after Max left. They did not even react when Max said that we will not fight tomorrow but day after tomorrow. When they come to themselves and thought it through, they still did not care about a day-late expedition and more monsters that came with it. All of them were still busy dreaming about the skill. Only 1/3 of people have skill while others are without skill. There are two reasons most people below corporal level don't have the skill. First is a skill are really expensive. Even mediocre grade 1 skill cost 2 million, while the good ones are even more expensive. The second reason there aren't many places that sold skills. There are two places in a republic that sells skill to normal adventurers. One is Adventurer's Paradise, and other is government. Adventurer's Paradise had a strange rule that only corporal level could buy the skill from them, and the government charged an extra 500,000 that prices in Adventurer's Paradise. That is why most of the people didn't have skill. One more reason people are excited about that nearly all people here are able to buy skill right now, no matter which level. Even those at private grade definitely had collected enough monsters core to able to buy a skill, much less everyone else. I'm also very excited. By my estimate, I have already collected monster cores worth 4 million credits. Buying skill is one of my objectives after getting out of this realm. I had earned a fortune in this realm, and with these fortunes, I may be able to finance the best training for myself for at least 6 months, including buying new gear. I walk back excitedly with Jill back to our tents. She is very sad that her brother left for home after saying just word. I consoled her saying he will come back by the dawn, and this forest there is no monster that is a threat to her brother. Hearing that her mood elevated a little, we kept walking around the whole camp before dinner is ready. The dinner was quite tasty compared to what we were used to eating every day at our camp. Ashlyn likes it so very much that she ate till she can't fly. Ashlyn, where do you keep all the food you ate? Jill asked for Ashlyn as I am holding her in my palms. Cheat. Ashlyn lazily chirps in annoyance and closed her eyes, not even bothering to hear any of her questions. Jill many times to poke Ashlyn, but seeing she is not responding, she let go, but Bitsy did not. She tried for a full 10 minutes, but even then Ashlyn did not open her eyes. Bitsy became sad seeing this. Jill had to console Bitsy with treats. We talked for a little more before going inside our respective tent. I tried to sleep early, but I couldn't due to the excitement I am feeling for tomorrow. The super elites that went to Westblood would be able to return by dawn bringing skill and other things with them. Choo-choo, I am woken by Ashlyn's loud chirp and sharp beak on my face. When I looked at the time, I got quite surprised seeing it is late morning. In this realm, I normally woke up at dawn, but today I subconsciously let go due to safety, and I was 2 tenths past few days. I let go consciously and slept till my body got urgently needed rest. Good morning, Ashlyn, I said, but she didn't reply to my greeting and looked at me annoyingly. Choo-choo-choo-choo. She chirps at me angrily and asks me to open the flap of the tent so she could go out. She must have woken up hours before, but LT my sleep and didn't wake me up. I can see the number of seeds and other parts of fruits lying around my backpack. I can see that she had eaten in the morning. Ever since we had entered this realm, or since she evolved into specialist grade, her appetite had grown more than before. She had started to disturb me at night for food, so I always kept my backpack open before sleeping. So if she is hungry, she can eat herself, but this time she is not annoyed because she is hungry, but because she is feeling bored in clothes and wanted to go out. Okay, I'll open it, I said with my hands in front and opened the flap of the tent slightly so she could go outside. Her chubby form flew away from the tent without taking a single glance. After freshening up, I get out of my tent and I greeted with cheerful atmosphere with no care for monsters that are attacking our camp. When I saw the number of monsters, my heart skipped a beat. Fucking hell, I shouted in my mind seeing the numbers of monster. Max was right, there are more than 20,000 monsters out there. Not only that, the number of gigantified monsters had reached 32. When they attacked the blue dome, giant ripples spread across the dome. It felt so scared that if I was a child, I would have definitely shit my pants seeing this scene. There are currently 7 monsters species, 4 we have fought before while 3 are completely unknown. I am very pleasantly surprised seeing one species of monsters, though I never thought I will encounter it again. It's Treants. They are one of the 7 species of monsters that are attacking the big dome, and they are in quite sizable numbers. These Treants looked quite different than the ones that we face a few days. These ones have little purple mixed in their green color. Of all gigantified monsters, giant Treants are most interesting to see. They are attacking the dome with their tens of branches. No matter which comes in their way, these branches pierce through it, but still, they aren't able to do anything except for producing a ripple. Taking my gaze of monster, I looked toward the center of the dome and walked toward it excitedly as nearly all the people of camp crowding there. It feels like a small market back in the original camp, just like original camp in the boundary of the Sind forest. There are hundreds of individual shops opened by people, selling many weird things that they found in the forest. Even I was surprised seeing a number of things there. Today there is no lunch and dinner from the camp. Everyone has to buy it for themselves, but no one complained about it, seeing there are so many makeshift restaurants. I see the many people buying and selling things. I would have done so, but I have no knowledge of ores, and for many weird herbs and fruits, I have to call Ashlyn, who is happily flying in the sky. I don't think there is anything precious in what they are selling, otherwise, Ashlyn would have smelled and come to me chirping, not flying happily in the dome. 2 or 3 people seen such shops, but most of the people concentrated on 11 places. Hundreds of people could be seen in line in front of each shop. These 11 places are making everyone so excited that those aren't in line also looking toward it now in them. The only thing that could make people this crazy is skill. These 11 places shops must be selling skills. I'm right when I asked some people who came out of shops buying the skills. These shops are selling potions and skills. They said that there are only 14 skills, and every shop are selling the same skills. I did get disappointed hearing every shop are selling the same skills, but quite happy seeing their 14 skills they are selling. The thing made me most happy and surprised that they are charging the same price as Adventurer's Paradise and not overcharge as government. Even the shop handled by government super elite had cut down the prices and selling the same price as rest. I found it quite baffling, but decide not to think about it much. Getting skill cheap is already enough for me, and I will see if I could buy 2 skill with the monster cores I had. I heard another good news while walking. The price of the monster core we got from the Sind forest is a lot higher. It is comparable to the core of corporal level monster of the same level. Some even sell at a higher price depending upon the energy they contained. I expected the higher price, but never expected the price comparable to the core of 1 stage higher of outside monster. Means the price of the core of specialist stage monster of this realm, comparable to the price of the core of corporal stage monster in outside, and price may go higher if the monster is a higher grade 1. I roamed the market for a while before I felt hungry and called the Ashlyn from the sky. Choo choo. Ashlyn chirped cheerfully as she landed on my shoulder and we walked toward the makeshift restaurant. Choo choo. Ashlyn waves her wings in saying no and pointed toward the different direction. I am quite startled seeing her behaving like this. Normally we would eat whatever place I would pick, but now I was just walking towards the restaurant. She disagreed and waved her wings toward another makeshift restaurant, which is quite far. She looked quite adorable when she waved her wings. One just wants to pick her chubby self and massage her against the face, but I control myself and did not do that. She will definitely get if I did that. I walked toward the makeshift restaurant she's waving her wings. It's really good, I said after taking a bite. It is at the same level as what we ate in the Westblood. The chef might be a novice, but monster meat more than make up for it. Ashlyn had quickly gobbled her plate and asked me a second. Seeing she is not full, I asked for the second plate. Feeling full, I got out of the restaurant with Ashlyn in my palm. I roamed the market for 45 minutes, hoping to find miracle fruit or mystical medicine, but no such luck. Ashlyn never responded to anything. Seeing the crowd around the shops had a lot of thin out, I also line up the front of the shop, which has the shortest line. There are 50-some people are in the line and talking people ahead and behind me. I got the clear idea on what they are selling. Mitchell. I heard a familiar voice shout my name. It is Jill, and when I look up, I saw Jill and her brother coming toward me. She has a huge smile on her face and she is overly affectionate to her brother. She was quite a bad mood when William left yesterday after saying a word, but now her mood is completely opposite. From my understanding of Jill, William must have given her something she dearly wants, otherwise he would not be this affectionate with her brother. Are you buying skill? She asked. I nodded. Yes, that is why I am in line for half an hour. Can you come out of line? Asked William suddenly. I looked at him hesitantly. It has been 20 minutes I've been in the line, and if I step out I line up again from the end and all 20 minutes for naught. Don't worry, you will not have to line up again. William said, hearing that I get out of line. Maya said in favor of mystical medicine you have given her. You can pick any skill of that 14 skill, said William as we were walking. I got startled hearing that I got happy before shaking my head in mind. From talking to people, I come to know that the cheapest skill costs 2 million, while the most expensive would cost 6 million. The price of a piece of mutated Treant Heart most would be 2 million most, and the skill I am thinking of buying is worth 3.6 million. The difference is too much if it was a difference of 100, 200,000, I would have definitely accepted, but the difference of 1.5 million is too much. Even if I am greedy for money, I still have some principles. Sorry, it's too much, I can't accept it, I said while shaking my head. William just about says something but Jill cut him up. Snort. It's not you taking advantage of her, but she is taking advantage of you. Whatever skill you will take, she will only have to pay 25% of it only. Even if a most expensive one, she will still pay less than what she owed you. Jill said with a snort. I look at William for confirmation. He nodded and said, what Jill said right. In my opinion, you should buy 2 skills instead of 1. Few millions are nothing for her. Said Jill again. Look like Jill is not a fan of William's new girlfriend. William just smiles but didn't say anything. He is quite smart to know, not speak for the favor of girlfriend when in the company of sister or opposite. Okay, I'll select one, I said as William take me toward the shop in left. With William with me, no one dares to stop us as we directly went for the shop. I feel bad seeing those in line grumbling, but seeing super elite walking, no one objected loudly. Some wanted to object, but they stopped by those who were from and behind the one who wanted to object. Seeing us coming, Maya, William's girlfriend, who is casually watching the movie behind the shop, came to the counter excitedly. Normal member of an organization is responsible for the selling of skill, while Maya, who is close to becoming super elite, is a supervisor. Her job only to keep an eye on those who are selling the skills. William, you came. You must be Jill. I am Maya. William talked a lot about you, Jill, said Maya with a charming smile. I can see why William liked her so much. She is a very beautiful girl, the same level as Jim's girlfriend, and she also has the ability to back her beauty. She had greeted Mitchell and Jill with a charming smile while totally ignoring me. I smiled ruefully in my mind. These peoples of organizations, if they see normal adventurer, they will treat them like especially powerful members. Jim's girlfriend was also like this. I did not get sad seeing this, but instead I feel even more inspired to work harder, to become strong enough so that they will acknowledge me on their own. Nice to meet you too, Maya. My brother wouldn't stop praising you and I can why. Jill praised. There was not a speck of annoyance on her face or in her voice. It looked completely polite conversion, but one can sense raging undercurrent between them. I hope it's all good things, said Maya with her charming smile. A beautiful smile appears on Jill's face, and she was about reply when Mitchell cut in and stopped their war of polite words. Maya, we have come for a skill that you promised Michael, said Michael to Maya. Maya's cheeks reddened a little hearing William's voice, but she quickly controlled herself. Oh right, here are the 14 skill. Choose one which you liked, she said lightly and counter-projected 14 screens containing information about 14 skills. Without care for Maya's words, I concentrated on the 14 screens of skill info. These 14 all are grade 1 skill, of the which 9 are attack type, 3 are defense type, and 2 are related to speed. Of 9 attacking skills, 6 are skills which need specific type ability to activate, of which 4 abilities are needs elemental abilities, while the last 2 needs other abilities. The 3 attack type skills which can be used by anyone, but only one is powerful and surpassed the 9 Raging Tides skill that I had. It is a great skill, somewhat similar to Jill's Night grade skill Piercing Spindle. This skill probably is watered-down version of Piercing Spindle. But no matter how great they are not enough to injure B or B upper grade monster, as specialist grade can use the only fraction of its power as half skill. It is completely different when it used by corporal grade revolvers, as they could bring out its true power. It is the most expensive skill of all 14 skill, costing 6.3 million credits. I moved to 3 defense type skills. Of the 3 skill, 2 can be only used by this who have earth type ability, while the third one can be used by everyone, but its defense is very mediocre compared to other 2 defensive skills. I like one defense skill named Mud Wall. It has a very good defense, but unfortunately, it can be only used by those have to earth elemental ability. Sighing, I moved to last 2 speed type skills, and they are very good skills compared to other attack and defense type skill. First speed type skill has quite a peculiar name called Lively Wind. It is quite a good skill and increases the speed by lot. The more mana you put into, the faster your speed will be, but it has a great drawback. It uses too much of much mana. Mana is not a problem, as I have Treant Heart and potions which could expedite mana recovery. I would have definitely selected this skill if not for my heart is on the other skill. The last skill could not be totally considered speed type skill, but it has some elements of speed type skill. This skill called Fire Wind Sky Steps, quite a domineering name to give to the skill, but this skill worth it. Reading its description, any knowledgeable person can tell it is derived from night grade skill, and the one derived it had done the job quite beautifully. Fire Wind Sky Steps is a skill that creates small foothold in the air with the help of your ability for the moment. It's like standing on the air for a moment. With the help of this skill, I can take a double jump in the sky or toward the monster. It had many applications, and one can use it for attack and also evade. It is a multi-purpose skill. With the help of this skill, I can make 7 footholds in the sky, but due to an specialist stage, I can make only 3, and each foothold will cost me 10 to 20 mana, but this skill also has a drawback though. The foothold is only 2 inches in diameter and can only stay in the sky for half a second. One will need good senses and balance to master this skill, but I am confident in myself. If I work hard, I will able to take at least 2 sky steps with it. I will take Fire Wind Sky Step skill, I said. Jill and William clearly startled by my choice, but they didn't object as I am smart enough to chose the skill with is best for me. Okay, place your holowatch in the counter. She said curtly. I did what she told me and placed my holowatch on the counter. Ting sounded in my holowatch stating, the skill transfer is complete. Seeing it is done, I turned to left. After this skill, taking the skill, I am still a little unwilling though. I also wanted the Lively Wind skill. Fire Wind Sky Steps were my first choice while Lively Wind my second. The combination of these 2 skills would have been amazing. I wanted to buy it, but I can't. According to my estimate, I have mana core worth little more than 4 million while the Lively Wind cost 5.2 million. Earlier when I line up for Fire Wind Sky Steps because I had enough money to buy it as it cost 3.8 million. Mitchell, you should buy more skills if you want. William has 50 discount here, said Jill. She must have seen unwillingness on my face. There is no need, this one is enough, I said while shaking my head. In a 50% discount, I can definitely afford it and I really wanted to buy it, but I didn't. I don't give them the impression that I am using our friendship for gain, and even my pride wouldn't let me do that. Don't you consider me your friend? If you really didn't see me as a friend, then you didn't have to, Jill said angrily. Fighting side by side few days, she really knew all my strength and weakness. In the attacking side, I have no need for the skill. Any normal person could tell I have a powerful night grade skill, and all the attack type here won't be much against B, an upper B grade monster, other than providing the strength of self-preservation. What I lack in speed and defense, and these skills would help to increase my speed and defense. I wanted to say no, but seeing her expression and knowing her nature, I know she would feel bad if I didn't accept it. Okay, I'll take Lively Wind, I said, as this is the only thing which could help me in tomorrow's battle. I can see the Maya expression, her eyes clearly showing disdain for me. She's defiantly thinking I am using her boyfriend and his sister for my gain, and all was an act. Her disdain even more increase after seeing Ashlyn in my hands. One can definitely tell she is low-grade beast, and one is slightly knowledgeable, can easily able to species of Ashlyn mutated from. I'll pay, I said firmly when I saw Mitchell came forward and taking out monster cores from his pocket. Mitchell and Jill wanted to reject my request, but hearing firmness in my voice, they let me pay for my skill. I quickly take out monster cores worth of 2.6 million from my backpack to pay for skill. Jill wanted to buy me another skill, but I rejected it and quickly left toward my tent. Jill also came with me, seeing her brother had no intention of leaving as he is quite busy with his girlfriend. I looked at monsters crazily attacking the blue dun. One will just shake in fear taking one look at them. The most fear produced by the gigantified monsters, which are numbers had reached near hundreds. Their expression looked like they want to eat you into a single bite. Many people had an expression of fear on their faces seeing the monsters, but there is also confidence. Their confidence stems from the skill they have brought yesterday, from which they would have the power of self-preservation. 4,000 people divided into 10 groups are lined up across the whole dome. Each group had their territory and they will fight in their own territory. The groups are divided brilliantly. No matter how many monsters came, they will effectively handle by the 10 groups. There is another good news that Jill had told me earlier, that there is some reinforcement came with her brother yesterday from Westblood. Having one more super elite can change the course of the battle, and from the way Jill was talking, there is definitely more than one super elite came from the Westblood. My eyes are little red due to insufficient sleep I got. Yesterday afternoon, after I brought the skill, I started to study it immediately. Within 3 hours, I understood the basic part of both skills which I would need for today's battle. Compared to Night Grade skill, Grade 1 skill are very easy to understand, and those who have already understood the Night Grade skill, it is easy for them. After studying, I started to practice it as they allowed half the dome for skill practice. I got the grasp of Lively Wind pretty quickly, and luckily, the more mana you feed it to the Lively Wind, the more faster your speed will get, and while practicing I heard quite interesting use of this skill. This skill is a little special. It is true that this skill uses lots of mana, but that is only applied when you want maximum speed. Special use of this skill is that you can keep it always active. You just need to keep supplying it minute amount of mana, and when you need to dodge an attack, you can instantly feed it a large amount of mana and increase your speed. Seeing this use, many people started to flock for this skill at shops that this skill became the best selling in the camp. While Lively Wind is one of the easiest to master, Fire Wind Sky Steps is the hardest. While practicing, I can't remember exactly how many times I fell. Bruises had formed on my face and bones broke while practicing this skill, as a description had said that this skill will form foothold of a 2-inch diameter, which is less than half of my feet size, and that foothold will only hold for half a second. After jumping, I have to quickly activate this skill, forming the foothold below my feet, and use it as leverage to take the second jump with the strength of only one leg. I've come across many challenges while practicing this skill. The first challenge is that I have to activate this skill at the perfect timing of my need, either when I'm going up or falling down or between both. Second is that within half second of activating the skill, I have to balance myself on half-inch diameter foothold without falling, and then leverage it to take the second jump without falling. It seemed easy, but it is very, very difficult. One needs extreme coordination to perform this skill. I failed hundreds of times, fell on the ground with many unimaginable angels. One time even hurt my crown jewels as I didn't activate my armor while practicing. I learned that lesson in a hard way, that not the end of it. At specialist stage, this skill can help you make 3 footholds. Creating and jumping on 3 footholds consecutively is very hard compared to doing that in 1 foothold, but one able to do that, one would reach unimaginable benefit from it. I practiced till late midnight and gained basic mastery over it, but it cost me my sleep as I am able to sleep for only 2 hours. The dome will open in 30 seconds, shouted unknown super elite. Hearing this, everybody became tense and gripped their weapons tightly. There are more than 30,000 monsters made of 8 species in total. The first monster is Treant, obviously. Second is another plant-type snake monster, which looked like it made of violet grass. That is why everyone calling it violet grass snake. The third monster is Chimpanzee monster, which had sharp thorns made of rock all over its body. We named Rock Thorn Chimpanzee. It is one the dangerous monster here. I have seen it bore a hole into another monster without much obstruction as thorns around its hands which revolved at high speed. Fourth monster is Black Slime Toad, which had black slime flowing all over its body. Whatever it touched will be melt. The fifth is Copper Rhino, which had a full body of copper color, and even its hair also made of copper. Sixth is another snake-type monster, which has ugly dots all over its body, and all people it calling it Dotted Snake. This name gave a completely different feeling to one. It shoots poisons which directly corrode the skin as long as it made the contact. The seventh monster is Flying-type monsters. They had the highest numbers. They are wind crows. They attack with sharp small wind blades. The last and most dangerous monster species that attacking us is Fiery Lion. They have the shortest numbers, but they are extremely dangerous. They are fire elemental monsters and have wide-range attack named Fire Tide, which can engulf the area of 10 meters easily, but this is not their most dangerous attack. Their most dangerous attack is their claws, which split the Rick Thorn ape in tow with a single claw attack. They are definitely B upper grade monsters, only they can do this foot. All the monster are bipedal monsters except for 2 snakes and crow monsters. The dome is opening. I heard sound from behind. The blue dome is opening, and monsters growled excitedly, seeing that as they tried to get in with madness and hunger in their eyes. I can see the force field opening. They are going to a quarter of the dome. This entrance may seem small, but it's very large. Hundreds of monsters came inside. There is a problem. Even 4 gigantified monsters come together. Growl. A giant copper rhino rushed in, crushing thousands of normal monsters with his 2 giant legs. It the first monster that came inside the dome, but before it could attack anyone, it was killed by the attack of super elites. It didn't even last for than 10 seconds. Its giant body fell, crushing tens of monsters that were behind. With super elites, many people launch attacks at monsters that are coming through the open space, but is used. There are too many monsters, and they could not kill all of them. I asked Jill why they are opening the quarter part of the dome as this huge entrance, and 15,000 monsters could easily enter within 10 minutes, and there will be many casualties. She said that they had finished the battle before evening, or monsters from other areas also would come, and that time we will have more monsters in our hand that we could handle. That time we will suffer more casualties in our hand. More monsters started to pour in, and the corporal level started to fight with them. Caw caw caw. The wind crows entered inside the dome and started to attack with sharp wind blades. That God, that everyone has received instruction on surviving against wind blades. One has to give preference to mask if they have one, or at least cover head with something that able to obstruct the wind blades. These wind blades were so sharp that whatever they touched will be cut clean. I saw a group of wind crows is coming toward us from the sky, and on the ground, there is a group Treants, Rock Thorn Ape and Violet Grass Snake. I felt relieved seeing only these monsters are coming and not fiery lions. I have seen the terror of fiery lion just now. Normal warrior of the same level can't even block the single attack of them. With a single claw, the fiery lion had sent boy same level as it flying like a cannonball. The boy had already become heavily injured when its fiery claw clashed against him. I don't know if he is alive or not after crashing on the ground. I saw Super Elite running toward him and feeding him something, but I didn't know he survived or not as moved my gaze and looked at monsters that are coming toward us from the sky and the ground. Zip, zip, zip. Numerous wind blade attacks came from the sky. I dodged and defended against them while Jill had already started using her long-range skill. A winding crow will die every time she launched her attacks. I kept defending against them as it is not the time to launch my attack. The group of the surface monster coming toward us in full force attacking whoever that comes in their way. This battle is complete than another battle. Here monster had started feeling every corner of it. This time there is nothing like you pick your monster and fight with it. This time you have to fight every monster your eyes fall on, while keeping eye on your back as monsters are everywhere. Growl. I heard loud growls seeing group monsters had come near us with copper rhinos at the front, and in that group, I saw that monster I've been waiting for. Now it is time for me to attack, I said in my mind seeing group crows in the sky while I started to feed Lively Wind large amount of mana and jumped high. I had been keeping Lively Wind activated for some time right now at minimum mana, but now, I that need it, instantly feed a large amount of mana. Whoosh, I jumped up with a whoosh. This speed is costing me 5 of my mana every second, but I am sure my attack will be done in 3 to 4 seconds. As I speedily jumped up at high with the help of Lively Wind, but it is far from enough to reach the where a group of wind crows is flying, but I have a plan. Fire Wind Sky Steps. I activated second skill as I near losing the momentum of my jump. A small 2-inch diameter formed a foothold formed below my right feet. If one take a look at it, one will think it made of fire, and it is right. The reason this skill called Fire Wind Sky Steps, because it can be used by only those who have either fire or wind ability, as this is the ability which made a foothold in the air. Whoosh, I took the second jump with the help of the foothold. The group crows noticed me finally and started to attack, but I already had a shield prepared for it. Dub, dub, dub. Half of the wind blades collided against my shield, but another half against my body. It felt like knives are slicing me. Without stopping by their attack, I created the second foothold and took a second jump. God, I said as I nearly fell while taking a jump. Yesterday, when I practiced, there was no obstruction, but now I am taking the jump with the help of tiny foothold while receiving many attacks. I let go of Lively Wind and Sky Steps, as the power of this jump would be enough to help crash on to the group of wind crows. The nearer I got, more attack I received from the wind crows. I didn't back down and charged toward it with the momentum of the crows. First tide, second tide, third tide. I activated as I about to crash into the wind crows. A minority of crows fled seeing me crashing toward them, but the majority of them still stayed and continued to attack. Caw, caw, caw. They cowed loudly as I crashed into their group, but I didn't pay heed and swung my sword in full circle. The wind crows are speed and attack type monsters and had very low defense. Even grade 1 skill is lethal to the initial level wind crows. Pierce puche, pierce puche. Many winds crows around me either cut or injured by the sword and started to fall down, but I don't have time to count how many crows that I had to kill as I am about to lose the momentum of my jump. I stopped the circulation of 9 raging tides despite its running period isn't over. I have no needed in the next part of my plan. I swiftly take a look downward and decisively ate to 2 pieces of treant heart. I will need them for what I am going to do. Next moment I lost momentum and started to fall, but I wasn't worried as I launched my next attack. Fire Strike. A silver bolt of fire shot through my sword and directly pierced the head of 12-meter-long violet grass snake who was directly below me and had its mouth ready to eat me. I felt weakness for the moment due to huge mana loss, but quickly refreshing spread through my body, filling up all the mana that I've lost. I'm still falling down, and I've yet to kill the real target for which I've taken such a huge risk. Sky Steps. I activated Sky when I am halfway into falling to both limits my fall and pounced toward my target, which is treant. In mid-air, with the help of foothold, I pounced toward the treat which is attacking Jill and another boy at the same time. Jill is doing fine, killing monster every few seconds, but the boy in bad condition as he is taking attacks from various monsters. It is luck that I willing to lessen his burden by killing one of the monsters that are attacking him. Fire Strike. I attacked after I got a clear view of its weak spot without instruction from its branches and tongue. Like other monsters that died by my fire strike, it died without knowing what killed him. Crash! I crashed against its branches of treants, but before any monster could notice me, I burrowed toward treant's trunk. Its thick and verdant branches should be able to save me for eyes another monster for a few seconds. That will be enough for me get my price, for which I did such a dangerous attack for. I faint refreshing power travel through my body, taking away most of my weakness as I silently move towards the trunk of the tree. I now have about 30 mana left in my body, which should be enough, I think. I finally reached the tree's trunk and could see the small hole made by Firebolt. First time when I started to use Fire Strike skill. I used to miss some time, but now I have practiced on hundreds of monsters that I barely miss my targets. First tide, second tide, third tide. I placed my sword inside that small hole and made it big enough that my hand could get. I weakly took my hand inside the hole. I had to provide extra mana to skill to make the hole big enough. If it was previous treats that I faced, I wouldn't even have to use the skill to make the hole with my current strength. I removed adult fist-size mana heart, and I was surprised to find it purple instead to green like the mana heart of another treat. I took the small bite, half the size of treat heart pieces that I had in my sleeve, as I've been warned about peculiarities of this treat heart by William. The small bite of treat heart felt like a piece of ice in my mouth, and soon it melted completely and frigid cold feelings spread all over my body. That God, I was already prepared, otherwise I would have caught off guard. William had told me earlier that mana heard of this treatment would give a feeling of frigid ice instead of refreshing feeling that other mana heart gave. Soon I got familiar with it and was able to move my limbs freely. It is just a feeling and nothing else. This feeling didn't affect the body. As long as I kept my emotions in check, I can definitely eat it amidst battle without affecting by its biting cold feeling. I decided it in 21 small parts and put inside the holes in my sleeve. I took all that risk as this treat's heart. As long as didn't have it, I can instantly gain mana in second and use my skill without care. Counting these pieces of mana heart, I have total 35 pieces, which would be able to last me for a little more hour in this battle. I will have to kill another treat monster, especially after an hour, to keep a supply of mana heart. Gaining the treat's heart, I feel lit more relieved. Now I can fight without care for the world, at least for an hour. Growl. I was thinking of taking a few more seconds of rest when I heard the growl of Copper Rhino as it is coming toward me. Fire Strike. I launched the Fire Strike, seeing the minster is as I will hardly get a chance if a group of monsters attack me. Thud. Its dead body fell with the thud, but that noise attracted the attention of monsters. 2 black slime toads and 1 rock thorn ape came toward me from the distance. I quickly piece of the treat heart for mana recovery as I felt the cold sensation all over my body. I wanted to use Fire Strike again to kill another monster, but the black slime toads too fast. Croak, croak. They croaked loudly, attacked me with their tongue. They also had black corrosive substance like skin. Once touch, it can melt skin, and in large amount, it can even damage my grade 1 artifacts. Whoosh, I activated Lively Wind and feeded enough mana that I would avoid their attack. I dodged their attack to the left as in the right rock thorn ape is attacking me, but before I could launch an attack at them, I saw Swift Wind Blade attacking me from above, and they are so swift that I don't think I can avoid them. See, I took a sharp breath as I felt 100 if knives piercing my skin. This is definitely mid-level wind crows attacking me. The initial level doesn't have this power and quantity. I'm lucky that it is only mid-level wind crows. If it were peak level, then this wind blades definitely would have passed by armor and injured me heavily. Dehud growl. Rock thorn ape loudly drummed its chest and ran toward me, but unfortunately its speed is too low. It can't catch me when I using the lively wind. Sizzle. The black tongs of black slime toad attack me. I dodged them, but this time few drops of slime from their tongues sprinkled on my armor, and it made the sizzling sound. Thank God, the amount is very little, otherwise armor would have burned by this corrosive substance. Black slime toads are one of the ugliest monsters I've ever seen. They looked bloated as they stood on the 2 legs, while black substance could be seen dripping from their body. Wherever that black substance hit on the ground, sizzling noise could be heard. I keep dodging the attack of surface monsters while bearing the burn of wind blades falling from above. If I did not have this lively wind, I would have definitely beaten black and blue by these monsters. I wanted to attack from the sky, but in the air are mid-level wind crows. If it were initial level, I would have jumped without fear, but it different for mid-level wind crows. Bam! I heard loud bam above me, and when I looked to see, the whole group of mid-level crows annihilated by long-range skill. I did not see who attacked it, but I did not waste this God-give chance. I activated Sky Steps at the same time. I started to feed a large amount of mana to the lively wind and jumped. I made the first foothold with Sky Steps and take the high jump, and as I reached high enough, I made the second foothold. I took the second jump. While going up, I ate the 2 pieces mana heart and felt frigid all over my body. At this distance, the tongue of black slime toad won't able to reach me. Fire Strike. I activated my skill, shot the silver bolt of fire through my sword, and it hit it without on the spot. As I lose the momentum and started to fall, I again activated Sky Step to managing my fall and to launch the second attack. Fire Strike. I launched another attack at the second black toad, killing it 1 shot. Thud. I landed on the ground with a thud and could see Fire Thorn Ape charging toward. Seeing that, I smiled and was about to activate Lively Wind when I felt intense danger behind my back. Roar, a loud roar of fiery lion rang out behind me, and when I craned my neck a little, I saw fire tide coming toward me. There is no way I could dodge. It spread 10 meters around me. Even if I feed all my mana into the lively wind, I still won't be able to get out of fire tide's range in time. It wouldn't take long to that fire engulf me. Even Rockthorn Ape had stopped midway seeing fiery lion attacking. There's no chance of me dodging that fire. Even if I activate lively wind, the fire will still engulf me, and that time I will become a living target. My body would be engulfed in fire, which will definitely attack more monsters than normal, and I even might attract more of fiery lions by running around bathed in fire. There is no problem surviving it fire. I have confidence in myself that I could come out of it relatively unharmed. The problem is what comes afterward. Surviving after is the problem. It will definitely attack me physically after its fire tide attack, and that's the main problem. I will have to use that chance when it will come to attack me physically. I thought all that in a fraction of a second, and after making a plan, I started its execution without delay. I moved my sleeve toward my mouth to eat the pieces of treat heart, while at the same time using my fire ability to cover myself in my silver fire. Every inch of my body is covered in fire, leaving no corner behind. The fire tide touched me, and I ate the pieces of treat same time. I don't know how many pieces I ate, but it is definitely more than 5. Next second I overcome with feeling hot and cold, and at the same time. Hot from the fiery lion's power that is engulfing me, and cold from the treat's heart that I just ate. Both sensation clashes in body, but I can feel the fire of engulfing me becoming stronger, and the frigid cold sensation of treat's heart is drowned by them. My silver fire is covering my body, but the fire of fiery lion is very powerful and sticky quality into it, that it even started to burn my silver fire slowly. I started to feel hot all over my body. If I didn't do anything soon, the fiery lion's fire will burn all my fire and seep into my body after it overcomes the defense of the artifact in my body. Without care for mana, I started to release more and more silver fire to fight off against the fire of fiery lion. The heat I am feeling is elevated a little, but I can feel fiery lion's fire is covering my silver fire. A good thing this I have my whole body protection of armor and mask, and very little fire could touch me, but not for their protection. The fiery lion's fire would engulf me more. I don't know when I am fighting against the power of the fiery lion. Ashlyn inside me tried to sense it with all her heart. This is the first time since her birth she sensed the fire that barely comes under her eyes. Mitchell and even Ashlyn herself don't realize the real reason she hates eating the monster cores. Once Mitchell tried to feed her fiery lion core, he will understand the real reason. It all looked much time had passed, but there had been barely 2 seconds since I've received the attack of the fire tide. I tried to clear the fire around my mask to clear my vision. The monster will attack me at any second. I control the fire of fiery lion around me, not let it seep into my armor and then into my body, and best way to do that let consume itself by burning my silver fire. I have no worry about mana as I ate more than 5 pieces earlier, my body filled to the brim with mana. As soon as I consume it, it will be filled again. Roar, idiot. I said in my mind if it had not roared loudly, I would have taken little more time finding it and there would have a chance. It would have survived due to my unclear vision, but now. That idiot disclosed its location, while it's swiftly coming toward me, but if I had already my attack prepared. Fire strike. I shouted and launched an attack. It didn't even get the chance to dodge as Firebolt had pierced its skill. No matter which grade of monster it is, as long as it is the same level as me, it is 99 dead as long as I air right. There are some anomalies like an Azure Monkey, but it was peak and mid-level that dodged my Firebolt, not initial level. See, I took a sharp breath in pain as I diverted all my attention on the attack that forgot that fiery lion's power still covering my, now that little of it slips from the crack of my armor. It didn't hurt me much as chilling power of Treat Heart is still traveling my body. I scrambled to control it and started to wet it with my sliver fire. If one looks at me from outside, they will see me as Living Torch who has silver and yellow fire covering his body. Those with the keen eye can definitely tell I am in no danger despite being a living torch. I have to say the fire of Fiery Lion is one of the most lethal fire I've ever experienced. Not only it is dense, but it had a sticky quality to it that is very hard to remove. I had been trying to wet it for a few seconds but hadn't been successful yet. It will take me a minute more to consume the whole fire. I just hope I won't be attacked sneakily. I am just a few seconds away from putting away all the fire when I sense something which me extremely happy. Leveling up. I am leveling up. Seeing this sensation, I know that I am leveling up. It was no mistake. With so much power of Treat Heart in my body, it shouldn't take more than 5 minutes to level up. Bang! Suddenly I felt life-threatening danger, but before I could see which monster attacked me, I flung away like a cannonball. I am not surprised by receiving such a sneak attack. I have seen many people suffering from it. I just hoped that I had received this attack after leveling up. Bam! Next moment I crashed against something and felt like I am rolling and entangling in something soft. I hope that it's not dangerous monsters, otherwise I have to bear more injuries while leveling up. I waited for a few moments, but I did not receive any attack, and when opened my eyes a few seconds later, why hadn't I received an attack? I crashed against the gigantified monster, and seeing the fur of golden yellow color, it is probably a fiery lion. I seemed to entangle in its thick fur. I tried to move, but I can't due to my heavy injuries. It hadn't been more than 4 minutes since I had eaten the pieces of Treant heart. Lots of their chilling power is traveling inside my body, both healing it and providing mana for my level up. I just stayed entangled without moving, let my body heal and level up, and after that, I am going to kill the bastard who sneaked attacked me. As I started to gain a feeling of my body, I felt little hot, only to find there is still little fire if the fiery lion that hadn't consumed which is now burning my body little by little. I am in no mood to care for it. It will only able to injure me little, as nearly all of it wetted by me. The injuries I am receiving from it will be healed by the power of Treant heart. After 2 minutes, I gained little control over my limbs, and I ate 2 more pieces of Treant heart to speed up my breakthrough and leveling up. The chilling feeling of Treant heart gave me some relief against the burning injury than I received by fire. 2 more minutes passed, and most of my injuries had been healed, but the most important part is in 3 minutes, I will be leveled up the mid-level of specialist grade. I can feel the mana that is coursing through my veins, and after I fully became mid-level specialist grade revolver, my mana will increase again. I will be able to use all my skill more efficiently, and most importantly, I am dying to know how many fire bolts I will be able to release with my fire strike. I wish it will be 5, but I know that's near impossible. It will be my good luck if I am able to release 3 bolts, seeing the quality of my fire. If I had the fire of Fiery Lion, I am pretty sure I would be able to release more than 10 bolts of fire at the mid-level of specialist grade. Roar. I heard loud roar not far me. When I craned my neck, I saw Fiery Lion sniffing around looking for something. So this bastard is most likely that sneaked attack me and now sniffing for my trace. I now understand why it was able to sneak attack on me. It's peak level specialist stage monster in B upper category. A power greater than the monster, same level as it on the battlefield. It was my good luck that I crashed against the gigantified Fiery Lion's dead and deeply entangled between its hairs right now, or I would have been easily caught. Finally, I said in mind, the leveling up is completed, and I can feel raging mana of mid-level specialist grade in my veins. I just want to jump up and kill that bastard who's still sniffing around for my trace. If I make about the movement, it would immediately, and that would have been fine if not me deeply in this shit. I can only make a small movement without being restricted by its hair. I still have a sword in my hand, albeit deactivated, but it also a good thing. I activated my sword and control its size, that of the short knife. I never did openly manipulated the size of my sword, fear of it being identified as night-grade artifact. If known, it would bring me a shitload of trouble. The First Tide. I activated the power of the First Tide and silently started to cut the hairs of a fiery lion that has to entangle me. My regular strength is not enough to cut the hair without fuss and activation. First Tide create minimum fluctuated. The knife in my hand started to cut my hair as it is butter, and each passing second my body got more freed. The power 9 Raging Strike given a boost by my level up. The power of 9 Raging Strike depend upon my physical prowess, and each tide will multiply at 1. So now that my physical strength increased by my level up, then it is obvious that power of 9 Raging Strikes will also increase. Soon I cut all the hair entangling me, but still laid hidden as I search for a perfect chance for attack. I have to commend this monster for its tenacity. It had been more than 10 minutes since it attacked me, but it's still searching for me. If other monsters were in its place, they would have definitely had lost interest after few minutes. Suddenly it jumped on the monster's body and started sniffing ferocious. I did not make any abrupt movement, seeing that stayed rooted in my spot as prepared for an attack. As long as it will give me a slight chance, I will attack at this distance. I don't a thing, it will able to dodge it. Roar. I was about to attack it when I heard the deafening lion roar and saw a big fiery lion coming toward the giant body. It is even bigger than the one in front of me. It's defiantly corporal level, I thought, and confirmed it from the aura it excluding from the distance. Hearing that loud roar, the attitude of the monster in front of me changed. It turned ferocious to meek in second, and I can see that that roar isn't directed at Minster front me. The fiery lion, seeing the corporal level coming toward the gigantified body, it's tucked its tail between its legs and fled without wasting any second. I didn't get chance to curse it at it, seeing corporal level fiery lion coming toward it, while wildly attacking whatever comes in it, may be it either human or monster. My heartbeat started to quicken seeing it coming toward. It came near the body with heavy steps and attacked the human and monster that fighting nearby without discrimination with it fire tide. After coming near the body, it attacked many monsters and human who fighting near it and started to walk away from it. I heaved a sigh of relief seeing that. Abruptly it stopped and moved. It directly looked at me where I am hiding. I know I am busted, it knows I am hiding it here. It smiled hideously and opened its mouth to launch fire tied at me. I am fucked. If that fire touched me, I am definitely going to be burned alive. I have zero confidence surviving that fire. Fuck it. I said internally, it does or dies right now. I am definitely going die, but I will sure as hell not going to heaven without any fight. I would have hoped to live when facing peak specialist level monster, but against corporal level fiery lion, I don't think my silver bolt able to kill it even if it's squarely on its temple. My only hope that any super elite saved me before its attack landed on me, but despite hoping I no chances of being saved by super elite near zero. I could only try my best and injure it a little before dying. I have less than a second to attack, as it looks less than second for it to launch fire tide. Fire strike, suddenly I stood up the attack. The silver bolt shot out my sword toward its head. Seeing bolt coming toward it, it dodged by moving its head, but it lost concentration and the attack it is preparing diffused. Roar. It roared loudly seeing it lost concentration due to the puny creature. It went mad to come toward me swift speed. I can see its sharp claws which could easily tear my armor off without much effort. I suddenly come to myself and sense there is still power left in my shirt in that time. The fiery already crossed distance between us. Fire strike, I launched a silver bolt of fire. It went so fast that monster barely had time to react, but it still dodges it, but not entirely as silver bolt grazed by its cheek. Roar. It raised madly seeing my attack touched it. It increased its speed, and only 2 meters away from. Sensing there is still power in my sword, I launched my last attack hoping to injure it a little before dying by its claws. Fire strike, I said, and the silver bolt shot through my sword when monster little more than away from. Time had turned even slower than before, and I can see silver bolt ever so slowly charging toward the monster, while it trying to dodge, but its speed too fast, and it approached its head before it could move its head even a little. I've expected this. It is near impossible to dodge my silver bolt at such close distance, even if it is corporal level monster. I just wanted to see it get injured before dying, but what I saw next completely blew my mind. My silver bolt moved toward its head, more exactly toward it. The monster wanted to close its eyelid, but it was too slow and bolt entered in its eyes. Bam. Suddenly I felt each, and everything turned normal, and next moment, I saw the monster in front of my eyes as it crashed against me with bam, sending me to oblivion for a moment. Bam, the monster's body collided against me, and I lost consciousness for the moment. Next second, when I got conscious, I got relieved to find I am still on the giant body of fiery lion. That was close shaved to death. I said internally and started checking my injuries. I got surprised to find that there was no claw mark on my body, and just the fiery lion's body collided against me, sending me away. I still received heavy injuries, though, but they are manageable as long as I eat the treant heart. I quickly ate one treant heart, and chilling sensation spreading all over my body, healing my injuries. My face changed a little seeing how few treant's heart left in my sleeve. I quickly have to kill another treant monster to replenish my reserve. This time I healed completely without disturbance. Before joining battle, I first want to access my abilities. After leveling up, my mana reserve got bigger with it. I will have an easier time executing much skill without worrying about mana. One thing that made me most happy that now, I can launch 3 mana bolt with fire strike, and mana it will cost me the same as before, about 85. After reaching my mana and abilities, I got up and take a look at the battlefield. I got little startled by what I saw. There seemed to be 6 new super elites in the battlefield with many more elites. I thought they would be bringing 2 or 3 super elites if we are lucky, but never expected them to bring 6 of them. With 15 super elites, the battlefield mostly controlled, although monsters keep boring in, people handling it well with rising momentum. One thing I found most fascinating that I've never seen super elite drinking any potion to replenish their mana no matter how many attacks they launched. I will ask William about this if I got the chance. I stayed hidden for 2 minutes before spotting my target. I stood up and jumped forward while activating both lively wind and sky steps. With both skills activating together, not only my speed is fast, but I can also jump longer. After jumping from a second foothold, I made the third foothold seeing my target is still little way. Zup zup zup. Seeing I am jumping in the sky, I quickly come under a barrage of wind blades, but except for they didn't do much damage as long as it is not corporal level 1 that is not attacking me. Attacking from the sky is one of the safest methods. There is no obstruction from the surface monsters, and I am at a relatively high distance from which not treants branches not black slime toad to reach me. Jumping from the third foothold I attacked, fire strike. I wave my sword 3 times consecutively. Seeing I have 3 silver fire bolts in my hand, I decided the other 2 bolts to kill the dotted snake and black slime toad that were near it. I started to go down as I lost the momentum of a jump, but as I was falling I activated sky steps again and created a foothold. With the help of my landing had become a breeze. I quickly went Treant and removed it mana heart. I divided its pieces into my sleeves and started the fight again. Time passed by as I keep fighting. The monsters are getting killed every minute of the collective effort of everyone. There are casualties, but most of the people quickly saved by the super elites. Only unlucky some people like me who were reached near death door. Some crossed while others are saved by their efforts or others. It's been 4 hours since I've been fighting, and I've got many times seriously injured and sneaked attack, but I survived. The battle had become completely chaotic. I am fighting at a completely different place that I was fighting before. I have no idea where Jill or my other teammates are, but I am sure they will be fine knowing their strength. As I fought, I especially targeted Treants. Whenever I spot the Treant, and I will kill it first, and then take out its heart right away without waiting for later. These hearts will help me very much in the future. The 4 hours were quite dangerous, but also quite fortunate. I learned quite a lot and got the full control over my strength as I have just leveled up. The most important thing is about my skill Fire Strike. Whenever I activated the Fire Strike, it would take near 90% of my mana, and it's the same after leveling up, but now it's different. I've come to know that if I supply only 30% mana to Fire Strike, it will produce only single Firebolt. Now I don't have to feed 90 of my mana to Fire Strike for 3 Firebolts when I have only need for 1. Although I would have come to know this eventually in a week or 2 after researching skill it's good, now that accidentally discovered it. My other 2 skill contribution is not less than Fire Strike. With the combination of both, digging and avoiding attacking became easy, but most importantly it makes attacking extremely easy through the help of Sky Steps. No monster ever able to dodge my attack which I launched through the mid-air. In these 4 hours, we have killed nearly half of the monster, and if we go on at this speed, we will finish this battle by mid-afternoon. I feel a little frightening to thinking that 4,000 people will able to finish more than 30,000 powerful monsters in 8 to 9 hours. In one point of view, it seems extremely hard, near impossible, but on another point of it seemed very possible. Everyone here had been fighting monsters non-stops for near 3 weeks. In these 3 weeks, except for sleeping, they fight. They fought so much in the 3 weeks that it had become an instinct. In the fighting, not only they leveled up, but they also gained immense experience, and let's not forget the environment of this realm, which helps them rapidly increase the purity of their mana as long as they had not reached the great limit. I can say with confidence that every person who entered this realm with the specialist power had reached the great limit, and some of these had reached the purity of 90, and there is no need to talk about corporal level 1. As time passed by, more and more monster got killed, and pressure is also lessened, which in turn increased the speed on monster killing. By the time early afternoon came, only 3,000 monsters remained, which were killed every second. That time I had expertly looked at the entrance, as this is the when monsters launched another surprise attack, and I expect they did launch it with about 150 gigantified monsters. The gigantic monster came with a loud noise. They looked very scary and threatening, but they were not able to do much except squishing one is idiot, who forgot run for whatever reason. The gigantified monsters were killed in 15 minutes of entering the dome. It would have taken longer if there were normal 5,000 monsters instead of them. Soon after the gigantified minister is dead, the people became more enthusiastic about killing monsters that they finished the whole 3,000 monsters within half an hour. Puchai the Black Arrow pierced the head of the person directly. He is the 3rd person to die in the last 5 minutes. As the fight finished, it was the harvest time, and seeing there is near 35,000 monsters' carcass here, there is no way to know who killed which monster. To ensure no chaos would descend during harvesting, they made a simple rule. One can harvest any monster aside from gigantified one, and once one had staked a claim on the carcass, other has no right to harvest it even if they're that monster's killed by one. Those who broke the rule will be punished, and the death is the biggest punishment. I don't think anyone would fight seeing there are about 35,000 monsters are lying around. They are more than enough for everyone, but not all people are smart like 3 that just had died, and about 10 those have their limbs cut as punishment. Death I last option of punishment, and they only killed those who removed their weapon to attack. Such cruel word, just for a simple mistake they're killing for it, but is also necessary to maintain the order. Seeing 3rd death, everyone clearly understood that there is no mercy to those who made trouble and silently started to harvest the monster core without making trouble. Choo-choo, I heard Ashlyn chirp and quickly followed her with my quickest speed, even activate lively wind at full speed to follow her. After the battle was over, Ashlyn came out of me. I asked her to help me find the unharvested treant closest to me and ask her to give priority corporal level treant. While following Ashlyn, as I continued to wish that no one find it before I reached there, as it happened more than half of the time. Quickly, I saw the unharvested treant as Ashlyn landed in it. I turned happy seeing no one harvesting, but the corner of my eye, I saw another girl running toward it, but when she saw my speed, she knew she wasn't going to reach it and walked away. My luck is good, I said as I reached near Corporal Grade Treat. Seeing there is already a hole in its trunk, my smile widened again. If there had been not any hole on its trunk, then I would have had to make my few mana bolts. First tide, second tide. Third tide, I activated the power of 3 tides and lively wind, and started to press my sword into the already made hole to widen it. This trick is also I discovered accidentally. When I activate both 9 raging tides and lively wind, the power of attacks increase strangely. This trick really helped me a lot, removing the heart of Corporal level Treat. This trick has a drawback though. It takes a shitload of mana, but that mana nothing compares to Treat Heart. In a few seconds, I widened the hole big enough to take out the Treat Heart. My eyes started to shine seeing the crystalline purple heart. After taking a good look at it, I ran toward another treat that Ashlyn found, hoping to get it unharvested. I keep harvesting one treat after another. Sometimes my luck is good and sometimes bad. 15 minutes after the battle is finished, people harvested all the treat and finally moved toward the other monsters. As I moved toward the other monsters, I started to harvest the core of every monster, except for Rock-Thord Ape. Its defense is really strong and did not worth effort as the time it will take me to remove core out it. I would have received 3 scores of other monsters. 3 monsters have most weaker defense compared to the other monsters that we fought on the battlefield. First is Wind Crows, second is Treants, and third is Black Slime Toad. One has to be little careful of that black slime on the monster. As I harvest the core, my first choice is Fiery Lions. There are multiple reasons for choosing it despite it had the second best defense. There is much reason for choosing it. First is that it is B upper monster L, which core contain more energy than normal monsters. Second is that it is elemental monster core, but most important it had fire elemental monster core, which is best suitable for Ashlyn to eat. It is the core of the upper B specialist stage monster, and it has the strongest fire I've ever experienced. It would be really helpful if Ashlyn able upgrade her fire ability because of it. I will even ask for few corporal levels Fiery Lion's core from William for Ashlyn to eat. I used the same trick as I used on the treat to remove the cores. First I make a hole on it heart with few fires bolt, then widen it with a combination of 2 of my grade 1 skill. After 2.5 hours the whole harvesting is finished, and when I saw Jill I walked toward her. Where were you? I hadn't seen you ever since the battle started, Jill said in exclamation as she came and hugged me. After 2 minutes of battle started we had drifted apart fighting the battle. I hadn't seen her since then, but I knew she would be fine. I am about to reply to her when gasp come from her mouth. You leveled up, she asks in astonishment. It is normal for her who has high-grade monster if she leveled up twice in a week. No one will think about it twice, but it is extremely difficult for people like me who had lowest of low-grade monster both in power and talent. I did not take offense at her astonishment as it was quite normal for being shocked seeing my progress. She was about to apologize realizing her mistake, but I cut in before she could. I was just lucky. I said we talked for a few minutes before we noticed the blue dome is turning off and they started to remove artifact off the ground. Prepare to leave if everything went all right. You will eat tonight dinner with the safety of your home, said a super elite as we prepared to leave. Choo-choo, Ashlyn landed on my shoulder as we started leaving our camp. She was flying happily in the sky, but I asked her to come down seeing we are leaving. Get in, Ashlyn, there is danger ahead. I asked her to come inside me, expecting her to integrate inside me after giving me chirp of annoyance. Choo-choo, Ashlyn chirp in defense saying she doesn't want to go inside me. I got startled hearing that. Don't be stubborn, there is danger ahead, I said motioning toward the thick wood after clearing. Choo-choo, she chirped again, refusing to go inside me if it was in my control. I would have forcefully dragged her inside me, but alas I can't do that. Fine, just don't fly away from my shoulder. I said I can understand why she is doing that. Today is the last day of us in this realm. If I were to believe what super elites say, then it will be our last 2 hours in this realm. She must have sensed this from my emotions, and now she probably wanted to eat some fruit before going back home. It will be very hard for her to get this much tasty fruits and back home. The fruit such tasty and enriching could only be found in a realm like this which has decent mana. Everyone suddenly stopped chattering as we entered the woods, and next moment we were attacked by a small group of monsters. It was black slime toads and dotted snake. Few hundred of them attacked, but they were killed before they could do anything. These monsters must be strayed from the original group, Jill said as we walked past bodies. I nodded. This is the only explanation. They said we would mostly encounter a small group of monsters on the way to the exit, and we had a low probability of coming across a large group of monsters, seeing we had just killed the big monster groups of this area a few hours ago. I am feeling more and more excited as I walk near the exit. This 3 weeks in this realm were really fruitful and made immense progress that would have taken me near a year, but 3 weeks are enough. I'm missing home, especially my parents. It's been 3 months since I've come to Westblood from my little town for adventure and progress. I've done enough adventure and made enough progress. Now I just want to go home to parents. I will at least stay in my hometown for a week before coming back to the Westblood. As I think about my parents, I suddenly remember what crisis I am in. I had come to Green Hills to try my luck to if I could find some fortune, but now I have to give lots of answers. They must have called hundreds of times, and now I am sweating bullets on how am I going to explain to my mother. What happened to you? Jill asked, seeing my odd expression. I told her my dilemma, and her expression also turned quite odd. You are not the only. I will also get an earful and may be grounded for a month, she said with an expression which clearly shows she's not looking forward to it. What grounded? A familiar voice came from behind, but it still startles us. It is Michael. He came behind us so fast that both of us not able to sense it. I am telling Mitchell what we will face when we return home, Jill said plainly, but hearing her, expression of pain appeared on his face. Looked like he is imagining the punishment he will face after returning home. As we went walk deep inside Firest, the more and more small groups of monsters attacked up. They were easily dealt with. Flap, flap, Ashlyn. Before I could form a word, she flew away from my shoulder. I wanted to stop, but couldn't. I extremely fear for her safety, seeing all the large monsters here. They could all easily eat with a single bite. Is it normal for monsters' size not change during the level up? I asked Jill as I observed there is no change in Ashlyn's size, as she leveling up compared to her parents, who are a little bigger than the size of my hands. I have not read much about this size changing the subject of the monsters. She would likely know as I saw her level up 2 times, but there was not much change in Bitsy's appearance. It's all due to age, like us humans. Monsters also grow big as they age, and leveling up nothing to do with growing up in size. The monster will grow big as it gets older. There are some exceptions though, like a mutation or eating some miracle fruit, she explained. Listening to her, I understood everything. I hope Ashlyn grew big enough that I can ride on her. It is likely to happen. Most of the gray spark sparrows only grows up to half a meter, but there is still a chance with Ashlyn as she is a mutated monster. Choo-choo. Ashlyn came bringing berries in her claws, and just as she handed me the berries, she flew away again. I shake my head seeing this. I opened my backpack a little, so she could drop whatever she brought back. William, would you trade some corporal-level fiery lion's cores with me? I asked. Sure, but I will not take anything from this, me helping a friend, said, shutting off any excuse that I will make to pay him back. I nodded, and next second he took out crystal cores from his pocket. Not only there were thumbnail-size red cores, there was even a core size of my fist. My eyes glue on it like a stick, and I only come to myself after I heard William's voice. Here, take it, he said, and it took small cores and about to reject the big one, but seeing William's expression, I quietly accepted it. As time passed, Ashlyn kept bringing fruits and herbs every few minutes. We ate till our stomach full, and while rest I kept it in my backpack. Soon we reaching the entrance. It is nondescript location, and the only thing which could tell it is an entrance that is a black box which is emitting light blue light at the entrance. All right, quickly formed a line in order and enter. Those who will disrupt the order will be killed without giving chance to explain, said Super Elite without wasting a single second. No one doubted his word and started to form a line without creating any chaos. You go first, I will come little later, said William to Jill as he walks toward other Super Elite who were keeping watch for human and monster. Hun come out my mouth when caught a face of someone, but before I could confirm, he already entered the exit. What happened? Jill asked. Nothing, I think I saw someone familiar, I replied. Soon my turn came and I stepped into the blue light. It felt like walking through the water screen. When I came out of the blue screen, I found myself in completely different scenery. I am back. Finally, I said, and moisture filled my eyes. I have finally returned. The sun hadn't fully set yet. There is still twilight. Looking at the scenery in front of me, I am sure we are some part of Green Hills. I looked for him, but there are too many people to search from. I will call him later if he also went to the realm or not. Ting, ting, ting. A soft ting with vibration started to buzz on my holowatch. It sounded for a few seconds before stopping. When I looked at the notification, I was very shocked seeing the numbers. There are more than 500 missed calls and more than 100 messages, most of them from parents, while others are from Alina, Ron, and another friend. I started to read the messages of my parents from first to last. The first message came 3 days after asking me why I am unreachable and call when I get into the range. As I did not receive their call or answered their messages became more and more frantic. They even started to think that something had happened to me. I see in their messages how devastated they are, but suddenly something changed in the 74th message from my mother. The message said that Ellen found out that my organization sent me to some secret training, and I should be able to return in a month. God bless you, Ellen, I said in my mind as I started to read her messages. She said she was also quite baffled when I was unreachable, but she thought I must have gone into the forest for training and must spend while week inside. But when she got calls from my parents and hearing their frantic voice, she makes a lie of secret training to calm them down. And she had read recent New of Westblood. She felt that there is a chance that I must have entered space realm accidentally. She asked me to call as soon as I read her message. I can't call anyone right now as nearly all people came exit, and there seemed to barricade around the exit with multiple small gates. I wonder what they plan to do. Some people had tried to go out, but they all stopped by the guards by the gate. They only stopped adventurers, though. Those from the organization didn't face any obstruction going out. Soon the super elite started to come out of the gate. Before going out, those who aren't a member of any organizations, please submit half of your loot. This is not we snatching your fortune, but we are taking fees for our service. Without our service, you all wouldn't have able to come out space realm. Those who don't abide by this rule are free to return to the realm and find a new exit, and please refrain from making trouble. We would not be shy about exacting punishment, said the chubby guy who to be in his early 20s. He was not with us in the space realm, and the aura he is unintentionally excluding and threatened feeling I am getting from him. He is not a corporal grade. He is a lieutenant stage or above evolver. I've seen many master stage evolver, and their aura felt a lot lighter than his. Many people wanted to cause some ruckus, but held themselves back hearing the word trouble. Whenever this word mentioned, death followed behind it. They had seen in with their own eyes in the space realm. This rule is only for adventurers, while those from the organization, even people from small organizations, are free to go without submitting anything. Some people in the organization already started to leave. Shameless. A sound suddenly boomed, and I was quite surprised to find it came from beside me. It was Jill who said that, and she directly said it to the face of that fatty. I hurriedly started to look for William. If that fatty attacked, I don't think both are will able bear it. And I was right. The sword of the boy beside Fatty started to glow, and he was preparing to attack. I started to activate my shield when something happens which completely startled me. Ha 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 ha. That Fatty suddenly started to laugh loudly and walked toward us in unhurried steps. To my astonishment, when I look at the boy who was going to attack Jill collapsed on the ground. He puking his guts out. Only when his friend feed him potion then did he look better. When did this happen? I never saw that Fatty attack the boy beside him. I only saw a Fatty coming over unhurriedly, and that boy collapsed on the floor, puking his guts out. "Do you never change? You are outspoken as always," said Fatty, and he ruffled her hair. She tried to avoid it but couldn't. "Where is your brother? I heard he also entered the space realm with you," asked Fatty. "I am here, Javier," said William from behind, his face full of smile as greet that Fatty. "You brother and sister really made my life hell," said Javier in a heavy blaming tone, but then he looked around and said in small eyes, "Your aunt and mother had come to my home demanding my father to send her people to search for both of you. If both of you had not been found in 3 days, she would have definitely had sent her people to search for you both," he said in a small voice. I can clearly sense fear in his voice when he said this. Jill's aunt and mother seemed really scary people to scare this Fatty shitless. "You enjoyed your adventure enough. Now you both have pay for that adventure, ha 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 ha," he said and started to laugh suddenly. Both William and Jill's face became unsightly hearing Fatty laughing at their expense. "You Charles, I will see you later," said Jill in anger, started to walk toward the exit with her brother. I did not follow them and started to walk toward the normal exit. "Mitchell," Jill shouted, seeing I am not with her. Hearing my name, I looked at her, and next second I started to follow behind. Seeing how angrily she is looking at me, I don't want to anger her more by my pride, and it is also in my profit, as I don't have share half what I have in my backpack as service fees. "Bye, I will see you in a week if I am not grounded," said Jill, and she walks into the hovercar. I also waved her hand, seeing her hovercar flying through the air. I also called the hovercar, but it will take a few minutes as thousands of people suddenly leaving for the Westblood. All the frenzy on the Green Hills died down as the whole Green Hills are sealed by top 7 organizations. In the Republic, these 7 organizations are very powerful, more powerful than the government. It is said that these organizations are not from our continent, and are from a different continent. I always thought it is people's imagination going wild, and these organizations from the strong nations of our continent, but I can fairly guess that this may be not people's wild imaginations. The many things I've experienced in the space realm made me the thing that, especially these monsters from the central continent who fought Corporal Stage Monster at being at private level without much breaking sweat. Maybe some of the top 7 organizations and Jill's organizations from the central continent, as whenever I asked them about the central continent, they always became oddly quiet. Taking a deep sigh, I did not think about that subject more. I will come to know about it if I became strong enough. Seeing there is enough time, I booked the train for my town. The earliest train is for tomorrow evening, which means I will reach my town at day after tomorrow. 5 minutes later, hovercar came and I took a seat on it. Seeing I have more than an hour of time, I decided to call my parents. I took a deep sigh and called on my mother's number. Tring Tri Mitchell. My mother received my call at the second ring, and the projection of her face appeared for me. Her face looked little sick. It must be because of worry and her pregnancy. She was first little startled, but then suddenly started crying loudly. She cried so loudly that my father came running thinking something must have happened to her, but got surprised seeing me on the call. She started to talk in between her cries, saying that they thought something must have happened to me, and they would have come to look for me if not hearing from Ellen that I was in secret training. She cried for 10 minutes before stopping, but then she suddenly turned really angry and started screaming at me for not informing them before going to secret training. I felt weird too seeing her mood swing, but my father seemed oblivious to it. He must have got used to her mood swings due to pregnancy. I heaved a sigh of relief thinking not following my original plan of surprising them home at day after tomorrow. If I really did that, I would have surely got beating then and there by my mother. I am still not sure if I am free of any beating when I go home at day after tomorrow. Mom, are you fine? I asked after she calmed down enough. There was a change in her expression which unable to catch. It's nothing, I was just worried about you. Now that I've seen you, I will be fine, she said with a laugh. I felt little guilty worrying them, but I will make up with them after when I get home. I talked for my mother more than an hour, and only cut the phone when the hovercar reached the Mistab Bazaar outside the city. I have to take new hovercar to go inside the city. Choo choo choo. Ashlyn chirp asking for dinner seeing we are in Mayasta Bazaar as this is we usually eat after we came out of Mayasta Forest. We will not eat here today. I will order expensive 5-course meals for today after we went home, I said as Jay ordered new hovercar. She may not understand what 5-course meals are, but sensing my emotions, she knew we are going to eat a very tasty meal today. I've always wanted to eat the 5-course meal from famous restaurants, but seeing their sky-high price, I never dared to order, but now I have enough money that I can indulge myself in the expensive meal. Soon the hovercar came and I got in it. When I answered her question about where I was, she did not seem much surprised. She would have probably guessed it after reading some news about Westblood. After hanging up on her, I massaged my other friends saying I am fine and I will call them by tomorrow. By the time I've done that, I reached my apartment building. I take a sigh as I looked at my apartment building and climbed a step toward the lobby. Ting. Elevator's door opened. I walked toward my apartment and opened its door. Thud, throwing my backpack down, I laid on them without changing my dirty and somewhat damaged clothes. I did not care about dirtying the bed as I laid on my in safety on my apartment. I can feel myself completely relax here. I know consciously there is no monster going to attack me. Even in the Blue Dome, I was never completely this relaxed, but now I can relax without any worry. Choo choo choo. Ashlyn chirped and reminded me of food. Right, I said and opened the page of one of the best food selling service in Westblood. In their deluxe menu, I chose the food of which is specially made of corporal level ingredients. Soon my order is finished and paid 20,000 credits in total. Our dinner will arrive in half an hour, Ashlyn, I said. Chew. She chirped affirmation as she stood on the balcony waiting. Seeing there is some time dinner to arrive, I decided to take shower as I hadn't had a decent bath in 3 weeks. Very tasty, choo choo, we both exclaimed after taking our first bite our food. Really its reputation presides, it is very tasty. At first I was a little pained spending 20,000 on just one meal, but now I know this meal worth every penny. I will sure treat my parents for this meal when I went back to my town. Once we started eating, we didn't stop until we finished eating. I even praised myself for ordering extra portion for Ashlyn, otherwise she would have definitely forcefully taken food from me, seeing how tasty it is. She has no shame and boundaries when it comes to delicious food like this. Chew. Half an hour later, Ashlyn laid on her stomach as she finished her meal. I also ate till my stomach full and now I am laying on my stomach. I am feeling a little sleepy, but before sleeping, I did the small thing for tomorrow. Tring tring. My phone rang as I was in a deep sleep. I want to curse at the one calling me but stopped myself seeing it is Jim. Jim, I was a little confused about why he is calling me. I was going to call him tomorrow about the hundreds of herbs that Ashlyn had picked. I hope they would sell for $1 million or $2. Otherwise, I would feel very heartening for the things that I threw away to make space for the herbs. Hey Jim, I said as I activated the call. His small projection came out my whole watch. Were you entered the space realm in Green Hills, Mitchell? Jim asked the question without many greetings. Yes, I was in. Before I could say I saw him, so he cut me with the shout. I knew it was you. I saw you after you exit through the portal, but Sarah has been arguing with saying it was someone else, he said. I was right, wasn't I? He said in a loud voice looking toward left, he probably looking toward his girlfriend. Sorry, Michael, for disturbing you for such petty thing. We will catch up in a few days, he said and about to cut the call when I stopped him. Wait, Jim, I said quickly before he could cut the call. I had found some herbs in secret realm which I can seem to identify. Would you help me sell it? I asked. He is an alchemist. Even if he has no need of herbs, he at least would help sell them. Okay, no problem. You scan them, send their picture to me. I will send my drone to pick them later and help you sell at a good price, he said. After talking some more and said goodbye to him. I was going to tell him about the mystical medicine, but decided to tell him when I meet him personally after coming back from my town. I feel like sleeping, but I controlled myself. It will better to do now than tomorrow. I started to remove the herbs from my backpack and storage and scan them for him. I scan each and every herb carefully, and even before compiling all them in a folder and send them to Jim. I even take 4 pieces of the treat heart. I planning to sell these 4 pieces of mystical to him if he came tomorrow, otherwise I will have to sell after I came back from my hometown. I cleaned my bed of all her and laid comfortably on my bed. It only took me a second to fall into the sleep. I was having a very peaceful sleep when something buzzed against my sleep and I heard the singing voice. Tring tring, fuck, let me just sleep, I said groggily as I looked at my holowatch. It is Jim who calling me. I just wanted to hang up seeing it been only an hour since I slept. To pick up or not, I am a diploma on one hand is my precious sleep while on Jim, who I will have to talk at least for a minute. Jim, I said groggily as I picked up the call. My eyes are even blurry as I see his projected face on my holowatch. Mitchell, I am coming to your apartment in 15 minutes, he said and cut the call before I could react. He cut the call. It took me quite a while to notice what Jim said in my half-sleeping mind, but when I understood it, the first thing I did is get up and wash face with cold water. I can't say to him don't come. Hearing his excited voice, he must have found something precious in herbs that Ashlyn had collected. I have other things that will sell for more, such mana crystals, which I got from helping those from the central continent, and unrefined mana crystal, which I found in Neil and Andrew stuff. I have come to know from Jill that their price more than I had expected, especially the refined ones. Knock knock. A knock sounded on my door at the perfect 15th minute. He arrived right on time as he said, "Where are the herbs?" First words came out of Jim's mouth as I opened the door. There. I motioned toward the table by my bed where I put the herbs neatly. Jim nearly went mad seeing them and started to mutter unintelligible words that I can't seem to understand. They are probably scientific names of the herbs. Seeing his reaction, all the bad mood I had vanished. They must be really expensive for him to behave like this. How much they will sell for? I asked bluntly. He didn't answer me but keep checking each and every herb carefully. This should take some time, I said as I sat on the chair in the corner of my room. Suddenly I noticed something which gave me a major shock when Jim had arrived. I didn't particularly observe his stage. I thought he would be at mid or peak stage of the specialist grade, but I've never expected him to be at initial level of corporal stage. I can sense the aura of corporal grade clearly. I wonder how he advance one whole stage in 1 month. I clearly knew that 3 weeks ago before leaving he was at initial level of specialist stage, but now he is at initial level of corporal stage. He must have a lucky encounter in this realm, otherwise it would be really hard to level up one stage directly. I wanted to ask him how he did that, but I hold myself back seeing him busy with the herb. Each and every herb is very rare grade 2 herb. Did you find them in the realm? He asked. Yes, I replied. He was about to ask something but stopped himself. I can faintly guess wants he want to say. As for the price of all though, I'll pay you 12 million, he said. 12 million. I stuttered the words of hearing it. I've never expected to get this high price for the herbs that Ashlyn had casually picked up. This will be the best price you will get in the city if you are lucky, Jim explained, thinking I am unsatisfied by the price. No, I am just too shocked to hear that all these her are this expensive. All I've hoped for million or two for them. I've explained. That's good then. Currently I have only 10 million on me. I'll transfer rest of the 2 million tomorrow, he said. I nodded. I have no problem. 10 million is enough to get me specialized training in the moderate training center and help me get by for at least 6 months. Ting. A notification rang out on my holowatch. It was a message of reading I had 10 million transferred in my account. I never had this much money and never thought it would be possible to have. Now I have it in my account. It took me a while to come back to myself after seeing this much money. Suddenly Jim smiled and messages his hands craftily. You must have quite a few treat hearts, right? He asked. I am not interested in selling them, I said straight away. They are very precious, akin to second life. I would be a fool to sell them and I have only 29 of it. I am not asking you to sell me. I am giving you a proposition, he said, that piqued my interest and I asked him to continue. The treat hearts have a big flaw. They spoiled. The specialist one will start to spoil after 3 months and will become useless in 6, while corporal level one became useless in 9 months. If you don't believe me, you can check on the web. You will find it if you search little hard, he said. What do you propose? I asked directly before he started to omit details. He had a habit of when it comes to potions. It's simple. You give me all the treat heart you have. I'll give you living water potion in exchange. For each treat heart, I will give you 15 grade 1 water potions in exchange, and if you have corporal level treat heart, I will give the same amount of grade 1 potions, just these ones going be high grade, and these potions going to last you for 5 years easily, he said. Life potion is what Jill had given me when I was seriously injured by the monster. It works the same as mana heart, the only difference between them that one is potion while other is the heart of the treat. It is a sound deal. Normally I get 20 portions of each treat heart, and it is 580 from the 29 treat hearts I have. I will never going to finish them in 9. The deal that Jim offer is very good, as I will get 435 potions which have an expiry date of 5 years. Good. I said and started to take out treant hearts from my storage. Earlier, when I was taking out herbs from my backpack, I have transferred all the mana heart into my storage. I can see from corner of my eyes that Jim had a slight reaction, seeing but I saw no hint of greed or any other emotions in his eyes. Now that I am thinking of it, he himself has at least 2 storages. One is a backpack while others in pocket shaped like mine. Do you have any life potions on you? I said as I am taking out the mana hearts. Yes, do you need any? He asked. Yes, give them as much as you have. I will give you all my treant hearts. I said as taken out all 29 treants hearts I have, leaving only a few pieces that I had in my sleeves. Jim looked quite surprised seeing the quantity of mana hearts I have. I am confident to say that, in the socialist stage adventurers, I am one few who harvested most mana heart. Half of the treant heart I have were harvested during the battle, while the other half was after the battle. It's all became possible due to the knight grade skill I have. Otherwise, it would be really hard for me to kill treant in one move and harvest their heart after. I will only able to give you 50 life water potion every month. I have 20 with me right now and will give you other 30 in 2 weeks, okay? He said. It's fine with me. I replied. He nodded and started to fill everything in his storage. Jim, you make a quite progress in 3 weeks from initial level of specialist stage to initial level corporal stage, I said. He smiled happily hearing my praise. It's just lucky encounter, he said modestly. Do tell. I asked. I am very interested in knowing how he managed advance whole stage in just 3 weeks. It nothing that amazing, it's just monster miracle, he said. Monster miracle. I have never heard of this term before. What is monster miracle? I asked. It is one of the mysteries of monsters when I leveling from initial level of specialist stage. Instead of leveling up to mid-level of specialist stage, I directly leveled up to corporal stage. Sarah was so jealous, you know. He said, laughing evilly. Now I understood. It was one of the odd monster cases, like mutation, gigantification. I now understood why he called it a monster miracle. I wish something like this happened to me, but it is near impossible for something like that to happen to me. It is common sense to happen sudden level up. The monster has to have the potential to reach that level, and Michael's monster has it. Compared to his monster, Ashland's limit is in specialist grade. It is very hard, near impossible for something like that happens to Ashland. Okay, it's getting late, I should go, he said as packed everything and about to leave when I remember the most important thing that I have to sell it to Jim. I am such an idiot. Are you interested in mystical medicine? I asked Mitchell. I knew he would definitely be interested in. Mystical medicine, he said startlingly. Yes, the one which helps in purifying the mana, I asked with a smile. He had an intense reaction when I said it helps in purifying mana. Do you really have one? Show me, he said impatiently. Look like he really needs it. It may be related to his sudden level up. He may have leveled up, but his mana is still at the same purity as before when he is at specialist stage. I took out 4 pieces of mana heart from my pocket, and before I could give it to him, he snatched it from my hand. He took out the thumb-size black box from his pocket and placed the small piece of mystical medicine on top of it. The runes started to appear on the box, and it coved the piece with. Only after few seconds did the runes recede, and the black box turned completely green. It really is mystical medicine, he said astonished as he looked at the 4 pieces it had. I'm also astonished, not by mystical medicine, but the small box in Jim's hand. I was really right. The things that involve runes are not simple. I will have to research that box I have with me very carefully. It may be not a simple storage box. How much % did it purify your mana? Jim asked. I had 86.3 mana purity before eating it, and after eating it turned 90.7, I replied. He looked shocked hearing this, but he quickly calmed himself down and started to laugh in happiness. Hahaha, my luck is really good. The thing I desperately needed presented itself, he said laughing. How much time it takes to purify the mana? Are there any side effects? He asked after calming down enough. There are no side effects except for pain you will feel. The whole process will over in an hour, and one more thing, don't eat the second one, it's useless. I said, but then I thought I may have downplayed the pain. Careful of the pain, it's heart-wrenching. Circulate the supreme combat exercise. It will help to elevate the pain and you will able to make few seals if you tried hard, I said. I can manage little pain, Mitchell, said Jim arrogantly. He probably thought I am teasing him. Let him suffer. He should pay price for his arrogance and disturbing my sleep twice. So how much I will get? I got straight to the point. If what you said is right, then you will get Neil 2 million for each piece at least. I will know for sure after I will eat it tonight, he said. I nodded in affirmation. You will not stay in this apartment now that you have much money, right? Asked Jim. Yes, I am thinking of moving out to better place after I return from my hometown a week later. I replied, I am thinking of moving the middle ring, but there is some problem with that. Let me know when you return to Westblood. I have a friend who runs a real estate company. He will give a discount, and I will even sign guaranteer for form for you, he said. This one of the problems that had been bugging me about moving, but now that Jim offered so kindly, whom I am to refuse. I'll transfer the remaining money to your account tomorrow, Al, he said as he is leaving, but he stopped before closing the door. Jim, if you come across any precious herbs like this, don't forget to call me," he said and closed the door from behind. I am thankful that he didn't ask any question about how I got such rare herbs. It would be normal if 20 or 30 of them are rare, but here all of them are rare herbs. I look at the fat Ashlyn who liked to eat till her stomach full and cut no corners when it related to food would have such ability. She is my precious treasure seeker. I have to keep her ability secret, especially one about her smelling miracle fruits and mystic medicine. If it were known to others with nefarious intent, both of our life will become hell. I clear my mind of these heavy thoughts and splash cold water on my face to feel fresh before sleeping. I laid on the bed to sleep after making my holowatch silent. Whoever to call me have to wait for till tomorrow, I thought as fell into sleep next second. When I woke up, it's nearly early afternoon. The bright sun could be seen shining through the glass of my balcony. Ashlyn is comfortable lying on the small chair of the balcony, and beside her 2 black boxes could be seen and one of them is open. Before sleeping the first time, I ordered food for today and left the balcony open so the drone could drop them off. I had to do that, otherwise Ashlyn would have woken up from the sleep for lunch. Yawn. I take a comfortable yawn as I sat in the bed and looked at my holowatch to see if there are any messages and calls. There are a few messages from my friends replying to the messages to my messages of yesterday. Ha ha ha. What caught my attention is 2 missed calls and messages. After reading them, I couldn't help but laugh loudly. It was from Jim. He was cursing me for not waning him enough about the pain. I decided to call him myself and ask how he is faring up. Tring try. You fucker, you did that on purpose, right? I've never experienced such pain in my life. Thank God that I able to control myself, otherwise I would have woken up my whole household. He screamed at me with loudly. Ha ha ha, I did warn you, don't you remember? It was you who became so macho on mentioning the pain, I replied while laughing loudly. My reply instantly made him silent. As I said, I did tell him about pain, but he thought I was teasing him and got annoyed. He arrogantly said he doesn't fear pain. I can imagine how he must have felt when that extreme pain suddenly shot through your body. It feels like living hell. You circulated Supreme Combat exercise, right? I asked. Even if he is arrogant, he must have remembered to circulate the exercise. Yes, I did, and it helped me a lot, he replied with his face full of smile. So how much do you think they will sell for? I asked the real question. He said yesterday after experiencing himself. This medicine better than I expected. My mana purity had reached a whopping 90.8. You will get 2.5 million for each piece. Jim said, 2.5 for one piece, that means 10 million for all 4 pieces, and I've got 12 million from selling those herbs. I will transfer all the money I owe you by evening, but now I have given this mystical medicine to Sarah. She had been always acting tough. I will see how she react after eating it, ha ha ha, he said and started to laugh loudly. Is his screw got loose? I thought as I see him laughing madly, this guy must have suffered quite a loss by his girlfriend to act like this. I don't think he will tell her about pain. Okay, Michael, I'll call you later. I have to make some preparation before Sarah came, he said and cut the call. I just left in a stupor for a few seconds. What just happened? That guy definitely going to do some mischief on Sarah. Sigh. I took a sigh and lay back in the bed. 22 million, this will make a lot of the things easier. With it, financing my year of training won't be impossible. I keep laying on the floor for a while before going to the bathroom for freshening up and bath. Ashlyn was still comfortably lying on a chair, basking in the light of the sun. I picked the black lunchbox and started to eat on my bed while thinking about the things I have to do today. I have to do some shopping for my family. I remember we were quite fine when we were in our old town, but when the disaster struck in the form of monster horde, we had lost everything. After that disaster, we had moved to a new town. We didn't get any help from the government except for a quick loan for our new beginning. My parents had spent 70 of their monthly salary to pay off the huge loan, while we have to do with the remaining 30 of the salary. It was very hard for us to live with this little money. We had lived very frugally and rarely brought anything for our enjoyment. They had to put my needs before there. The only thing they did extra in 5 years is bright more monster food when Ashlyn is born. She was glutton since she was born and will always demand monster meat at every meal. I finished my lunch and threw the lunch boxes in the bin. Let's go, Ashlyn, I said as I picked her in my palms and walked toward the door. I've decided to do some shopping in the mall. I would have done it on my holowatch, but this time, I am doing it for my parents and I am not sure what I want to buy. My plan was to roam the mall and buy the things that I would need. I will also need some things, a few good clothes and a backpack. I have no need to change the artifact as they are enough for till I reach the corporal level. It would be a completely different thing if I get the night grade artifact, but it was very difficult to get them without connections. I walk out of my apartment with Ashlyn in tow. I decide to go to the mall in mid-layer. It is a good mall. I've heard many things about and I it right. Within an hour, I reach the steps of the magnificent mall. It is the shape of the tower which has green vines surrounding it. When you enter inside it, you will think you were in the garden. It feels quite good inside as soft, fresh breeze will always be touched by your body. I've only a few hours to shop as I have a train at 700 in the evening and it is already an afternoon. By the time I've finished, it's already 4:30 p.m., but I felt quite good. I already brought everything. Choo-choo. Ashlyn chirp again, this her fourth time to ask for a snack. Whatever she smells tasty, she will demand it, and I didn't want to reject her, seeing it was because of her that I got a shitload of money. This is the last time, Ashlyn. I said to Ashlyn as I have lots of bags in my hands. Tasty. I have to say, whatever Ashlyn chose is very tasty. Like this iced drink that now we are drinking, it is very delicious. Today is the first day Ashlyn is drinking ice, drinking from straws. She's drinking quite expertly without spilling a drop and looked quite cute doing that. How cute, a little girl of 4 came and states to pet Ashlyn suddenly, her mother who behind her smiled in apology. I smiled back in understanding. Many people had come to pet Ashlyn, especially children. Her shiny silver feathers and chubby form always look cute to children, especially when she is eating. Ashlyn didn't snap, but also didn't respond to the petting and continued drinking without care. We soon finished eating and left for an apartment. I have only 2 hours until my train time. Chance, if you want a character named after you or the name given by, donate a crown and I'll make that happen. Ting. A bell sounded on my holowatch. It was notification of showing there are 12 million credits had been transferred to my account. I barely controlled myself from shouting seeing such amount in my account. I took a couple of deep breaths to calm myself down. I have been seeing the train station for 15 minutes and there are still 10 minutes for the train to come. Zup. In 10 minutes the train came and I went inside. This time the ticket I booked is quite an expensive one compared to the cheapest one that I had booked when I come to Westblood 3 months ago. My town is in quite a remote area. It will take 13 hours for the train to reach there. If it all goes well and the train did not have an accident like last time, then I should be able to reach my home at 800 a.m. morning. I sat comfortably in the big chair without being pushed here and there by neighbors, as this the single-seat chair. There is no disturbance from others. Closest seats to me are half a meter away. I look outside the window, but all I see is a black blur. Soon our dinner came and both we cleaned our plates. It was quite a tasty meal, not quite tasty as the 5-course meal we ate yesterday. Ashlyn slept quickly while I kept browsing the web on my holowatch. That when I remember something. I really want to slap myself for that. I had asked Michael some monster's cores of a fiery lion for Ashlyn to eat, but I totally forget that, and this little glutton didn't remind me. Normally she never forgets to remind me when it is time for her to eat, but when it comes to crystal core, she never reminds me. I took out crystal core of fiery lion and small fist-sized device. I added the core of corporal level fiery lion inside the device and pressed 60 on it. Soon the machine vibrate for a little while before stopping, and a transparent small finger-sized box came out of it. One can see small specks inside it. These specks are part of the core that I had just put inside the small device. If one can count, he will see there are a total of 60 red specks inside it. I had brought this small monster core cutting device 2 months ago. It is quite efficient and precise. I have to feed Ashlyn 1 speck every day, and I even put up a reminder in my holowatch. Before I know, I spent a few hours on the web and started to feel a little sleepy, but before that I had to do the last thing. I quickly went to the bank site and typed the loan number, my parently loan amount shown in front of me, 180,600 credits. I clicked on the payment after seeing the amount. Ting, I received the notification of payment confirmation. This loan used to feel like a mountain to me, but now feels nothing. I can still remember how my parents used to cut corners every month to pay its installments, but now with one click I paid it all. I planned to pay it in the afternoon but decided not to. My parents would have called me and nagged me unlimited on how I got this much money, but now they would only know at morning, and by that time I would have already been at home, to explain it all personally. I felt quite lighter doing that. The loan was like little weight in me, but now that I paid it I felt quite fine. Seeing everything is all right, I prepared to sleep. When I woke up tomorrow, I will be very near my home. Buzz buzz, I was woken by the little buzzing in my wrist. It was an alarm. I had set it up in the case I slept late. Although the train had a system for it, it will be voiced in the whole compartment and feel emphasizing. The alarm means that the train will reach my hometown in half an hour. Time passed by soon. Train to enter the town and started to slow down. The train will stop at town for only 3 minutes, and at the time train will upload both the passengers and cargo for the town. I pick my backpack and walk toward the door. When I get off the train, I was greeted by the face of my father, who was anxiously waiting for me in the station. He looked like he aged years in 3 months. There is a hint of tiredness could be seen on his body. Though I have talked to him any time on the holowatch, their difference in seeing with our own eyes. Mitchell, my father said and hugged. I can feel he is quite stressed. Father, how are you? I asked, seeing his stressed and tired self. I am fine now that you are here, he said, and we walked out of the station. I quickly called hovercar for both of us to go home. As we sitting getting in the hovercar, my father seems to have noticed something and became shocked. so shocked that he nearly stumbled. Yo, you reached mid-level of specialist stage, he said stutteringly. I guessed right, he is shocked seeing my new power. He was shocked seeing my power as now my father and I at the same level. What took him years to reach, I've reached in months. Yes, I come across many opportunities in secret training, I replied. It must have been quite dangerous. Said my father, he is smart enough to understand that such opposites lie in a dangerous place. I was a little surprised not hearing any admonished by him. I was even expecting he will give me some beating, but he seemed to be busy at his own thinking. In a few minutes, the hovercar had reached our home and get out of it and opened the door of our home. Mom, I gasped as I saw my mother. She looked sick, sicker than yesterday when I talked to her. Mom, what happened to you? I asked as I entered the hall and sat beside her. She looked really sick, sicker than yesterday. She should be resting on the bed, not sitting on the couch. It's nothing, I am just under the weather, she said weakly, but I know she clearly lying, this must be something else. I didn't ask further as I don't want to stress her with more of my questions, but I will ask later. Michiel, she looked me in astonishment as my father sensing my new power. I replied with her same answer that I had given my father. Choo 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 choo. Suddenly 2 gray birds came flying and swept Ashlyn of my shoulder. They are Ashlyn parents. When I looked up I saw 2 gray spark sparrow coddling tiny chubby Ashlyn between them. She looks a little annoyed but did not resist the coddling of her parents. She looked like a tiny thing squished between the 2 big things. It took us years to level up to mid-level of specialist grade, but you did it in the 3 months. Said my mother with the astonishment. I just smile hearing that. It is true. My parents took 3 to 4 years for them to reach the mid-level. Here's a treat for you, Ashlyn, said my father as took out packaged monster meat and spread it onto the plate. Saliva could be seen dropping from the mouth of Ashlyn parents as they saw the monster meat, but at Ashlyn reaction most surprised them. Choo choo, she chirped arrogantly as took the look as monster food, completely looking down on it. Ashlyn had stopped eating this packaged monster food 3 days after we started to live in Wheatblood, and only time she ate that when we were in the space realm. That time I had to force her to eat as outside was a big sandstorm. She grudgingly ate that time, but she was mad and didn't talk to me for the whole day. You didn't want it, Ashlyn? My father asked confusedly. Confusion could be seen her face too. 3 months ago, this used to her favorite food. She even used to steal it sneakily from her parents' plate, but now she even refused to look at it. Mom, Dad, Ashlyn now find this monster meat too bland to eat, I said with a smile, clearing the confusion of my parents. Michael, you must not coddle her much or she will never learn if you fulfill her every demand, said my mother sternly. I smiled after hearing her words. It's too late now. I don't think she will ever change this habit of hers. Only thing I can do right now is that, don't let her eat too much tasty food that she will start to demand it daily. My father put back packaged meat back to the packet without giving look to grew spark sparrow. Seeing that the 2 gray spark sparrow turned to Ashlyn with little anger and started to coddle more, but this time forcefully. Michiel, what do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you, said my father as he moved toward the kitchen to cook. There is no need, Dad, the food will come soon, I said as the delivery is only a few minutes away. The train comes to my town only 2 times a day, one in the morning from which I came and one in the early evening. Both are the best time to deliver the food. I've already had food service for my parents, which will deliver the food 1 time every 2 days, but now I had upgraded that every day and food's quality also increased. My father was a little startled at first, but nodded and sat beside my mother, both of their faces suddenly, and I know it is serious talk time. Do you pay off the loan? My mother asked in a serious voice. Without much choice, I nodded. Why in the world you do that? We were fine, you will all the money you have for training, said my mother. Her voice was weak, but there was the hardness in it. Sighing, I clicked some screens on my holowatch and large screen projected out of the holowatch. Gasp. Both had let out a loud gasp as they read what's on the screen. My father even scrunched his eyes to look more clearly. This, he wasn't able to for a straight word seeing this. This time the training was in the new special realm. My luck was good and found something precious. This the money I got after selling it, I explained softly. Thank God that I had created a separate account and transferred 7 million into it, expecting my parents' reaction. If I had shown them whole 22 million in my account, they would have directly lost conscience. You have to spend money wisely, train hard. I wish my son would achieve corporal stage at least, said my father while taking a glance at Ashlyn. I could understand his glance. With Ashlyn as my monster, it will be very hard for me to achieve the corporal level. If I had accepted the organization's offer like my friends, there would have been a big chance to reach corporal level, but now if I had to reach it, not only I have to work hard, I also have found the chance. Without it, it will be impossible for me to break the bloodline limit on Ashlyn. Ting. A notification sounded on my phone telling me that the food delivery had been made. I got up and opened the front door to find there is a big box right in front of it. The box is quite big as it contains the food for the 6 people. Choo choo choo. Ashlyn started to chirp excitedly as she gets out of her parents' coddling. Choo choo choo, she chirps again, asking me to open the box quickly as she is feeling hungry. Mitchie'll freshen up first, my mother said sternly as I am about to open the food of the box. The difference, I said in my mind, if I would have been in my apartment as a Westblood city, I could have eaten it without freshening, but here I have to follow the rules of my parents. Much to Ashlyn's dismay, I walked toward the bathroom while Ashlyn kept trying to open the box with all her heart. We have to tell him, said my father. My mother nodded with a sigh. I would have never gone for it if it didn't concern this little one. She said as cares her stomach. Do you think he will help you contact them? Asked my father. He is our only option, and it didn't matter if he can contact them or not, as long as he is willing to help. It very minute thing for him to provide us that potion. If not for this little one's life on the L wouldn't have gone to him even if it had cost me my life, but for this little one I will do anything, even if I have to kneel to beg. She said, pain could be heard in her voice. They stayed silent for a while. They looked at the front and little smile had appeared on their face. From of them is a big sealed food box that Ashlyn is trying to open with all her heart. Aside from using her fire, she is doing everything she can to open the box and look quite comical doing that. You never changes, Ashlyn, you are still a glutton, said my mother. Yes, she is. For food, she will do everything, I said as I come behind with the smile as saw what Ashlyn was doing. My face is all smiling as I never heard there an earlier conversation. Choo choo choo. Ashlyn backed down and started chirping furiously at me to open the food box. Okay, I'll do that, I said and opened the box, click, and started to remove the small boxes from inside and started passing everyone. Just as I placed the box in front of Ashlyn, she quickly opens the box with extreme precision with the help of her claws and started to eat without waiting for anyone. My parents looked shocked seeing her do that. Ashlyn had no problem opening the seal on small boxes, as these are the one we usually came from. This is the first time of her seeing this big food box. I am sure in 2 or 3 days, she will learn to open the big box as well. This good, said my father and mother in unison as they took their first bite. Not only the ecstasy could be seen on the Ashlyn's parents as they were busy eating like Ashlyn. This one is more delicious than the other ones you send, Mom complimented. I just smiled without answering. I've upgraded their food services both in quantity and quality, so obviously, this is going to taste much better. We didn't talk much and ate our food quietly. The only one who is making noise is Ashlyn as she is eating very speedily with her tiny mouth. One thing I don't understand with Ashlyn that she obviously loves food. She has to savor it while eating, but she always eats so fast as if someone going steal her food. I many times told her to eat slow, but she never listened to my words. Soon we finished eating one by one, but Ashlyn is always the first one to finish. Let me, I said seeing my father picking empty lunch boxes off the table to throw them at the trash. I take the boxes from my father's hand and threw them at the trash can in the corner of the kitchen. When I went back, I remembered something and took out a small transparent box. Inside the box, small specks could be seen. Ashlyn, eat it, I said as I picked Ashlyn in one hand who is lazily laid on her stomach side. Chew, she chirped saying no, if you don't eat it, you will have to eat packaged monster meat then, I said threateningly. Chew, she chirped sadly and opened her mouth to eat the speck. My parents looked curiously as I feed the red speck to Ashlyn. It is a small piece of the core of corporal level monster which had the best fire type ability I've ever seen. I am hoping Ashlyn's ability could be upgraded eating it. As I took a seat and about to ask my parents as a serious question when Ashlyn's body started to release heat. This heat has a flavor of Fiery Lion's powers. I turned happy seeing this, thanking my luck that right after eating the core of Fiery Lion her ability started to upgrade, but just as the heat came, a second later it is gone, leaving me and Ashlyn confused. I've never seen confused before. Whatever she does with certainty, but this time she seems to have some confusion. What happened? Did your ability upgraded? I asked, still hopeful about the upgrade of her ability. Chew, she shook her tiny little head and started to summon a small fireball in front of her. The fireball looked the same silver and there is no change in it. The flavor is the same, so is heat emitting from it. I was a little disappointed seeing that, but soon I controlled my mood thinking, if upgrading power would be that easy, abilities of many monsters would have been more powerful. I take out 20-something cores of specialist grade Fiery Lion and small cutting Devious which I had brought yesterday for my parents. These are some cores of specialist grade monsters, and this device help you cut them equally. Feed them to Lola and Georgie, there may be a chance to upgrade their abilities, I said. My parents were the one who had told me that feeding monster core to monster helped them upgrade their abilities. Although the chance of it very low, but it still happens, and this method is scientifically proven. No, we can't take it, these monster cores worth hundreds of thousands of credits. It is better to sell them, that money will be very helpful to your training, said my father rejecting it. I have hundreds of monster core with me. Giving these cores to you wouldn't affect me much. Please take it, I said, seeing my little pleading tone. My father accepted the cores with the sigh. We talked for a few minutes when I decided to ask them a question that had been bugging ever since I've eavesdropped on their conversation. Mom, what happened to you? I asked in a serious voice. Earlier I had heard their conversation and knew something serious had happened to her. What do you mean? She asked as if she understood the question. I heard you people talking earlier, I stated. The expression of their faces changed suddenly before a look of understanding dawned on their faces. We will have to tell you sooner than later, said my father, with deep sigh and sadness could be seen both of their faces. Your mother had a very, very rare disease. It acts very randomly and only active during the pregnancy. My father said, a week ago we had noticed some problem with the baby, and after the detailed test, we noticed that your mother's body had started to slow down the supply of life force to the baby. If your mother's body didn't supply life force to the baby, you can guess what will happen, said my father in sadness. I felt like struck by lightning. I've never thought the problem was this serious if something hadn't done quickly. My little sibling who's still growing inside my mother could die before it could come out in the world. Is it curable? I asked, trying to receive a positive answer. My father laughed mirthlessly hearing the question. To tell you the truth, it is very easy to cure, just need one potion, but that potion is like an unreachable mountain to weak people like us, but to the powerful people, it means nothing. Said my mother. I felt relieved after hearing it is the potion. I already have 22 million on me, and after selling monocores and honey of daffodil bees, I can definitely amass 150 million easily. Jim can help me buy potion. If he can, I am sure his parents would easily able to buy it as long as it is available in the Republic. Even if it more expensive than I can afford in my life, I still have a trump card, which is Ashlyn. With her treasure hunting ability on the table, I don't think anyone able to refuse it. As long as that potion within the Republic, I still have a chance of getting it. Which potion does Mother need? I asked with the bated breath. Life potion, or the thing that provides immense life force, but it is harder to find than life potion, he said. Life potion, or the thing that could bring out a similar effect. Hearing that name, I felt like a load that I was feeling for quite while loosening. Spending many days with Jill, I learned about many things, and what life potion is one of them. Life potion could be considered as elixir of life. It is the potion that provides life force. Those who had their life force sucked or spent by any reason and near at death's door could only be saved by this potion. No other potion could be work but this option. This potion had varied uses and could be said to one of the expensive potions in each grade. Grade 1 life potion's price is 50 million, while Grade 2 costs 200 million, and Grade 3 said to be at near million. They are expensive and impossible to be brought by common man despite having money. I am sure Jim and Jill could easily buy with their social status and connection. They will surely help me as long as I asked and provided enough money. Even if I am short by some, they will surely provide it, but I don't think we will need life potion. What grade of life potion does Mom needs? I asked, hoping that it wouldn't be a high grade one. They both looked little confused by my question but decided to answer it. Grade 1 should barely able go to counter that deficiency, but we have Grade 2 potion. Your mother will have an easy pregnancy and the baby would be absolutely fine. My father answered. I took a heavy sigh and felt quite free. The reason I thought my mother won't need life potion because I have something that is better than Grade 1 and Grade 2 life potion. It daffodil honey, a single drop of it has more life force than Grade 2 life potion, and even if mother had needed Grade 3 life potion, I would have added drop or 2 of daffodil honey and potion grade have become equal to the Grade 3 potion. With Jim's help and connection, I am confident that he could help buy Grade 2 life potion. Mom, Dad, I don't think we will need life potion. I have something with me that is better than that, I said. What? Both of them shouted in unison that even Ashlyn, who is lazily sleeping on the table, opened for a while. What is it? Don't just about such thing, said both of them at the same time while their reaction was completely different. I get up from my chair, whisper something in their ears. Choo 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 choo. Suddenly both Ashlyn parents who were quietly submitting on table flew where Ashlyn was sleeping and start forcing her to get up. Choo choo. She first chirps annoyedly seeing they are disturbing her from her precious after meal sleep, but after their forceful chirp she flew away with them outside of the house. I take a sigh of relief seeing her going away. Ashlyn is very sensitive both in ears and smell. If she heard if Simple mentioned honey, she would instantly get up and will start demanding the honey, as she had already demanded it tens of times in the past 3 days. Let's go to your room first, I said, and we left toward my parents' room. Hun, I let out a sound of a surprise seeing there are a lot of machines in the room. They must have to bright them from the hospital to keep constant track of Mom's condition. I removed the delicate box from my storage. They were shocked seeing such case which larger than my pocket coming out it, but before they could ask, all their attention drawn by my words. The thing I have is honey of daffodil bees. They are one of the horrible monsters I've seen. They sucked all the energy of being while alive, leaving nothing but dusk. They were shocked hearing that. They will be more shocked if show them real footage I have in my holowatch. They will have a nightmare for a few days as I had after seeing it the first time. Not only it contains the life force of very powerful monster, but it also contains various other energies in the body, and not only that, this honey even contains the essence of very precious flowers and herbs. And that is why they know as a natural chemist to create such creation that even marveled by the top alchemist of the world. I said, an open delicate case, where with the 3 pieces of mystical medicine, there is a small piece of honeycomb which had golden brown honey. Mom, please lay in bed comfortably. I asked my mother. She did as asked and laid on her bed without asking any question. They hadn't asked any question since I started explaining to them about daffodil honey, probably too overwhelmed to say anything. I removed the piece of honeycomb with extreme care. Mom, please open your mouth. I said seriously, but inside I felt really weird asking about this. I pinched the honeycomb softly and brown drop honey fell in her mouth, and next moment look of ecstasy appeared on her face. A look of utter ecstasy appeared on her face as the drop of honey fell on my mother's tongue. Her eyes became blurry and she just lay smiling on the bed without moving. The only relieving thing is that her complexion, which was that of sick, is recovering at a visible speed. My father tried to shake off my mother, but there is no response. Is this normal? My father asked. I don't know, but when Ashlyn had a drink this honey, she was out for nearly 6 hours and I was getting drunkenly vibes from her. He nodded and started to attach some machines to my mother to monitor her progress. I carefully placed honeycomb back into the case, very careful on not making any honey sticking to my hands as each drop costs more than $1 million. Chee-choo. Ashlyn comes flying as I about to close the lid of the box. She looked angry, so angry that her eyes are red. Choo-choo-choo. Ashlyn chirped angrily saying I am stealing her food. This honey is hers and she had to work very hard to steal it from the daffodil bees. Busted, I thought. I took a sigh and pinched the honeycomb a little so that 1 drip of golden brown honey would come on my finger. Drink it, I said as placed my finger near her tiny mouth. Without waiting, with the help of her little tongue, she quickly drank it. Chi-yu, she suddenly lost focus and about to fall on the ground, but I picked her quickly and places her near my mother. Her expression also the same. It looked like she is experiencing some pleasant dream. This isn't going to be over soon, I said in my mind and took the seat near the bed while my father is observing the multiple projections from the machine. That drop of blood is providing more than life force to your mother. It seemed to be healing and cleansing your mother's body. My father said softly with utter astonishment. I am not a bit surprised hearing this. The honey of daffodil bees contain many things. Life force is just one important part of it. Those bees not sucked life force, but other energies like mana and vitality. Not only that, it also contains the essence of many flowers and herbs. They fuse them all perfection that human alchemist hardly able to do. That is why many high-level alchemists always research this honey and try to replicate their properties. Daffodil best called natural alchemists for nothing. You must be tired from your travel. You should take some sleep in your room, said my father, seeing me dozing off in the chair. He looked much better than he looked an hour before. The worry lines on his face seemed to be melting, so worry and tiredness that had reflected on his body. Okay, I said. He is right. I am really feeling tired from the travel. After giving a reassuring smile to my father, I walked toward my room. I did not pick up Ashlyn and let her sleep near my mother. It didn't take me long to fall in sleep, and when I woke up it's already afternoon. I slept for 4 hours. I said as I looked at the time in the holowatch. I washed my face with cold water, fishing up and fully arousing myself from the feeling of looseness I am feeling after waking up from the afternoon sleep. After waking up, I walked towards my parents' room, hoping mother would have woke up by now, but when I entered the room, I saw that both mother and Ashlyn still not woken up from effective honey. My father seemed very happy though. Looks like it works better than I expected. There is no change in my Ashlyn's. She looks same a palm-sized chubby silver sparrow, but there is a big change in my mother. She looked radiant, her skill glowing with freshness. The marks, dark circle, and whatever blemishes she has on her skin had completely vanished. The skin became youthful and she looked like she became younger. My mother's age is 40 years, but now she did not look a year older than 35. Jill had gold that this honey had an anti-aging, cleansing effects, and also used in many expensive beauty potions, but I did not expect the effect is too drastic. It is probably due to my mother's stage is too low. If she had been at sergeant or master the level, the effects wouldn't be this drastic. How is a mom? I asked again. She looked very good on the outside, and seeing the content smile on the face, it seems like the honey it worked, but I still asked his as reassurance. More than fine. Not only that honey cured your mother's deficiency, it also providing baby Very's energies. I don't think your mother will have any complication during her pregnancy, he said happily. I nodded and sat on my previous chair for them to wake up. I only have to wait for half an hour before my mother started to come out of the effect of the honey. Mom, Evie. Mom suddenly got up and ran toward the bathroom. Seeing her do that, I have a faint idea where is she going. Ashlyn also suddenly came at me and asked me to open the flap of the tent before going out. Chew. Ashlyn also woke up from its effect and flew away. My father looked little confused but didn't ask. 10 minutes later, my mother came out. Looks like she had taken a quick shower from her wet hair and smell of her body wash. Evie, how are you feeling? My father asked worriedly. Very good, she replied with the bright smile. Mitchell, whatever that drop of honey is, it's miraculous, she said as we walked toward the hall. All the sickness I had seen in her gone, she looked refreshing and full of energy like her past self. Evie, you should look yourself in the mirror, said my father. No, she said confusingly. Do I have something in my face, on my body? She asked as she started to check her face and body with her hands. You should look yourself in the mirror, said my father in teasing tone. Hearing his tone, she hastily walked toward the corner of the wall. She touched the small flat showpiece few times. Soon the flat showpiece started expanding and turned into a full-length mirror. Gasp. She let out a gasp as she looked herself in the mirror, caressing her skin, which has become perfectly smooth. It's wonderful, she whispered while caressing her skin. Mitchell, you should also give your father that drop of honey, my mother said teasingly after she unwillingly deactivated the mirror. Ha ha ha. We all laugh a little at her words. I could easily give my father a few drops of honey, but it would be waste as it could not do much except cleanse his body. If it had had any help to my father's progress, it would be a completely different thing, as I would have taken a drop as well, but sadly it made no effect in cleansing one's body. My heart pained little seeing Ashlyn had yet drunk another drop. That drop worth tens of millions of credits, yet she drank. It's the thing she brought. I said in my mind, if not for her bringing that little honeycomb, my mother would have been still sick, and I would now be calling Jill and Jim for life potions. Seeing the mother is completely healed, the gloomy atmosphere had completely left our home, leaving everyone's mood to worn. We talked about all thing. I shared some of my experience in Westblood and Space Realm, leaving dangerous parts aside to save them for extra worries, but they still guessed it. Mitchell, you have to be cautious and careful not only against monsters, but humans also. They are ones who can stab you in your back, said my father in a warning tone. I know, father, I said. I've seen friends fighting and hunting teams turning on each other for little as Minster's core. I know very, very well to guard against. In 3 months since I've been in the Westblood, I've made only 2 good friends, while others are just normal friends. I had brought some gifts for you, I said, and started to take out gifts from my storage. They looked shocked, not for the gifts that keep piling on the table, but the place where I am taking out gifts from. Is that storage? Asked my mother stutteringly. The storages are very common in movies and TV, but in real life, they are extremely rare, so rare that many people were not able to see it in reality. Yes, I got quite lucky, I said, and started explaining about how I met Sean and Carol from the Central Continent and how they offered me a job in exchange for things. I toned it down on many things, but made it convincing enough that my parents will have a hard time asking any question against it. As expected, they didn't ask any questions. Seeing for explanation is enough to quell some of their worries. These gifts are precious. How much did you spend on them? My other asked as she was feeling the red dress against her skin. Not enough, I answered, smart alecky. Hearing the response, she glared at me little before focusing on the various things on the table. Not only I've brought dresses and jewelry for my mother, but I also brought many things that we had needed in the home, such as a new version of auto cleaner. The one we have in our home is ancient. I brought very few gifts to my father compared to my mother. He's a very simple man who has very few needs. He only loves 2 things, one his family, while other his job. He is very academic and loved to study. If not for the economic constraints, he would not be just level 1 doctor. I have already prepared the biggest gift for him, which I will give him before leaving. My mother, like every other woman who likes to look beautiful and wear pretty clothes, and now in one day both of her wishes are fulfilled. You should meet your friend Ellen. I saw her in the morning when coming to picking you up, said my father. This surprised me. She never told me she was back in town when I talked to her 2 days ago. I talked to my parents for a while before walking toward the backyard to call Ellen. When I went in the backyard, I was pleasantly surprised to find Ashlyn is resting in Mother Lulu embrace in the small treehouse. Usually she avoids affection whenever she could, but sometimes she also gives up her arrogance and acts naturally like this time. Sitting on the armchair, I called Ellen. She picked at the first ring. I was just coming toward your home, she said directly without greeting. She is making one of the surprise visits that she had fond of, but this time I called and spoilt it. When do you come to town? I asked. As far I know, the new recruits rarely get leave, and just a month ago she became D-grade member from E. She must be training hard to maintain her D-grade membership that coming to town. The organization has a strict hierarchy. E and D-grade members are considered a waste of the member. They get lowly administration job or assigned helper to advanced grade members. C-grade member is those who are below elite. There were many C-grade members were in the space realm. I can guess that my power is compared to this C-grade member of organization, and if do special training properly for a year, my ability may reach near that of elite B member of the organization. Ellen had wanted to become C-grade member, at least at her first year of training, as it is very hard to advance your membership at the organization after training is over. You will be happy to know that, in these 3 months, I worked my ass off, and 1 month ago I've become D-grade member, as you know, but what you don't know that 4 days ago, I tried for C-grade member and I got selected for it. I got the leave because there are still 5 days time till training for C-grade members starts, she said proudly. I was very shocked hearing that, in just 3 months she had become qualified to train for C-grade member training. She must have worked very hard to that. I will also not have this power if not for various chances and many life and death moments I've come across in the space realm. Now that my surprise is spoilt, let's meet at Adolph's Cafe at 15? Asked Alan. Okay, I said as went inside my home to change. Oh, I noticed that while coming out of my house, I wore my grade 1 boots instead of regular shoes. Seeing I am halfway into the way of Adolph's Cafe, I resumed to walk ahead. These boots don't look that bad, they are just little metallic. Tinkle. A pleasant tinkle sounded as I entered the cafe. Ellen was sitting in the corner, elegantly sipping the coffee. She has ash blonde, straight hair and porcelain-like face. Whoever looked at her became entranced by her grace and beauty. She's one of the people who are born with an inborn grace. Whatever they do, their every moment seems graceful. She's also my first crush in this town, but that crush got dumped in the cold water as she only digs girls. Mitchell here, she shouted softly, seeing me coming through the door. I walked toward her and took a seat beside her. Not bad, looks like I have to work hard to catch up to you, Ellen said in praise as sensed I am at mid-level of specialist stage. You better work hard or you will be left behind, I teased as she is only at the initial level of corporal stage, but I am confident she will catch up. So how was the new space realm that opened on the Green Hills, she asked. Very dangerous, I said with sincerity. It was very dangerous and thousands of people die inside it. Tell me from the beginning, she asked impatiently. She really acts like children sometimes. I started to tell how I accidentally entered the realm and found myself in the wasteland where no human could be seen, and when I told about how people from the central continent could kill corporal-level monsters easily, she is shocked. You are not joking, right? She asked and looked at me carefully. No, I swear, I am not joking. I would have definitely recorded it if I had not been star-struck by their power, I said. I kept going while skipping some parts like Shanwa's offer and the storage and night-grade equipment I've got in return. I have only stopped when I reached the part of the story where I reached the main camp outside the Sind forest. The monsters you face looks very dangerous, Ellen said, serious tone. They were ants compared to what we faced inside the Sind forest, I said and shuddered. I still felt quite scared when I think out fiery lions and sawtooth earthworms monsters. What type of monsters did you face? She asked with extreme curiosity. We faced monsters of C and B grade monsters, both upper and lower grades of it, I said. Her eyes completely went wide in look of disbelief after that. You are kidding me, right? She asked as I am joking with her, and probably I had also like her if I had heard it from her. Do you know super elites? I asked as she is still believing I am kidding with her. Of course. They are legends, she said. I can see deep reverence in her eyes. In an organization, B-grade member is elites, while grades are those who had completed the super elite training but aren't super elites, but they have a chance to become one. Super elites in organization are considered beyond the grades. They are considered true backbone of their organization. There were also there about 15 of them. I said this time. She looked very angrily at me. You think I am idiot, 15 super elites. Even our organization did not have this many elites, she said through gritted teeth. She looked really angry. If I did not give her the proof right now, she might as well attack me. I have proof this time, I said hastily and projected the privacy screen from the table. After exiting the space realm, they had not only taken half the resources from everyone, but also were making them delete whatever they have captured and recorded in the space realm. Jill had warned me not to upload or share this material with anyone, otherwise people from the organization come knocking my door. Ellen looked little baffled, seeing me erecting privacy screen, but did not question. I tapped play and 2 gigantic sawtooth earthworms appeared in the screen. This is the first battle I've recorded on my HoloWatch and first time seeing the power of the super elite. Are those gigantified monsters? Ellen asked, seeing 2 monsters roaring threateningly, and ant-like humans running away. Yes, they are gigantified monster. We have come across many of them, I said. Soon 2 people started to attack the gigantified monsters, one with a spear while other the bow. Their attack efficient and without any mistake, but one could see how casual the fight is and how the 2 toying with the monster who are tens of times bigger than them. Ellen is so concentrated on the fight that she forgot to blink. I was also like that when I saw prowess of super elites. In 2 minutes the video was over, but it has taken Ellen a minute more to come out of it. Do you have some more of recording like this? She asked. I nodded and started to play the recording where super elite fighting the gigantified monsters like this is where their prowess shows. In 20 minutes all recordings are over. I only played those recording which has a camera of my HoloWatch stable, as I also had to fight. I got very few chances to record the fights carefully. They are more powerful than I expected, Ellen said with a slow voice after she finished watching all the recording. I can only smile at that. I've only come to know about the super elites in the space realm, and that is where I saw their prowess. Seeing this recording, I want to train harder to reach their level." Ellen said spiritedly. "Me too," I replied, and who wouldn't? Many people would do anything to gain this type of power. "Coffee." A voice called out, and the girl brought us coffee that we ordered. The girl is pretty and maybe a year older than us. She nearly dropped the coffee cup while blushing. She somehow put my cup down and walks away in haste while blushing heavily. I rolled my seeing that and said, "Really, would you leave some girls for normal people? You must have slept with half the girls in 2 this year. If you had an eye on her, you could have told me first, and for your information, I left plenty of girls for other people," she said with pride. I don't know how she can have pride about such thing. Ellen has no shame when it comes to girls. She even seduced girlfriends of their classmates. Seeing my expression, something had dawned on her face suddenly. "Oh, I get it. Looks like you're still angry at me for taking Bite off your little crush," she said with a triumphant smile. "Bite, you had full-on sex with her." I wanted to shout but controlled myself. It was also my mistake if I had told her. I had a crush on Mara. I don't think she would have hit on her. I wanted to say this, but something happened suddenly. Siren, siren, siren. A loud siren blared across the town, informing townspeople that monsters are about to attack the town. Siren, siren, siren. Loud blaring sirens started to boom across the town at the same time. "Attention, this is not a drill but an emergency. Please take shelter in nearest bunker. Monsters are coming." We both said to each other in unison and get out of cafe like the rest of us. I tried to control my racing heart and emotions. Whenever I hear these blaring sounds, I started to panic. Ever since that incident 5 years ago, I had developed an instinctive fear against these sirens and loud announcements. I didn't have any panic attacks in the past 2 years, but still had my heart racing and emotion in turmoil. "Let's go," said Ellen and started to run. I followed her without much thinking. While running, I received many messages from my parents asking me to take shelter in the nearest bunker. "Where are we going?" I asked Ellen as we ran past the bunker that is nearest to us. "Towards the wall, my parents. Sheriffs would also be there," she replied. I wanted to stop her and ask her to run back toward the bunker, but soon I remembered that I am not the same Mitchell I was 3 months before. I am changed, evolved through my experience and hardship that I faced. The monsters that are attacking our town could be considered trash against what I faced in the space realm. And I also wanted to test my power against normal monsters, but one thing I am confident in doing that: killing corporal-level monsters. I don't think I will have a problem facing them. It's only been 2 minutes, but the streets are becoming empty of people. The one thing normal people fear more are the monsters, as soon as they heard sirens. Soon the wall comes into my view, and some people could be seen standing in front of them. Chew. Ashlyn suddenly came flying and landed in my shoulder. "Do you came to help me, Ashlyn?" I asked Ashlyn as I ran toward the wall with Ellen. "Choo-choo," she chirped arrogantly in affirmation. In space realm, she barely able got the chance fight, seeing monsters in the realm much more powerful, but here she can fight. With her concentrated fireballs, I don't think many socialist monsters able to counter it. The wall is 20 meters tall and thickly built, and it also has grade 1 protection artifact fitted inside. The protection artifact may not be as good as Clock Dome, but it's still able to thwart up to Sergeant Stage monsters. Only especially strong Sergeant Stage monster or above stage monsters could break the wall. That is not the only defense town has. There are few cannons, mayor, sheriff's department, and some independent corporal also there to fight for town's protection. There is one officer from the sheriff's department at the base of the wall and about to stop us from going up when a voice comes from above. "Let them come." A voice come from above. I was little startled from hearing that voice. Not only me, but Ellen also started. We both thought we will get angry rebuked for coming here, and Ellen probably has to plead her father to let us come above. Without wasting any time, we both climbed the satires with our fastest speed, and when I went up, I was quite surprised seeing a lot more people than I expected. Especially a thin man in his late 20s, who giving off the same aura as that fat friend of Jill and William. He is definitely Lieutenant Stage or above. Not only I, but Ellen has also stopped on her tracks seeing him. Ellen's father and sheriff seem to be fawningly talking to him. He had to. With this grade of expert here, there is no need to worry. "Hun." We both made a surprising sound as we spotted Kevin behind the thin man. Not only him, but there are also 11 people same as him, with varies the level of specialist grade power. Kevin also has his 3 eyes devil monkey on his shoulder like last time. It very quite compared to last time, as it is quietly sitting on Kevin's shoulder, but just as it saw Ashlyn on my shoulder, it started bared its teeth at her. Looks like it still hadn't forgotten the fiery sting that Ashlyn gave it last time. "Ellen, come meet with Mr. Liam. He is the instructor of Kevin's. They are just passing by our town, but decided to help our town if any dangerous monster attack," Mayor explained as he called his daughter. "From what I heard, the training method of shadow rogues is completely different. They have the lowest number of all top 7 organization, but every member of them is well trained to compare to other organizations. Every group of 12 recruits is given to an instructor to train for 3 months. In these 3 months, the instructor will train and evaluate them with independent and survival training. There were some members of Shadow Rogues in the space realm, especially their super elite who came as the reinforcement for last battle. The combat styles used by Shadow Rogues prefer speed and agility, and they used short weapons. The super elite of Shadow Rogue was the fastest person I had ever seen. His attacks were so fast that my eyes wouldn't able to catch it, and his blade moves in such fashion that it has totally confused the eye. Not only him, but other members of Shadow Rogues were also like that, just less powerful. After watching the group from Shadow Rogues, I watch other people on the wall. All of them at the corporal level, most of them from the sheriff's department, while some were an independent expert from town, and I spotted 3 seniors of ours, who also should be visiting the town on their leave. Growl, the monster bear growled as monsters gathered in the same place. There seemed to about 200-something monsters. 3/4 of them are at the specialist stage, while left 1/4 is at corporal stage. The monsters seemed to be finished grouping and could attack at any moment, but they seemed to wait for some instruction. Such a group of above 250 monsters must have some leaders, probably some sergeant-level monsters, otherwise they would have been attacking the wall already. Now they are just roaring and growling, but they will attack in a few minutes. Ellen, Mitchell, are you up for the little challenge? Kevin asked in a loud voice with a complacent smile hanging on his face. What challenge? Ellen and I asked in unison, to know who can kill the most monsters. Only 14 of us will fight the monsters below. Each level on a monster will have point. Those who will gain the highest points wins the. Now do you have guts to accept it? Asked Kevin. This Kevin never changed. He is complacent and too confident in his abilities, but I have to say he had the power to say it. In our batch, he was second best in combat after Ellen. If not for his low academic score, he would have come second instead of me. The challenge he spoke of quite interesting, though there are more than 200 monsters and some sergeant stage monster may be hiding, despite that I have confidence in myself with the help of the skill I have. I am confident that I can kill any corporal level monsters here. What I wanted to know is if I can kill sergeant stage monsters here with my fire strike. I was about to say bring it on when Mayor cut in. It's too dangerous. Let us adults fight the monsters, said Mayor. I could see Ellen stealthy glaring at her father. It's fine, Mr. Mayor, let children fight. I promise you, no one will come to harm, said the thin instructor Liam. Mayor's face seems like he wanted to reject, but a hearing promise made by a powerhouse like Liam, he decided to accept it. How will the points get assigned? Ellen asked the question before I could. Simple initial level specialist stage monster worth 1 point, mid-level with 2 points, peak level worth 3 points. Initial level corporal stage worth 6 points, mid-level worth 8 points, and peak level worth 10 points. While the initial level sergeant stage monsters worth 20, the instructor said that the initial level sergeant stage monster is most powerful here. Explained Kevin. Are our monsters allowed to fight? I asked one to enter this challenge knowing all the rules and limits of it. Monsters, potions, artifact, everything is allowed as long as it not the outside interference, said Kevin. We will start a fight in 3 minutes sharp, he added. Thank God I had accidentally wore my boots. I had taken out my knight grade sword, which left deactivated on my waist, and shield bracelet when I was running towards the wall with Ellen. The only thing I am lacking is armor. Ellen had already started wearing the artifacts of her father. Here, take it. I heard when I looked up I found it was Senior Tom giving me his armor. He was my upperclassman in school and had also joined an organization year ago, but now he had already reached corporal level. Everyone had prepared their weapons and just ready for the time to be over. Some of the members of Kevin's team held contemptuous looks whenever they looked at us, especially me. They probably looked down on me, seeing I don't a badge of any organization like Ellen or they have on their chests and arm. I smiled at their contemptuous attitude. I am preparing to take the first place. I am sure that I have more experience of life and death fighting than these people. 3 weeks of constant fighting with the edge of death will make you push your limits to the extreme. No matter how special training they have in the forest, there may be life and death events, but they are all controlled. They knew if anything bad happens, they have their instructor to save them at last minute. The only thing they can beat me is combat style and skill. I have barely learned the basics of combat style, and in the skill department, no one can compare to organization members. I have seen many C-grade members of the organization having more than 5 skills, and 1 or 2 in the 1,000 even have knight grade skill, which only elite members should have. I will not look down them as I know many things can turn the battle tide, and with the lieutenant stage powerhouse personally teaching them, their power should above average compare C-grade members of other organizations. The monsters had already finished grouping, not they are just roaring and growling at each other. Only 10 seconds remain. I adjust my breathing and calm myself. I had already chosen the spot I am going to land. "Fight," said Instructor Liam loudly, and hearing the sound, all 12 have jumped down the 20-meter wall. No one used the temporary exit that Mayer had opened. Air could be heard whistling past my ears as I am falling below, but I have no fear. Ellen and some other people in the Kevin's group had already started using their skills. Their bodies seem falling slow to the ground compared to me. Sky steps. I activated the systems when I am 10 meters above the ground to manage my fall. No matter how strong my body is right now, some of its bones will surely break if it fell from the 20 meters. Boom, boom, bam. Ashlyn and other monsters had already started attacking and killing the monsters, and after we landed in the ground, the fighting pace will again increase. The fight should not be able to last more than 10 minutes. Thoughts I about to land near monsters. I have seen many people who landed on the thick group of monsters. Those idiots paid a heavy price for their mistakes. It is fine if there are 4 or 5 monsters, but if their group of monsters containing more than 10 monsters same as you, that would be utterly idiotic. Thud. I landed in the ground with this and ran toward the monsters while circulating supreme combat exercise. Slash. My sword unhesitantly at the group of specialist grade monster. My sword slid into their necks without feeling any obstruction. I was right. These group of specialist stage monsters is easy to kill ants. Now I had to go deeper into the monster group, as that is where the corporal level monsters. My sword kept swinging ferociously. Every swing of my sword will kill the monster. No matter which level of specialist grade monster will come into my way, it will be killed. From the corner of my eyes, I saw a member of Kevin's group, who are looking at me in astonishment as it has taken him a couple of moves to kill while I am killing it in a single move. I was reveling in the glory of his astonishment when I caught Arrow flying above me and hitting the corporal level monster little ahead of me. "Fuck Archer," I shouted in my mind. "Fuck Archer," I shouted in my mind, seeing the arrow flying over me and hitting corporal level monster not far from me. Thud. It is fell on the floor with the thud. The monster is not dead yet. It is still flailing like as fish that brought out of water. It should die within a few minutes, I thought in my mind, when 2 seconds later another arrow hit it, killing it effectively. First tide. I said and activated the power of the first tide. With 5 seals and power of mid-level specialist stage, I can easily maintain the power of first tides for near half an hour. As my power doubled, the specialist stage around me had become wooden blocks that are waiting to be chopped off by me. It will take me just around 30 seconds to reach where corporal level monsters are. I just hoped that the archer wouldn't kill too much of corporal level monster. Archery, one of the best tool for monsters hunting. With it one can be safe and also hunt more monsters compared to other weapons wielder. The thing can help one make kill count the same as an archer is a wide range of skill, but archer can also use those skill. Only these wide range type of skills can help one kill a large number of monsters, but wide range skill cannot be used by specialist stage. These skills could only be used by some powerful corporal stage evolvers like elites and super elites. I kept killing monsters while also keeping an eye on others. I felt rather pleased that there is not anyone who is matching half of my speed. I can't see Kevin and Ellen for them on being either side, but their speed shouldn't be greater than me. Puchak. I sliced another snake monster's head off before it could do anything. Just 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, I will reach where corporal monsters are. I could jump and land there with the help of the sky steps, but that would rather be a risky move. Haha, I let out a laugh as I killed the monsters that other was targeting and move on to another monster without giving her second look. As more in monster getting killing, many people would target the same monster like just now. To gain a point, I just have to kill it before others. No matter how he injured it heavily, as long as you killed it, the point is yours. Finally. I said in my mind, and my attack initial level corporal stage searing hog. It is also attacking me with its blazing hot red tusks, but its speed is too slow compared to my sword. I am only attacking it with the power of the first tide. I want to see if it is enough, or I will have to add the power of another tide in the mix. Puchai. My sword directly pierced through its skull. I swiftly removed my sword and quickly feed the mana to the lively wind, so that I could dodge the dead body of a searing hog that about to collide against me. I wouldn't have received any injuries except for taking a step or two back by the collision, but I decided to play it safe. Sometimes complication happened by simple mistakes. I've experienced it and also saw it with my own eyes many times. After killing a searing hog, I moved towards another initial level monsters without wasting any moment. I attacked it with the same way as I did to searing hot, and like earlier it's dead in the single strike. The other people also increased their pace of attacks, not as fast as me. The only one I see who is faster than me is Archer from above. The only good thing that Archer arrow is not quick. There is a time of 1 to 3 seconds between each arrow, depending on the stage of the target that arrow is striking. This is also giving me the hope that I can beat the Archer. I now using lively wind and 9 raging strikes at the same time to increase my speed of killing. Soon I saw mid-level specialist stage monster not far away from it. I ran towards without giving much thought to some initial level monsters around me. Chug. I drank the 2 mana potion at the same time and also notched my skill power to Second Tide. With the power of Second Tide and Lively Wind, I attacked it and like initial level monsters that I killed it in one strike. After killing, I moved to another mid-level monster. While I am attacking, a thought suddenly struck me. How easily I am killing the monster. Before entering the space realm, I had to fight the monster of the stage above me for at least half an hour before killing, but now a single move is enough. Just single move, I can kill a monster that is stage above me in a single move. It would have been impossible before entering the space realm, but now I actually do it without injuring myself. There are many reasons for that, and first and foremost is an experience. I fight with monsters for 3 weeks at the edge of life and death. The monster of that realm was many times many dangerous, especially monsters in the Sind Forest who were bipedal like humans. They were stronger than their 4-legged selves, who were already a lot more powerful monsters of our realm. They were faster and stronger, and being bipedal, they had more form of attacks. We had many disadvantages fighting against bipedal monsters than the 4 legs one. I've received many life-threatening injuries fighting against them than normal monsters. The second reason is Seals of Supreme Combative created in the realm. I've created 4 Seals of Supreme Combat exercise in the realm. That shows how difficult the condition I've faced. I am only able to circulate the moves of exercise when I am dangerous combat or threatening condition. Last but not least, the third reason is skills. It's because of skills that I am so easily able to kill them. If not for skills, mid-level specialist stage monster would have been my limit, and I would have to fight it for 1 or 2 hours to kill it. Fighting in a crowded fight like this would have been very hard. Swish, putch, the arrow pierced the monster I was attacked, killing the monster immediately. I didn't concern myself with Archer and attacked another monster. This is not the fair fight, but a competition. Those who have the ability will be the winner. There is no use to cry foul over your prey being killed by others. Even more, I had no right to cry foul as I killed that monsters that others were attacking earlier. Growl, a monster's roar sounded not far from me, and when I looked up, I found Peak Specialist Grade Scarlet Bear coming toward me. I smiled seeing it coming toward me. I activated the third tide immediately and ran toward it as I activated Lively Wind. I am circulating exercise and also using 2 skills together to get better power for my attacks. Scarlet Bears are the most powerful monsters in the group, and I will attack it with all my power except using Fire Strike on it. Growl, it growled at me loudly and increases its speed seeing I closing on it. Swish, it attacked me with its scarlet paw. As its paw few inches away from me, I flipped using small jump and used that momentum to attack its neck. Patchak, growl, my sword hit squarely on its neck but didn't able to kill it with a single strike. I am not surprised seeing it was not killed at single strike, though I was not able to kill it. I got it heavily injured, and I am confident in killing it with the second attack I am launching. Grew, putch, my sword passed through its neck before it could finish its growl, and paw it was trying to attack me fell with its body on the ground. When I removed my sword from its neck, I found the environment little peculiar and look up, but what I saw left me dumbfounded. All the people that were fighting are looking at me shocked expression on their faces, especially Kevin and Ellen. All I could do smile sheepishly at them. I can only give them a sheepish smile as I went back to the killing. There are still many monsters that are left to kill. It had been barely 5 minutes since the fight started. Human and their monster partner fought together to kill these attacking monsters. Chug, taking a chug of another mana potion bottle, I ran toward another peak corporal monster. As the monsters are lessening, more and more people started attacking the same monsters. The archer and I quickly started to steal other people and monsters' prey as there were no independent monsters left. They must have a habit of archers stealing their prey, but whenever I kill their prey, they looked at me. I've kissed their precious little sister. It is a little hilarious. I wanted to laugh out loud whenever I saw their angry eyes on me. I also experienced this thing in the space realm. As we entered the Sind Forest, everyone's abilities had skyrocketed, and no one wanted to share their praise in first few days despite having difficulty fighting against it, but the monsters started to get stronger. More and more people looked up to for help as monsters were too much and too powerful. I can only laugh and continue to kill monsters that were in my way. As the battle has proceeded, I've entered that battle mode used to enter after started to fight with monsters in the realm. In this mode, my emotions turned calm and a little cold, but my fighting efficiency increased few percents as my mind and body coordination upped by the notch. I firstly not had noticed it, but in the last few days in the realm, I started to notice in my last few days in the realm, and when I searched this on the web, I found it on the web. This phenomenon is not common but also not rare. People devolved it if they do one thing with 100 confidence for a few days. It is not applied only for fighting, but everything else as long as you do with extreme concentration. It is little different than practice, though if we same thing every day, we had a practice of it and it will make doing that thing little easier than yesterday. Both of the things may seem similar, but they are different. Now back to the battle. The monsters are getting killed by the minutes, and seeing that their numbers are dwindling, some monsters went to frenzy. Ah. One boy hit squarely on the chest by the monster's claw. It is a good thing he is protected by his armor, otherwise that injury would have been way too serious. Many people felt pressure as some monsters entered into a frenzy, but it did not affect my pace even bit. I've fought with hundreds of monsters who are infected with madness and were a lot crazier than that. Now that frenzy started, the real monsters will definitely enter the battle within the minute, and I would have to be ready as they are going to give me most points and hope to win against the archer who is shooting the arrows from above. Chug, I drank another bottle of mana potion. Just as precautions, I will probably use Fire Strike and will need all the mana I could get. As time passed, more and more monsters getting killed while I calmly fought against the monsters. The evening moon could be seen in the sky. Release faint light to illuminate everything. Today is a full moon and moonlight is extra bright today. Otherwise, the mayor would have had to switch on the bright light on the wall. It felt like the battle is happening for quite a while, but only 8 minutes had been passed. Roar, grow. A very loud growl rang out. It was so loud that it made my ears deaf for the minute, but instead of feeling annoyed by this deafening growl, I turned happy. The real monsters are coming, and I was right. Soon 6 about 8 to 10 meters tall scarlet bears and searing hogs came out of the forest and swiftly attacked toward our group. People expression changed a little, seeing, although they look scared, they are not worried as they know their instructor would save them. Fire Strike. I attack as they just came out of the forest. I've long since waited for this moment, and when I heard the growl, I prepared my attack and attacked them just as they got out of the forest. 3 silver bolts of fire released from my sword, one by one toward 3 monsters. I too a sigh of disappointment internal, seeing there are still 3 monsters left to kill. If I drink mana potion now, I will have to wait least for 1 minute for mana to reach my refinement engine, and by that time monsters would have already had reached me. Just as I launched an attack, I activated Lively Wind with little mana I have left in me. I watch my 3 silver fire bolts traveling slowly through air. 3 golden arrows are not much behind it. Night grade skill. I immediately guess, seeing the power they excluding, that these arrows are night grade skill, and it looks to be the same level as my Fire Strike. Pa. The 6 attacks consecutively hit the 6 monster while I am still moving with the Lively Wind. I watch the monsters anxiously, seeing if they really dead or not. The highest grade monster I had killed with my Fire Strike is initial level Corporal the Fiery Lion. It was a lucky shot. It had directly pierced through its eyes. If it were any other parts of it, I doubt I would be able to kill it. Crash bang bang. The 6 monsters lost momentum and fell on the ground, colliding with many dead bodies of monsters. They are dead, I shouted in my mind as I saw that scarlet bear on the ground which had no life left in its eyes. All 6 are monsters dead as they hit by my and Archer's night grade skills. Chug, I drank another mana potion and moved toward the remaining corporal stage monsters without caring for dumbfounded expression everyone faces. If Mitchell had back eyes and looked up toward the wall, he would have seen the dumbfounded expression on everyone's faces except for the instructor and the archer. The remaining monsters are all peak-level corporal monster, worth 10 points each. Though they are dumbfounded, they are still trying to kill the monster, but is too bad. They would need minute at a minimum, while I need only a few seconds to kill them. I am not the only one who thought that. The archer from above also thought the same. That is why the arrows never stopped shooting. Within a minute, the monster's dead, and everyone started to take rest a little, but I did not. As soon as monsters are dead, I started to remove the cores of the monsters that I killed. In the space realm, we have given hardly any time for harvest core before we started moving, so no matter how tired we felt, especially free adventurers, we would always harvest cores of the monster. I didn't even feel tired by this 10 minutes battle. I've fought for hours before. Compared to that, this small fight is nothing. I've never expected you to this powerful. I have to work really hard to catch up to you, said Ellen. As we were walking up the stairs, everyone had taken out the cores of the monsters, and people of the sheriff department and mayor's office are loading the monster bodies in the hover trucks. If it was passed, would surely claimed bodies, or would have asked some money for the monster bodies they are taking. The bodies of monsters I've killed worth 500,000, but now I no longer care. I've understood my power, and knowing how I can least kill initial level, sergeant level monster with my skill, no longer cared for the monster bodies. I now will not have to worry about the money. As long as I am willing to go hunt for them, I will be able to swim in the money. Now the first thing I have my agenda is to go to start the systematic training, level up to peak level, and find the ways to break the strain limit. Without it, I won't be able to level up to corporal level, much less participate in League of Heroes, which is a minimum limit is peak level of master stage. What are you thinking? Ellen asked. Nothing much, just thinking ways to break Ashland's strain limit. I said, snort. I heard snort from the back. I didn't have to turn my head to know it is Kevin. His mood is especially bad right now. First, he is definitely in a bad mood losing into me. Although points haven't announced yet, It wouldn't take a genius to know after seeing Monster's body count, seeing I've killed way more monsters than him. And the second reason he is bad mood because of his monster. While fighting, Kevin's Three Eyes Devil Monkey tried a sneak attack on Ashlyn to take revenge for the incident that of 3 months ago, but like last time its attack failed. One can see little burned hairs of Three-Eyed Devil Monkey, who is baring its teeth in anger at Ashlyn, who flying in the air without giving a glance to a monkey. All of you done well, especially you, said Instructor Liam pointing at me as we all climbed the wall. So this is the archer. This girl is quite pretty and standing beside the instructor with a serious face. She has deactivated her weapon, or I would have seen what kind of bow she used. I had faint inkling seeing the power of the arrows that the bow she is not the normal grade 1 artifact but knight grade artifact. I have gained quite a knowledge about bows in the realm as there were many archers, but no is comparable to Rachel of course. Everyone has done quite well. It is very out of my expectation, said Mayor happily. Now I will announce the points on the number of monsters you have killed, he said and list projected on Mayor's holowatch. The one who gets the highest points is Miss Rain. She had scored 205 points, said Mayor. I was a little disappointed hearing I am not the one who scored the highest points. If it comes to killing monsters, I am sure I am the one killed more monster than her, but she had targeted only corporal stage and sergeant stage monsters. The second is Kevin, who scored 197 points, said the mayor. A hint of appreciation could be heard from his eyes. One more monster and you would have beaten that girl, whispered Ellen in my ear. I smiled at her words but shook my head in disagreement. I had already used my all from the beginning, and if that archer knew I would perform this better, she would have used her all from the beginning, not when she thought I was catching up to her. The third place is gained by 2 people, as they both got 76 points, said Mayor with pride as this was the score of his daughter. I have to say Kevin and Ellen lot more progress than I imagined. If I had not accidentally entered the realm, I would have been last in this challenge. I am not sure even if entered the challenge as well. Before entering the space realm, I was at private stage, and I had leveled up 2 times in the space realm because of the lucky chances I've come across. One by one Mayor announced the points of all people, and the boy who had scored least points is barely holding on his tears. I wanted to laugh so loud seeing that, but I somehow controlled myself. It's nothing, he replied lightly. I have to say, your performance shocked everyone here, praised Senior Tom. I just smiled at his praise. After talking a few words with Senior Tom, I walked back toward the Ellen. All the monsters' bodies had been lifted and transported back to the town. The corporal-level powerhouse also left one by seeing the danger of the monsters are over. What surprised me is Instructor Liam and his charges as they walked toward the house. I thought they would spend at least night at the town, but looks like he takes the training of his charges very seriously. Seeing them leaving, Ellen's father took a sigh of relief, probably thinking he didn't have to worry about such powerhouse's hospitality anymore. Mitchell, wait, I'll drop you off, Ellen said seeing me leaving. She quickly catches up to me and started to climb down the stairs. We soon reached on the ground and started to walk together toward my home. That was night grade skill you used in the last rite, Ellen asked. I smiled hearing her question. Her face had to show the contemplation for some time, thinking to ask or not this question as this is related to trump card and such question isn't asked even amongst friend. Jill had never asked me a direct question about storage, night grade artifact, and skill. She just hinted it, and I had affirmed her hints. Ellen asks due to immense curiosity she was feeling and had no other intention. Yes, it was night grade skill. I said I knew it, she shouted loudly. Thank God, there are no people on the street, otherwise they thought her as mad, shouting in the middle of the street. We talked about many things as we walked, and this time she asked me every detail of the space realm. She had really got a huge shock seeing my performance earlier. She earlier thought her and my power would be nearly the same, despite me being a level higher because she is getting specialized training while I am just a free adventure. She was natural to thought this, and if not for the space realm, I don't think I would be her match, as getting skill in creating this many seals would have been nearly impossible if I were in Westblood, not in the space realm. Not only she asked about me, she also talked about her life in the training camp. It is as I expected, but also a little different. She said that they had an extremely strict training schedule, and end of every day she would become so tired that she will not have any energy to do anything. Every month they have a big test to measure their progress. Those who perform better and pass the criteria will have a chance to advance their membership. I am confident I can qualify for the elite training if I work double hard for 6 months at least, Ellen said, clenching her teeth. Due to her parents being a member of the organization, she knew many things from the start. Although they were just normal members, they still knew quite a lot, and they started telling her many things from childhood, training her to be a powerhouse. From childhood, she bears the burden of their expectations. Have you made any new girlfriend? I asked to lighten the mood. I've made many, do you want to see them? She said with her usual smile and started to open the folder of photos. There's no need, I said while keeping my hands in front of me. Relationships are not Ellen's thing. She liked to seduce girls, hook up and leave them with a kiss. I marvel at her ability. I've seen many ugly breakups, but with Ellen, things never turn ugly. I've never seen or heard any girl making any scene or become vengeful after a hookup. She seduces girls so flawlessly that even after a hookup, her past flames will talk to her cordially whenever they met. I still remember my breakup, though it wasn't an ugly one. I still cried for a day or two. Soon we reached the doorstep of my time. Take this, I said and handed her a thumb-sized crystalline thing. What is it? She asks as she started to observe it. She thought it was some kind of crystal rock, but she touches. She found it is soft and squishy. A mystical medicine, it will save you some hard work, I replied. Gasp. She took a gasp hearing name mystical medicine. This will help you a lot, but you will feel immense pain for an hour. Circulate supreme combat exercise. It will help you cope with pain, and if you are lucky, then you will be able to make some seals, I said. She stood quiet for a while before nodding. She suddenly came and hugged me while giving me a light peck on the cheek before leaving toward her house. I stood there watching her leaving back before going inside my house. The house is empty. It will take an hour at least for my parents to come. As a preventive measure for safety, the mayor will tell a citizen to come out at least for 2 hours after monsters are killed. When did you come? My mother asked after she came back from the bunker with my father. Just a few minutes ago, I replied. After they freshen up, we ate our dinner, and after that watched some TV together before sleeping. When I called her, I was surprised to find out she had left the town and already on the train. When I asked why is she leaving so early, she said that she gained immensely from eating mystic medicine and needs to practice her strength before her training starts. She did not tell me when I asked how much seals she had created, but told me she had gained enough to match 5 to 6 of hard work. Before cutting off the call, she promised me that next time we meet she will definitely beat me. Competitive as ever, she never liked to use, and when she sees competition, she will work harder than ever. Time passed by at home as I happily spent quality time with my parents. On the 3rd day of my leave, I gave the piece of mystic medicine to parents while warning him of its immense pain. My mother and I with him when he ate that piece. I was shocked when I saw my father didn't make a single sound. She was utterly quiet. If not him seeing him grit his teeth and wet clothes due to sweat, I would have thought my father is not feeling any pain. To not make a single sound needs immense willpower. I personally had experienced this pain and knew how immense it is. Even William, who boasts in front of a sister about super elite training being extremely hard painful, could not stop himself from making many silent noises. Seeing him not making a single sound, a new form of respect arose in my heart for my father. I got even more huge shock when my father come out of the effects of mystical medicine, and I asked him how many seals he had created. 5. That much seals he had created. 5. I was only able to create 1 seal. Ellen would have created maximum 2 seals, but my father had created fucking 5 seals, and that's not all. He said he is very close to creating the 6th seal. I congratulated my father and said to him to work hard about creating the 6th seal. He can create 6 in a month if worked hard enough. My father had again gave me a huge surprise by creating 6 seals 2 days later. I asked if he did not feel pain or not. He said he did feel pain, but it is not much as he felt after the mystical medicine. My father was an orphan and did not have much interest fighting. He is more interest in academic. Still, I encouraged him to try to create more seals. If by chance they come across any danger, he would be able to protect my mother. He nodded, saying, he will give some time of days to supreme combat exercise. Time passed by, and soon came the day of my leaving. I train in 3 hours, I said in my mind as I checked the time on my holowatch. My mother is crying and hugging me since morning, making me promise to visit them next month. It is probably her pregnancy hormones that making her this emotional, but this emotional state making me feel a little stifling. Currently, we are sitting on the kitchen table drinking the tea, putting my cup down. I take out the box from my pocket and placed it on the table. What is it? My father asked while opening the box. Inside it he found 61 potion bottles inside. There is life water potion, healing potion, mana potion, vitality potion, and in the left corner there is a tiny transparent bottle. Inside it, I left 3 drops of honey if mom ever needs it, I said. After careful thinking, I placed some potion bottles for my parents' use. If they come across an accident and my father able to make any seals, this potion bottle's more than enough to take care of it. Mitchell it too much, you will be. I cut them off with my hand. I will free of worries if you have these potions bottle with you, I said. I even left some artifacts and copy of 9 Raging Strike which I have come across in the space realm, hidden in their room. They will find it after I left. If I had given them now, they would have rejected everything being it too much. I would have given them my other 3 skills, but they are non-transferable. I have to pay extra to get transfer agreement. With the skill and artifact, my father is capable enough to protect himself and mom for any small dangers. After much arguing, my parents took the box. I had to work hard for getting away from Ashlyn and transfer 3 drops of into tiny bottle. If Ashlyn would have smelled it, she would have definitely demanded it for herself. These few days were very peaceful, except for the first day there are no more monster attacks. Time passed by and soon came the time of me leaving. The hovercar arrived, 3 us boarded, and the car sped toward the train station. In the train station, I wouldn't have to wait for long as the train comes in time. Sob, sob, I'll miss you, my mother said cryingly as she hugged me one last time before I boarded the train. I waved my parents bye through the glass. A small teardrop could be seen on my cheek as waved bye to my parents. As the train sped up, I lost the sight of my parents. Wiping my tears, I walked toward my seat. I have one last gift to give, I said and clicked the send button. My father is an LV1 doctor and lived his profession passionately. He would have gone for higher studies if not for constraints of money. His plan is to make enough contribution through research that the government gave him a grant for higher studies, but it will take years for that. It is very hard for low-level doctors to do any meaningful research from the limited knowledge they have as LV1 doctors, and only exceptional ones could receive a grant. Although my father is very close to receiving a grant, it will still take him a few hours. What I didn't know is paid for his LV2 doctor's course. This costs me near $1 million, but it is nothing compared to my father's happiness. The train will reach the Westblood in the morning. Now I just have to sleep and wake up in the morning. Choo-choo, I was woken by a lively chirp in the morning. There still before the train reached the westbound station. Choo-choo, Ashlyn chirp again, this time asking me to brush her feathers. My mother spoiled her rotten in the 1 week she had been home. She used to brush Ashlyn feathers twice a day, one time in the morning and another in the evening. Seeing she is not going to stop bothering me until I brushed her, I took out the brush and started to massage her feathers. She contently laid on my lap as slowly massaged her feathers with a brush. Meow meow, a fluffy cat monster suddenly appeared in front of me. It meowed at me. I got scared at first but quickly noticed that this cat looking at the brush in my hand. Do you want me to brush your coat? I asked while I kept brushing Ashlyn feather. Meow. It meowed once again in affirmation without missing a beat. I kind of surprised hearing that. I thought this cat monster, just playing around, didn't think it is brave enough to ask any stranger to brush its coat. Choo-choo, Ashlyn chirped unhappily as I stopped brushing her feather for a second. I will brush your coat after I did with this annoying birdie, I said. Ashlyn just snorted, but that cat monster meowed and sat silently in front of me. I kept brushing Ashlyn feathers for 15 minutes. Usually, Ashlyn finished within 10 minutes, but today she took 15. Your feathers are now cleaned, Ashlyn, I said as picked her from my lap and placed her on cup strand of my chair. Choo-choo-choo, she chirped furiously, saying she is not done with her feather brushed, but I knew she is doing it, snide the kitty who's sitting obediently in front of me. Come kitty, I said, and next moment the kitty jumped on my lap. This cat monster is not small but not big either. She has snow-white fluffy coat and beautiful blue eyes. I don't think this kitty is fighting the monster but pet monsters. These monsters don't have much power and aren't bonded but trained for birth to become harmless household monsters. From what I have seen and heard, having pet monsters are quite common amongst the rich, and this kitty is a perfect example for it, seeing how well behaved it is in front of the complete stranger. One thing I have to say though, this kitty is the most cutest monster I've ever seen, cuter than the lily foxes, which known to be most cutest monsters in the Republic. Purr purr. It let out content purrs as I brushed her coat. This cute kitten is female, I've come to know after some inspection. This kitten seems to very well taken care of, her coat very clean and silky, and her nails were perfected clipped. It definitely works of the salon. Choo-choo. Ashlyn chirped at Kitty, saying she had enough time brushing of the coat. She should go back to her owner, but Kitty did not respond it and kept purring contently, especially when I scratched below her neck and stomach. While brushing her fur, I noticed something. This kitty seems to have no aura. She seemed like the lowest of lowest level monster who just born. Sensing this, I become even surer this pet household monster. Only pet monsters could not have any power level. So Millie, this is where you run off, enjoying the free massage. I heard a voice behind me. Meow, the cat gave lengthy purr but did not leave my lap. When I heard the voice I was surprised, but when I saw the owner of the monster, I got even more surprised. It is a man in his late 20s. He had messy hair and quite a handsome face like a model. Seeing this pet monster, I thought the owner would a rich young girl, not a handsome man in late 20s. Choo-choo, Ashlyn also cut in with her chirp. She had been jealous since I had started brushing the cute kitty. I'm Marvin, by the way, he said. Michael. I replied with my name. I would have shaken his hand if not for both my hands occupied by Kitty. Millie, let's go, said Marvin again, this time in a little forceful tone. Meow. Millie meowed and jumped at her owner while jumping her tail brushed past Ashlyn, which made her flew in the air. Choo-choo-choo-choo. Ashlyn angrily chirps at Millie as she stabilized herself in midair. I was startled seeing this, that Kitty's tail just brushed Ashlyn and she flew into the air. Looks like this kitty more than it looks. The kitten did not give glance Ashlyn chirping at her. Seeing that Ashlyn became angry and about to attack the kitty, I quickly picked her in my hands before that happens. Ashlyn, stop. It was an accident, I said, and stopped her from attacking the kitten. I am sorry, it's all Millie's fault. Here, take it. This will help you calm your anger, little one, said Marvin and handed candy which Ashlyn expertly took between her claws. Meow. Millie meowed, seeing her owner, gave Ashlyn candy and about to leap at her, but she was stopped by her owner. This candy must be something else to make. Millie looked at Ashlyn, who was previously too lazy to do that. Ashlyn gives me some of that, Ka. Before I fully asked her to give me a little piece of candy, Ashlyn wholly popped in her mouth. You, I said, picked up golden wrapper of the candy that Ashlyn had thrown away. Carrington Deluxe, written in the wrapper. I've never heard this candy brand before. I look angrily at Ashlyn, who is still busy enjoying the candy. I just wanted to hit her hard and remove candy from her mouth and eat it. Calming myself down, I looked at outside scenery, which seems blurred due to trains being so fast. There is still half an hour before the train reached the Westblood station. I checked everything and waited for the train to reach the Westblood. Half an hour passed slowly, but the train reached Westblood station finally, and I got out with Ashlyn. I called the hovercar, and while we riding hovercar to our apartment, I massaged all my friends about my return in Westblood and also ordered lunch for us. I am feeling very hungry, so after I reach my apartment, I won't have to wait for lunch delivery. Many people had replied to my message, but one particularly caught my attention. It was from Jim telling me to meet him at the cafe in the middle ring. It is probably related to the help he mentioned a week ago. I quickly freshened up and took a bath before eating already arrived lunch with the Ashlyn. I finally felt good as I placed the cutlery down in the food box, relaxing laying on the floor. I don't know why, but I felt hungry as I smelled the candy that Ashlyn ate and only felt good after eating the lunch at my heart content. I did not wish to train right now as I am feeling very tired mentally. I just want to lay on the bed till I feel good again. I did just that. I lay on the bed, thinking nothing and everything. I don't when I closed my eyes and woke up at late afternoon feeling quite fresh. Ashlyn is also sleeping, but I did not wake as I went to the bathroom and washed my face with water to get out of sleepy feeling. Seeing there is still enough time before I had to go and meet with him, I decided to read the news. There was nothing interesting at first, but soon a new article popped in. The western city of Replica had been attacked by the big monster horde. It is written that half of the city is destroyed. I couldn't help but shudder as I saw the photos. The only good thing that casualties are not great. They were already prepared for horde with reinforcement from the other cities. Still, such destruction of the cities is still a rarity in the Republic. Normally bug cities always in vigil, have their scouts placed in various areas of the forest. Slightest moment from the monsters will alert the city and make them prepare for incoming horde. Seeing such destruction could only mean that there is a surprise element in the battle. As I read the article further, I've come to know that there is a surprise element in the battle. The leader of the horde had leveled up at the last moment, and many people have to come together to kill it, and by the time they finished killing the leader of the horde, half the city had been already destroyed by other monsters. It's a good thing that all the civilians were hiding in the bunker hours before horde entered the city, and there is no casualty of their part. Westblood City also attacked by monster horde 2-3 times a year, but always gets thwarted. It has been more than 50 years since the wall of Westblood City breached by the monster horde. Blood City is one most secure cities in the Republic despite situated in the boundary of the most dangerous forest in the continent. I passed the time on my HoloWatch, reading news and browsing on social media. It is already evening by the time I closed all the windows on my HoloWatch, and I have to leave soon to meet him in the cafe in the middle ring. It's good thing that Ashlyn had woken. I will not have to waste time in waking her up. I freshened up again and changed into new clothes before going out of my apartment. It took less than an hour for me to reach the cafe. Jim had not come when I called him. He said he will arrive at half an hour, which is within his mentioned time. I ordered some snacks and coffee to pass the time before he arrived. Choo-choo, Ashlyn chipped happily as she ate the croissant with pleasing expression. Although the cafe is a little expensive, the food is worth it. Tingle, a soft tingle of a bell sounded when I looked up. It is Jim came inside the cafe. He looks tired, his eyes are red and hair a little messy. He seemed like he hadn't gotten any sleep few days. Jim, what happened to you? I asked worriedly. Oh, it's nothing. The herbs you just gave were rare and I could help and make potions out of them. I've been experimenting and making potions this whole week. He replied with a small smile. Have you got some sleep this week? I asked. He really looked like he had slept for the whole week. Of course I've slept enough. It's just that I've been in lab 16 hours every day. That's why I look like this. It feels good to be outside again, he said and ordered something for himself. I felt good hearing that. I wouldn't have felt good if he left his lab just to meet me. We talked casually for a while as eat a snack before coming into the main topic. So you must be looking for a good training center and apartment now that you have money, he said. Yes, I want systematic training for at least 6 months, and also an apartment which is in the or near the training center would be fine, I said. No problem, my friend is in real estate. He will help find best training center in your budget and discount, like last time, he said. Called his friend. Last time was also Jim's friend who helped me find the apartment, and I have to pay less than others. Jim friend received a call, and Jim asked me to help me find the best training center and apartment within my budget. He turned to me and asked me about my requirements and budget. After hearing my requirement, he sends many proposals on the HoloWatch to choose from. I was a little hesitant about choosing the training center, just watching on the HoloWatch, but Jim asked me to trust his friend. I had already read and done research about many training centers, so it took me a minute to choose the training center, and now was the time to choose which package I am going to choose for training. In this matter, I did the extensive research for the whole week. I was in my hometown. I was surprised seeing the rates of the training packages. They are lower than the one mentioned in their official site. Seeing this huge smile blossomed in my face. These lower rates means I have to pay least $1 million least for whatever training package I was going to choose. It mattered a lot. I now can choose the better training package I was going to choose previously. It took me nearly an hour to choose the perfect training package. By the time I've finished with all signing and paying, my account had become a lot lighter than it used to be, but I felt a lot much better. This package includes 6 months of specialized training and lodging in the training center. It will be a lot easier for me to stay in the training center than to rent an apartment near it. This all good, but it cost me $18 million. I have ended double than what I imagined a week ago, but it's definitely worth it. I will have to spend 4 days a week in training, while 3 days will leave me for rest, reflection, and other things. Now that everything is done, I should leave. I still have many options to make, said Jim. Definitely. I replied these herbs must be something for him to mention them twice. From what I've guessed, his parents are one of the top powerhouses in the city or even a republic. Acquiring rare herbs is nothing to him, especially when his organization being an alchemist organization. Those herbs Ashlyn picked must have special qualities in them, otherwise those barely 100 herbs wouldn't have sold for $12 million. I had asked Ashlyn many times how she selected herbs, but she just said that they smelled nice. Smelled nice, that is her answer. I left the cafe a few minutes after Jim left and called a hovercar to go to another destination. One important thing is done, now I have to do another thing. Sign up and became a member of Adventurers Paradise. I knew it was a great organization and was going to sign up eventually at specialist grade, but after what Jill and William had told me, I couldn't wait to become a member. To become a member of Adventurers Paradise, one has to be at the specialist stage. Anyone can become a member of it as long as one is at the stage. Normally low-level evolvers sign up for Adventurers Paradise because it will help them sell them things easily. They have a vast database. No matter what you bring, no matter how unknown it is, the Adventurers Paradise will have a record of it, and if that thing is requested by someone, you can sell it then and there. It also has a store which sells many things with a little cheaper rate than outside, but to buy it, you have to have both money and Paradise points. Paradise points are what you get after completing mission or task or job in the Adventurers Paradise, but there is a catch. It is very hard to earn large points who are below Sergeant stage. What Jill and Mitchell told me that as long as I become LV3 member of Adventurers Paradise, I will be able to buy a low-level knight grade skill and artifact. They even said that their organizations encouraged them to become a member of Adventurers Paradise, as Adventurers Paradise have some knight grade skills that even their organizations didn't have. This information shocked me. It not commonly known among low-level evolvers, but at high-level new high-level mid-high-level level adventurers. Soon, I saw the glittering building from my hovercar, and a few minutes later my hovercar stopped in front of the Adventurers Paradise building. The building of Adventurers Paradise in the shape of tall spiral tower, it is one of the tallest building in the Westblood. Thousands of people could be seen coming and going inside it, but it did not feel crowded least a bit. I walk into a tall building and met with hundreds of circular screen that were projection tasks. There are thousands of types of weird jobs had been projected, from the simple task as collecting a herb to become one's sparring partner for the day. There is even request of reinforcement from another city, mentioning that they need reinforcement for monster horde that will attack their city in 2 days. There are endless jobs and below jobs. There are monetary reward and paradise points they will get completing also written. After reading some requests and I walk toward the registration section. There is no human in the registration section, all machines. Many people around my age could be seen standing in front of palm-sized machine, and that machine releasing green light on their body. I also stood in front of a small machine and scanned my HoloWatch into it. Soon it released the green light which started scanning my body. I didn't feel anything as green light passed over my body. The green light felt like any other light. Registration confirmed. Welcome to Adventure Paradise. Name Michael Czar. Power mid-level of specialist stage. Adventure Paradise ID, GXBH2638463. Said machine out loud, and I've received the electronic ID of the Adventurers Paradise. Seeing the registration is over, I walk out of Adventurer's Paradise building and called a cab toward my apartment building. I will not have time to come to the Adventurer's Paradise building at least 5 days. Tomorrow, I have to move and get familiar with my new apartment, while the days after that would be my training. Choo-choo. I woke up by the Ashland chirp. Last night I slept right after eating dinner to wake up early for today. I ordered the breakfast before going to freshen up and bath. By the time I've returned, the breakfast already had arrived. After I finished eating, I started to pack. I do not have much stuff, except for my clothes. I have a few other things I count mine. I put most of my stuff into my storage till it full, while remaining ones went into my backpack. I took a long look at the apartment, which I stayed for 3 months. I don't have many friends here, so there is no question of meeting them before leaving. The only friend I had in the building is Rhea, but she moved away to the middle ring, right after we came out of the space realm. I've received her message 3 days ago. She is also in the middle ring and going through the specialized training. It took me 15 minutes to reach my training center in middle ring from my former apartment in the outer ring. From today, I am the official residence of the middle ring, and it comes with many perks such as faster hovercars. From now on, I can order faster hovercars, though I have to pay more for faster hovercars. It's worth it having your journey's time cut in 1/3. The training center I've chosen is called Weir Training Center. It can be said to reach the middle rank standard of the training center. I was quite lucky. I thought I will have to do my specialized training in low-level training center like Anderson Training Center, but because of the discount I've given by Jim's friend, I will be able to train in middle rank training center. The ranks to the training center given by the government on the quality of training it provides. The higher the rank is, the higher the quality services you will get, such as combat styles. The combat styles in the middle rank training centers would more advance in the middle rank training center. The other services like hydro training, gravity training also will have better quality. Soon my hovercar reached Weir Training Center. This training center is completely different from a Durson Training Center I've been before. I've seen photos of it, but there is the difference seeing something in photos and seeing something with your own eyes. I have a big square-shaped gray building which oozes power. Only one looked at it, and one will know that this building means business. As I enter inside it, I felt like I've entered a completely different building, although it still oozes power but much on the softer side. The tens of tall projection could be seen on the lobby, informing various services offered by the training center. I read them for a few seconds before moving toward the elevator, which leads toward the residential area. Sup, the elevator's door opened and get out of it, my apartment on the 62nd floor of the building. I walked toward the long hallway. Many people could be seen coming and going out of their apartment. Ting, ting, ting. Soon I stood in front of my apartment and opened it. Just as I was entering inside, I received a flurry of emails, and all of them from the training center. 3 of them welcoming in the training, while others are a training center, while 2 of them are training related. One is full details and specialized my specialized training, while the other one is informing is that I still had chosen the combat style. If I had already learned any other combat style, then I can skip it, and I hadn't then should choose early as possible, as every combat style has a limited number of seats. They even sent me a number of combat styles they offered and their detailed description. I didn't hurry in choosing combat style and first took a look at my apartment. It is a studio apartment like my previous one, but little bigger. It had little more free space. The apartment is designed immaculately and has all the things one will need. Choo-choo. Ashlyn flew off my shoulder and asked me to open the glass door balcony, which is closed. She loved to bask in the sun in the gallery, especially when the day is sunny like today. I opened the balcony door for her and started taking out stuff from my storage and backpack before putting them into their respective places. After checking my apartment carefully and putting away my stuff, did I lay on the bed comfortable and downloaded the folder which contains the details of combat style that offered by the training center. There are 26 combat style offered by the training center, and each folder containing their detailed descriptions and videos. As I started to read them, I felt that all of them at the same level at Night Blade combat style I was leaning previously. As I keep reading it further, I found 2 which suits me, and to my utter surprise, I found Night Blade style on the list. I was going to immediately choose but I read all the combat style further before making my final decision. When I moved the 24th folder, I saw its color is different than another folder and had Elite written it. Not only 24th, 25th, and 26th folder also has Elite written in it. My curiosity flared and opened it quickly. Stable Mountain Style, a little weird name, but I started to read it and got startled by the first line written on it. It is said to learn it, one has to have at least 3 seals of supreme combat exercise, otherwise one's body will not able to bear the pressure of combat exercise. I've heard about such combat style from the Jill and Jim, as both of them are learning these type of combat style, but I never guessed it that this middle-level training center will have such combat style. As I read further, I became disappointed, seeing it suited for those whose fighting style balance between attacking and defending like a Rhea, not for someone like me who prefers attacking with speed and agility. I have put my hopes on the other two folders. I thought and opened the 25th folder. Raging Tornado Style, another weird name which has the same requirement of 3 seals as an earlier combat style. This one disappointed me as well. It is the pure attacking type fighting style does not suit me at all. I opened the last folder, hoping this one will suit me. Otherwise, I have to go with my old Knight Blade style despite not being the elite one. Wind Slayer style. This is the quite a good name sound quite fierce. Surprise sound came out of my mouth reading its requirement. It requires 5 seals of supreme combat exercise to learn it, 5 seals. This quite a big deal. Usually free adventurers below sergeant stage only able to create 3 seals. Those who could create 5 seals are considered quite good, as free adventurers don't have access to potions and machines which reduce the pain. They have to create the seals old-fashioned way, and this combat style required one to have 5 seals much be amazing. As I read its description, a smile started to bloom on my face. The further I read, the bigger my smile had become. After watching the videos of this style, I become even surer this is a perfect style for me. I quickly opened the training center site and signed up for it before all the seats got taken. I couldn't wait for my training to start, I think, as I closed my eyes to rest. The day slowly passed. After I had taken little rest, I took a small tour of the training center to get familiarized myself with it. I got a little starstruck seeing how many facilities it offered. Some of them I've never heard of. I will try them if I have time later. My package I have full access to 4 training facilities, and if I have to use others I will have to pay extra. The whole day passed and evening came. It is time for dinner. There is 2 options to eat here. I could either eat in my room or eat it in the mess. For today I decided to eat in my room. It will eat in the mess from tomorrow. The night passed in the dreamless state, and when I woke up in the morning I felt quite refreshed. I quickly ordered the meal before going to freshen up. My schedule is jam-packed. Once I leave I won't be back till the evening. My specialized training includes 5 classes, 1 Combat Style Class 2, Gravity Training Class 3, Hydro Training Class 4, Reflex Training Class 5, Combat Class. These whole classes will take 13 hours of my day. I have to attend these classes 4 days a week while the other 3 days free. I can do whatever I want. By the time I finished eating and changed into the practice suit, only 20 minutes are remaining to my class. Here I said and placed a mini tag on Ashlyn's neck. She did not resist as she knew what it is for. I've booked the special monster training room for Ashlyn. It is specially designed for flying monsters. Yesterday, when we were roaming the training center, we came across it. I and Ashlyn loved it after taking a small tour of it. I am going to train all day till evening, and I don't want to keep her cooped up inside me. She had trained a little when we were in my hometown, but without guidance, she can't do much, no matter how smart she is. The monster training facility is specially designed for the monster. In that facility, they can develop their strength freely through the various methods offered by the training facility. Choo-choo. Ashlyn flew from the shoulder as we reached the monster training facility. The force field didn't stop her seeing the tag on her neck. I can see many bird monsters are training there, and Ashlyn quickly joined them in. I have to walk for a few minutes before reaching the area where I am going to learn the combat style. There are still more than 10 minutes before the class, but 40-something people were already waiting there. All of them looked me as I entered, and some of them had startled color on their faces. I can understand why is that. All of them were at corporal stage, except for 1 specialist stage girl. Including her, we are only 2 specialist stage evolvers signed up for this combat style class, while all other are at corporal stage. There are still 10 minutes are remaining for the class to start, but I don't think there will be more than 5 people from the specialist stage. It is very hard to create the seals, and further you go, the more painful it became. The time passed and more people come. Most of them are at corporal level, and there is only 1 boy, who's specialist stage as me. Sup. The glass door of the training hall opened, and all of us went inside. This time my combat style instructor is Lady. She seemed to be in her late 30s, and her face is little pretty, but most importantly the aura she is excluding is definitely at the lieutenant stage. I was little startled seeing lieutenant stage instructor. Not only my others are also startled. For powerhouse like lieutenant, stage revolver had no need to teach. Killing simple lieutenant grade monster can ear her million credits. Must be some other reason for her to teach. I have to say one thing before starting the class, said the instructor in her soft voice. This class going very strenuous. It will stretch you to your limit, especially those who have only 5 seals. Persistence is necessary if you are able to persist for 2 months. Not only you will successfully learn the Wind Slayer style, you might able to create 1 or 2 seals extra, she said. Hearing they will able to create a seal if they persist for 2 months made a lot of people energized and eager to learn, but they failed to notice underlined meaning of instructor words. She said those persist for 2 months will able to learn this combat style fully, but there is another meaning hidden in her words that a lot of people won't able to persist. I also became energized hearing this, but completely different reason. I took the instructor's words as a personal challenge. I took challenge upon myself that I will persist 2 months in this combat style class and learn this combat style fully in 6 months. Follow the projection, perform as it does, said instructor, and big projection of women appeared in the hall. Everyone can see it without obstruction and start to perform every move that projection is performing, while our instructor softly guided those who made a mistake in their posture. She is completely different from the instructor I had for Night Blade style, who used to use curses and kicks to correct student, while this instructor is using her soft voice and stick to correct who had performed wrong. It felt like a normal exercise first 15 minutes, but soon I felt like my body is becoming heavy. The simple movement which used to take no efforts is beginning to take efforts. As the more time passed, I felt like my body becomes that of mud, each movement of my body feeling very strenuous. The more movements I make, the strenuous they become, but I still kept following it. It's been only 45 minutes since I started following them weird movement of projection. I didn't make mistakes as others, as I have a habit of doing these weird exercises from Night Blade style. As the more time passed, moving my limbs became more difficult. Now I understand why this combat style needs 5 seals at least. Without the enhancement of strong body that 5 seals of exercise gave, it is nearly impossible to perform their exercise for more than 45 minutes. One will be zapped out of all the energy he has, and his body will start to collapse due to extreme pressure. Thud. The first boy collapsed at 1 hour and 25 minutes. It is not a specialist stage, but corporal stage revolver. This combat style has a minimum requirement of 5 seals, but that is all. The power of 5 seals can help one till 75 minutes after that. It's all depend on one's willpower. Just like the instructor said, only those can persist for 2 months will able to learn this combat style, while those who don't will have to quit this class. Another 10 minutes passed and 2 more people collapsed. Both of them were at corporal level. As time passed, moving a single limb becoming difficult for me, and when I thought it will difficult for me to persist anymore, I started to circulate the supreme combat exercise. Just as I started it, I started feeling pain, but also refreshing energy which gave me the power to keep persisting. I didn't circulate the supreme combat exercise at the beginning. I wanted to see how long can I persist without circulating it. It turned out to be 1 hour and 46 minutes. While circulating the exercise, I kept trying to advance the circulation. Currently, I am stuck at the 10th move. Advancing to the 11th move felt like more and more painful. I had already created 5 seals, and if I was able to circulate all 24 moves again, I will able to create the 6th seal. By the time 2 hours are over, more than 10 people had already collapsed. I am not in a much better condition either. The circulation of supreme combat exercise is not enough. The only that kept going is half an hour. This is 2.5 hour class. I kept saying in my mind that I just have to persist for half an hour. As long as I persist for half an hour, I've completed the today's challenge. Nearly 25 of 60 people already fell. I think only half the people will last, till the class end. As the minutes passed, making the single movement of my body had become difficult, but I kept persisting while counting every second till the class is over. Not only that, but kept circulating the supreme combat exercise more and more ferociously. I hope to circulate at least 11th move before this class end, and I am trying with all my heart. The last 10 minutes, I said in my mind, I didn't know how I am able to persist till now, but I am definitely not going to collapse seeing I have to persist for only 10 minutes. Every second feels like minute and minutes felt like hours, as I kept performing the moves that performed by the projected figure in front of me without making any mistake. I make sound by taking a forceful breath as I am able to circulate 11th move. The pain is immense, but in front satisfaction it is nothing. All right, stop, all of you did well. Sounded on the hall, and I collapsed on the floor below me. I collapsed on the floor like the rest of the people, who were able to persist until the end of the class. I did not have any feeling in my body for 5 minutes after collapse. Only after 5 minutes did I able to twitch my fingers and move my limbs. 10 minutes later did I able to get up and felt like a normal person. All the energy I had lost performing the exercise seemed to return in my body. It is a good thing that I wore a practice suit, which sucked all my sweat, but my face and hair are still a little wet due to the sweat. Seeing there are only 15 minutes remaining to the gravity training class, I hastily walked toward it. I hoped the gravity class would be not exerting as this, but that just a fool's dream. I reached the hall of gravity when there were only 5 minutes remaining. I spotted some people who are in my combat style class were also waiting by the door. Soon the door of the gravity chamber opened and we come across large hall. There is no decoration whatsoever in the hall, just a young man in mid-20s who seemed to be at master stage. His body is quite buffed. His bulging muscles could be seen through the tight t-shirt he is wearing. I am Adam Neeson and I will be your instructor in the gravity class, he said. Form the lines, keep enough space between yourself that you will not obstruct others by your movements. We will do a simple exercise that we have learned in the school, while gravity keeps increasing till you feel the 100 kg weight in every cell of your body, he said. Oh, and the whole 100 kg will activate in half an hour, he said and tapped something on his holowatch. Suddenly I can feel, the gravity is increasing and it's affecting every cell of my body. Start, he shouted and started performing squats while we all followed behind. There is no need to give direction about these exercises as everyone had performed them at their school. As minutes passed, I feel like I've become tens of kilo heavy. First, I didn't feel much about increasing gravity despite feeling kgs of weight on my body, but after 10 minutes are over, I felt the real weight and it's still increasing. The increasing gravity making me use more and more energy to perform movements of my body. The weight I am feeling is not on the single part, but every single cell of my body. As time passed, the pressure and gravity increased more and by the time half an hour is over, I could feel 100 kg on every part of my body. Everybody is taking heavy breaths bearing the force of 100 on every part of their body. The only mercy in this training class that after half an hour, the gravity will not increases, but the bad thing is that we have to perform exercises for 1.5 hours in this gravity. 15 minutes later, when I started to feel very tired and started circulating supreme combat exercise for the energy. Thud, one girl collapsed on the floor doing a push-up, and it was again corporal stage evolver, not specialist stage. She was so stuck on the floor due to gravity that looked like someone had pasted her on the floor with glue. Despite her whimpering, the instructor did not help him. She had to crawl slowly to the outskirts of the hall to get out of range of gravity field. These specialized training not only help one to refine one's power, but also forge one's will, which in my opinion is way more important than the refining one's power. The people who collapsed, it's not like they are less powerful, they just aren't able to persist. I'm definitely sure that if I fought against any corporal level without my skills, then I will definitely lose. I will lose very badly. Not only I, but the other two specialist grade will also lose as long as they have not created 8 seals. The difference in power between the socialist stage and the corporal stage is great, especially when comparing to fellow humans, who both have similar skills. It's very different compared to fighting monsters, who are very dumb. Humans are intelligence creature and beating that above stage who have a similar skill as you is very difficult. Especially here where everybody had at least created 5 seals of supreme combat exercise. Only chance to beat who is level above you and has the same skill as you is to have something special. This what I've read somewhere years before but didn't understand the meaning of it till now. Thud thud thud. More and more people kept collapsing on the ground. Some even had broken and dislocated their bones, but instructors still did not help them. They have to crawl themselves to the boundary of the gravity field. I kept circulating the 11th move of the exercise while trying to advance to 12th as I kept performing push-up, squats and others exercised without collapsing. It is very hard, but I kept persisting. No matter how much pressure I felt, I kept persisting. Whenever I feel like I was going to collapse, I picture the first battle of super elites I saw in the space realm, where Rachel and Max fought against the gigantified sawtooth earthworm monsters. I didn't want that happen, but gaining the power of super elite had become the goal of mine. I wanted to reach their height and then surpass it. Whenever I think about this goal of mine, my blood started to boil and all the fatigue and weakness go away. With this goal in mind, I kept persisting, and when I felt the hope of that goal started to dwindle down, I used the fury of my biggest nightmare that always boils my blood to the extreme. I persist and persist. I use every method at my disposal. That is why, when only 10 minutes are remaining for the class to be over and half of the people had collapsed, I still kept going. Like last time, seeing it is only 10 minutes are remaining, I kept performing even when I feel extreme weakness taking over my body. Suddenly, the gravity field deactivated, and I barely stopped myself from falling on the ground. That is for today. Tomorrow we will increase the pace of exercises a little. Be prepared for that, said our instructor, and sat on the lone chair which is by the wall. I wanted to sit so bad on the floor and take time rest, but I can't. I have hydro training class in 15 minutes, and from what I've read it is not as taxing as 2 classes. And I was right when I reached the hydro training hall with other people. What I saw is a gigantic pool. Here wear these air masks, said the instructor who looked to be in the mid-30s whose level I can't able to sense properly. Enter the pool and survive against the various water's jets and current for an hour. He said curtly. He seemed a fan of not many words. One more thing, you are not allowed to use any skill and are not allowed to come out of waster as long any current or jet didn't throw you out, he said loudly. I quickly wore the water mask and activated with my mana as I jumped into the water with the rest. Blub, I jumped into the pool as the instructor said with the rest of the people. The pool seemed to be about 10 meters deep and water is crystal clear with room temperature. I swam downward till I reached the 6-meter deep. It is the perfect spot to dodge against any water jet attack comes in my way. Boom. I felt a loud water boom in the water and next moment, I saw a ball of concentrated water flying above me, but I didn't get a chance to relax as I heard another two loud booms, and one is coming toward me. I quickly swam away before it could hit me, but its speed was so fast that the water current surrounding it grazed my shoulder. I did not receive any injury but felt sharp pain. I have to be very careful not to let these jets of compressed water hit me or I will be in serious pain. The time passed, more and more water jets attack come. Some even hit people, so far I am lucky. It is a good thing I chose my location near the center of the pool. I can see any water jet attack coming toward me. Boom, a water jet attack that comes from the base of the pool hit one girl squarely, sending her out of the pool. When I expected her to fall back into the pool, that did not happen. So this is what the instructor meant by disqualified. In the pool, you can hit by as many water jets you can, but you can't hit by those which came from the ground. If they hit successfully, they might send you out of the pool and you will be disqualified. Bam, suddenly water jet in my back when I busy thinking implication being hit by. The only good thing that this water jet attack came from left and not from the ground, but it still hurts very dearly though. These water jets designed this way, that they will not cause any injury if get hit, except for some soaring. I will not receive any other injury, but it will sure hurt like hell like it is hurting right now. As time passed, I got hit by more and more water jets till now, the only good thing that I had saved myself from crashing out of water. To survive against the water jets, I have to make use of every part of my body. In the water, making instant movements is many times harder than on the surface, but it is also the water that let me the projectile clearly that is coming toward me. This training may not seem much, but is as clearly as important as the other two. This exercise help gains better control over the body actions, and that is very, very helpful in the final battle. As more time passed, both the quantity and speed of attacks increased. It became a little harder to avoid all the projectile that is coming toward me. I dodged them with my all while giving priority to those which are coming from the ground. Gurgle. Suddenly the attack of water jets stopped, and wasters started to shake loudly, creating many waves both above and below. First, the shaking was small, but soon its frequency increased. The waves inside the water grew bigger than I am having difficulty maintaining my position. I am still doing fine, but those few who were very close to the surface were directly swept by the wave. They definitely got disqualified as their bodies got out the water. I started to dive deep despite facing the resistance. These waves are produced this way, that they will try to sweep everyone to the surface. As I am trying to dive deep, the waves had been trying to take me to the surface, and their force is increasing. I started to circulate moved of exercise for more power seeing. I won't be able to resist even for a second. I just have to survive for 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, everything will be over. Fuck. I was just thinking about the surviving 10 minutes when I saw a big wave coming toward me from the down. I circulated exercise more ferociously and tried to move out of the wave's way. I can tell once that wave touched my body, it will definitely take me to the surface, making me disqualified. I tried to get off of its range using my all, but I know it will difficult seeing its speed. The only way I can increase my speed is use the skill, but that is prohibited. Bam, that waves clashes against me and swept me with it. I wanted to get out of it, but I am incapable to resist against this force. D-hub. I reached the surface before I knew it, and next moment something enveloped me and brought out of water. It is air cover, I said in my mind, the cover of air covering my body and taking me toward the ground. A few seconds later, I gently landed on the ground. I removed the air mask off my face and sat on the floor watching many people getting out of the water every minute. By the time the hour was over, only 19 people had been remain in the water. This training class, which seemed easiest, is the one which eliminated most people than the other two classes. Seeing there are only 15 minutes before another class starts, I got up and walked toward it. Next class is reflex training class, like its name suggests. It is used to train reflexes. Yesterday, I didn't get time to research on this class, so I am a little excited. When the 15 minutes over, we come across another large hall. It is one biggest indoor hall I've ever seen. The hall is very big, and it has more than 50 white circles had drawn on it. These white circles are about 2 meters in diameter, and there is space of 5 meters between each circle. The instructor seems very young, around 22, 23-year-old. She is very pretty, so pretty every boy keeps looking at her without pause. Cough, cough. She had to make loud coughing noise to wake up boys who were rudely looking at her face. Please select the weapon that suits you and wears this eye bands on your eyes before waking to the center of the white circles. You will be attacked by many objects while your eyes are closed. You will have to fend them, she said. This exercise will help you train your senses and reflexes. Those who get out of the circle, take off eye band or use skills will be disqualified. I wish you the best of luck. I hope this exercise will help you immensely, she said. Her voice is like a robot, without any expression on her face. She is probably doing it on purpose so the boy could approach her. She is only a year or two younger than the boys of my class. So obviously she's going to be approached by many boys. This is why she is doing it, save herself from harassment. I can guess it clearly because I've seen Ellen make a similar face to save herself from constant harassment for the boy, who didn't know she didn't have any interest in boys. I quickly chose the sword from the shelf which is behind her and took I-band from her, before walking toward the empty white circle. I stood in the center of the wild circle and wore I-band. It feels quite uncomfortable wearing I-band. It has become dark, I can't see anything, everything had become dark in front of me. I now only had a sense of hearing and sense of touch. The voices started to quiet down one by one. The training will start soon, I thought in my mind. I gripped my sword tightly and relaxed my taut muscles, ready for anything that comes to my way. Buzz, the buzz suddenly rang out in the hall. The training started finally, I said in my mind. D-HUD, fuck, shit. I heard various noises. The next second the buzz rang out. The projectiles seem attacking people, and from the cursing sound I am hearing, I think they are hurting a lot. Just as I thought that I felt like something is coming toward me and I swung my sword at that direction. Bam, fuck. My sword had hit nothing, but next moment, something hit my cheek sharply. I did not receive any injuries as whatever hit me was made of soft material, but the stinging pain I felt on my cheek is sharp. It was like a hard slap. I just wanted to remove my blindfold and see what hit me, but I stopped myself. Removing the I-band will make me disqualified in class. Taking a deep breath, I calmed myself and readies myself to face against whatever projectile that is coming toward me, but all that was nothing. I could sense that projectile coming toward me. I tried to dodge or hit them with my sword. They would always crash against my body. I hit the projectile with the blade of my sword. I expect to miss this one also, but luckily, I was able to hit it and saved myself from some pain. It was the lucky shot. I did not hit it with my ability, only with luck. I want to hit shot with my own ability, not by some random luck. I want to predict the path of the projectile and hit or dodge it with my own ability. I can dare to imagine how much my power will increase when I will be able to respond to any incoming attack, even with my eye closed. It will be amazing, but it will be very hard to reach that stage. For me, this reflex training is the hardest one. In the other three, I have a clear direction on what to do. I had a path laid out in front of, I just had to follow it with persistence, but this training, all is blurry. I will have to find my own path, and I think the training of the other three classes will help immensely. As time passed by, I got hit by hundreds of projectiles, not only me, others also, that I kept hearing many curses. I got also lucky many times and was able to thwart the projectile, but that did not give me any joy. I started to use my scenes at their maximum, and I made little progress, but I was never able to currently predict and hit it. Progress will not be made in 1 or 2 classes. It will take some time, and I am confident that this training will help me better utilize my senses. This class is 2 hours long, and because my eyes are blindfolded, I can't see what time it is, but I am sure the class is reaching its end. I'll just have to experience some more beating of this projectile before the class is over. Buzz. Suddenly a buzz sounded, and just as I hear it, I tore out I-band off my eyes. These 2 hours were really something. I felt really good, seeing colors again. Please put back the practice weapons and I-bands where you took them, said the pretty instructor with a robot-like voice. I put back I-band and practice sword back where I have taken them from and walk out hall feeling tired. It's been 9 hours since the start of first class, and I still have one other class left. It is combat training class, and from what I am hearing from people around me, in this class we will have to fight each other. I massaged my temple just thinking about the beating I will receive. I just shudder thinking that. I really don't want to be beaten by the corporal stage evolver. I don't think there will be more than 6 specialist grade evolvers, while the rest are at corporal grade. There is a clear difference of 1 stage. This gap could not be filled by 2 or 3 seals of supreme combat exercise. If we were to use the skill, there is a chance of beating those above our level, but I don't think, in this training, we can use our skill. On one hand, this will be some sort of hellish experiment for those at specialist stage, but on the other, this class will also where specialist stage will learn more. Fighting corporal level, I will get a clear look at their ability and experience it firsthand. It will very helpful experience if I come across any corporal level evolver outside. There is another that is most important. This combat training class will put immense pressure on a specialist grade and will be the best training to advance our ability in the short term. Soon we entered the combat hall, this quite small hall compared to others. This hall just had 1 medium-sized fighting ring, which little bigger than the fighting rings that used to be in training facility of my old apartment building. The instructor seemed to be in his 40s with a chubby build and jovial face. He looked like a comedian on TV rather than the instructor of the combat training class. Choose your weapons, he said, waving his hands toward the shelves where weapons are kept. We don't want you to get hurt too much to get sued. He joked in his jovial tone. My heart thumped, but I also took a sigh of relief seeing we were going to practice with real grade 1 artifact. If we had sparred using practice weapons without using protection artifact, there still would have been many injuries, even without using skill, especially to specialist grade. But now we are using real weapons and also using protection artifacts like armor, shield, masks. There would be injuries, but this will be very light, as long as one doesn't use skill. Even if there is a difference of level, one would only feel a painful sting even if one used his full power as attacks without skill once able to penetrate the defense of the protection artifacts. I quickly covered myself with artifacts and stood beside the ring with rest. All right, now everyone had covered themselves well. It is time for a real fight. You only have 10 minutes. You have to defeat your opponent as soon as possible, he said, but suddenly his jovial face turned serious. And remember, don't activate your skill and use your abilities in heat of the moment. You will regret it right after that, he said in extremely serious voice before his face turned jovial again. Is he psycho? I thought to myself, seeing his quick change in tone and expression. Now is the fighting time. You get into the ring, said the instructor, pointing toward two mid-level corporal stage evolvers. Fight, said instructor, and both mid-level corporal stage evolvers started to fight in the ring. One is using a sword while another is using a saber. As the fight started, the saber user took the initiative and launched the flurry of strikes against the saber user. The sword user is not weak either. He started to counter each and every strike of the saber user. The fight will look dry at normal looks, as there is no colorful skill and abilities flying around, but after taking closer look, one will see the real fight. This fight may not be eye-catching as another fight I've seen, but it is a lot more helpful. One can see the true limit of one's combat in this type of fight, as our mind is not obstructed by skills and abilities. Although skill and abilities are very important, more important than actual combat, but without the help of actual, one will not survive for long in the fight with only help from ability and skill. It is necessary for every evolver to fuse and synchronize one ability and skills with the actual combat. Few minutes passed as combat in front of me going on, and superiority of saber user is clearly shown. Although both of the users didn't seem to know any actual combat style, but saber user seemed to have more fighting experience. His every strike is precise and forceful, not giving any chance of retaliation to his opponent. Beads of sweat could be seen on the sword user. He is having difficulty dealing with saber user as he was already been hit by his opponent many times. Bam! Finally he used his saber squarely and hit the chest of the sword, which directly took him out of him. The fight had lasted for less than 5 minutes. The sword user could able to fight the half the given time. You are good, very good. You used your saber precise and forceful. You just now had to work on speed of your strikes. It will make you faster and even more powerful, advised the instructor. The instructor then turned to the lost sword user, who was hanging his face in shame. And you would have easily able to win against him if not for not taking initiative to attack. You already have speed. You now just have to gain more fighting experience and work on your offense initiative. Instructor advised the sword user. Normally, the people who come for specialized training in a training center like this are normal adventurers. They had to earn money by themselves from monster hunting to get specialized training. These tips may simple words, but they are very useful, as normal adventurers barely have anyone to guide them, and receiving advice on strength and weakness is very important. You get into the ring. The instructor called another 2 people in the ring to fight. This time it was girl and boy. The girl is at the mid-level corporal stage, while the boy is at a peak level of the corporal stage. Both of them started to fight after the instructor said. Seeing their difference in the level, I thought the girl would be a disadvantage, but I got surprised seeing she is not about a disadvantage against the boy, who is 1 level above her. She is equal to him in fighting the power. He many times tried to get the upper hand, but countered by her quite effectively. One thing I noticed about this girl is her footwork. Her footwork is really amazing. That amazing is footwork is one of the main reasons she is able to fight against him equally. Time's over, said instructor, and stopped the fight seeing 10 minutes are over. After that, he elected 2 more people to fight before giving advice to the previous 2 who fought. Times passed on as more and more people fought, but all them were corporal level evolvers. Only after 2 hours did he elected specialist stage to fight. I was a little surprised. I thought he would make specialist grade evolvers fight each other, seeing there only 3 corporal level evolvers are here, but he made peak level of specialist stage evolver fight initial level corporal stage evolver. There are only 3 specialist evolvers in the class, 2 of them at the peak of the specialist stage, while me at the mid-level of specialist stage. The peak level specialist stage girl and initial level corporal stage boy went into the ring. They both had activated their masks so I can see their expressions, but I can guess specialist stage girl is feeling startled and frustrated. If it was me, my favorite opponent would have been a specialist stage, at least for 2 or 3 classes. Fight! Shouted the instructor, and both of them started to fight. As expected from the starting of the fight, level of difference in power could be seen between them. The first time their swords clashed, specialist stage girl have to take the step back to defuse the blow. As the fight had progressed, corporal stage evolver started to use more and more power, but what startled is the specialist stage girl's response. She is very skillfully adjusting to the pace of the fight. She is still at a disadvantage in the fight, but she is handling it carefully by very skillfully diverting the incoming attacks. If I had her such mastery in diverting the opponent's attacks, it would have saved me a lot of beating from monsters. Seeing his attacks hadn't been working much against his opponents, he suddenly increases the power of the attack. This caught the specialist girl off guard, and she had to take several steps back and then was able to balance her footing. She saw a sword attack coming toward her. It was at the same level of ferocity at the earlier attack. The girl held her sword diagonally with what limited time she had, and their sword clashed with a loud bang. I thought this girl would directly throw out of the ring, but what happened clearly surprised me. Not only I but other people, as well as the small sound of surprise, came out of their mouths. As there clashed the next moment, the girl used the momentum of the attack to take a spin and launch an attack of her own. This completely startled the corporal level and evolver as he scrambled to fend off against the attack. That attack did not much affect corporal stage evolver, but if this fight had been real, then she would have easily able to use the skill with that attack and would have posed a life-threatening danger to the corporal stage evolver. The fight did not last long. The corporal level evolver's attacks became even more forceful, and in the sixth move she was out of the ring. I have to say she performed well, I don't think. I can perform the same way as she does, and she is able to last against corporal stage evolver for 5 minutes, and that is quite commendable. The instructor gave both of them advice on their strength and weakness, and quickly elected new pair to fight. The fight was interesting and opened my eyes to many new combat techniques. Some techniques were straight, but some were downright sneaky that they are able to defeat their opponent with it. It gave me enough knowledge. If I saw that someone is performing that technique against me, I would be cautious. More than 20 pairs had already finished their fights. My turn will come soon. As the fight progressed, the instructor called second specialist stage evolved to the ring, and his opponent was also initial level corporal grade evolver. The fight was not as interesting as another one, as specialist stage evolver did not last for more than 2 minutes before thrown out of the ring. The fights progressed and only 4 people remained to fight. The instructor will can now to fight or 10 minutes later. You and you, go on the stage. Said the instructor finally. My number came finally and unsurprisingly. My opponent also initial level corporal stage evolver. I walked up in the ring, so is my opponent, and we waited for the instructor to start the fight. Fight, said instructor, and corporal stage evolver attack my next moment. His speed is fast and his sword directly come toward my chest. I quickly move my sword to counter it as dodging is not possible. I will definitely get hit by it. Clank. Our sword clashed and I took a step back. A look of clear surprise appeared on my face. Not because the power of the sword is too high, but it low compares to what I've expected. If I had known the power of the attack going to be this much, I wouldn't have taken a step back to manage its power. Unconsciously, I've been expecting this sword attack as a monster attack full of vicious power, prepared to take many steps back to diffuse the power, but I've totally miscalculated it. I subconsciously forgot I am fighting human, as it's been near a month since I've fought human again. The closest thing I've fought to humans were bipedal monsters, to which attack I was comparing the earlier attack. I have to remember that humans fought with brains rather than their strength, and they use skill to increase their power exponentially. He did not wait for the moment and launched another attack at me, but this attack's power obviously more than the previous one. Clank. My sword clashed against it and I took 2 steps back. I did not take to step back because the attack is too powerful, but I want my opponent to think that and want to get chance to land a blow at him. This is one of the things I like against fellow humans. They are smart, but you can use their smartness against them. Monsters are completely different. They are an instinctive creature. They will act in their instinct. As long as a human is smart and have enough power, he can beat the monster that stages above him. There are no limitations to humans, but monsters always have one due to their lack of intelligence. That is why the bonded monster many times powerful and evolve quicker than their unbonded counterparts. He keeps launching an attack and I kept responding accordingly, and as the fight progressed, I was able to identify his attack rhythm, which really helped me in deflecting his attacks. Every attack of his is slightly powerful than others, and I didn't think I would last more than 2.5 minutes. Everybody learned something watching the previous fight. My opponent also did. I have to quickly find a chance to attack him. If his attacks became powerful, then I didn't think L will get a chance to launch an attack. He knew he could beat me anytime as long as he used his full power, but he is not doing that. He is using me as grindstone to try out many different types of attack which he could not against the same stage evolver, but he is also cautious as he keeps increasing power of his attack at every move. As time passed, his attacks had become powerful enough to make me take a few steps back even if I wanted or not. Clank, our swords clashed against, and I took 4 steps back, and while I am stabilizing myself he came with another attack, but this he attacks different ways. Now is my chance. I said in my mind as I saw his sword horizontally come toward me. If this sword pierced toward my armor, it would really hurt like hell. I let the sword came close to my sword, close enough that it a few inches from my sword. My sword position looked like it was to counter the sword, but as soon as the sword got close enough, I flipped. I flipped with the speed that I've never shown before and used my sword like a whip as I stuck against the shoulder. It may look like the same attack the specialist stage girl performed earlier, but it is not. She did not hide her full power from her opponent while I did. My sword is so fast that he didn't have a chance to dodge or counter with my sword. This is why I chose this moment. Without using skill, he won't be able to avoid my blow. Clang, my whip-like sword stuck against his shoulder without any suspense, but next moment I felt heavy shock against my waist. Bam. His sword struck me like a hammer, and I flew away from the ring and crashed on the floor. I'm not surprised seeing myself crashed against the floor heavily. I had already expected to receive a strong attack from the corporal stage evolver after my attack hit him. The other two specialist stage evolver was never able to touch their opponent, but I did, and I am damn proud of that. I weakly stood up from the ground as I am still feeling little shaken due to collusion. As I am getting up, I saw the surprise in my many people's eyes, especially those two specialist stage evolvers. Good, very good. You deceived your opponent till last moment and launched the attack at the perfect chance. You seem to be agility and speed type from your last attack. Keep working on that. There is no need to work much on the lethality of your attacks. It will automatically get stronger long as you create more seals. Advised the instructor. When I think of it, it is very sound advice. As long as I kept working on my speed and creating more seal, the lethality of attacks will increase automatically. It will be difficult to create more seals, but I am confident in myself that I will create more seals as long as come across difficult challenges. And you, using your opponent as subject to testing your moves, are you mad? Never do that in reality in against human and monster. Earlier, if your opponent had used a lethal skill, you would have barely got to use your defensive skill if you had it. It was a very dangerous mistake. Try not to do in the future. As for your attacks, they are very good. You just have work in their strength and always keep small way out for yourself. If you come any dangerous moment like earlier, you will have chance to come out uninjured. The instructor advised to corporal stage evolver. Our instructor did not waste any time and asked last toe people to fight in the ring. They were both peak-level corporal stage evolvers, and their fight did not disappoint it as the last fight of the class. They both were very powerful, and if their use of the skill and abilities, it would have been even more amazing. Both of their strength was nearly equal and there was no winner, so the fight lasted for a whole 10 minutes before it was over. The instructor gave both of them advice before releasing the class. This class lasted for more than 3 hours, near 13 hours as it stated. Feeling very tired, mentally especially, I walked toward the monster training facility. Ashlyn had been here for 13 hours and I can feel she is waiting for me. As I reached the monster training facility, I opened its door with my holowatch and next moment I saw Ashlyn flying toward me speedily. Choo, choo, Ashlyn chirped happily as she landed on my shoulder. Do you have fun in training? I asked while leaving the monster training facility. Choo, choo, choo. She chirped again, saying she had fun, but now she is feeling very hungry. Me too. I also said the training classes were very strenuous, both physically and mentally, and because of my energy I lost in the training, I am feeling ravaging hunger in my stomach. We soon reached our apartment and I ordered food, but before that I have to take a bath. My whole body is sweaty and I didn't like to eat when I am this sweaty, especially in my apartment. Ashlyn, let me give you a bath. I said as I picked up Ashlyn in my hands. Choo 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 choo, she chirped furiously, saying she will eat first and then bath. No, first take a bath. There is no dinner if you do take a bath, I said, giving ultimatum about her food. If I kept asking her normally, she will never agree to take a bath before eating, but if I said there is no food till she does that thing, she will definitely agree. Chi-choo, she chirped frustratingly before agreeing. Ashlyn's bath finished in a few minutes. I just wet her before applying special shampoo that I brought for her, before washing it all foam off her. She did not move and let me bath her. Ashlyn had never given any hard time when bathing, unlike other monsters. She even likes bathing when she is in a good mood. I released her after her bath and took a quick shower myself. When I come out, dinner had already arrived and Ashlyn is already eating without waiting for. I smile seeing and started to eat my own dinner. I had planned to eat food in the mess, but seeing how tired I am, I don't want to go to the mess. After throwing dinner boxes in the trash, I fell asleep as soon laid my head on the pillow. I wanted to read something, but I was too tired to do that. Next 3 days passed in a similar fashion, leaving fresh at early morning, returning tired in the evening. The training had become little hard every day, especially the last training class, where corporal stage evolvers have fun beating us 3 specialist stages before blasting us out of training ring. They had already known about our strength and weakness. As long as they are little careful, they can easily beat as their heart content before throwing us out of the ring. Not only we 3 were experiencing such thing, but some weaker corporal level also experiencing the same thing. Although beating is painful, everything that comes with it is very useful. I got the personal experience fighting the corporal level evolvers, know their limit firsthand. And I can also test many of my moves against them. I am going to get beaten anyway. Why not use this chance to test your moves? In this way you better identify your mistakes. I can feel my strength is refined a lot by in this 4 days, and it also increased by few percents. I am now in a hovercar, going toward Adventure's Paradise building to accept the job. The faster I can get it LV3 membership, the faster I can buy the night level skill from its storehouse. The hovercar soon reached the Adventurer's Paradise building. It looks magnificent as ever. I went inside the building and come across hundreds of holographic screens that are flashing the tasks. Anyone can offer and accept the task in Adventurer's Paradise, and for every task, they will take a small amount margin. The margin is a few thousand credits, which is nothing to evolvers, but it very profitable to Adventurer's Paradise. Then 1,000 of people posts and complete jobs every day. Not only that, people also sell most of the unknown materials they can't seem to identify to the Adventurer's Paradise. That amount of business make it a behemoth and everybody envy, but for some reason no one envy Adventurer's Paradise. The Adventure Paradise is a neutral organization and had minimal staff, and if some idiot tries to attack it, the government and organization would send their forces to protect it. Some say various organizations and government had already had their people in every branch of Adventurer's Paradise. From what I've read, it's been decades since some idiot tried to attack the Adventurer's Paradise. I connect my HoloWatch to its server, and soon thousands of jobs that are suitable for me started to project on my HoloWatch. This below level 1 could only accept the task of a maximum of 10 points, which is really worst. Though there are some exception, such being sergeant level or above, those can accept task for above 10 points despite not being at LV. When I started to sort through the jobs of my preference. Still, there are too many tasks, and after a half hour of browsing, I finally selected the job which I want to do. It is to hunt 3 corporal stage violet horn oxen. I only have to submit its core and spinal fluid. It is a good job. It did not mention which level of violet horn oxen material they required, so it will be fine if I give them the material of initial level corporal grade violet horn oxen, and I can sell its meat easily, get about 150 on each ox. Seeing this job is perfect for me, I tap on apply, and I received notification of formation with warning that if I wasn't able to complete this job, my ratings will drop. Ratings in Adventurer's Paradise are very important. They give you first preference if it is a limited number job. After 0000 I am done selecting a job, I get out of Adventurer's Paradise building and called hovercar to go out of the city. I didn't have to wait for long. A few seconds later a hovercar stopped in front of me and speed toward the exit of the city. Soon I reached the Mayasta Bazaar and then took another hovercar for the forest. The map is provided, so I will not have to waste much time and energy finding the violet horn oxens where both. Thud, I jumped out of hovercar and walked toward the verdant prairie. Verdant prairie is a big area. I will have to walk at least an hour to reach the area where violet horn oxens are. I silently walk in the grass field, not dare to make much noise. The prairie monsters usually work in groups, and they are where I am walking have a hefty amount corporal stage monster. Rustle, rustle. I quickly hide the grass as I heard the rustling sound. When I craned my neck little to look, I found a small group of big monster snakes slithering not far from me. I heaved a sigh of relief seeing monster snakes are not walking toward me otherwise. Elle would have to waste some time fighting, seeing all of them at corporal stage monsters. It's good thing that I sprayed that expensive anti-smell lotion on both us. It will save us noses of many monsters. I started to move again after the monster are left and started walking toward the direction where violet horn oxens are. It took me an hour to reach the area when violet horn oxens roam, and I just have to find them. Ashlyn, go find violet horn oxens. I asked Ashlyn, who is on my shoulder. Chee-choo. Ashlyn excitedly chirped and flew away. Ever since we enter the forest her to fly away, thinking she will catch eyes of some monsters, and we will have wasted some time getting rid of them. Fuck, I cursed softly as I forgot to advise Ashlyn to fly low. It will take time to find Minster, but at least she will be safe. I tried to tell her through our telepathic bond, but not listening is up to her. Usually she did not listen to anything which I did not say with my mouth. Seeing it will take some time for Ashlyn to return, I started to check all the artifact and potions on me one by one. Unexpected things happen when you did not expect them. It's better you keep yourself prepared for any situations. Everything is perfect, even if 20 corporal monsters to attack me. I have confidence in running away and they kill the one by one. Choo choo choo. Ashlyn came flying and chirping excited, saying she found them. Good girl. I petted her and gave her the expensive candy that I brought especially for her. Choo, she chirped happily. She expertly tore the wrapper and ate it in a gulp. After eating candy, Ashlyn took a flight and I started to follow her. I will have to follow her 5 minutes before spotting the large group of violet horn oxen. Oxen monsters prefer to live in the group, and group in front of me seem like there are 60 to 70 oxen monsters are there. Most of them seem to in different level of corporal grade, while very few at the specialist grade. Ashlyn, go lure some violet horn oxen monsters out, I said and started to move away sneakily. I will have to move far enough that my fight with violet horn oxens didn't attract their large group. I moved speedily for 15 minutes before I reached the required distance. This small part of the area is violet horn oxen's hunting field. No other monsters casually breach. This is far enough. From this distance, even if the monster roared top of their lungs, their group won't come in time to save them. Now I just have to wait for Ashlyn to lure out some monsters out. 10 some minute later, I sensed Ashlyn coming toward my direction. I activated my sword while waiting for it to come closer. Moo. I heard faint moo from my left. It sounded full of frustration and anger. Looked, Ashlyn is doing her job well. Seconds passed and I started to see silhouettes of violet horn ox, especially their eye-catching violet horns which they got their name from. Soon I saw Ashlyn leading angry group of violet horn oxens. There are 5 of them, and as they get closer, I was able to sense their level. 3 violet horn oxens are at the initial level of corporal stage. 1 is at a mid-level, while the biggest one peak level. All of their sizes are between 4 to 6 meters, with large swaths of thick hair covering their bodies. Moo, the leading violet horn ox, mooed loudly as Ashlyn attacked it with a fireball. The fireball did not affect it much, but it felt irritating, and that what angered it most. It tried to attack her, but it's no use. The monster used physical attacks, and Ashlyn is bird-type monsters. No matter how powerful its attacks is, as long as it doesn't touch her, they are useless, and that what making monster even more furies. Good job, Ashlyn, I said when monsters were still a few meters away. Moo. Before Ashlyn could reply, I heard a thunderous moo from the 5 violet horn oxens. They come at me with furious expressions eyes. Related or not, they had finally found their target, and they are going to pierce those sharp horns into it. Seeing they are coming at me furiously, I did not get scared but smiled heartily. These monsters are good opponent. I want to test my power, see how much I had improved. I activated the lively, first tide of 9 raging tides, and started circulating supreme combat exercise as monster were few meters away of me. Whoosh, just peak-level monsters came near and readied his horns to attack me. I moved away and straightly went toward 3 initial-level monster while dodging the attack of mid-level monster. Swish, coming closer to the initial-level monster, I directly swing my sword toward the neck of the initial-level monster. Pachak. Half of its neck is cut and it fell on the ground screaming in pain. I quickly fed more mana to the lively wind and move away from the attack of other 2 initial-level monsters. I was a little surprised seeing the wound of that size. I knew that I would be able to kill it one move if my luck is good, but I did not expect this large wound. It should die in a minute by such large wood. Even if it had good healing ability, it would very hard to survive from the wound. This violet horn ox monster have to think skin compared to normal corporal grade monsters, so making this much wound shows that my sword technique and strength had an improvement in the 4 days of strenuous training. Moo, moo. The 4 remaining monsters mooed loudly, seeing their partner is flailing in the ground while losing lots of blood. All 4 minster attacked me, fury in their eyes, a smile come on my face seeing that. Bring it on, I said and ran toward them while feeding little more mana to the lively wind. Moo. The monsters mooed loudly seeing me running toward them. They become aggressive and attack toward me more swiftly. I jumped high, and when I have only 2-meter distance between the attacking monsters, I did not activate sky jump as there is no need for it. I jumped up and went down with my sword piercing toward the 2nd initial level monster. Putch. Before it knows it, my sword directly pierced through its skull. It did not even get a chance to scream before it's dead. I fell with and rolled on the ground to manage my fall, and I quickly got up and put some distance between me and monsters before they come close to me. It was a really amazing move. I never jumped that high. My muscle felt like spring, taking me high as I need to be. The exercise of Wind Slayer style is really amazing. What Night Blade style took a month to achieve, it did less than 4 days. Now I can faintly understand why those elites' bodies able to perform those very complicated moves. They must have practiced combat style same or higher level as Wind Slayer style. In the next few seconds, I killed the last initial level monster. Moo. Mid-level and peak level monster came toward me roaringly. I quickly threw away the potion bottle from which I just drank mana potion and activated the 2nd tide of 9 raging strikes. This time I did not move from my place and let them come at me. This move is a little risky, but it wants to try. If I am able to do it, then it will be very useful in dangerous times. Moo. Both of the monster came attacking me. As peak-level monsters attack about to touch me, I flipped from my spot and took a spin. Using that flip's momentum, I pierced my sword directly into the eyes of the mid-stage monster. Bam! I was able to pierce my sword into monster's eye, but it raging momentum threw me out my place. Thud, I rolled on the floor to defuse the blow as fall on the floor and about to prepare for the attack of peak stage monster, which is supposed to come at me, but I found nothing. When I look up, I found the peak level monster is running away from me and had already a little far. Fire Strike. I directly attack with my Night Grade skill, having no mood to chase after it. The silver bolt of fire had passed from hit behind and hit its skull, killing it in one move. Seeing everything is done, I started to process the monster first. I have removed all 5 monster's cores, spinal fluid and horns. They are the most expensive. Then I carefully removed their skin. The skin of Violet Horn Ox Monster is one of the best material to make practice suits, though I have to burn all the hairs on its skin as they are useless. Last is meat, which I carefully separated and preserved carefully. Its meat also in demand, so I am not going to leave that. Seeing no one sight, I started to fill everything I could in the storage. I had already emptied all the storage for storing the monster material. I don't want heavy load behind my back. After putting everything that is heavy in my storage, I pack rest of it in my backpack. The job is completed. Now is time to go back. This job is popular, but there are hundreds of more places where violet horn oxens are found, and those places are a lot more safer. It was quite normal to not come across anyone when hunting. I quietly started to walk back out of the prairie. I should have taken the second job, I thought to myself. Normally, one can take 2 jobs at a time, and high-level members can select even more. It's only afternoon. I would have more than enough time to complete the second job. As I was silently walking out of the prairie, I saw a group of 3 people walking right side of me. Their backpacks are completely filled. If not for having storage, my backpack would have looked similar to theirs. Of the 3 people, 2 of them at the middle and peak level of specialist grade, while Fatty in the center is the initial level of corporal grade. I don't know why, but the peak specialist level boy beside Fatty seem a little familiar. Jimmy, this is the boy I talked about who had an amazing night skill, shouted peak specialist boy in surprise. Fuck, this boy must have been in the space realm with me, I said in my mind. Just as I heard that, I quickly drank potion under my sleeve and activated lively wind to its fullest and started to run. I even threw away from my backpack without care and started circulating moves of supreme combat exercise. Idiot. I heard a loud curse behind me. It feels like a fatty's voice. He's probably cursing his friend for talking out loud. If he had whispered, that corporal stage fatty would have had a sure chance of capturing me. If not for that corporal level boy who couldn't keep his voice down, I would have landed in big trouble and death would not have been out of the question. From the sound heavy rustle, I know they are following me behind. My decision was right. If they had good intention, they surely wouldn't have followed me. How can I be such an idiot? Jill had warned me to be careful when she saw me using night grade. She said some people will get seeing what I have and try to acquire it by any means possible. I also thought that, but in the passing of time, I completely forgot her warning, and now I am completely regretting it. It would have taken me a mask, a simple mask, to keep myself out from such trouble. I have seen many people do inside and outside of the city for many reasons. It wouldn't have been weird. Friend, why are you running? We mean no harm, we just want to talk, said Fatty. If you mean no harm, why are you following me? I asked for Fatty, who was just 50 meters behind me. I got a little surprised seeing only 2 people are near me while the boy who shouted is far behind 3 people. The Fatty did not seem to use any skill, his speed all because of his corporal stage power, while the mid-specialist stage boy near him seems to use some speed type skill to maintain his speed. Friend, I just wanted to ask, where did you buy the night grade skill you have? As you know, how hard is to buy one, said Fatty while closely following behind. What he said plausible. It is very hard to buy night grade skill. Even if you have money, you have to have connections to buy legally. There is another safe way to buy it legally, which is from Adventurer's Paradise, but for that, one had to have LV3 membership of Adventurer's Paradise. One can buy it from the black market also, but to enter the black market one had to be Sergeant Stage Evolver. I brought from Adventurer's Paradise. I replied and drank another bottle of potions under my sleeve. This lively wind takes a lot of mana, and I have to keep drinking mana potion every minute. Friend doesn't joke, seeing you age maximum 1 year had been passed since you bonded your monster, in that you can't earn 10,000 Adventurer's Paradise points, said Fatty. He was right, it is extremely difficult to earn 10,000 Adventurer's points in 1 year to get LV3 membership. Friend, why run? You just share that night grade skill with me. I'll even pay you for that, Fatty said with a smile. One doesn't need to an idiot to know that he will not keep his promise. He might even kill me. The best course of action is run. I am very fearful of that corporal stage evolver. I didn't know if he had any speed type or long range skill, or not. If he really had speed type skill, then I don't dare to think what will happen to me. Sorry, I can't sell it to you. It's non-transferable, I said, and it is true. It is non-transferable. There are many illegal means, and I wanted to ask them to Jim and Michael if they know anyone who could break the seal on the skill. I wanted to give this night grade skill to my parents. With this skill with them, they will not have to worry about the corporal stage monster, even able to defeat initial sergeant stage monster if they practiced a little. I had asked him about it when we were in the cafe. He said he will ask around his connection. I sure he will tell me in a week or so. Friend, since you are unable to accept my sincerity, I will have to use the force, said the fatty with a sad sigh. Fatty's sad expression suddenly became twisted and cruel smile come across his face. His already small eye had become smaller. He looked like the villain of those low-grade movies. Dylan, go catch him, said Fatty to the mid-level specialist boy next to him. Just as Fatty said, specialist stage boy increased his speed suddenly and started to come closer. Seeing him coming closer, I drank another mana potion and increased my speed a little. That Fatty did not seem to have speed type skill. Normally most people won't buy speed type skill, especially grade 1 skill, because of they too much of mana. Instead, they focus on getting attack and defensive type skill as much as they can. Believe it or not, speed type grade 1 skill takes more mana than another type of skill. If I activate Lively Wind at its full power, my whole mana drains in just 20 seconds. That's how much mana speed type skill took. Normal it would take me more than an hour to reach the place I am, but now I am running using my skill. It will take me 10 to 12 minutes to get out Prairie and get a signal on my holowatch. As long as I got a signal, all will be golden. I just have to keep wasting time. The sooner I get out of the prairie, the more chances of my getting alive would be. Whenever Dylan tried to get close to me, I will increase my speed, so there will be always a distance between us. The chase kept going on for full 3 minutes, and soon that fatty understood my strategy. Dylan, are you idiot, attack him with your long-range skill, shouted Fatty at Dylan. I was hoping this wouldn't happen, but now they're going to attack me, then this leaves me with no option. Ashlyn, distract him, I said to Ashlyn, who is quietly sitting on my shoulder all this time. Choo-choo, she chirped excitedly, and before Dylan could activate the skill, she started to rain small fireball at him. Small bangs could be heard as small fireballs rained on Dylan, but it did not do much him, except giving him a scalding sensation. He had already activated all his artifacts, including his masks, as a precaution against me, and Ashlyn fireballs are not powerful enough to him any harm. Doing him any harm by Ashlyn attacks never was my intention. My real intention was the intention. The intention of her attacks was to give me enough time to drink the life potion and launch my attack. Fire strike, I said in my mind, and launch all 3 silver bolts through my sword. One is toward his head, second is toward his chest, while third is toward his torso. I am launching these attacks from intention to kill. My 3 bolts of fire are powerful enough they could able to piece the grade 1 artifacts. As 3 bolts traveled near him, he quickly produces large shield which covered both his head and the chest. Pang, pang, putch, ah. 2 of my firebolts had been thwarted by his shield. The 2 firebolts were able to piece his grade 1 shield, but stopped by the protection of his mask and armor, as they had already lost half of their power as they pierced through his shield. The 3rd bolt, though hit on the spot, there was no extra protection of the shield, my firebolt directly piercing through his torso. Dylan screamed due to injury and fell back. I got a little surprised seeing him fall back. Though the firebolt pierced through his torso, the injury is not that heavy to stop him like that. Well, it's same trouble of shooting him in the legs that would have my next course of action, seeing his heart and head is protected by the shield. Fire strike is a skill that shoots concentrated shots of fire. It only useful when it hit the chest or head. I think that Dylan fell because he is scared. He had experienced its power firsthand. If I got chance and able to hit his head or chest, he would surely die. He probably did that to save himself, and he got a pretty good excuse. Useless. Fatty cursed loudly. Friend, now you have left me no choice but to take action myself, said Fatty. I quickly became vigilant. I increased my speed and also increased the size of my shield, similar to that of Dylan earlier. Fatty upped his right, and something brown had started to materialize in his hand. Earth Spear. I immediately guessed the name of the skill Fatty is about to launch. This is one most powerful grade 1 skill I've ever seen. I've seen some people from the organization use this skill. This skill I called powerful enough because even at being grade 1 skill, this skill was able to injure the monsters same level as a caster in the space realm. Some corporal grade had even able to kill monsters using this skill smartly, although they have to use 10s of these spears unlike my fire strike. Still, it tells something about its power. Take this, Fatty shouted, and Earth Spear sped up toward me, piercing through the air. I did not feel scared seeing Earth Spear is coming toward me. I flipped through the air and put my shield in front of me. I could have dodged this move by supplied more mana to Lively Wing, but I decided to defend. Bang! The Earth Spear crashed against my Night Grade shield. Using the force of the attack, I jumped back, putting some distance between me and Fatty. I am sure that a Fatty diet has a speed type of skill. This Fatty could have easily able to buy speed type skill after hunting for a week or 2, but he didn't. Now he must have used his choice loudly in his mind. Ha, a friend, I have to say you are quite good. You are making me use my full power, Fatty said, and his speed increased suddenly. Fatty had increased his speed suddenly. He also did not stop attacking me with his Earth Spears. Seeing Fatty coming closer to me, I gritted my teeth and drank another life potion. Bang! Another earth spear clashed against my shield and I again used the force to put some distance between us. Fire strike. I launched my attack as I am jumping back from his attack. I launched 3 of my bolts at his head seeing he did not have a shield. It would good if they able to kill him, but injuring him heavily would be fine. As 3 fire bolts about to touch him, an earth-brown layer covered his body. It is especially darker towards his head where my firebolt's about to strike. It is a skill, earth type of skill, I said as I saw the earth-brown layer covering him. Ping, ping, ping. The 3 bolts of fire passed through the defense of his skill, but they were unable to penetrate the defensive mask. He defended against it, but Fatty did not come out unharmed from my attack as I saw the trickle of blood on his through the screen of his mask. I sighed in disappointment seeing that. It will be no use if I attack with fire strike again. He will be prepared more this time, after experiencing its power. If I were at the peak level of specialist stage, my firebolts could have easily able to pierce through both of his defenses, killing him in one shot. And there is this amazing move of fire strike I've read about. It is very powerful, but I will need a large amount of mana to use that skill. It will only possible to get that amount of mana if I reach the corporal level. Friend, I have to say the power of your knight grade skill is really amazing. If you were at peak level, that attack would have been my ending. Said Fatty as he started to launch earth spears one after another. My coordination with my body increased a lot in 4 days of training. If not for that, I would be having a major problem defending against his earth spears. Running and also flip to defend against Fatty's attack needs major concentration and coordination, as I using skills and also circulating supreme combat exercise. I've come across many corporal level monster while running. Most of they stayed clear, but some brave ones attacked like now. Fire strike. I used fire strike on the incoming monster and also flipped to defend against earth strike of Fatty. Frustration could be seen on his face as he keeps attacking me. All the attacks were wasteful, not even one able hit me. It may look an hour would have passed, but barely 9 minutes had passed since I started running. I drank another potion to supply my ever-dwindling mana and kept running. That Fatty is ever persistent. He is following me like a hound on the blood. I had asked Ashlyn to attack to distract him, but it brought no effects whatsoever. The artifacts he wore protected him quite well. If Ashlyn fire been at the level of a fiery lion, this Fatty would have turned into ashes long ago. In these 4 days, I am not the only one who reaped benefits, Ashlyn also doing quite good. She has been mainly focusing on concentrating her fireballs. She has already brought down the size of a fist-size fireball to half. I have given her target to concentrate her fireballs to the size of a marble. It would take months or even years, but if she able do it, then she will able to threaten even corporal level powerhouse. No matter how weak her power is, if it became concentrated at the small point, it would be very lethal. Not only she, but I will also try. This will also be very helpful to me. For this, I had already rented the practice room for the evening. Bang! Another earth spear crashed against my shield. Friend, I have to say I am quite surprised. Not only you have knight grade skill, but also a knight grade shield, said Fatty suddenly. I got alarmed hearing that, but quickly controlled my expression. I have to say, this Fatty is quite intelligent to notice that. Normally grade 1 shields could also block the attack of corporal level, but they would produce ripples, depending upon the power of the attack. Fatty's attack is not that powerful to produce a big ripple on the shield, but it powerful nonetheless to produce slight ripples. Shrewd eyes of Fatty must have noticed that my shield is not producing even slight ripple after his attacks landed on the shield. Even top-level grade 1 shield will be produced ripples experiencing his attacks. Seeing he constantly attacking me for the past 5 minutes, it's not surprising for him to notice that and add 2 and 2 together. Friend, you have knight grade skill and knight grade shield. You must have some other artifacts, right? Asked Fatty. Undisguised greed could be clearly seen on his face. Fatty again increased his speed. His speed increased by 50. This time beads of sweat started to appear on his face, which could be seen through the mask he is wearing. Seeing Fatty rapidly closing up on me, I got a good scare. Corporal stage power is really amazing. Even without using skill, he can catch up to me. Gritting my teeth, I drank a bottle of life potion under my left sleeve. The life potion is very precious. I had already drunk it 2 times and now it is third. It is necessary as only with life potion will I able use the lively wind at its full power. Normal potions took 30 seconds to digest, but my mana will fully be depleted in 20 seconds as I used the lively wind at its limit. Buzz. My holowatch buzzed, saying I picked the single. I immediately tapped special icon I had prepared 2 months ago and updated it a week ago. Now I will have to survive Fatty's chase for 5 minutes and I will big chance of escaping alive. Give up, I've already called for help, I said to Fatty, hoping he would give up. Hahaha, you are making a fool. Whatever friends you have called for help will take least half an hour. Let's see if you're still alive after that, said Fatty menacingly. He blurred his mask, so no one can see his face started to attack me with his earth spear frenziedly. I did not show any fear of seeing earth spear attacking me one after another. I drank another life water potion and keep concentrating on defending against his attacks while maintaining my top speed. Time passed by as he keeps attacking and kept defending. In that way, 5 minutes passed quickly. Soon I saw a hovercar coming toward me. This hovercar little different from normal hovercars. These hovercars look like they packed muscle and speed and could defend against any master level below the powerhouse. Ha ha ha, you called rescue hovercar. Let's see if I gave you the chance to board it, said Fatty and attacked me with more frenzy. I just smile and without reply and kept defending against his while waiting for the hovercar to come close. Bang, I defended against another his attack, and by that time rescue hovercar arrived near me. Bye, I shouted loudly and jumped and activated sky steps. I have not used this skill of running from him. While upgrading the service of rescue car last week, I had input the sky steps in his database and written how I like to rescue. That is why the hovercar stopped and started hovering up in the air at a certain distance from me. I chose this way because if overcame came close to me, my opponent or monster which is chasing could easily obstruct my way, but at this distance in the air. They either have to have sky steps or very powerful long-range skill. Thud, after taking 2 steps, I landed on the roof of the hovercar while Fatty was still materializing his earth spear. Pray that we don't meet next time, I said loudly as the hovercar sped up until he was still holding earth spear in his hand, which he was supposed to release. I could hear soft cursing of a Fatty as the hovercar sped. He must be cursing very loudly for me to hear at this distance. Soon the small latch opened in the hovercar and I went inside. I barely able to survive today. It my good luck that Fatty did not have speed type skill, otherwise death would be my ending. My heart is still racing, and I had a couple of a deep breath to calm myself and start thinking rationally. I have careful in the future whenever I am outside, always hide identity, and not use night grade when unfamiliar and untrustable people are present. I have to say I am kind of became overconfident ever since his return from my hometown. Killing Sergeant Stage Monster had made me overconfident, and I started to feel like as long as it is corporal level, I would be fine, but today's event had given me harsh lesson that I will not forget in any type soon. The hovercar soon reached the most bizarre. From there I took hovercar to the adventure paradise. I still have to submit the material required for the job. Thank God, I am smart enough to put important parts that required for the job into my storage first. I had cores and spinal fluid of all 5 violet horn, also their fur and little meat. I should be able to fetch me more than 500,000 credits. Soon the hovercar had reached the adventurer's paradise and I got out of it. I dare to bring monsters material in my storage, because of Adventurer's Paradise had private submission and selling booths. One could sell anything inside it without the worry of being spied. I directly entered the private booth on the first floor of Adventurer's Paradise. There was nothing inside except for the stark white counter. I scanned my holowatch to the white counter, and while counter lit up with 2 buttons projecting submit and sell. I clicked on the summit and started to place core and spinal fluid of 5 violet horn ox monsters. As I finished putting everything in the counter a while light scanned over it soon message projected on the white counter saying, I've finished my job well, money and adventurer's points will transfer to my account soon. Ting, next moment few notifications came into my holowatch. One from my account reading 320 credits had been deposited on my account, while other from Adventure Paradise, congratulating me on earning 12 points. 10 for a job while other extra 2 monster material is submitted. My account was the same as I've received an extra 120,000 credits for 2 extra material. Soon a hole opened in the counter and took all the material off the counter, turning again counter blank. I've again repeated the process. This time it is for selling. I sold extra fur and meat that I had in my storage. Selling outside would have earned me a few thousand credits more, but that's just a hassle. Adventure's Paradise is fine. Corporal level Minster is damn expensive, but it also very dangerous to hunt them. There is a famous saying that high-level evolvers never lacked money, they lacked chances and resources. First I didn't understand this saying, but now I am starting to understand it a little bit. Seeing my business was over, I walk out of a private submission booth when I noticed a loud commotion. When I saw what commotion is about, I was surprised at first but soon turned very happy. It is an announcement. The announcement is projected in the biggest holographic screen. The words could be seen by anyone on the first floor. Westblood Fighting Competition. This is fighting competition of the Westblood City. It happens every 3 years. It is one of the major events in the city. Anyone can participate as long as one in specialist grade. The competition had 4 sub-competition, for specialist grade to master grade evolvers. The top 3 winners of specialist grade competition can directly challenge anyone in top 50 of corporal stage competition for the spot. The same happens for the top 3 corporal stage evolvers, who could challenge the top 50 of sergeant stage evolvers, and top 3 of sergeant stage evolvers could challenge the top 50 of master stage evolver competition. This competition is very tough. Westblood is one of the top 3 cities in the Republic and could be said holds the most power after the capital. Tens of thousands of people participate in the competition. They come not only from Westblood, but also cities around it. This competition is a ticket for everyone to gain fame, riches, and power. People participate in doves and the biggest competition from the people of organizations. From what I've heard, organizations offer an even better reward to their member, that reward of competition as long as they win. This is also a chance for normal members of the organization to achieve an incredible feat in a single leap. It is commonly known that the top 100 of competition have the power of the elite, then they able to gain a spot in the top 100, then their membership will also upgrade to elite if they are not one. This rule more so applies to common people. If an unaffiliated person able to enter the top 100, he or she will directly get an offer from organizations with elite-level membership. This is a dream ticket for normal people. The registration starts 3 months before computation, and seeing the announcement, the competition will start in 3 months. Without anything, I quickly went to the competition page and signed up. After the announcement of competition, hell broke loose. Every training center in Westblood started to book full, not only from Blood, but a training center from other cities also completely booked. The people started to hunt monsters like crazy for training, and news of many casualties could be heard. Everywhere I go, I could feel the charged atmosphere, and many fights occurred in the city that, more than normal police could be seen patrolling the street. The environment inside my training center even become worse, especially for our 2 specialist stage evolver, as the third 1 level up corporal stage 2 months ago. Every training class became extra harder, and especially combat class, where corporal stage evolver's favorite hobby is go beat a specialist grade first, in one of the newly introduced group fights by our instructor. The corporal stage developers first beat a specialist stage first as a ritual before fighting amongst themselves. Combat class had become hell for me, but it also stretched me to my limit, and I've discovered new strength to myself. Every training class had taught me something important and helped me tremendously in improving my strength. 1 month ago, we had completed our basic exercise of combat style and started to learn real combat moves of combat style. I've only learned basic moves this past month, but they are better than the way I used to fight without fighting style. Not only I've made a qualitative change in my fighting power, but I also created the 6th seal of Supreme Combat Exercise, which also increased my strength for a bit. In these 3 months, many good things also happened back home and to my friends. My father had chosen an interesting subject for his research thesis for grade 2 doctor course. He chose Supreme Combat Exercise, and what is more unbelievable that in 3 months he had created the 7th seal of Exercise, and he said he is very close to creating his 8th seal. I was utterly shocked when I knew this. I know personally how hard it is to create every new seal. Circulation of every move is painful. It is literally self-torture. My mother said that my father had become near fanatic about his research, and whenever he circulates Supreme Combat Exercise, he would connect a bunch of machines up to himself. That's right, my father circulating Supreme Combat Exercise, not for gaining strength, but to gain data for his research. When I asked him how he able to deal with the pain of circulation, he just said that the pain is immense, but it paled compared to the pain he felt after eating the mystical medicine. He is also another, which is most important. He said that every time he created the seal, he gets precious data, and to gain the precious data, feeling pain for few hours a day is nothing. He said his next as a target is to create 10 seals, that when the qualitative change occurs in seals of exercise, gaining the data about that qualitative change will really help his research. He is really a fanatic about academics, I thought with a sigh. My mother health is fine, so is baby growing inside her. That made me very relieved as I kept checking with her every other day. My friends from the hometown are also doing very well, especially Ellen, who is selected for elite training 2 months ago. A week ago she said, she will fight me when we meet next time, and she is confident that I won't able to beat her. I was both happy and jealous when I met Jill a few days ago. She had leveled up to corporal level and won't be participating in competitions. She said that her aunt is training her for the entrance exam of the super elite. She even let me in on inside news that low-level adventurer like me will never able to know. She said that organizations are only permitting to enter competition who had bonded this year for the specialist stage. As for other stages is also somewhat same. They are only permitting those who had level up to their stage this year. This restriction only applied for elites. Normal members are left to their choice. So Jill said that my most powerful opponents would be low-level elite and mid-level elites who were hiding among common member and hadn't advanced their membership. 3 months had been passed since I registered for competition, and tomorrow is a preliminary test of competition. The 2 preliminary tests are to select top 800 among specialist grade, as they were the most number of participants in the competition. The preliminary test is used to throw away excessive dregs and select top 800. Those top 800 will fight by qualifier basis, those win to advance, and those who lose will be disqualified. The competition of Specialist Stage will last for 3 days, including tomorrow. I am now reading the profile of the 100 people who had a chance to reach the top 10. This list made by the quite reputed site, and 2 and 3 people from their list would always end up in top 10. As I read the profiles of competitors one by one, I've come to know they are very powerful, and this is not the full data as everyone always keeps their trump cards hidden. If I compare myself to them, I would probably fit in the middle order of this list, but this is not enough for me. I have to reach top 3 at least, and I am confident if I tried my hardest, there is a minute chance that I will able to reach the top 3. I have to keep holding off that minute chance and climb to the position for the top 3. After reading each and everything about my competitor, I closed off the projection and turned off the lamp by my bed. Today is very important, and I wanted to participate in test fully rested, so no mistakes could happen. Knock knock, a knock sounded on my door as I was making preparation to leave my apartment. Coming, I shouted, seeing everything is all right. I opened my door and walked outside. In front of me is pretty girl. She is Lily, the only other specialist stage evolver in my training class. Are you ready? Asked Lily. Ready as I ever could be, I replied. I am really feeling nervous. Today is the 2 preliminary rounds of competition. They will select the top 100 today. It is very tough to get in the top 1,000. Not only people from Westblood, but people from other cities are also coming. You really beat that Jeremy well yesterday, I said, smiling, hearing that Lily's face turned red a little before tuning normally. Little anger also could be seen in her eyes as I said the word Jeremy. I wanted to do that for weeks. Just yesterday I got chance to that, and I decided not to waste it. Said Lily, an expression of satisfaction could be seen on her face. In the training class, we all had our tormentors, who like to give an extra beating whenever they get a chance. Jeremy is one of Lily's tormentor. He would always toy with her and then beat her whenever he got the chance. I always thought that Jeremy is a little sick in mind. In the way he looked at girls, he can't beat corporal stage girls in the class as he is not powerful, but he could beat Lily. She had been extremely humiliated by him in the ring many times, but yesterday she beat him. She beat him till her heart's content. He had to shout surrender to stop the beating. Lily was the peak of specialist stage, while that Jeremy was the initial level of corporal stage. Beating those level up above you is very hard, especially when you can't use your abilities and skills. She was able to that. She also worked very hard for that. I have seen training till midnight in various training facilities, and that is how when we started to talk. She had worked hard, but I had worked harder, and I am sure I can beat nearly all initial corporal stage evolvers, but I didn't have a chance to show it in the ring. I didn't know why, but for this past month, the instructor had never paired me with initial level corporal stage warrior. After 1 month, the instructor had started to pair me mid and peak level corporal stage evolver. Not only I but Lily also got that treatment. It's just that her luck was good and the instructor paired her with Jeremy. Fighting with mid and peak stage evolvers, I never got the chance to show my true power, and I also hide as I also have someone who I have to beat badly, and he is also in corporal stage. I don't want to spook him before I got the chance to beat him. He is cowardly nature from what I have seen and might surrender before fighting, to save himself the humiliation of beaten by a specialist stage. We called a hover to take us toward the venue. Tring tring, my holowatch started to ring out. Hey Ellen, what's up? I asked. Nothing, I just wanted to wish you luck for the preliminary round. Well, good luck, she said. I had told her months ago that I was participating in the competition, and we just talked a week ago. She cut the call after wishing me luck for preliminary. She's the only person in my hometown knew about me participating in the competition. I could have told my parents to lie that I arrived at Westblood, but I know a single lie can lead to many lies, and I am already lying to my parents about me being in Westblood. Soon we reached the venue, and I got utterly shocked seeing that. It is grand, very grand. Big gates, lavishly decorated waiting booth, tens of airships could be seen flying in the air, flashing advertisement and showing clips of most memorable fights of past competition. Hundreds of reporters could be seen interviewing people. There are also some celebrities could be seen performing on various stages. I've expected it to be lavished, but not this lavish. I have heard from many people about how lavish this competition is, but I never guessed they would this amazing. The crowd of tens of thousands of people could be seen. Most of them are specialist stage. Some come alone while others come with their family and friends. Lily and I both sat waiting for a booth. I got the timetable of my first preliminaries yesterday. I have first test 1.5 hours later and second test 2 hours after that. 1,000 will be selected from the score top 1,000 scores from the addition of both test scores. Don't worry, you will do fine, I said when I saw Lily is fidgeting in her seat nervously. Her test is just 15 minutes later and she is feeling nervous due to pressure. I know, but it is very important to me, said Lily. Lily also came from a small town like me with a big aspiration, and for some reason, she hadn't get accepted in the organization. She wants to do well in the competition that she will get an offer from the organization and will get accepted as an elite member. Everybody knows normal people can't get resources and training, that of members of organizations, no matter how much money they have. It is already proven through statistics that most of the top-level powerhouses came from organizations, and very few free adventurers could able to become a powerhouse on their own. Don't worry, you can easily pass preliminary with your strength. I said. She just smiled hearing that. With Lily gone, I was left in the seal of unfamiliar people. The tests had started from the morning, and the detailed information of 2 preliminary rounds is available in detail. I had already read it before coming here, and reading the details of 2 rounds, I think I can get quite a good score if I gave my all. Time passed by, and I was reading various forums when I heard a commotion, especially a shriek of girls. It's Magnus Wells, Magnus Well. I heard loudly, screams of this name started to ring out around me. As I heard this name, I understood the reason of shrieks. Magnus Wells from Glass Knights is about the same age as me and bonded with his monster 6 months ago. He is one of the most hopeful to reach the top 10. From the info, I know he is very strong. Just 2 months after admitting in the Glass Knights, he got selected for elite training. He said to have 2 knight grade skill. One is offensive while other is defensive. It is said that 3 months ago, he beat the initial level corporal stage elite, who had 3 knight grade skill. This all info made him quite hopeful to reach the top 10. Even top 3 is possible seeing his progress speed. And as for the reason of those shrieks of girls, this boy is beautiful, so beautiful that can even make beautiful women look down in shame. The crowd did not dissipate even after Magnus Well sat down and started to disturb others who were at sitting same waiting booth like me. Finally, guards have to intervene and shoo away the big crowd of girls. He is sitting not far away from, and when I looked at his face, I was quite shocked. I know he is very beautiful as I saw his photo in his profile, but now that I see with my own eyes, I have to he looks more beautiful than his photo. He has the same level of beauty that of Ellen and Sarah. The reason girls so attracted to him because of his masculine beauty. No one can say he looks like a girl. He has a gentle masculine feel to his beauty that attracts girls most. He was not alone. His 2 friends were also sitting beside him and talking softly. As time passed, more and more people could be seen coming and going out of the venue. About 15 minutes later, I saw Lily come back, seeing the smile on her face. She had done quite well in preliminary. How is it? I still asked when she sat near me. The round was tough, but I think I did well, she said smilingly. Good luck for a second round then, I said. We kept talking as she gave me detailed explaining of how the first round is and what mistake one should not make. I had read thousands of feeds about it, but it's still good to hear from those personally who had experienced it firsthand. Ting, a notification rang out on my saying, it is time for me to attend the first round of preliminaries. Best of luck, she said as I was preparing to go. I had to walk for 5 minutes to reach the area of the first round. What I see in front of me is a giant pool of water, which is 500 meters long and 200 meters wide. Inside the pool, there are many blocks could be seen on the floating. The rules of this round are very simple. One has to cross the pool while jumping on the blocks. 1 block will be used for only 1 jump, and after jumping on, it will stay floated for only 1 second before popping. That not all, one has to do all this while dodging the targets that came toward you. If you hit by the target, it will take 10 points out of your score. Your score will depend on how much distance you have covered. If you have coved 200 meters before falling into the water, then your score is 200. Points will be subtracted from your score if you had hit by any target. You have to run with other 199 people, jumping on the blocks that will pop next second you jump. While doing that, you also have to dodge the target that came towards you. This is not the tough part. The tough part, you can't use your abilities or skill. You have passed the round with your physical ability. The only fun thing about this round is you can use violence. You can hit anyone, but very few people would resort, that is, maximum people will focus on finishing the distance. In 10 minutes, all 200 people have had formed the line. I was quite surprised to find Magnus was also in the line. Eyes of many girls could be seen tracking his every moment. If not for the scary-looking man sitting beside the pool on the chair, they would have surely near him to hover around like bees. You must know rules already, but I will still repeat it, he said and started to state the rules. The round will start after the buzz. I wish all of you best of the luck, said the man, and next moment, loud buzz rang out. Buzz, hearing I took a jump onto the pool. My right foot just leveraged in the block for a moment before taking jump toward another block. The floating blocks felt like I've stepped on the wooden block, but it popped like a balloon. Pop, pop, pop. Loud sound of popping could be heard anywhere, but I did not mind that. Keep my full concentration at jumping. This whole round will be over within 5 minutes. What I have to do now is to focus on crossing the distance. I am one of the few people who are at very front, and there are only 3 people who were. One is while 2 are boys, and amazingly Magnus Wells is the front. He looks like he is using some sort of technique for jumping. His jumps seem slow, but they very fast. Whoosh, I saw the first projectile coming from the front. It is fast, but people can dodge if they are swift enough. I heaved a sigh seeing it is not coming toward me, but suddenly that sigh stuck in my throat as I read projectile is coming at my head, while I am in mid-air. Whoosh, without thinking, I craned my neck at maximum and that projectile just went past ear. Fuck, I heard from behind. That projectile must have hit someone behind me. After two projectile more and more started to come from the front. I sometimes have to move my body unnatural angle to dodge the projectile. Shit. The beefy-looking guy in front of me hit by a projectile, but that didn't decrease his speed as he kept jumping on the block. It may seem quite a while passed, but only 30 seconds had passed since the start of the round and fighting had already started. As the blocks popped by every jump, there is less block to jump to those people from behind that made them fight for space. I heard many splashes every few seconds as more and more people started falling into the water. Good for me though, being fourth, I don't have to worry about space to take my steps. There are more than enough for box in this 100-meter wide pool. Thud, fuck, I curse it as a projectile hit me. This was near impossible condition to dodge as there were two projectiles and I could dodge only one of them. The projectile is a soft, cushy ball of fist size, but it felt very painful after being hit. Nearly everyone has got hit, especially those who were at very front. Of the three people who were in front of me, two were also got hit. Only Magnus is the one who was able to dodge all the projectile that came in his way. Currently, I am not jumping at my highest speed. Most of those who are front are not using their full speed either. Using my full speed will be a disaster. With me jumping on the full speed will make very difficult for me to dodge the upcoming projectile. I am fast to be at the front, but slow enough that I could dodge the projectiles that are coming in my way, and there is no prize in finishing first. Bam! Magnus finally hit by the projectile. We had covered nearly half distance, and this is the first projectile he had been hit. After I crossed half the pool, I noticed that the number of blocks is sharply decreasing. It showed a sharp reaction in the back as many people started falling in the water. I am fine right now, but in a few seconds, even I will have to be careful. Whoosh! I dodge another projectile by bending my leg. It cost me little disbalance when I landed on the ground. If not for quickly jumping naturally, I definitely would have fallen in the water. Currently, only I and Magnus were the only ones who were hit by only one projectile, while others had already hit by more than one. I have to keep maintaining this stake. I was just thinking that when I felt someone attacking me from behind. Craning my neck, I saw a boy had taken the high jump and wanted to use my body as leverage to take another jump. If he was successful, he would definitely make a jump, but my chances of falling into the water would also increase. Idiot, he said, performed kick in the midair. It would have definitely difficult 3 months ago, but with hellish training of combat style, I can definitely perform that skill. Bam! I launched kick midair, used that force to dodge the projectile that was coming toward me. The jumping going on for another 12 seconds before Magnus landed on the opposite side of the pool, followed by other two, and then only 2 seconds later I was able to do it. Big smile comes across my face as I stood another end of the pool because I only lost 10 points. In this all 200 people, only I and Magnus able to score 490 points. The whole 200 people that stood on the other side of the pool, less than 20 were able to reach the other end while everyone else had taken a dive in the water. Ting! I got the notification of my score in my holowatch. The first round is over. You all are free to go. A voice rang out from another corner of the pool. From the start to the end of the round, the examiner never brings himself out of his comfortable chair. How lazy he can be, to not even do his job professionally, I said in my mind as I walked toward the exit. Lily was not in the waiting for a booth when I have returned. She had left for the second round 10 minutes ago. She had messaged me that she will meet at the mess at evening and sends her good luck for the second round. I have to wait for another 40 minutes for that. I pass my time reading feed and messages before the time of my second round come and walk toward it. A few minutes later, I stood in front of a large hall. There are hundreds of such halls around me. People could be seen coming and going inside them. When they go inside, they looked normal, but when they come out, they looked really wretched. One couldn't help but imagine how hard the beating they must have got inside it. I scanned my competition ID to the door and the door opened. Welcome participant 739 GSJDV. A voice rang out in the hall. The hall is stark gray. There is nothing in the except for 5 fighting androids and a small table on which the artifact is placed. Participant 739 GSJDV, your opponent is those 5 fighting androids, which will attack one at a time. The battle will last 1 hour while fighting. You are not allowed to use the skills. I wish you good luck, participant 739 GSJDV. The battle will start after 5 minutes. Please wear artifacts before that, AI said. The 5 fighting androids look the same as I have seen in the training center, except for they have 1 to 5 printed on their head, and each one had a big screen on their chest, showing a 100. Defeating each fighting android, one will get 100 points. Fighting it, you have to make that 100 to 0 an android considered defeated. There is another interesting rule. Even if one can't defeat the android fully, the numbers you have shelved on his screen would go to your score. Each fighting robot has different fighting strength. Android 1 has the lowest strength, while Android number 5 has the highest strength. From what I have read on the feed, Android No 1 strength relate to average mid-level specialist grade evolver, Android No 2 strength relate to peak-level specialist evolver, Android number 3 strength relate to initial level corporal stage, Android number 4 strength relate to mid-level corporal grade evolver, and last Android number 5 strength relate to peak-level corporal stage evolver. This is the reason why those who come out of the hall were looking so wretch. The reason with that 3 corporal stage strength robots. Seeing the clock is ticking, I started to wear the artifact on the table. They are all grade 1. Thank God that they at least let us wear an artifact, or most of the people would have come out of the hall with broken bones. As I wore the artifacts, the table folded itself and fit itself plainly against the wall. I will now have a perfect fighting space without any obstruction. Fight start. Rang out in the hall and Android 1 come out and jumped at me for the attack. I didn't move and just swung my sword at the robot with my full strength. Clank, my sword hit directly in its neck, and his chest, which shown 100 on its chest, is now showing 0. It expected, with the power I have now, I just have to swing my sword and average mid-specialist stage would be dead on the spot. Android No 1 went back to its place, and Android No 2 come out without waiting. It swiftly ran toward me, wanting to punch my chest, but I dodged its move when it about to touch and swung my sword at its back. Clank, some spark flew as my sword hit against its back, and when I looked that number it turned 69 from 100. My one sword attack had taken 31 points from it. I will have to attack 2 or 3 times more to defeat it. After my sword, Android did not put some distance between us, but whipped its hand back like a hammer. Seeing its hand coming toward me, I crouched down and hacked my sword toward its waist. It wanted to dodge, but my sword is too fast for it to dodge. Clank, my attack hit it perfectly, taking another its 40 points out. I did not enjoy my attack as I saw its kick coming toward me. Seeing it very close to dodge, I chose to defend with a small shield on my left hand. Bam, its kick hit squarely on my shield. My body shook a little by kick's power, but nothing else. While it was attacking me with its leg, I also prepared an attack as my sword slashed against its another leg. Clank, with another metallic clank, the android stopped and started to walk back toward its place. The real challenge starts now. I thought as the next android which will attack me have the power of initial level corporal stage evolver. I had not used the full power of my body till now, but to fight against initial level corporal, I have to use the full power of my body and keep circulating supreme combat exercise. Whoosh, as Android No 2 went back to its space, Android number 3 to step out and came toward me like a rock with his fist out. Clank, the metallic sound rang out as its fist and my sword clashed against each other. I had to take a step back to defuse the blow. A smile appeared on my face seeing its power. This the challenge I want. I hadn't had a chance to test my power against any corporal stage evolver. Although this android could never be able to compare to the human evolver, it is still good to test my power. As I am taking a step back, it attacks me again, this time with the kick. Seeing the kick is coming toward me, a smile appeared on my face. I swiftly dodge its kick and attack its leg with my sword. Even it is android, it will still have a problem stopping my kick. Clank, I used my whole power in this attack. I wanted to take out as much as the points I could by this attack. This is android, the more I show my attacks, the more it will be to predict it, so I have to finish this fight as quickly as possible. Clank, my attack landed on the android thigh, and it zapped 26 points directly. If I am able to do more 3-4 such attack, it would be wonderful, but I know it will be hard. It had calculated my moves and power into its database. To launch another attack like this, I have to use my wits rather than power. Bam, its Fury's attack came which, I was late to defend agents as it hit me at my shoulder. Fuck, I cursed as I felt stinging pain across my shoulder, but I have no time to mull over it as another of it fist coming at me. Clank, I defended against his fist attack and launched mine, but it had dodged before my attack could land on it. Clank, I clashed with the android one more time. This android is very resilient. If it was normal initial level specialist grade evolver, he would have defeated by me, but this android is kept defending. I have to say this android's database is quite good. Many moves that I've tried were effectively countered by it, but that is making me happy. The more difficult the opponent is, the more excitement will I feel and wanted it to defeat even more. Clank, clank, clank. My sword and its first kept clashing. My sword clashed tens of times in few seconds against its fist. One thing I am liking most about this android that it is fighting within the limit of the human body, but it is stretching its limits, that only a few people are able to do that. He is performing such moves that are possible for the human body to perform, but can only be performed by those who have trained with the best combat style. Clank, clank, clank. My sword cut through its chest, though not a scratch has appeared, but the decrease in the number of its chest is proof that my move was lethal. This time I did not do anything else but kept crashing my weapons against it, and suddenly increased the speed of my sword doubly. That made Android impossible to defend against my attack. This was quite a good move, but it will not be effective again, as its system will be alert against such moves. Its chest screen showing it has only 61 points remaining. I've already zapped 39 in my 2 moves, now I have to zap the rest. Whoosh, putting some distance between us, Android jumped toward me and performed the flying. Its kick was so that even air is making the sound as it piercing through it, toward me. If this kick really hit, it will hurt like hell. Bang. I used my shield to defend against it. This was really powerful as I had to take 2 steps back, and I was still feeling shaking across my body. I am lunge attack at Android thinking, it will land on the ground after performing such kick, but it did the opposite. It used the force of my shield to perform flip and launched another skill which is more powerful than kick earlier. I had no chance to muster the defense as a kick swiftly came at me while I was preparing to attack. Looks like I had to use my full power now, I thought. I hadn't been using the full power of my body that 6 seals of supreme combat exercise granted, and there are moves of my combat style. I was keeping them all for the fight against Android number 4, but now I had to use it all. My sword that was slow earlier had suddenly swift and fiercely clashed against the kick that was coming at me. Clank. The force of collusion would have made me take 2 steps back, but I used that force of collusion to take a spin as Android did earlier. It's just that my spin was faster than it, so when my sword moved against it, did not have any chance to dodge or react. Clank, my sword attacks its thigh again while it was mid-air. With this move, some of the points on its cheat had decreased again. It tried to put some distance between us, but I shot toward it with full force and which my sword at it. Clank. At last moment when my sword about to clash against its chest, it crossed both of its hands and used them as a defense. Bam! My third fiercely whipped at its arms, which is used to defend, taking out some of the numbers more. I again moved toward it. This time it was prepared and moved its fist to intercept my sword. My sword going to clash against it, but suddenly my sword became like a snake. It moved around the incoming fist and moved toward its neck, like a snake taking its poisonous bite. Chank, the clank produced as my sword stuck its neck, and Android still as a screen in chest shown 3 zeros. The Android lay stilled for a few seconds before it started to going back to its place. Defeating Android are easy, but if at its place were real revolvers of the same stage, that defeating them this early would be really hard with just power of physical strength. As Android number 3 went back to its place, and Android number 4 started to come. My heart started to them loudly seeing that. This android has similar power that of mid-level corporal-grade evolvers, and according to the feed, those who able to defeat it will have 80 chances to enter top 50. Seeing it is coming out of its place, I finally used the last trump card that I haven't used till yet. A silver fire comes out my hands, and it started to sword around my sword. It is swirling so fast that whatever that comes in its way will get crushed. It is a product of my 3 months training. From the day I heard the announcement of the competition, I started to work on it. Normally, my plan was work on my ability only 3 days a week, but after hearing the competition's announcement, I started to work on it every day. I worked on it every day, no matter how tired I am from training. I will practice my ability for 2 hours every day. I took the inspiration for this move is from one of the memorable beasts in the space realm. Swirling Tail Hound, it was bipedal hound-type monster, which has sharp claws and sharp teeth, but its specialty was its tail. End of its tail has air swirling very fast, so fast that air around it also used to swirl. It did not look lethal at first, but whenever it hit, it was used to make a loud band. One scene I still remember, its tail had one hit the unprotected shoulder of the boy and next moment, it had grounded the shoulder of the boy to find pieces. If not for his teammates saving him on time, he would have surely been dead as the tail next going hit the boy's head. Nothing much happened to that boy after. He had drunk the regeneration potion from the Rachel and shoulder he had lost grew new in days' time. The swirling fire around my sword is inspired by that. Not only the fire is concentrated, but it is also swirling at very fast speed. Although the swirling speed of my fire could not compare to the swirling tail hounds, swirling tail, the lethality of fire would definitely make up for that. One day, I want to be so proficient in controlling the fire that I will able to make a swirling whip of my concentrated fire. That dream for another day. I now had to give it my all defeating this android number 4, which will be my ticket to main fights of competition. I am feeling really excited. I have taken a beating from many mid and peak level corporal stage evolvers in the past 2 months. I want to experience its power to know the difference between this android and other mid-level corporal stage evolvers that I had taken a beating from. It came running toward me swift speed. Its speed was fast, very fast, that I barely had a chance to move my sword to counter its moves. Clank. Its fist swiftly bypassed the swirling fire covering my sword and clashed against it. The force of this fist traveled through my body, and I had to 6 steps back to defuse, but it did not disappear fully as I am still feeling shaking inside my body. Only pressure of such power will make me improve, I said in my mind as a big smile appeared on the face. While I was stabilizing myself from the earlier clash, it comes to me with full force again. This time I was slow to react and took a hit at my chest. Bam, crack, its punch hit squarely on my chest, breaking some of my bones. It felt like large hammer crashed against my chest. It heavily shook my body internally so much that mouthful of blood has reached my mouth, but I forcefully swallowed it back. This power is really scary, especially to the mid-level specialist stage evolver like myself. If I was at peak level, I would have been able to react little fast. I furiously circulated the supreme combat exercise. I hope this fight will help me advance from 5th circulations. Bang, it came with another fist. Fortunately, I am prepared this time as its fist crashed against my shield. Still, I have to take a few steps back while defending against more of its blows. Bam, bam, bam. I kept defending against its incoming attacks while some blows I failed to defend. I am not new to the beating, as within group fights that instructor organized in the training got me worse beating than this. There were even several peak-level corporal stage that used to give me quite a hefty beating. As the fight goes on, less and less of its moves started to land on me. When I fought again solo mid-level corporal grade evolver, I didn't dare to defend against most of its moves. Thinking it will startle initial level corporal stage evolver, who I have to beat so badly, but here I have no such fear. As I get into the rhythm of the battle, I am having a more and easier time defending against Android. It came at me with another kick, but this time I did not defend using my shield as its program had predicted it, but I jumped and attacked. This jump was not the normal one, but made using my fire ability. A blast of fire manifested under my feet like a jet. It gave my body enough momentum to launch my body into the air. Clank, my sword clashed across its chest and number on its chest decreased. This is the second move I invented with the help of my ability. Thud, I landed on the other side of the android. This move is one I am most proud of. I got main inspiration from Sky Steps and some monsters who used their ability to increase their speed. This move had unlimited prospects. One day I would reach a level when I had enough mana and my fire ability became little strong. I am sure I can use this ability to fly in the air. Without wasting a second, I launched another attack at an out with using the same move as earlier. Just this time, I used fire behind my hand to increase the speed of my sword. My hand's speed more than double as I swung my sword toward it. The android did not stay quiet as it had already launched a punch at me. As the punch was about to collide against its punch, I crouched down and attacked its waist. Clank, it tried to draw back, but it wasn't able as my sword is too fast. Again with this move, I decreased some more numbers on its chest. Bam. As I revealing in my joy to hitting it again, its punch from the other hand hit me on the shoulder hard, and before I recover from hit, I saw a swift kick coming toward my head. I am powerless to dodge it. The fastest method I have is to create a jet of fire, but that need little time. Bam, its kick hit the left side of my head and I flew away while vomiting a mouthful of blood. Bam, 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 clank. I got 3 consecutive hits before I could come to myself and defend myself barely. I received 2 attacks on my head and it is still hurting, but because of that, I advanced to the 6th move of Supreme Combat Exercise. Fuck, I cursed seeing my head is still buzzing. It's good thing I had a mask on, otherwise my head would have been blasted like watermelon. Fur. I produced jet under my hands and attacked the android. It didged, but I produced another jet and followed it, and this time it couldn't. Clank, my sword hit its arm, creating few sparks. I wanted to follow through again with my attack, but it jumped backward. Without hesitating, I followed it. This is my chance. I am now in battle mode. This the best chance to refine my attacks with the help of it. I only tasted these attacks against the monsters in the forest, but never got the chance to test against a real human. This android is the closest one, near human. Clank, my another attack landed on the leg of the android. Few strikes more and I would turn the numbers on its chest to 0. Fur, blasters another jet behind both of my, seeing their kicks coming toward me. Clank, clank, I blocked its kick with my shield while used my sword to strike at its stomach. I kept using it more and more fire jets as I get used to the fight and numbers on its cheek kept decreasing. I have to androids really can't compare to humans. If I was fighting mid-level corporal stage revolver, I would now have several of my bones broken, and I would be defending against it. That happened to many times in my combat class, whenever the instructor paired me to mid-level corporal stage evolver to fight. Clank. Another of my attack landed in the android, just this time it's still instead of conquering. I finally defeated it. Next is android No 5, which I have no chance of fighting against. Peak level corporal stage's power is too great for me. Even if it is android, it is not something I can beat. If I had completed my specialized training course and level up to the peak grade of specialist grade, only then would I have the chance of defeating it, but I will not give up at least before trying that move. I want to see if that move is effective against peak level corporal stage or not. I have to give it my all before surrendering. If I am successfully able to land this blow, then it will help me a lot in my future battles. I had to wait for a few seconds as Android No 4 is still returning back to its place. This is probably done to give participants a few minutes of rest during the battle. I did not mind that. Few more extra seconds will help me prepare myself even more. Using this move is very difficult too, and I haven't got time to use this move against monsters yet, so this will be the first time I will be using this move against anything. Soon, Android number 4 had reached its place and Android No 5 started to come out. Fur, 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 fur. It's time, I said, and jets of fire light up on my back and I shot out like an arrow toward Android. Normally, I can handle only 4 fire jets as I have to maintain their power. Even a slight mistake could make me fall on my face hard. That is the reason why very few people bring themselves to learn the ability manipulation to fullest. Most people think of it as was a waste of time. The reason for that is skills. The skills could manipulate one's ability at much higher grade, and one doesn't have to use too much concentration for that. For example, the firebolt which released through Fire Strike skill of Min is nothing but bolt made of extremely concentrated fire. To reach the proficiency where I could make the bolt of concentrated fire would take me the constant practice of 5 years or more. That is why most of the people didn't think much about ability manipulation, as it could be easily done by use of skill. But I always thought differently. I thought that ability manipulation is a wonderful thing, seeing my parents use their ability on the things that I can't think of. My thinking further reinforced when I heard William grumbling about how he has to attend the boring class of ability manipulation after he gets home. When I asked him more about it, he didn't say anything. He just said that it's a compulsory class for super elites. If super elites need to learn about it, then there must be something special about ability manipulations. Not only that, after I started practiced ability manipulations for 2 months, I noticed that I am having ease casting my skills, especially Fire Strike. It quickly reacted seeing me speedily coming toward it and opted a best defensive position. I expect nothing less from peak corporal stage android. If I go on this speed, I will surely get countered. Good thing I had one last move left. Fur. It manifested on my lower back, and after its push, my speed increased more than double, which left no chance for it react as I swung my sword at it. Clank, bam, puh, crack. As my sword sliced lower part of its neck, I received a powerful punch from it, which made me puke and even broke my bones. Thud. The force of that punch was so great that my body flew for several meters before crashing on the floor. Surrender, I said as right after crashing I had been a second late. The punch that was few inches from me surely would have broken my jaw. The android, which is only a few inches from me, is now stalled as a statue. They are advanced that I thought. Normal android would have been crashed into me, but this one stopped on its track right after I said surrender. Congratulations, participant 739 GSJDV, for scoring 412 points, said AI voice. I stood up weakly and drank mana potion. This battle had taken lots out of me both physically and mentally. Only after drinking potion did I feel fine again. The door of the hall opened automatically, and I get out with my haggard self like others who I had seen earlier. With this score of 412 and earlier rounds 490, I have a total score of 902. If I compare my score with the last 2 competition, I am confident that this score will let me enter top 100 minimum. When I went out, I saw the venue is still very crowded. Hundreds of people could be seen coming and going out of the entrance. It is still afternoon. The preliminary rounds will run till night, and top 1,000 would be announced at midnight. I can't wait to know the result. I wanted to know about my competitors who I will face tomorrow. The more I know about them, the better I will be prepared when I fight them. The competition formal start tomorrow. Timetable of fights had been announced yet. It will be announced after the list of 1,000 out. The format of the competition hadn't been announced yet, but most of the people on net guessing that it would be a qualifier round like last 2 competitions, but there is always a chance of change. I will only know at midnight. Seeing there is no use of staying here, I called the hovercar for my apartment. Soon I reached my apartment. I greeted with the unbelievable scene. You glutton, I said loudly before I headed for the rounds. I had ordered 3 boxes of food as a bribe for Ashlyn to stay in the apartment, as she always demanded to eat street snacks whenever we go out, and now she picked up a new habit. If I did not bring her snack, she will hold her breath. I don't know where she learned these antics. I have heard small kids doing such things, but never monsters. I even search it in the net specifically. She now holds her breath if did not buy her things she wants to eat. One time I even called on her dare, and she really held her breath for minutes before passing out. That really scared the shit out of me. I still had a scare whenever I think about that memory. From then on, whenever we go out, I have to buy the things she wants ls. So this morning, to save myself for such trouble, I bribe her with 3 delicious food. I had thought she will only eat 2 boxes at most, but I never guessed she would eat 3 of the food boxes. And now she's sleeping in the gallery with her stomach down. I could never change no matter how much I try. I could only try to curb her habits with all I have. I freshen up and lay on my bed reading the news. This time, due to the competition, many interesting things running on the net. One of them is that President of the Union is coming to attend the final day of the competition. On the final day on competition will be matches of Master Stages Evolvers. I am excited to see the fights. This would be the first time that I would see Master Stage powerhouses fight each other. There is also another interesting new mentioning that this time the winner of the final competition would receive an additional special reward from the President. They did not mention what reward is, but seeing the news came from trustable sources, it out to be true. I kept reading on my watch to keep my mind off the top 1,000 list, which will be coming out midnight. I only got up when it was time dinner as I left for the mess with Ashlyn. 902. Lily is shocked hearing my score and about to scream when I place my palm over her mouth, lest she informed all the people in the mess hall by shouting, "I didn't know you were that powerful," she said while still in shock. I smiled and took a bite of my food. "How much did you score?" I asked. Seeing she asked my score, she ought to tell me hers. "I just scored 831, not comparable to yours," she said with a sad face. I know she had scored 470 at first round. That means in the second round she had scored 361. She had zapped more than half the points of android number 4. She's quite powerful to take away more than half the points of an android who had power similar to that of mid-level corporal stage evolver. I really wanted my score to be into top 100, but it seems very hard with my score, Lily said with a sigh. Her score is quite good, and in some past competitions people with a score similar to able to get into the 200, but for some, it didn't cut it. "Don't sweat on it much, it is the real competition that matters," I said. I said this her and also to myself. The real competition is all that matters. No matter which rank you got in the preliminary, your progress depending on your fights in the competitions. Many times the black horses came and west the competition. One of the most memorable instance happened just at last competition when a girl whose rank was above 800 in preliminary was able to reach the top 10 in the competition. "Yes, and only real competition that matters," she repeated. We both quit and ate our meal in silence, Ashlyn also eating her plate without minding our conversation. She is eating the same way she ate every day. There is no inkling in her eating pace, which shows that she had finished 3 boxes of food just a few hours ago. While she is eating, I added a speck of core of Fiery Lion. She did not mind that and ate with regular food. This core of Fierce Lion is the only core she did not mind eating. Before that I had to force Ashlyn to eat the monster core daily. After eating, Ashlyn's body produced slight heat, which had the flavor of Fiery Lion's power. This scene had startled Lily at first when we started to eat, but she got used to seeing every day. Every time I see this, I hope for her ability to upgrade. Just a slight upgrade in her ability will give me a huge boost to my power. Her power is never upgraded, even after eating specks of core daily for 3 months. Still, I am not losing hope. If there's fraction of possibility that her ability will be upgraded through this, then I will keep feeding her the cores till she upgrades her ability. I left the mess with Ashlyn after the dinner and went back to my apartment. I have nothing to do till midnight. I wanted to stroll but decided against it. I also don't want to surf the net. I did that enough in the midnight. Normally, I didn't get second of rest due to training, but now I have enough time in the world but didn't want to do anything. Since nothing is working, then I will do what I do most, training. I take off both my shirt and trousers and started to perform muscle exercise of Wind Slayer style in the empty space of my apartment. The instructor said to keep doing this muscle exercise whenever we have time. It will be very helpful for the combat style. 5 minutes later, I started to sweat heavily as this exercise started to suck my energy at every moment I am performing. I have to say this exercise is very exerting. It keeps sucking and sucking your energy till nothing left in you. Not only that, but your muscles also started to turn heavy over time, that even lifting them to make a moment became incomparably hard. That is why to do this exercise, one needs a strong body that has enough energy to constantly feed the energy to that ever-sucking force. To gain such a body, one has to have at least 5 seals of supreme combat exercise. Only then one could bear the toll of this exercise. I have to keep doing that exercise for 3 hours, as that when the list of top 1,000 would be announced. I can easily keep doing this muscle exercise for 3 hours if I did it slowly, but at a faster rate, like the instructor made us do in later days, is very hard. I was very hard when the instructor had increased the pace of the exercise right after the announcement of the competition. It was very hard at first and half the people had collapsed within half an hour. But I persisted. I persisted for whole 2.5 hours. I was one of the 7 people who were able to persist that long. As the day passed by, the instructor keep increasing the pace, but most of the people got hang of it as no one wanted to waste their hard-earned money on being left out, just because they could persist for long. It had become easier for me after I've constructed the sixth seal. It had become little easier as I got some breathing space. I was able to handle a few more sessions easily before going back to the same routine. Even with the power of 6 seals, I had to work hard. I am currently performing muscle exercise at the highest speed, and to aid me, I even started to circulate the supreme combat exercise. Only with that pain do I able to distract myself from exertion and heaviness. Sometimes the pain is a very good distraction. Every time I perform this muscle exercise, it makes me fraction more powerful, and only fighting for those fraction of power that one became truly powerful. An instructor once had said, we can only stop performing this muscle exercise only when we are able to do it effortlessly like regular exercise. Ting, the notification rang on my apartment and stopped in my tracks. This is a notification for result announcement. I stayed immobile for a few minutes before moving. One can't make instant moment after done practicing muscle exercise. After standing up, I did not immediately open the results, but took a quick slower as my body is completely riddled with the sweat. I took a good shower in warm water, and only after I wore my sleeping pajamas, only then I opened the list. I started to read from number 1. Seeing the score, I got every startled. Even Magnuswell, who I thought would be a top 5, was able to make up in the top 10. I kept reading name after name, till the 50, but I did not see my name. Without feeling disappointment, I kept reading further and felt a little sad when I noticed my name isn't at the list at number 80. Only when I read a little further, I was my name. Rank 87 Mitchell Czar. Rank 87 Mitchell Czar 87th, that is the rank I got. At least it is in the top 100. As I checked the list further, I saw the name of Lily. Her rank is further than I thought. It's 294th, that's way too behind than I guessed. Normally with her score, her rank would have been between 99th to 150th in past competitions, but looks like this time's competition is really tough. 4 people whose rank are as 1st to 4th respectively got a perfect score of 1000, means 4 of them got a perfect score at both rounds. They dodged all projectiles and competed for a run of the first round and defeated all 5 androids at the second round. Their prowess is amazing. Magnus Wells, who was in the first round with me, got 9th rank. If he had been not hit by that projectile at first round, he would have also gotten a perfect score like other 4. There are 3 people similar to Magnus Well who had got 990 like him. I can guess that of the 3, 2 would have got a perfect score if they have also not been hit by a projectile. From looking at the scores of all people in the top 100 and many dark horses that may appear, this competition going to very, very tough. Closing this window, I opened another window, which showing timetable of the main competition. Reading it thoroughly, I closed my eyes for a while. Tomorrow I will have to fight 2 fights. One is to get into the top 500, while another to get into the top 250. I think I could definitely win 2 battles. What I am worried about the battle to reach top 50. That is very important. Only then people would receive recognition and price. The battle for top 50 will happen the day after tomorrow. 250 participants will split into 5 groups of 50. Participant in each group will have to win 10 battles. Only those who will win all 10 battles will get a chance to get into the top 50. The final battle for champion will happen on the 3rd day, where 50 participate will fight for the top spot. They haven't announced the fight format for the final day, but I think it should be a qualifier type of battle. The prices for the final battle also been announced. Seeing what prices are, my whole blood started to boil. Top 50 will get a chance to enter the special space realm, which opened at an only specific time of the year. While top 10 will get 1 night grade artifact of their choice, top 3 will get night grade artifact, and night grade and champion will get 2 night grade artifacts with night grade skill. That's not all. The champion and 2 runner-ups would also get a chance to challenge anyone in top 100 contestants of corporal level for their spot. This time Westblood City is really spending. In this few decades strength of Westblood City rising, and if it keeps rising for a few decades then, it would be able to challenge the capital for the top spot. I wanted to read about the details of my opponent, but I refrained myself from doing that. The details now would not be that complete as they would be in the morning. It would be best if I read them in the morning after waking up. I will have some time before heading for the competition since starting at 11 a.m. in the morning. Before sleeping, I replied to congratulating messages from my friends. I woke at 6 a.m. I had specially set up the alarm for that so I could wake up early and read a little about my opponents. I was right when I opened the site. I found all the information 1,000 participant. I don't have time to read about all the details about them, and I decided to sort them on what skills and artifact they possessed. Most of my competitors going to be at peak specialist stage, so most of their combat ability would depend on the what skill and artifact they possess. As I kept reading, I couldn't help but marvel how many people possessed night grade skill and artifacts. there are more than 100 people who possess either Knight grade artifact or skill. Not only that there are more 50 people who possess both Knight grade skill and artifact. I've never expected to see this many people have both Knight grade artifact and skill, and this is collected information. On my name, there is the detail that I possess a Knight grade skill, and there is even a rough description of fire strike skill. Some must have never let out their trump cards. There will be many surprises. I wonder what kind of surprise I will get in today's battle. I have to say, this site is very good at collecting information. Just in a few hours, it had collected the information about the most precious card I have. The main reason I am reading this information is not because I want to know the information about my opponents that I will face, but to sense what kind of strength an average participant has, and I have to say, they didn't disappoint me. From what I have read, here an average opponent has power just below the elite level. This power could be compared to C-level members of the organization, the same as me when I got out of the space realm. If I have participated in this round 3 months ago, my rank would have between 500 to 600. By the time I close the tab, it is already 8 a.m. I have to leave 10 so I could reach the venue an hour early. After ordering food, I went to freshen up and bath, and when I returned from the bathroom, I found Ashlyn up and busy eating breakfast. I've never expected to see this many people have both Knight grade artifact and skill, and this is collected information. On my name, there is the detail that I possess a Knight grade skill, and there is even a rough description of fire strike skill. Some must have never let out their trump cards. There will be many surprises. I wonder what kind of surprise I will get in today's battle. I have to say, this site is very good at collecting information. Just in a few hours, it had collected the information about the most precious card I have. The main reason I am reading this information is not because I want to know the information about my opponents that I will face, but to sense what kind of strength an average participant has, and I have to say, they didn't disappoint me. From what I have read, here an average opponent has power just below the elite level. This power could be compared to C-level members of the organization, the same as me when I got out of the space realm. If I have participated in this round 3 months ago, my rank would have between 500 to 600. By the time I close the tab, it is already 8 a.m. I have to leave 10 so I could reach the venue an hour early. After ordering food, I went to freshen up and bath, and when I returned from the bathroom, I found Ashlyn up and busy eating breakfast. "Wow, there are so many people here," said Lily when we entered the venue. "There are tens of thousands of people seating in the seatings, and more are coming. I didn't think this many people would show up, just to watch special stage competition. We have come an hour early so we could take a good look at it and mentally get prepared. Fighting in front of many people may give some people fright, forget about some people, even I am feeling scared. It's a good thing I've come early. I will be able to adjust to the mental pressure of such, otherwise it would have had a problem. I don't have stage fright, but fighting in front of such a crowd could be scary. Not only there are huge seatings for the crowd, but there are also 50 rings for us to fight. The 750 fights will happen on the 50 rings. Let's go," I said to Lily as we walked toward the participant area. There are already 500-something participants sitting, and whoever new comes will have to face gazes of everyone. When I and Lily took seats, I can hear people talking about our rank and other details. I also noticed many people in the crowd, especially those who are in the top 10. As time passed, more and more people started coming, both the audience and participants. Elle Cooper, a name resounds in the participants' waiting area. I also looked at the entrance when I heard her name. She's one of 3 people who had gained the perfect score, Harold West and Mike Harrison. Of the top 3, 2 had already arrived. Only she was left to arrive, and now she had also arrived. "Welcome, Miranda invites you all to the first phase of the competition," said the master of ceremonies. The whole arena lightens, which varies colorful lights and many different beautiful scenes projected around in the arena. "Wow, so beautiful," Lily gasped seeing the scene. "It is really beautiful. Such a beautiful scene with gorgeous beauty like Miranda and beautiful scenes around her. Anyone would gasp in admiration." This goes on for half an hour as she introduces some important people, city council, and organization to who came to preside over the competition. Now we will formally start the part that all of you have been waiting for. Buzz ting, I heard some buzzing and ringing of the watches as my holo watch also buzzed, informing me who is fighting who. "Looks like I will have to fight before you," said Lily as she started to leave the participant waiting area. Her opponent's rank is 635 with no distinguished skill and artifacts. If nothing expected happened, she should be able to return in 15 minutes. Her opponent is the beefy-looking guy, holding a heavy saber. As the fight started, he directly used a skill which made his saber glowing and attacked swiftly, seeing that Lily quickly activated her speed type skill. Dodging his attack, she attacked him at his, which made him nearly fall, and before he could recover, she launched barrages of attacks in him. Her opponent is weak. He is not as weak in strength, but in his coordination. He can't seem to coordinate his body and skills attack properly, so whenever he caught off guard even slightly, he would suffer. The only thing that battle is kept going is that the guy has the good physical strength and had earth-type ability coupled with an artifact he is wearing. He was able to defend against every attack that Lily is throwing at him. Her opponent is a cockroach type. He is not a particularly strong but have abilities that made him very hard to defeat. He probably knows this, that is, whenever Lily attacked him, he would smile irritatedly and say something softly which made Lily angry. Still, Lily able to keep calm despite facing such opponent and continued her relentless attacks. First, her attacks did not seem to work that much, but after 10 minutes of relentless attacking, the fruits of her efforts started to show. After seeing through all her opponent defense, Lily seemed to have crafted a strategy, and with it, she attacked him. First, it worked little, but as time passed, it worked better and better, till her opponent had no choice but to surrender as his whole body became red as beaten pig due to her attacks. "Congratulations on your win, it was a very good fight," I said as Lily sat beside me. "It's not that great, that bastard was a cockroach, and seeing him speak from his filthy mouth, I just wanted to beat him more," she said angrily. "Sister, you had already beaten him till he became a pig. What more you wanted to do with him?" I said in my mind. Her fight lasted for 24 minutes and I enjoyed every moment of it. We talked while commenting on some fight. The fight continued non-stop, but there was no fight of this between top 20 that what the people most waiting for. Ting, an hour later Lily's fight, my holowatch rang out, showing me it is my time to fight. My name and photo with my opponent are also projected, asking me to come to ring number 28. While walking, I quickly read the information on my opponent. His rank 702 and he have 3 known skill, 1 is speed, 1 is strength type and last is attack type mid-range skill. Of the artifacts, he has all grade 1. By the time I reached the ring, he was already there. He has a scrawny tall body with a little pimple on his face. He looks like he had just gone through a growth spurt. As our eyes met, I gave him a soft smile, but he looked at me with a scowl. I can understand his emotions and can guess why he is scowling at me so heavily. He was probably expecting to fight the opponent whose rank is 400 or above, who he has a slight chance to defeat. But he got me who is in top 100, having one's hopes crushed. Anyone would be angry. "You may have knight grade skill, but I will fight you with whatever I have," he said as I was climbing the ring. "I don't have anything extra other than the 3 skill, then I might even use my normal skills to fight you." I wanted to say that but controlled myself and gave him a light smile as before. "You," he said angrily. Did he misinterpreted my smile or something, I thought. This is the most harmless smile I have. If he had misinterpreted it, then he surely must have some screw loose. "Both of you ready?" asked referee as stood on my position. We both gave a nod. "Fight," he shouted. Ah. Without waiting, my opponent activated his speed type skill and came at me screaming. "Why are screaming?" I wanted to ask. If we were fighting in the secluded area, it would be fine, but the screaming in front of thousands of people feels very weird to me, but what can I say? If I said anything, he will get angrier and might even faint in the spot, robbing me a good fight, and as for him speedily coming at me, I am not worried about that. As he swings his sword at me, augmented with speed of his skill, I just sidestep. Whoosh. I easily dodge his as went inches past my shoulder and whipped my sword at his arms. Clank, my sword hit him and he had to take 2 steps back. Astonishment could be seen on his face. I did not use any skill to dodge his attack and attack him only with my body strength, which made him take a step back. It was all possible due to my training. After ability manipulation and combat style training, I mostly worked on my reflex training. Not only train on reflex 4 days a week with rest, but I also train my reflex other 3 days, right after I came back after completing the task of Adventurer's Paradise. I never wasted any time in these 3 months, all to participate in this competition and to get the highest rank possible. "You will not able dodge this," he said and attacked me again. This time his speed seemed to increase little more. I looked at him weirdly. "If your attack going to only this fast, then why did you talk this big?" I was really expecting him to use his speed skill at the limit, but he still holds back. I didn't plan to dodge his attack this time. I want to counter it. Clank, I clashed my sword against him, and before he could stabilize himself, I attacked at his chest. Bam. My sword hit him squarely on his, and he had to step back due to blow. I was about to launch a follow-up attack when he activated his speed skill again and put some distance between us. He drank potion after he put some distance between us, throwing away potion. He looked at me intently while his sword started to glow in light blue color. He is using his attack type skill, I thought, and activated my knight grade shield for the defense. As his sword glowed, next second he started the swing in my direction. Numerous wind blades started to come off his sword. One wind blade seemed to stronger than others. Seeing wind blades coming toward me swiftly, I adjusted my position, readied myself for defense. Bam, bam, bam. One after another wind blade started to collide against my shield. These wind blades are very different from the normal wind blades. They are very sharp, sharp enough to be able to cut through any part of my body. If I had been defending this attack with a normal shield, I would have felt pricking pain all over my body. It's good thing I've defended them with my knight grade shield. All I am is a slight pain. I defined against wind blades with my shield while keeping an eye on the moment of my opponent. I was right to do that, as after he launched tens of wind blades one after another, he activated his speed type skill again, but this time it is very different. Not only he activated his speed type skill to the limit, but he also seemed to activate another skill, which increased his speed even more. Sneaky bastard. All that anger and the big talk was all facade. Earlier using his speed type skill, and then launching wind blade attack was all part of my plan. He had seen my score, and with little intelligence, one can definitely estimate my power, and he would have definitely read the details about me after he knew I am his opponent. He presented himself as a weak opponent who would fight till last, even knowing I had night grade skill. If I had been a little naive, I would have definitely fallen into his trap. From the start of the fight, I've realized his plan, and despite that, I didn't use night grade skill. I did that because I wanted to know if he had any trump, but most importantly, I didn't want to confirm that I had a night grade skill. It's one thing knowing I had night grade skill, while it's totally another thing confirming I have it. I have to keep it a mystery, made them question if I have really had a night grade skill or not, but for that I have to pay some price. The price is to reveal some of my strength, like the night grade shield I am using. I am sure there are many sharp-eyed people who were employed by many magazines and sites to estimate and predict the strength of each participant. Some of them have definitely noticed I am using night grade shield, and my profile would have been already updated about it. To win, one not only need power, but also strategy. With the clever strategy, you could go further than using raw power. Though it is the power that is most important, but having a strategy with it helps a lot. For my opponent coming toward me, to others, it would be very dangerous, but to me, I will be able to handle. My opponent coming toward me with extreme speed. His speed is 50 faster than my speed, which I used to get away from Corporal Stage Fatty. It will take a fraction of a second for his sword to attack me. It is very hard to activate skill in such little time, especially those who below corporal level. This guy planned his attack at perfect timing. If his attack hit, it will give him a 70 chance to win this fight. Fur. Suddenly jets of fire ignited behind and me, and that sword which is about to strike me dodged by inches. This is my instant movement move. It gave me double to the speed of my speed type skill. This move is very good but very risky. Every time I used it, I have a fear in my mind that something will go wrong and I will stumble. Unlike skill, I have to constantly maintain the power of 9 fire jets behind my back. A slight mistake, and I will stumble very badly. Another thing about this move is that I could use it for only 2 seconds. If I tried to use it more time than that, then I will surely stumble. Gasp. I could hear the gasp of the audience by my move, and I am quite proud of hearing it also. I would have definitely revealed in it if not I have an opponent to beat. Using the last power of my jet, I steered myself at my opponent and attacked my opponent toward its head. He must have an inkling that I would attack, as just after his attack failed, he activated his defense skill and bubble of air formed around him. As my sword touches the air bubble, it felt little obstruction but not enough to stop its momentum. Clank, my sword hit on its head hard. If not for him wearing protective artifact around its head, my sword would have sliced it apart, but still I is a quite powerful blow. Without waiting for him out of himself, I alight the fire jet behind my right and attacked hit again at his head. Clank, he had activated his speed type skill and about to get away, but my sword was too fast, it hit his head again. I was about to prepare another attack when he put some distance between us. I am not going to give him any chances to attack him, I have already given him enough. I followed him with the instant moment. He must have sensed I am following behind him and was turning back his head when he saw my sword right in front of his eyes. Clank, my sword struck again before he could muster his defense. This time he used my attack to put some distance between us, and I will need a second more before I could activate the instant movement. He was not going to last long. I had already injured him quite well through his artifacts. Wearing artifact does not guarantee absolute safely. Every artifact had limited, and if your attacks go beyond that limit, then it will going to injure your opponent. If I continue my attack, he will either surrender or will lose consciousness due to my attack. I again activated instant movement and moved toward him. He also activated some kind of skill and attacked toward me. This skill had covered both of his hands in the layer of wind. It had an increased speed of his attacks immensely. This skill seems new. It was not in his profile, but I did not worry too much about it. Clank. Both of sword clashed, and immediate shock traveled in my arms that I have to take a step back to stabilize my body, but when I looked at my opponent, he seemed to take 4 to 5 steps to stabilize himself. Perfect chance, I said, and activated the instant movement. I activated instant movement and sped toward him. This is the perfect chance for me to attack. He just stabilized himself in no condition to activate his skill. With such close distance, I got beside him in next moment with him looking at me with wide and moved to his sword to intercept mine, but it was too late as my sword inches away from his head. Clank, my sword hit him hard on his head, and I was about to launch another attack when I noticed he falling on the floor and stopped my attack. Thud, his body fell on the floor with a thud while I looked little surprised with my sword stopped mid-air. He really became unconscious by my attack, I thought as I saw his unmoving body on the floor. I thought he'd be able 2 or 3 more moves of mine before surrendering, but he directly lost conscientious after experiencing my attack. I wanted to kick him with my leg to see if he is really unconscious or just acting, but stopping myself seeing serious face referee coming. I caught referee looking at me weirdly before crouching down and feeding the potion to my unconscious opponent. I really beat him little hard. I thought as I saw his bloody head. His head is wet in his own blood. One could hardly see any dried spot around his head. If I had known he would be in this bad condition, I would have definitely toned it down my attacks. I felt little silence around me. When I look around, I saw audiences looking around me with a weird look, but before Jay could think more, the medicine came with a robotic stretcher and lifted my opponent onto it. Winner Mitchell Czar, said referee holding my hand, and that when silence broke in the audience. I received good applause but saw most of the people looking at me weirdly as I walked toward a participant area. Even in participant R, I saw many of my fellow contestants giving me a weird look while some subconsciously touching their heads. That when it dawned to me, I probably beat my opponent too hard in the head, that most of them people probably assuming I have weird taste in bashing my opponent's heads, that they were touching their heads subconsciously. You really do enjoy bashing the head, huh? Lily said with a smile as I smiled beside her. It was just an accidental choice. I replied, head, chest, family jewels are one of the weak spot of men. I can attack family jewels or I will be seen vulgar and shameless. The only choice is head or chest. I chose head instinctively. Normally I attack toward the chest or toward the neck, but this I chose to head to attack. No matter what people say, I've really had fun beating his head, and I will also try doing it in my next fight. Your choice may be accidental, but you beat that poor fellow really hard. Look, there was no spot of his head that wasn't covered in his own blood, joked Lily while projecting the image of my opponent's head. Yes, that poor fellow's head really got my bashing hard. Lily joked with me for a few more minutes before we started watching and discussing the fight. The fight goes on, but we saw no fight of top 20, but that did not mean that fights weren't exciting. I learned many things watching the fights, especially skills, an insane amount of skills, some type of skills that I wasn't able to identify, and I had to check the feed to know the details about them. On the feeds there lived discussions about many fights, and as long as you zoom on them, you will know every detail about the fight. Even the information about rare skill could be known. Only very few things were able to delude those on feed. One thing made me most happy though, that the information about my instant movement. They are assuming my instant movement is some kind of skill, not a technique performed through ability manipulations. Some people confusedly asked about my mana expenditure, as I used instant movement many times, but did not drink mana potion even once. Some people had replied to that question saying I am using an injection device. Injection device is a small machine which you bind in your arm and it will inject potions into you through your bloodstream. They are very good devices, but I don't like them. I detest the feeling of something piercing my skin while I am fighting. It gave me an uncomfortable feeling. Mana expenditure is one biggest perk of ability manipulation. It will use very less mana compare skill. The reason people don't practice ability manipulation heavily because of time. To learn a skill, you will need a week at maximum, but for mana manipulation, one needs the hard practice of years to gain similar results. That is why many people don't focus on their ability much. They will be fine as long as they control their ability normally, and as they level up, their control over their ability also became stronger. Suddenly a name is shown on the screen that caught the gaze of everyone in the audience. It is Mike Harrison, third to get a perfect score of 1,000. Everyone had been waiting for their fight, especially those who got the perfect score. But people were a little disappointed seeing his opponent. His opponent's rank is 908, one of the furthest behind. As he reached the stage, he said something to his opponent that startled everyone in the audience. He said he will not use his ability or skill and only fight with his physical prowess. This really startles everyone. Even the referee was a little shocked. This will be an interesting fight. Using only physical strength in a fight means he will only fight with 25% of his strength. His opponent got angry hearing his words the first time, but soon a cruel smile of his opponent's face. He is probably thinking of teaching a hard lesson to Mike for looking down on him. Soon the fight started, and his opponent activated his skill, which had released the fiery arrows. Seeing fiery arrows coming toward him, Mike Harrison seemed unfazed and effortless dodged the fiery arrows that came at him. I gasped seeing his moment. It may seem simple dodging at first sight, but it involves many complexities. Not only me but those around me with a sharp eye also gasped with admiration. If I want to perform such movement, I have to train in my combat style for another 5 months. only then I will have the confidence to dodge the attack with such smoothness. His opponent launched more fiery arrows, but they all dodged by Mike effortless. His opponent's expression became quite hideous seeing this as he drank the mana potion. His opponent angry threw away potion bottle as he ran toward the Mike while activating his speed. Not only his opponent activated his speed skill, but he also lightens his sword with fire as he attacks Mike. Mike remains unfazed seeing his opponent coming toward me swiftly while holding a flaming sword. Mike did not clash against his head-on like everyone expected him to be, but he dodged. His opponent crazily swung his sword at him, but Mike kept effortless dodging it. I think Mike dodging his opponent's sword not because he is fearing its power, but he is dodging it out of fun, just to irritate his opponent. His opponent seemed to realize that, and his attacks became even crazier. He became a mad bull, crazily swinging his sword, but no matter how much he tried, he can seem to catch Mike. Finally getting tired, his opponent put some distance between them and again attacked Mike with flaming arrows as he drank a potion again. Mike did not attack his opponent, he just kept defending the whatever attack that came in his way. His opponent did not attack for a few seconds, but then he activated his speed type skill and strength type skill that he has and again launch an attack on the Mike. This time his opponent's speed is quite fast, and Mike also realized that that is why he did not dodge the attack but counter them with his sword. His attack was simple, not heavy as his opponent, but he was able to counter each and every one of them perfectly without taking a step back. This going on for quite a while, and when Mike's opponent about to put some distance between them, Mike's attacked suddenly. His attacks were vicious as a snake as every attack of his landed the weak spot of his opponent. Artifact's defense is not foolproof. There are some weak spots, such as small part on the back of the neck where armor and mask connector palms which are unprotected at armor. One has to be very proficient in combat to use this weakness properly. Mike led his opponent to the edge of ring unknowingly, and before his opponent can know what's happening, he flew out of the ring by Mike's kicks. This move surprised all audience. The Mike who fought so gentlemanly till now used such vulgar move as kicking his opponent out of the ring.